Introduction. This narrative revolves around the rebirth of multiple heroines, centering on the character of Huo Yuhao. Upon discovering the whereabouts of his revered mentor, how could he refrain from extending a hand of rescue? What does it matter if he stands against the gods? To his dismay, he learns that everything has been orchestrated by the sea god, Tang San, and he is but a mere puppet in this grand design. The manipulation of others' lives raises profound questions. What do you regard the lives of others as? Lovers? Are they all mere illusions? What then is genuine? I find myself unable to discern the truth. Initially destined to encounter a love of a lifetime, I instead find myself ensnared in a calculated trap. My soul, divided in two, seeks to amass fortune and strength. Fortune ought to be mutually beneficial, however. Unrequited love cannot defy destiny. Through relentless struggle, success is achieved, yet the truth comes too late. I demand the heavens to no longer obscure my sight, and the earth shall not entomb my heart. I desire the submission of all beings to comprehend my intentions as I ascend to the divine realm to slay the God King. From this moment forth, I shall wield the sun and moon, plucking the stars from the sky. If fate decrees my demise, I shall defy it. I will walk against the tide of destiny, for humanity can conquer the heavens. Death, like the wind, returns me once more as I, Huo Yuhao, refuse to enter the Tang sect. Chapter 1. A sudden turn of events. Prologue. In a dimly lit space, faint light flickered like gossamer, gradually penetrating the darkness, yet only outlining vague contours. The atmosphere was heavy with an oppressive aura, as if countless invisible eyes lurked in the shadows. The enforcer of the divine realm, sea god Tang San, stood before another being ensnared in an unusual radiance, delivering a cold mockery. You, from a different dimension, are indeed intriguing. Would it not be more peaceful to die quietly? Why struggle and prolong your suffering? The bound figure trembled slightly, infused with urgency and anger. What have you done to my disciple? Tang San erupted in a piercing laugh, reverberating in the dark space like a devil's whisper. What has happened? He is faring quite well now. He has inherited a divine position, married my daughter, and become a loyal dog of the Tang family. Naturally, as the fated child of Douluo planet, his fortune now belongs to my family. Utter nonsense. You have stolen his fortune and life. Return his destiny. His life was not meant to unfold this way. His fortune rightfully belongs to him alone. He should forge his own path, not be a mere marionette. The bound figure's agitation intensified, light flickering violently around him as he attempted to break free from the divine chains shackling him. Yet, all was in vain. He could only roar in fury. Such deep affection between master and disciple, Tang San sneered. Continuing, I dulled his memories of you to better extract his fortune and that peculiar power of yours. Now, your legacy of light is in my grasp. As for necromancy, I no longer require it. I have glimpsed far greater power. You, however, have become devoid of any value. Yet, I wish for you to remain alive, to witness your disciple's fortune dwindle while my sun rises. I shall ensure your astute disciple dutifully guards the gates of the Tang family, and I will ascend to a realm unattainable by any deity. This divine realm shall be mine alone. I shall be the supreme existence. Ha ha ha, that maniacal laughter echoed throughout the darkness. At this moment in the divine realm, a tense silence enveloped those present. Following the death of the Golden Dragon King, his divine core was desperately fleeing, seeking a host, while Tang San's son, Tang Wulin, was the chosen vessel. Just as the core was about to merge with Tang Wulin's body, a hand shot forth like lightning, seizing both the core and Tang Wulin, successfully averting tragedy. As the onlookers focused, they recognized the savior as Huo Yuhao, who had just arrived after resisting the chaotic currents of time and space. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Truly worthy of the god of emotion, always able to turn the tide in critical moments, someone whispered in admiration. However, Tang San's countenance darkened ominously as he fixated on Huo Yuhao, a glint of malice lurking in his gaze. The central divine realm has stabilized. There is no need for concern. Huo Yuhao's voice shattered the brief tranquility. Just when everyone believed the crisis had been averted, an unforeseen calamity quietly unfolded. Yuhao's gaze sharpened, fixating on Tang San as he spoke with a commanding tone. It is time to settle our accounts, my esteemed father-in-law. Upon finishing his sentence, Huo Yuhao seized the newborn, Tang Wulin, who was crying heartily, raising his voice. No one moved recklessly. or I cannot guarantee the safety of my younger brother. Everyone, do not act rashly, I will persuade you how, Tang San said, suppressing the turmoil within, striving to keep his voice calm. Yuhao, what has come over you? Please put Wulin down. At that moment, Xiao Wu was in tears, her sorrow cascading like pearls from a broken string. How could a newborn be separated from their mother, and a mother from her cherished child? Xiao Wu teetered on the brink of emotional collapse, her eyes pleading. Yuhao, what do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Return my son. To take an infant as leverage is utterly deranged. Do you still deem yourself a deity? The gods present erupted in outrage, chastising him. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. Dai Yuhao, you have truly lost your senses to commit such an act. No one had anticipated that after a fierce battle in the divine realm, where the Shurik god Tang San and the others had joined forces to defeat the Golden Dragon King, the god of emotion, Yuhao would make such an unexpected move. Quickly hand over the shards of my teacher, Huo Yuhao shouted at Tang San, his words striking like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, leaving the assembled deities in bewildered silence. The teacher of the god of emotion was none other than the previous god of emotion, Rong Yinbing. How could another teacher emerge? Moreover, Huo Yuhao boldly claimed that Tang San possessed shards of his teacher's soul, a notion that defied belief. Yuhao, what do you intend to do to my brother? You are his brother-in-law, how can you act thus? A tearful voice came from across the way. It was Tang Wutong. She looked at Huo Yuhao in disbelief, her expression dimming. Wutong, do not interfere, this is a matter between me and your father. As long as he surrenders the shards of my teacher's soul, I will release him, and the divine core will be returned as well, Huo Yuhao coldly stated, disregarding Tang Wulin's cries. Make your decision swiftly. What are you talking about? How can my father possess shards of your teacher's soul? Tang Wutong's voice trembled, clearly struggling to accept this reality. The gods murmured among themselves, their astonishment palpable. Dai Yuhao, cease your deceptions here. Tang San's expression turned grave, yet his inner fury was boiling. His hands clenched involuntarily as he fought to restrain his emotions. I deceive, Huo Yuhao scoffed, his gaze piercing as he met Tang San's eyes. When I first entered the divine realm, I searched extensively for information about my teacher. I have traversed every dimension, yet found no trace. However, one day, the resonance of necromancy led me to some leads. Though faint, I am certain my teacher is within the divine realm. I have previously sought your assistance in locating my teacher, but your responses have always been vague. Perhaps due to certain regulations imposed by the celestial enforcers, I paid little heed at that moment. However, from that point onward, the memories of my teacher faded from my mind. It was not until this battle against the god of destruction that, as I ignited my divine essence, those sealed fragments of memory surged forth, and I inadvertently recalled my quest to find my teacher. This further fueled my suspicion that you harbor ulterior motives otherwise. Why would you conceal my search for my teacher? Later, I discovered that you possess the radiant legacy of my teacher. Magic is not uncommon, much like our soul ring abilities, yet there is one aspect you cannot disguise. We both belong to the Douluo continent. How could you possibly wield such sacred light magic? Moreover, the clues I unearthed revealed traces of necromantic magic entwined with the battles of the god of Shura. I doubt there exists another god of Shura in the celestial realm, which solidifies my belief that you are the perpetrator. Huo Yuhao spoke in one breath, his gaze fixed intently upon Tang San. The former emotion god, Rong Yinbing, perceived the escalating tension and quickly interjected. Yuhao, do not act recklessly, return Wulin to your father-in-law. This may still leave room for negotiation. Master, do not say more. If this does not sway the sea god, it merely proves he cares little for his son. Huo Yuhao's resolve was unwavering, his words unrelenting. Tang San glanced at the assembly of gods, hesitating momentarily before releasing a deep sigh. In that case, I will not hide the truth from you. Years ago, I captured a fragment of an outer god in the lower realm. This god was steeped in malevolence, wreaking havoc in their original plane, commanding legions of the undead to conquer city after city, leaving a trail of bloodshed in its wake. On the brink of death, it transformed into fragments and fortuitously entered the Douluo continent. I devised a plan to subdue it and sent it to the celestial realm for stringent oversight. I never anticipated that Huo Yuhao would cling to this master-student bond and dare to act against me. A father-in-law is truly madness. Will you finally confess? What have you done to the teacher? Huo Yuhao pressed. Within the sea of divine souls, Tianmeng anxiously urged. Yuhao, The situation is still unclear. Do not make enemies of the gods just yet. Tianmeng, I do not wish to oppose the gods. I only want my teacher to return. Now that he has revealed evidence of my teacher's imprisonment, how can I possibly relent? The Snow Empress softly interjected, Tianmeng, please be silent. Are you not aware of Yuhao's character? I trust him. Yuhao, pursue your intentions boldly. I will stand by your side, and together we shall rescue Elder Yi. Thank you, Snow Empress. Huo Yuhao's voice trembled with emotion. We are like family. There is no need for gratitude, replied the Snow Empress gently. The Ice Emperor stepped forward, resolutely stating, it is merely a conflict with the Celestial Realm Elder. He has aided us greatly in the past. Moreover, we cannot escape anyway, so let us gamble on this. The souls echoed in agreement. We too, having chosen to follow Yuhao, shall do so to the end. Tianmeng Bingqian gazed at the assembly, exhaling a resigned sigh. Since Bing has said so, Yuhao, we shall lend you our strength. Yuhao, resolute in his decision, addressed the assembly of gods. As long as you relinquish the fragment, I shall spare my junior. Chapter 2. Do you not wish to know? Dai Mubai's expression was grave, his brow furrowed as he turned to Tang San, a hint of urgency in his tone. Xiao San, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. I shall fetch Yuhao's parents. Their blood ties to Yuhao may persuade him to reconsider. I will return shortly to join you. Tang San nodded slightly, replying, then I shall leave it to you, Mubai. Internally, he cursed. How could this situation go awry at such a critical juncture? Huo Yuhao, I had no intention of killing you. Yet here you are, seeking your own demise. Faced with Huo Yuhao's sudden turn, he desperately needed a solution, and Dai Mubai's suggestion might indeed prove beneficial. With that, he nodded slightly and departed the scene. At that moment, the evil god stepped forward, casting a glance at Tang San, inquiring, Sure God, given the urgency of the situation, do you require our assistance? His voice remained steady. Tang San waved his hand dismissively, maintaining his composure as he responded, there is no need. Dai Yuhao is my son-in-law. I know him well, and trust he will not recklessly harm Wulin. Nevertheless, a trace of worry lingered in his gaze, for he could not fully ascertain Huo Yuhao's current state. Your teacher is indeed in your grasp hand over the fragment. Huo Yuhao's eyes glowed crimson, fixated on Tang San, his voice brimming with anger and urgency. Dai Yuhao, you have truly lost your way, Tang San reprimanded as he drew closer. Stay back. Huo Yuhao's expression twisted, resembling a wounded beast as he roared. If you come any closer, I shall cast him into the lower realm to fend for himself. He clutched Tang Wulin tightly, his eyes suffused with blood. You dare. Tang San's expression morphed into one of menace, his eyes wide as saucers, fixed on Huo Yuhao. Observing Huo Yuhao's deranged demeanor, he recognized that the young man had lost all reason this madman might indeed carry out such a reckless act. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to temporarily yield, gritting his teeth as he stated, a mere fragment cannot compare to my son. Very well. Follow me, this is not the place for negotiations. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's eyes glimmered with caution. He carefully stowed the divine core and closely followed Tang San's lead. The two figures, one in front of the other, gradually receded into the distance, the atmosphere around them thick with tension and oppression. They arrived in a forest within the celestial realm. Tang San halted, waving his hand through the air, causing a spatial rift to open instantaneously. A gray light flickered as a frail figure emerged from the rift. It was Ilex, his form ephemeral, as though he might vanish into the air at any moment, his presence so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Why Yuhao? Ilex called out in an exceedingly weak voice, tinged with gratitude, yet burdened with frailty. He had witnessed Huo Yuhao's journey. The once feeble child had ascended to divinity, a source of joy for him. Yet he never anticipated that their reunion would unfold under such dire circumstances. As Huo Yuhao beheld this sight, his eyes instantly welled with tears. He rushed forward, gently lifting Ilex with his right hand and channeling his divine power into him, striving to aid in his recovery. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Ilex's body remained as fragile as a candle in the wind, ultimately dissolving into fragments and re-entering Huo Yuhao's sea of divine souls. Huo Yuhao stood, stunned, gazing at the dissipating light in his hand, his heart heavy with sorrow and self-blame. At that moment, Tang Wulin awoke from his slumber, bursting into tears. Hearing the cries, Tang San promptly declared, Huo Yuhao, I have released your teacher, now return Wulin to me. Very well, I shall return your son to you now. Huo Yuhao inhaled deeply, having achieved his goal. He was not one to go back on his word. Gradually, he extended Tang Wulin back to Tang San. Huo Yuhao, my son has returned now, your time has come. Tang San seized Tang Wulin, his previously gentle demeanor evaporating, replaced by a chilling coldness and murderous intent. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, divine power surging around him, ready to strike. Wait. Huo Yuhao suddenly interjected, swiftly producing the Golden Dragon King's divine nucleus, raising it high above his head with a stern expression. This object holds significant importance to you, does it not? Allow me to depart from this place otherwise. I cannot predict which will meet destruction, first myself or this item. You understand, don't you, my esteemed father-in-law? Even in the absence of the core, the self-detonation of a deity nearing the level of a god-king could very well incite temporal chaos within this realm. The Golden Dragon King's core. That belongs to my son. Our future plans cannot be jeopardized by this. Tang San's countenance darkened instantly upon hearing those words. He was acutely aware of the core's crucial role in his subsequent strategies. It must not be lost. Huo Yuhao, are you courting death? Tang San ground his teeth, his voice a furious roar, his hands clenched tightly as his body trembled slightly, clearly pushed to the brink of rage. Step aside, or we all perish together. I understand that this may not pose a significant threat to someone of your divine stature, but can the child in your arms withstand the force of a self-detonation? Would you dare to gamble? Do you truly believe I would so easily entrust him to you? I stake my life against your son should I self-detonate here. Your child will undoubtedly be reduced to nothing but ashes. Huo Yuhao's gaze bore into Tang San, his voice as cold as ice. A faint smile crept across Huo Yuhao's lips. What leverage do I possess? Lord Sea God, as long as I depart from this place, the Golden Dragon King's core and your son's life are a fair trade. Tang San seethed with internal fury, realizing that Huo Yuhao was even more cunning than he had imagined. He erupted into a twisted smile, revealing a ghastly grin. Do you really think I care about that object? Although he spoke dismissively, his eyes involuntarily flickered toward the Golden Dragon King's core, betraying his true feelings. If you were indifferent, the sea god would not still be engaging me in this endless dialogue. Huo Yuhao scoffed, having seen through Tang San's thoughts. He understood that the Golden Dragon King's core was his most significant bargaining chip at this moment, as long as he held onto it tightly. There remained room for negotiation. Damn it, without the Golden Dragon King's core, my plans cannot move forward, Tang San lamented inwardly. Fully aware that he could not afford to act impulsively otherwise, all his previous strategies would be in vain. He suppressed his fury, forcing a smile onto his face, attempting to steady Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, why rush to leave? Do you not wish to know why? Why what? Huo Yuhao regarded Tang San warily, filled with suspicion. Why I intend to capture your teacher? Why I have meticulously plotted against you? Do you not wish to know my schemes? As Tang San spoke, he covertly calculated how to reclaim the divine nucleus, thinking, first I must stabilize him when he is unprepared. I will seize the core and swiftly whisk Tang Wulin away, ensuring Huo Yuhao's demise. So you had this planned all along. Huo Yuhao was taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation, yet still desiring to hear the truth from Tang San's own lips. Indeed, Tang San cradled Tang Wulin, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he reveled in his grand scheme. Years ago, I recognized you. You possess an abundance of fortuitous destiny, an accumulation of millennia that has forged you into this child of fortune. As he spoke, he began to pace, his eyes shimmering with fervor, slowly unveiling his meticulous plans. I never anticipated that your detestable teacher would be willing to sacrifice himself to help you through this crisis. Truly, as a child of destiny, those around you are equally extraordinary. However, I have altered my strategy. Your teacher is an external deity from another realm, undoubtedly possessing many valuable treasures. I will feign saving him to compel him to relinquish his legacy. In doing so, no one can undermine my control over destiny or disrupt my plans. The subsequent strategies have all unfolded successfully. The Chinkun inquiry, the merging of two souls, the fortune of half of the Stardew forest now belongs to my Tang lineage. The Douluo continent is rightfully mine to govern the fortunes of both the Stardew forest and the Douluo continent should belong to me. Thus, I applied some pressure on you, and indeed, you fell for it, becoming gradually molded into a tool for siphoning destiny, a puppet for my whims. Your teacher remained obstinate until the end, forcing me to extract the legacy of light magic from him. The remaining necromantic magic, astonishingly, was all bestowed upon you. And you, Huo Yuhao, a new star birthed by the Douluo continent, should have relied on destiny to ascend to divinity. However, how could I rest easy allowing you to become a god king and hold dominion over the Douluo realm? With my dual divine positions, how could I possibly relinquish my authority? At this juncture, Rong Nianbing arrived. His emotional divine position was also in need of successor. I made him take my favor, becoming your mentor and bestowing upon you a divine position. As for my daughter, she is a goddess, her status elevated high above. How could a mere mortal from the lower realms presume to lay claim? This Golden Dragon King's nucleus is fitting for my son's stature and conveniently facilitates the next phase of my plan. That's Silver Dragon King. Hith. Tang San laughed heartily as he spoke. A splendid scheme, truly a splendid scheme. Chapter 3. Are you still a mother? Dai Yuhao, your parents are both in the divine realm. The voice of Dai Mubai echoed from afar, shattering the tense silence that hung in the air. Huo Yuhao turned his gaze to see Dai Mubai hastening toward him, accompanied by two figures, his parents. Dai Hao and Huo Yuner. Tang San, whose nerves had been taut, felt a subtle relaxation wash over him at the sight of Dai Mubai. The gravity on his face easing slightly. He carefully handed over Tang Wulin, cradled in his arms, to Dai Mubai, saying in a solemn tone, Mubai, please take care of Wulin for a moment. Dai Mubai received Tang Wulin with steady hands, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, gently patting the infant. He sought to soothe the little life, then raised his gaze to Tang San, remarking, all right, but let his parents try to persuade him first. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from resorting to violence. After all, he is also a descendant of the Dai family. Tang San, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately, but nodded slightly. His eyes deep and inscrutable, betraying a hint of satisfaction. He silently calculated that having Huo Yuhao's parents intervene might coax him into compliance, compelling him to surrender the Golden Dragon King's core. After all, he could at any moment prompt Dai Mubai to flee with Tang Wulin. If that fell through, he could always concoct some excuse to eliminate Huo Yuhao later or have his parents take action, not through direct confrontation, but rather by wielding words as the most lethal of weapons, with the right maneuvers. It was merely a matter of time before he could rid himself of this persistent threat while simultaneously establishing a reputation for magnanimity, transferring Huo Yuhao's fortune to Wulin. Such thoughts brought an involuntary smirk to his lips, a barely perceptible cold smile, as he quietly stood by to observe the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Huo Yuhao, Huo Yuner's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Her lips trembled as she managed to utter, Yuhao. Dai Hao adopted a paternal demeanor, his expression stern, laced with reproach as he spoke. Dai Yuhao, I have heard of your deeds. You have committed an egregious crime by capturing the young son of the sea god. You are clearly rebelling. If you do not repent, I shall consider you no son of mine. Tang San interjected, Dai Yuhao. If you personally slay that fragment or surrender the Golden Dragon King's core and the fragment, I shall grant you a chance at survival. This is your final opportunity. Worry filled Huo Yuner's eyes as she implored, my son, turn back. Her voice carried a note of tenderness. Mother, Huo Yuhao called softly, his voice choked with emotion, reflecting both joy at seeing her and the helplessness of his current predicament. His gaze darkened as he looked at her, saying, Mother, I can no longer turn back. Seeing this, Tang San let out a deep sigh, his expression one of profound sorrow as he spoke slowly. In truth, this fragment was originally a demon from the outside world. Years ago, I devised a plan to capture it in the lower realm and sealed it within a space, hoping to suppress its demonic aura. Little did I expect that Yuhao, during his time in the lower realm, would be seduced by this demon within him. Now, he seeks to rescue it. I, Huo Yuhao, am the son-in-law, deeply cherished, yet I never anticipated he would be utterly ensnared by that fiend. As I spoke, I shook my head and sighed, feigning the role of a victim caught between noble duty and familial affection. Huo Yuner, her face etched with anxiety and brows knitted tightly, continued to implore, Yuhao, do not act foolishly. Obey the words of Lord Sea God and surrender. Her voice bordered on desperation, tears shimmering in her eyes, as she sought to sway Huo Yuhao with a mother's love. Despite the profound sorrow within, Huo Yuhao's resolve remained as steadfast as iron. Gritting his teeth, he declared, It is impossible. Unless I perish here today, no one shall wrest the fragment of my teacher from my grasp. As for the divine core, do not even entertain the thought. It is my sole bargaining chip. How can I trust that Tang San will remain true to his word? Devilish spawn. Dai Hao's fury ignited further upon hearing Tang San's words. Pointing at Huo Yuhao, he bellowed, This is truly a disgrace. Lord Sea God, This ungrateful wretch has colluded with evil and dares to lay hands on you. He has surely fallen into the abyss of wickedness. I beseech you, capture him." His face was a canvas of rage, as if he longed to expel Huo Yuhao from the family immediately. "Silence," Huo Yuhao retorted fiercely. "Had it not been for my mother's sake, I would have struck you down long ago. What gives you the right to speak such nonsense in the realm of the gods?" Upon hearing Dai Hao's words, a surge of anger ignited within him. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Dai Hao, his voice laced with disdain. "Humph, you think that because my parents raised you, it gives you the right to insult them? Now burdened with sins, I advise you to surrender quietly. I might still plead with Lord Sea God on your behalf, allowing you to retain a semblance of life." Dai Hao's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he shouted vehemently. Huo Yuhao scoffed. "Do you truly believe I would regard you as a father? The hatred I harbor for you is beyond your comprehension. I have stated before, I acknowledged my ancestry solely for my mother's sake." "Dai Yuhao? What is this Dai Yuhao? Why should I acknowledge my lineage? How do you deserve to be called my father? The torment of my childhood cannot simply be erased with a smile. If I were to forgive you, I would betray my own past. The one regret I possess is that I did not eradicate every member of the Dai family to avenge my grievances. However, for the sake of my mother, I endure and permit your presence among us." As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. The hatred within him surged like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him. You wretched child." Dai Hao, infuriated by Huo Yuhao's words, trembled as he pointed at him. Momentarily at a loss for words, resorting only to curses, "You scoundrel. Since the matter is laid bare, let me clarify. I have no interest in the name Dai Yuhao. I am of the Huo lineage. From beginning to end, I have always been Huo," Huo Yuhao stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuner stepped forward, urging, "Yuhao? What nonsense are you speaking? He is your father. His blood flows through your veins." Her voice trembled slightly. "Mother, I refuse to acknowledge him." Huo Yuhao spoke emphatically, tears shimmering in his eyes. Dai Hao turned to Tang San and implored, "My lord Sea God, if you would rid us of this wayward child, Yuner and I shall consider he never existed. Such a malevolent being must surely face judgment." Hearing Dai Hao's words, though her heart was heavy with sorrow, Huo Yuner prioritized the greater good and addressed Tang San, "My lord Sea God, my son has fallen into madness. I beseech you to subdue him first. I shall guide him towards redemption." Her gaze was filled with helplessness, yearning for Tang San to grant Huo Yuhao a chance. Such words struck Huo Yuhao's heart like daggers, causing a sharp pain within him, as disbelief washed over his features. He could not fathom that his mother, the one who had toiled tirelessly to raise him, who had always been gentle and forgiving, would utter such sentiments. Tang San, upon hearing their exchange, remained silent, allowing Huo Yuhao to voice his thoughts first. "Are you truly my mother? Are you still that woman who cherished me in my youth, who sacrificed everything for me?" Huo Yuhao's voice quivered, filled with disappointment and anguish. Huo Yuner merely looked at Dai Hao and stated resolutely, "I am your mother, yet I am also your father's wife. Moreover, you have erred, Yuhao, as your mother. I cannot bear to witness your continued descent into folly. The sea god has declared that you have been misled. Trust in him, and in your father and me. Relinquish that which you possess, and our family may yet find happiness together." These words pierced Huo Yuhao's heart like sharp blades. Deep within, a voice echoed, "Is she truly my mother? How could this be?" Yet, following this thought, clarity dawned upon him. He reaffirmed his conviction. The mother he once knew would never return. Although she was frail, she had fiercely protected him, cherishing him like a precious gem. The woman before him now had perhaps changed beyond recognition. He dared not speculate whether she was merely a fade conjured by Tang San for his own gain. "Enough of this idle chatter. I shall not listen to you. Today, I will save my master, come what may. If you would grant me a favor and allow me passage, I would consider it." Huo Yuhao spoke coldly. "Do you think you can escape? Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for my actions." Tang San scoffed, his aura surging violently, an immense pressure radiating like a tumultuous tide, spreading wildly. Their confrontation would not unfold on the ground. With that, they shot into the sky like lightning. Huo Yuhao struck first, employing an array of techniques. His spiritual shockwave surged forth, a powerful mental force sweeping towards Tang San. Unfazed, Tang San maintained his composure, for this mental assault posed no threat to him. At that moment, he had already transformed back into the sea god, emanating an overwhelming divine power. He moved at a leisurely pace, softly intoning, "The unsettled tempest." In an instant, an invisible force surged through the air, sending powerful ripples cascading from the sea god's trident toward Huo Yuhao. Observing this, Huo Yuhao swiftly evaded. his figure darting like a specter amidst the formidable assault. Concurrently, his 7 soul spirits gradually materialized around him, each selflessly offering their divine power. Empowered by the strength of these 7 spirits, Huo Yuhao reignited the flame of his soul, barely securing his qualification to contend with Tang San. Yet, Tang San's onslaught remained relentless and unpredictable. Suddenly, he unleashed the celestial azure annihilation lightning, and a cataclysmic force surged forth. A cerulean orb shot out like a meteor, transforming in midair into a colossal blue dragon phantom, plunging fiercely toward Huo Yuhao. The dragon's apparition, imbued with potent binding energy and mental assault, plunged Huo Yuhao into immediate suffering. However, Huo Yuhao remained remarkably composed. He intoned, "Soul deprivation, the eye of destiny awakens." As he spoke, the eye of destiny on his forehead gradually unfurled, his gaze shifting to a striking dichotomy of black and white. The grief of destiny. With another low utterance, 2 beams of alternating black and white light erupted from the eye of destiny, intertwining with the light of soul deprivation to form a formidable soul storm. In its wake, the surrounding space appeared to twist under an unseen force, gradually morphing into shades of black and white. The dual beams swiftly converged upon Tang San. Yet, Tang San's demeanor remained unperturbed, revealing no hint of alarm. This technique, which proved futile in your time, remained so now. His tone was calm, as though recounting an utterly mundane event, before he called out, "Thorned halo." No sooner had he spoken than a resplendent golden light enveloped him, rapidly expanding like thorns. And in the blink of an eye, a thorned halo materialized. The halo erupted instantaneously, the immense shockwave causing Tang San to stagger slightly, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. Meanwhile, the skill of the octagonal glacial grass commenced its effect, swiftly mending the injuries Huo Yuhao had sustained. Seizing this fleeting moment of respite, Huo Yuhao shouted, "Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, now is not the time to hold back." The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged glances, their pride palpable. In unison, they cried out, their voices ringing clear. Instantly, a potent chill permeated the air, the temperature plummeting sharply as the ground rapidly froze. Sharp ice spikes erupting from the earth and thrusting toward Tang San with ferocity. Tang San, witnessing this, felt a flicker of alarm in his eyes. He wielded the sea god's trident with haste, conjuring a blue barrier before him to ward off the icy projectiles. The spikes collided with the barrier, producing a crisp sound as they shattered into countless ice shards. Nevertheless, the Ice and Snow Emperors did not relent, continuously summoning their power as waves of ice spikes surged relentlessly toward Tang San. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, he inhaled deeply, whispering, "The Son of the Sea." An invisible force once again emanated from the trident of the sea god, more potent than before, surging forth like a tumultuous wave, instantly propelling both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor away. "Now, taste my ultimate move." Huo Yuhao prepared to launch his final assault, the most formidable technique he had devised by merging the 3 supreme arts of Haodong. The sword of emotion in his hand radiated brilliant light as its blades swiftly expanded, resembling a divine sword imbued with the power of judgment from the 3 realms. Although it still fell short of the true judgment sword of the 3 realms, its might was sufficient to alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Tang San, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise and immediately sought to intervene. However, the area around the sword was suffused with intense emotional energy, ensnaring anyone who ventured too close in its depths, making escape nearly impossible. In Tang San's eyes, despite Huo Yuhao's remarkable prowess, he was but a mere level 1 deity, incapable of posing a mortal threat to him. The colossal blue sword had already taken form, and Huo Yuhao's divine powers surged wildly, tearing at the surrounding space as a storm howled and a hurricane swept along with the might of the giant sword, descending fiercely upon Tang San. The power of this strike was astonishing, sending ripples through the very essence of space itself. Yet, Tang San's strength was overwhelming, rendering Huo Yuhao's resistance somewhat feeble. With a steely gaze, Tang San executed the final move of the Golden 13 halberds, merging his spear with his body. In an instant, the sea surged, and a gigantic trident, coalesced from the ocean's depths, emerged slowly, its imposing presence shaking the very heavens. The 2 attacks collided with a thunderous impact, radiating light so brilliant that the space around them seemed to warp under the force. Both Huo Yuhao and Tang San were hurled away by the tremendous shockwave. Tang San managed to stabilize himself midair, though his breath was somewhat disordered, while Huo Yuhao crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. "Enough, Huo Yuhao. I have no desire to indulge you any longer. Prepare to meet your end. Tang San's voice was cold, resonating through the space with an undeniable authority. He unleashed the full might of his divine power through the trident, hurling it at Huo Yuhao with ferocity. The trident streaked through the air like a blue comet, piercing directly into Huo Yuhao's chest. Huo Yuhao, surrender the Golden Dragon King's divine core. In light of your connection as my son-in-law, I may yet spare your life. Standing with an air of solemnity, Tang San emanated formidable divine energy, the blue light swirling around him like flowing seawater, accentuating his superiority and his unyielding presence. Son, quickly hand over the divine core to Lord Tang San and cease your resistance. Huo Yuhao cried out, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice laced with desperation and pleading as she stumbled towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, you have already fallen into the path of darkness. Do you truly wish to stand against the deities of the divine realm? Tang San's voice grew increasingly frigid. At this moment, Huo Yuhao swayed precariously, akin to a withered branch on the verge of breaking in a tempest. His pallid complexion resembled that of a sheet of paper, devoid of color, with a trace of crimson blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, remnants of the previous battle's wounds. The trident of the sea god was firmly embedded in his flesh, its sharp tip piercing through, crimson blood flowing slowly down the shaft and pooling at his feet. You wretched son, Dai Hao seized the advancing Huo Yuhao, incessantly berating Huo Yuhao, calling him a mindless beast who had forsaken his own father, deserving of such a fate. Your parents brought you into this world, yet you treat them this way. What use are you? Very well, if you pride yourselves on having raised me, I shall return this life to you. At these words, Huo Yuhao's voice turned hoarse, laced with a hint of resentment, his heart steeped in turmoil. He extended a trembling hand, fixating on Dai Hao and Huo Yuhao, grasping the handle of the sea god's trident. Summoning every ounce of strength, he forcefully wrenched it from his body. Though the trident bore a weight of 100,000 pounds, Huo Yuhao, as a deity, was more than capable of wielding it. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ground around him. His gaze was hollow and numb. Yet he resolutely drove the sharp tip of the trident back into his own flesh, without hesitation. The first life returned to my mother, the second to you, my inept father. His voice quivered with a weeping tone, yet it brimmed with a perverse satisfaction, each word seemingly extracting the last vestiges of his strength. His consciousness grew hazy, but the pain kept him alert. From this moment forth, the debts owed to you are settled, and no longer shall there be gratitude for nurturing, only the animosity of bloodshed. Streams of blood continued to pour from Huo Yuhao, soaking the emotional armor he wore. Its once resplendent radiance now shrouded in a veil of crimson, dimmed to a mere shadow of its former glory. He appeared like a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Enduring the lethal blows of the two strikes, the essence of life swiftly ebbed from his body. He carelessly discarded the trident upon the ground, his body swaying as his legs buckled, gradually sinking to his knees, utterly weakened, as the end of life seemed to beckon him. Chapter 5. Are you Donga? Huo Yuhao, do you regret it? If you surrender the fragments and the Golden Dragon King's divine core, relinquishing your fortune entirely to me, you may continue to be my esteemed son-in-law. I could also forgive you, allowing you to live alongside my daughter. Tang San's voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of seduction. No regrets. Huo Yuhao shot his head up. Despite his frail condition, he steadied himself and declared, though I may be lacking, I understand the importance of gratitude and respect for my teachers. Since my mother, I have known no kin, and it was my teacher who appeared to ease my burdens. Time and again, my teacher protected and guided me in necromancy, seeking opportunities for me. Without my teachers, there would be no current version of me. I once vowed to assist my teacher in gathering fragments of divine consciousness, yet I seem to have forgotten, rendered foolish. Should I err again, I, Huo Yuhao, would have no face left to exist in this world. As he spoke, a violent cough erupted from him, blood splattering onto his clothing, rendering the scene all the more tragic. At that moment, Tang Wutong's figure slowly emerged into the view of the onlookers. Her steps were light, reminiscent of a blooming lotus drifting gracefully upon the water's surface. However, this reunion, which should have been filled with warmth, now felt like a colossal and absurd farce, with the victor evidently not being Huo Yuhao. Is that truly you, Donga? Huo Yuhao suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed on Tang Wutong, a question bursting forth. This caught Tang Wutong off guard. Yuhao, what are you saying? I am Donga. How could you ask such a question? She softly replied, moving closer to Huo Yuhao, her face adorned with a gentle smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of subtle complexity. Yuhao, what has come over you? Why do you oppose father? Why have you kidnapped your brother? Why do you betray us? Her voice was tender, yet it pierced Huo Yuhao's heart like a sharp blade. But why is there not a trace of them within you? Huo Yuhao weakly responded, disappointment flooding his gaze, accompanied by a faint, bitter smile. He stared intently at Tang Wutong, yearning to find remnants of his two beloved women on her face, yet all he encountered was unfamiliarity. When did this begin? Was it in the divine realm or on Douluo continent? The two torn souls amalgamated, intertwined with disparate powers. Were they truly still the original versions of themselves? While the ones he loved were undeniably Donger and Chior. Just then, a flash of golden light streaked across, and a long spear pierced through Huo Yuhao's chest like lightning. It was the golden dragon spear, a weapon that could only be wielded by one possessing the golden dragon martial soul. Anyone else who dared to touch it would have their life force voraciously drained. Though Huo Yuhao had ascended to divinity and possessed the fate power of Wang Chior, this sudden strike had caught him completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He never anticipated that this lethal spear would impale his body without warning. The golden dragon spear was a divine artifact, signifying that even gods could fall before its might. Crimson blood flowed from Huo Yuhao's lips and heart, pooling beneath him in a grim puddle. Coupled with the grievous injuries inflicted by the sea goddess trident, he should have been on the brink of death. Yet a single breath still lingered within him. No, you are not Donger, nor are you Chior. Huo Yuhao gazed at Tang Wutong in disbelief, fully comprehending the truth. Emerging entirely from the void of his illusions, tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes like a torrent, the heart-wrenching agony within him far surpassing the pain of his physical wounds. I should have known, yet I dared not contemplate it. You are neither Donger nor Chior. Then who are you now? His voice trembled with despair as he questioned her, his eyes glistening with tears, the corners tinged red, allowing all the anguish he held within to spill forth. Silence enveloped the surroundings as others remained mute. Huo Yuner closed her eyes, sorrowfully collapsing into Dai Hao's embrace, her body trembling slightly. Dai Mubai silently observed all that transpired, refraining from uttering a word. Only the sea god, Tang San, offered a cold smile, one laced with a hint of arrogance. He stood there, akin to an omnipotent sovereign, fixating intently on Huo Yuhao. The outcome satisfied him. While he had yet to obtain the core, should Huo perish, there might still be a way to seize his fortune. Tang Wutong's expression suddenly turned indifferent as she spoke in a flat tone. I am the goddess Tang Wutong, and I have always been. Wang Donger is merely a fragment of my being. It is fated that we shall be together. Yuhao, this is destiny's design. Do not defy it any longer. Her voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Huo Yuhao's visage contorted in anguish, his once waving blue hair now dulled to gray. Fated? Is it truly fate? Or merely the machinations of your father? What a cunning strategy, to forsake even one's own daughter. He erupted into maniacal laughter, his mirth laced with profound sorrow. Gone was the rationality that typically resided in his eyes. At that moment, the greatest grief was the death of hope. Everything felt like a facade. What, then, was real? Huo Yuhao's heart was entirely consumed by fury. But soon, a glimmer of determination flickered in his gaze, as emotions surged like an overwhelming tide, flooding through his being. He ignited his battered soul once more, the life force consumed in the blaze akin to a moth drawn to a flame, heedless of the consequences. Flames, summoned by the divine power coursing through him, blazed fiercely, as if intent on igniting the very world itself. He harnessed his strength to unleash a cataclysmic strike, a blow that was for the pure and kind Wang Donger of the past, as well as for the equally devoted Chior. In an instant, Huo Yuhao's figure transformed into a fleeting specter, appearing abruptly behind Tang Wutong. Tang San finally reacted, his expression shifting dramatically, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He sought to intervene, but it was too late. This strike, embodying all of Huo Yuhao's emotional might, laden with boundless sorrow and despair, crashed into Tang Wutong. A resounding thud reverberated through the air as her body was thrust backward, her soul shattered by the overwhelming force. She collapsed to the ground, lifeless, her breath extinguished in an instant. No one anticipated that Huo Yuhao's blow would possess such tremendous power, rivaling that of a full-force strike from a divine king. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had reached his limit. Let me reveal to you the divine technique I have crafted for you, the Haodong Palm. Upon witnessing his daughter slain by Huo Yuhao's hand, Tang San let out a furious roar. Huo Yuhao, I will see you dead. The bloodlust emanating from him surged like an unstoppable tide, enveloping the entire divine realm in a palpable aura of menace. The overwhelming bloodlust resembled a gruesome slaughterhouse, sending chills down the spine. I shall tear you to shreds to avenge my daughter's death. Chapter 6. Child, let me escort you out. After executing that unparalleled strike, which had drained his very essence, Huo Yuhao collapsed to the ground, his presence as diminished as withered wood. His body lay devoid of vitality, his complexion as pale as parchment, and beneath his skin, it seemed that blood ceased to flow. Only wisps of a grayish aura lingered around him, desperately clinging to the fading remnants of his life force. At this tenuous juncture between life and death, Huo Yuhao felt the shifting of light and shadow before him, his consciousness momentarily adrift. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a space that was entirely unfamiliar, yet faintly resonant with a sense of familiarity. As he gazed around, he was struck by how this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the half-plane of the deceased that his teacher had once bestowed upon him. Shrouded in a hazy and enigmatic mist, so quiet that he could hear the beating of his own heart. Filled with perplexity, Huo Yuhao could no longer afford to hesitate and urgently inquired, "Teacher, what is happening? Was I not supposed to be on the verge of death? Why am I here? What transpired? And why have you been captured?" His voice trembled slightly. Ilek's voice resounded softly within this space, imbued with a hint of weariness yet overflowing with affection. "My child, your physical form indeed teeters on the brink of death. But as your mentor, how could I bear to witness the end of your path?" Pausing for a moment, Ilex continued, "Yuhao, listen carefully. This space cannot sustain itself for long, and I have only summoned you here through the last vestiges of my strength, transporting you to your soul's sanctuary. That Tang San, he covets not only my magical legacy, but, more critically, the fortune that resides within you. Have you not noticed that during your time in the Douluo realm, you appeared as a child of destiny, beset by unceasing good fortune? Upon entering the Stardo forest, the heavenly dream willingly offered a million-year soul ring. I, too, was drawn by the power of your fortune, attaching myself to you. Subsequently, a 40,000-year ice scorpion and a 70,000-year snow maiden transformed into spirits to safeguard you, while the Emperor Beast accompanied you. Whatever you undertook, unexpected occurrences would elevate your cultivation. You were destined to be the rising star of the Douluo realm, a child of fortune, and with your talents and opportunities, you could have effortlessly forged your own divine position, standing alongside the divine kings." Upon hearing these words, Huo Yuhao's mind felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, reverberating with the weight of revelation. He reflected upon his past, a myriad of experiences flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. Indeed, how could an ordinary person experience such extraordinary fortune? A multitude of serendipitous events had seemingly converged upon him. Yet, since the departure of his teacher, his path had turned arduous, fraught with suffering and loss. Ilek's voice bore a trace of sorrow. "In those days, my consciousness was meant to shatter, dissipating into the cosmos, and I had accepted that fate with equanimity. However, I was unexpectedly summoned to the divine realm by Tang San. Initially, my heart brimmed with gratitude until he began to turn against you. Unable to bear it, I sought to assist you, only to find myself imprisoned. It was then that I realized something was amiss. One day, using necromantic magic, I glimpsed his scheme. It turned out that everything was meticulously orchestrated by him. His aim was to seize the fortune of the child of destiny from the Douluo continent and the bloodline of the Emperor Beast from the Stardo forest. He divided his daughter's soul into two parts, one to encounter you, while the other was cast into the body of the Imperial Beast. Thus, his daughter, Tang Wutong, came to possess the bloodline power of the Imperial Beast and the right to wield the golden dragon spear, along with the fortune of the Stardo forest. As for his son, Tang Wulin, he initially intended to directly transfer your fortune to him, making Tang Wulin the next inheritor of destiny. However, this ambition was still far from satiated, leading him to cast his ambitions upon the Dragon Clan. The Dragon God's two major avatars, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, were central to his specific plans against the Dragon Clan, of which I did not catch the entirety, for I had already been discovered by him. Huo Yuhao trembled violently upon hearing this, an overwhelming surge of anger and sorrow swelling within him. "Chioer," he murmured, reflecting on the numerous tribulations he had endured, the Eye of Ice and Fire, the Valley of Emotion, each event intricately woven by Tang San's hand. He rose to resist. Yet he wielded the powers of two divine positions, far beyond my capability to contend, and ultimately, I was vanquished, losing the legacy of light magic to him. Ilex's form grew increasingly ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. "Yuhao, it is now time for you to inherit all of your master's legacy." At that moment, Ilex had no power left to maintain his corporeal state, and the fragments of his consciousness had reached their limits. He slowly extended a finger and gently touched Huo Yuhao's forehead. In that instant, streams of pure power surged forth, converging into a mighty river. continuously pouring into Huo Yuhao's mind. Huo Yuhao bowed his head, tears flowing uncontrollably like a burst dam. Such a scene was not unfamiliar to him. It was a second experience. Choking back his sobs, he implored, "Master, there must be another way. There has to be. Child, perhaps there are still fragments of my consciousness wandering in other realms. You may seek them out," Ilex said with the last of his strength. "Remember, if you cannot prevail against Tang San in the future, you may go to the Holy Demon Continent to find your senior brothers and sisters. Your brother is named Long Haochen, and your sister is called Shankaier. Your master can no longer accompany you." Before his words could fully dissipate, Ilex's form grew once more insubstantial, resolutely choosing to burn his own soul fragments to ensure Huo Yuhao's escape from this dire predicament. "Yuhao, allow your master to send you away from here." Meanwhile, in the outside world, Huo Yuhao's lifeless body began to emit wisps of gray divine power. Where the divine power coalesced, space began to distort, and a mysterious temporal vortex quietly emerged. Ilex, expending all his strength, forcefully propelled Huo Yuhao into the vortex. Huo Yuhao's figure gradually faded within the swirling maelstrom, and with the final vestiges of his power, Ilex's form completely vanished from this realm. Tang San watched in astonishment as Huo Yuhao's body was instantly consumed by the mysterious temporal vortex, a foreboding sensation rising abruptly in his heart. His eyes narrowed instinctively, a glimmer of vigilance and unease flashing within them. As the enigmatic figure of Electus began to fade, an unusual aura abruptly emanated, and Tang San, well acquainted with Electus's elusive nature, could not dismiss the possibility of hidden schemes aimed at resurrecting Huo Yuhao. He resolutely vowed that this young man must not be afforded the opportunity for a resurgence. With a clenched determination, Tang San suppressed his inner turmoil, his countenance growing stern as divine energy surged powerfully around him, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. He stood tall, his voice resonating throughout the divine realm. "Esteemed beings, Huo Yuhao has forsaken the divine realm, committing egregious acts. Not only has he slain his wife and father, violating the moral order, but he has also brazenly challenged the authority of our divine realm. His transgressions are unforgivable and cannot be tolerated." The deities, upon hearing his proclamation, were taken aback, astonished that the god of emotions could engage in such heinous deeds. This revelation was corroborated by his previous abduction of Tang Wulin. Whispers circulated among them. Some branded him as a madman, while others speculated that the reality was more intricate than it appeared. Amidst the rising clamor of condemnation directed at Huo Yuhao, Tang San nodded slightly and continued his declaration. "Therefore, I decree that his divine status shall be revoked to uphold the sanctity of our realm. Additionally, a divine warrant for his capture shall be issued. No matter the distance, this rebel must be apprehended as a cautionary example." The former god of emotions, Ling Mianbing, bore a visage of sorrow. "Yuhao, how could you commit such acts? Alas, what a pity." Chapter 7. Yuhao. Until we meet again, Huo Yuhao's form resembled a withered leaf, helplessly adrift in the distorted currents of time and space. Everything around him appeared surreal, a kaleidoscope of bizarre visions. Occasionally, strange lights streaked across the void like lightning, momentarily illuminating the darkness. At other times, powerful energy storms howled past, threatening to obliterate all existence into dust. Within this tumult, Huo Yuhao's consciousness fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, memories of his past flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. A lingering sense of resentment brewed within him. Past events seemed tantalizingly close to perfection. Just as he fell in love with Chior, she departed from his life. He was so close to being with her, so close to saving his teacher, who had now sacrificed himself for him. The truth seemed just within reach, yet now it felt inconsequential as death approached. Gradually, he began to accept this fate. Confronted by a destiny he could not control, he felt no shame towards anyone. Yet, the flames of hatred burned ever more fiercely within his heart, relentless and unquenchable. But what could he do? Fate. Huo Yuhao murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper yet steeped in anguish. Once, I fervently believed in fate, naively assuming it was divinely orchestrated. Yet now I comprehend that this wretched fate is merely manipulated by unseen hands. They regard us as insignificant pawns, willing to exact a harrowing toll on our lives to fulfill their own nefarious ambitions. All the suffering I have endured, every hardship I have faced, stems from those lofty deities. With this realization, a flicker of anger ignited in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Why must I be so easily manipulated? Ultimately, it is merely due to my inadequacy, my lack of strength to shatter that accursed fate. If given another chance, if I could begin anew, his thoughts abruptly ceased. And within the depths of his heart, A torrent of desire and fury surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. Should I be granted a second chance, I would resolutely refuse to enter the Tang sect again, never again to be governed by another. This enmity is insurmountable. The blood-soaked vendetta borne by my master and me must be avenged at any cost. Tang San, if I survive on the path of life and death, I shall await your arrival. In the depths of his being, Huo Yuhao unleashed a silent roar of indignation. Meanwhile, within Huo Yuhao's spiritual realm, the 7 soul spirits gathered together. The colossal form of the heavenly dream ice silkworm stirred slightly, emanating a soft yet radiant blue light, breaking the silence first. Its voice, though still tinged with languor, resonated with unprecedented determination. Yuhao, we must depart. Your divine position has been irrevocably shattered, and both your body and soul are on the brink of collapse. To ensure your survival amidst this chaotic temporal turbulence, we have resolved to become your final source of power, infusing our essence into your soul, to share life and death with you. We can only hope that this strength will sustain you until you find the opportunity to live. Huo Yuhao, his throat parched, replied hoarsely, I am sorry, everyone. I have burdened you. His voice was heavy with guilt. Do not speak like that, Yuhao. We owe you our gratitude for leading us to divinity, chimed the Ice Emperor, her tone bright and cheerful, attempting to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Indeed, Yuhao, the days spent with you have truly been delightful, the Snow Empress added softly, her voice laced with a gentle sorrow. She gazed at Huo Yuhao with a complex expression, gradually approaching him, tenderly kissing his forehead, her eyes filled with reluctance and affection. Softly whispering, Yuhao, farewell. May the god of ice and snow bless you. With a lightness, the Snow Empress turned and floated towards the direction of the 7 soul spirits. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, she involuntarily paused, slowly tilting her head back to glance towards Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, she murmured silently in her heart, laden with sorrow and concern. In that gaze, she poured forth all her tenderness, striving to imprint Huo Yuhao's image deep within her soul, to become an eternal memory. A tear fell, landing upon Huo Yuhao, the icy tears imbued with chill, yet he felt only warmth. Reminiscent of the words once spoken by the supreme treasure in a Chinese odyssey, I have a friend who left me something, though I do not know what it is. Perhaps Huo Yuhao too found himself in such a state of bewilderment. May we meet again in the next life, the Snow Empress silently wished, and then, a flicker of resolve passed through her eyes as she turned to drift towards the 7 soul spirits, bestowing her blessings upon Huo Yuhao. He gazed from afar as the Snow Empress soared once more towards the spirits, who seemed to carry a sense of liberation. They held no regrets for having been alongside Huo Yuhao. Memories of their shared experiences flooded back, all without remorse. She gently lifted her gaze, her eyes slowly sweeping across the souls beside her. The colossal form of the heavenly dream ice silkworm emanated a formidable spiritual power. While the Ice Emperor stood with arms crossed, her expression austere, the other soul spirits exuded their own unique auras, quietly awaiting her words. The Snow Emperor inhaled deeply, her voice resonant and melodious, echoing within the realm of souls. Well, everyone, Yuhao now finds himself in dire straits, a truth we all perceive clearly. His vitality flickers like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. At this juncture, our decision must leave no room for hesitation. For Yuhao, and for the companionship we have shared, let us embark. As her words faded, several soul spirits radiated brilliant light, transforming into a pure and potent divine force. This surge of power, fueled by their memories of Huo Yuhao, surged towards the depths of his soul. Yet, this strength, formidable as it was, resembled a double-edged sword. While it breathed life into Huo Yuhao, it also thrust his already frail and lifeless existence into the final countdown, embodying both hope and despair. In their hearts, each of Huo Yuhao's companions cried out in anguish, their voices laden with sorrow and reluctance. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, cascading down his cheeks, shimmering with heart-wrenching brilliance in the ethereal light of the soul realm. Why must you go to such lengths for me? They departed, resolutely plunging into the crucible that sustained the last remnants of Huo Yuhao's life, their forms gradually becoming ethereal until they vanished from sight. As the Snow Emperor departed, perhaps she harbored a faint hope, believing that the elusive deity of ice and snow could transcend the boundless continuum of time and space to protect Huo Yuhao. Yet, how could she be unaware that within this space, now grotesquely twisted, despair pervaded every moment, leaving no path for survival, only a road shrouded in utter hopelessness. In a sense, they had merely taken a step ahead of Huo Yuhao towards the end of life, all in pursuit of an unknown opportunity, nothing more. Upon reflection, for a girl, the notion of meeting again in the next life might be the most genuine expression of her emotions. She entrusted the myriad unspoken regrets of this life to that unattainable future, eagerly anticipating that the next existence would remedy the shortcomings of this one, leaving no room for remorse. Humanity often adorns this yearning for reunion in the next life with the beautiful term fate, as if it were a divine arrangement. Yet, does this so-called fate across lifetimes truly exist? It is merely a solace sought by individuals confronted with the immutable reality of their circumstances. In the next life, even if destiny were to orchestrate a wondrous reunion between Huo Yuhao and her, she would already embody a new entity, possessing a fresh soul and memories, entirely disconnected from her current self. And she is not alone in this regard. In this world, countless souls harbor an anticipation for the afterlife, yearning for a reunion with their beloved in a future existence. Yet, this longing may ultimately be a mere illusion, a mirage that one might pursue throughout a lifetime without fulfillment. Nonetheless, the vicissitudes of life are not absolute. Perhaps at some unforeseen moment, a minuscule opportunity may present itself. Chapter 8. Temporal Reversal. Huo Yuhao slowly reopened his eyes in this space, warped beyond recognition. An oppressive stillness enveloped him like thick ink, lingering without respite. Initially, confusion flickered in his gaze. Within the protracted tumult of temporal chaos, his will lay profoundly dormant, and the atmosphere itself succumbed to an oppressive silence. Yet, within his heart, an emotion began to swell, an ardent desire for life, a fierce unwillingness to accept the sacrifices made by his teachers and friends. He summoned his spirit anew, resolute not to succumb to despair, determined that the deaths of his mentors and companions should not be rendered meaningless. Thus, despite his frail condition, with every movement demanding the utmost exertion, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to rise. Huo Yuhao remained exceedingly weak, his divine essence shattered, his life sustained solely by the remaining divine power within him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that perhaps fragments of the ancient elder had once drifted through this very realm. He sensed that within this chaotic temporal current, there lay something extraordinary. When he was first engulfed by the temporal turbulence, he felt no peculiarities. However, as time unfolded, he gradually discerned that although the surrounding time appeared disordered, there existed an elusive pattern beneath the chaos. The elder had once articulated that the existence of such disrupted time was due to a severe distortion of temporal power. Here, the flow of time was tumultuous. From an external perspective, it seemed as if time had come to a standstill. Yet, Huo Yuhao's curiosity intensified, for in this realm, the conventional concept of time seemed non-existent, while the air was thick with a nearly tangible essence of temporal power. However, this power was highly convoluted and far from pure. Logically, to recklessly absorb such temporal energy would lead to certain death. Moreover, past experiences indicated that once ensnared in the temporal chaos, divine power would deplete rapidly, akin to sand slipping through an hourglass. Once exhausted, the only fate awaiting him would be death, destined to vanish eternally within this realm. Huo Yuhao's mind raced as he delved into contemplation. When time flows in its natural direction, its velocity accelerates. Thus, if he could combine the absorbed temporal energy with his divine power and attempt a reversal, could it not provoke the emergence of a temporal vortex, allowing him to return to the past? He understood well that escaping this turbulent temporal realm was an endeavor of Herculean difficulty. However, at this juncture, harnessing the distorted temporal energy for a reversal might be his sole glimmer of hope. However, it was not long before he became acutely aware of the tremendous risks involved. No, if he proceeded in such a manner, his body would likely be unable to withstand it and would explode. Moreover, this enigmatic force of time and space was so treacherous that any ordinary cultivator who dared to absorb it would undoubtedly meet their demise. How mad he was to entertain such thoughts. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow tightly, his heart filled with turmoil and helplessness. At that moment, he found himself ensnared in a desperate situation, seemingly devoid of any viable alternatives. What was he to do? He incessantly questioned himself within. Yet, the present circumstances had reached a critical juncture, and action was imperative. His soul companions had already dissipated for his sake, and his divine position lay shattered. Now, the only gamble he had left was to harness this perilous power of time, combined with all his cultivation, in an attempt to reverse the flow of time. However, should this endeavor fail, he would face an irrevocable fate, perhaps even needing to sacrifice himself to return to the past. The risks were exceedingly high. A moment's carelessness could lead to his complete annihilation, vanishing entirely from this world. But he had no path of retreat. there was no one to cushion his fall, and he had to take this chance. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Huo Yuhao chuckled bitterly at himself, a smile tinged with sorrow. Such a frail body. What harm would failure bring? At this moment, he had cast aside any concern for life and death. Perhaps due to the overwhelming absorption of the potent and dangerous energies surrounding him, Huo Yuhao's eyes began to undergo a transformation, resembling an ancient timepiece. With the hands of the clock slowly turning, as if recording the time within this chaotic flow of space and time. Yet, how could such formidable power of time and space be borne by his broken physique? Soon, Huo Yuhao felt his body beginning to buckle under the onslaught of this force. The energy within him surged violently, like a volcano poised to erupt. Ultimately, his body could withstand no more, and with a thunderous explosion, he self-destructed. At the moment of his detonation, the clock that had formed from his eyes spun wildly in reverse, seemingly intent on completely reversing time. As the hands of the clock whirled with great speed, the surrounding time appeared to truly begin to rewind, everything returning to its origin. Huo Yuhao used all his cultivation as a vessel, striving to traverse the vast and boundless river of time. Just then, a colossal vortex suddenly emerged within the turbulent stream of time and space, seemingly triggered by the temporal power contained within Huo Yuhao. The vortex spun rapidly, generating a powerful suction that instantaneously engulfed him. Huo Yuhao felt engulfed in darkness, his consciousness gradually fading, until he lost all awareness. After an indeterminate period, he slowly regained consciousness. After 10,000 years of transformation, the newly birthed fortune of Douluo continent was so profound, he intended to take one last gamble. The aura of this newly emerged fortune enveloped him in a layer of mist, rendering him inscrutable. A man in blue stood observantly, keenly watching every movement of the mortal realm, none other than the divine realm's enforcer, sea god Tang San. Fortune embodies opportunity, and the child of destiny appears as if favored by the world, a being born of heaven and earth, chosen by the cosmos itself. Even if their beginnings are humble, the achievements they may attain in the future are boundless. They may encounter vengeful foes, find themselves on the brink of despair, yet leap from cliffs only to emerge unscathed. Unexpectedly bestowed with extraordinary chance, their fortunes are immense. Even a casual stroll through the streets could lead to the discovery of rare treasures. Each realm gives birth to its own child of destiny, without exception, who can command the winds and waves in their respective worlds. As Tang San was lost in contemplation, a gentle feminine voice called from behind, "Third brother." Turning to the sound, he beheld a graceful figure clad in a pink dress, her lithe form accentuated by a pair of lively rabbit ears, his beloved, Xiao Wu. With delicate steps, she nestled into Tang San's embrace. A fond smile graced his face as he tenderly ruffled her hair, softly inquiring, "Has Xiao Qi fallen asleep?" Xiao Wu nodded slightly, her voice gentle, "She is already asleep." "Third brother, are you watching Douluo continent again?" Tang San sighed softly. In the divine realm, a day equates to a year in the mortal world. This holds true for Douluo continent and all other realms alike. I wish to linger longer in the mortal realm, but alas, having made a wager with the two divine kings of good and evil, I was compelled to return to the divine realm, assuming the burdens of the enforcer. What a pity for Tang's sect, he lamented. Xiao Wu gently clasped Tang San's hand, offering comfort. A millennium has passed. The mortal realm has undergone profound changes. Tang's sect's gradual decline is simply a reflection of the times, beyond human control. With unwavering determination, Tang San declared, "I sense that a new star has emerged on Douluo continent, one who I predict will lead Tang's sect back to glory. Moreover, he shares a profound connection with us." As Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in their quiet conversation, a youthful figure cautiously peeked from a distance. Sensing her presence, Tang San turned with a cold smile. "Let her enter the fray early. I hope she does not disappoint me, my dear daughter." Chapter 9. Rebirth at Last. Heaven does not forsake me. Time rewound in the star-dove forest of Douluo continent. A millennium ago, a bright voice rang out at the forest's edge, brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Ha ha ha. My conjecture was indeed correct." A young boy stood there, gazing skyward, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome features. At that moment, a gentle rain fell from the sky, draping the world in a delicate veil. This rain, infused with overwhelming life force, caressed the existence within star-dove forest like a nurturing mother, gently nourishing all forms of life. A cool breeze brushed against the boy's form. He was Huo Yuhao. With excitement bubbling within, he murmured to himself, "I never expected that serendipity would favor me. To reverse time, such an ethereal, almost mythical endeavor, is hard for anyone to believe." Yet I have accomplished it, setting an unprecedented precedent. Though the journey demanded the sacrifice of his physical form and all his cultivated skills, fraught with peril, it ultimately demonstrated that hope is not entirely extinguished. He successfully reversed time and returned to the past. Moreover, some peculiar forces of time within the chaotic currents of space-time inexplicably induced remarkable changes in his martial soul. Huo Yuhao surveyed his surroundings and was pleasantly astonished to find himself at the threshold of the Douluo forest. This location, not yet a true entry into the forest, was commonly referred to as the safe zone, where soul beasts seldom roamed. Before long, the rain intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour. Huo Yuhao understood the necessity of not lingering in the rain, which showed no signs of abating. He turned away from the periphery of the Douluo forest and began to seek shelter. His persistence bore fruit as he eventually discovered an affordable inn. By this time, dusk had fallen, and the already gloomy sky darkened further, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning accompanied by deafening claps of thunder. Upon entering the inn, he was greeted by a smiling attendant who warmly inquired, "Dear guest, would you like a meal or a room? We offer luxurious suites, standard double rooms, and shared accommodations for 2 or 3, all at reasonable rates compared to the city. However, please note that the shared rooms typically require you to share space with others. I would recommend the double room instead." The prices were as follows: a luxurious suite for 1 silver soul coin, a double room for 40 copper soul coins, and the shared room at a modest 20 copper soul coins. Huo Yuhao maintained a calm demeanor as he retrieved a pouch of copper coins from his pocket and handed it over, stating, "I would like a room, please, a double room. Additionally, could you prepare some meals for me? I will settle any differences." This money was the result of his frugal living during his time at the Duke's residence. Despite the hardships of his previous life, he had managed to amass some savings. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please have a seat. I will fetch your room key," the attendant responded. Taking the pouch and bustling away, Huo Yuhao contemplated his situation. "It seems I must first address the issue of currency. Gold soul coins, silver soul coins, and copper soul coins. 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, or 100 copper soul coins. Generally, a family of 4 requires only 20 gold soul coins per year. In my past life, selling grilled fish brought in 5 copper soul coins each. The business thrived and initially resolved my financial troubles. Am I destined to resume that trade?" The inn itself was modest in size, with only a few patrons in the main hall, primarily weary blacksmiths. They gathered here to enjoy a few mugs of inexpensive ale. A jug of ale cost merely 2 copper coins. Although the quality was questionable, possibly diluted with water, the blacksmiths were unfazed. After a long day's labor, they sought relaxation, indulging in ale before returning to their toil the following day. Soon, the meal was served, and the attendant handed Huo Yuhao the room key with a smile, saying, "Dear customer, please keep this safe. Your room is the first one on the 2nd floor, and it has been prepared for you. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to call me." Huo Yuhao took the key and replied, "All right, you may go." While enjoying his meal, he pondered within himself, perhaps creating soul guides could be a lucrative endeavor. In the future, auctioning these soul guides should yield a substantial income. If opportunities arise, he ought to establish a stable clientele, alleviating concerns over financial insufficiency. Upon returning to his room, Huo Yuhao slowly approached the window, gently drawing back the curtains to gaze at the torrential rain outside, his mind engulfed in deep contemplation. Although he had lost all his cultivation, he regarded it as a minor setback. With the wealth of experience amassed over decades in his previous life, alongside the vast knowledge acquired in the divine realm, regaining strength would not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, a colossal clock had inexplicably manifested within his mental realm, while its purpose remained unclear. It undoubtedly bore intricate connections to the power of time. With these advantages, he was determined to reach a higher realm than in his previous life, and it was not beyond possibility to enter the realm of the God King and master dual divine positions ahead of time. However, Huo Yuhao's thoughts abruptly halted as he recalled the terrifying power exuded by Tang San, causing his heart to race with trepidation. How could this be? Had his techniques been thoroughly deciphered by him? Was this the chasm that separated a God King from a rank 1 deity? Furthermore, despite having battled the Golden Dragon King and the God of Destruction, Huo Yuhao understood that the current Tang San was ever vigilant over the Douluo continent. Should he engage, the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Even with the assistance of mentors like Ilex and the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, he would likely tread cautiously, each step laden with difficulty. If he were to rely solely on conventional methods, enhancing his soul power and acquiring soul rings to bolster his strength, it would likely prove insufficient to rival Tang San. In his previous life, much of his power had stemmed from external forces. Although soul beasts and soul rings were the primary means for soul masters to gain strength, without the support of entities like the Heavenly Dream, his offensive capabilities would significantly diminish. After all, soul masters are but mortal beings, merely accumulating cultivation without any soul skills or rings. Regardless of how high one's level might soar, would ultimately be futile without offensive abilities. Such power would never truly belong to him, and perpetually relying on the strength of others would preclude him from becoming a genuine powerhouse. Huo Yuhao had a profound understanding of this. In his previous life, he reached the pinnacle of 99th level limit Douluo within a mere decade, later breaking through to divinity, largely aided by his mentors and the Heavenly Dream. The only tangible achievement he could claim was his expertise in soul guide technology. In the Douluo realm, without soul rings there are no soul skills, a stark contrast to the cultivation methods of other realms. Humanity hunted soul beasts for their formidable powers, extracting skills from them to embark on the path of cultivation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Huo Yuhao's mind. If he were to practice magic like Master Rong Yinbing and Elder Yi, could he ascend to strength and harness such powers for himself? Upon reflection, Master Rong Yinbing once imparted magical knowledge to me. As the god of emotions, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding various elemental magics. If I were to use this as a foundation, combined with necromancy and the simultaneous cultivation of my martial spirit, it would likely yield formidable power. The dual cultivation of martial and magical skills merely serves as an initial safeguard for myself. Having an abundance of skills is never a burden. By ingeniously integrating various abilities and soul rings, one can undoubtedly unleash extraordinary might. The serene atmosphere of the guest room was abruptly shattered by a mysterious voice. Child, cease your futile speculations. With your current level of cultivation, you are nowhere near capable of seeking revenge. The voice resonated with a chilling undertone. At its utterance, Huo Yuhao's body trembled violently, instantly entering a state of alertness. He was inwardly astounded, realizing the voice emanated not from the outside world. His mental sea remained undisturbed, save for the enigmatic clock quietly suspended within, which bore no resemblance to the source of the sound. He warily opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he scanned the room, demanding, Who is speaking? Show yourself. Show myself. It is you who should enter, the voice replied once more, laced with a hint of mockery. Where are you? Huo Yuhao pressed, his tone rife with urgency and tension. I am, naturally, within your mental realm, the voice responded leisurely. Have you not noticed the mark that has appeared upon your brow? A mark? Huo Yuhao queried, perplexed, as he hurried to the mirror. Leaning closer, he beheld an unusual symbol adorning his forehead, resembling a blossoming lotus and emanating a faint glow imbued with an air of mystery. Regaining his composure, Huo Yuhao delved into the depths of his soul's sea. Within, he beheld a figure serenely reclining upon a lotus platform. The individual bore an extraordinarily unique appearance. While one might describe him as handsome, there was an undeniable androgyny to his beauty. Although he was male, his visage was remarkably exquisite, exuding an aura of dominance with every gesture. Enveloped in a palpable aura of death, his countenance seemed veiled in frost, devoid of any human emotional fluctuations. There was an air of detachment, as though he had forsaken the world's joys and sorrows, leaving only pure divinity in his wake. As Huo Yuhao marveled at the figure's beauty, the individual slowly spoke. Child, you are indeed ruthless. The moment I entered your being, you detonated. Had I not intervened in time to shield you from that overwhelming force, your soul would have long since been dispersed within the chaotic currents of time and space, reduced to naught but dust, leaving you no chance to converse with me here. A shiver ran through Huo Yuhao, and he hastily bowed in respect, sincerely expressing, Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, But how did you come to be here? How I arrived is the same as how you did, the figure replied casually. Strangely enough, it was your soul that actively beckoned me, allowing me to dwell within you. Enough. After all, I am merely a spiritual projection, barely a semblance of a true self. The figure paused slightly, his gaze fixed upon Huo Yuhao, and then spoke. Do you seek revenge? Allow me to assist you. A flicker of caution crossed Huo Yuhao's eyes as he inquired, Why would you wish to help me? I perceive a resemblance between us, the figure replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You possess a fierce determination, returning your life to your parents, thus unburdened by ties, nurtured by heaven and earth, free from constraints. This spirit I find quite admirable. Huo Yuhao felt a jolt of surprise and pressed further. How do you know of my circumstances? Is that difficult to ascertain? The figure retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone. Huo Yuhao's wariness intensified, and he asked again, "Who exactly are you?" "The tone of your speech bears a resemblance to that of the three-eyed," the figure replied nonchalantly. "I imagine he would gladly take you as his disciple were he present. However, I find your disposition more to my liking. I am Neza. In my realm, I am honored as the great deity of the three altars and the sea assembly." Huo Yuhao was taken aback, the title of the great deity of the three altars and the sea assembly resonating with grandeur. He continued, "But why are you here?" "I cannot say for certain," Neza replied, furrowing his brow. "My true self sensed something, prompting me to send this projection. He likely remains in a deep slumber in his original world. Yet, judging by your aura of fortune, you are undoubtedly the destined individual of this realm. It cannot be mistaken. Therefore, I am committed to aiding you. From now on, you may refer to me as the Third Prince." The following morning, gentle dawn light streamed through the inn's window, casting a warm golden hue across the room. Huo Yuhao emerged from a night of contemplation, his mind now clear with a definitive plan. He resolved to locate the heavenly Dream Eye silkworm as swiftly as possible, then head to Shrek Academy. This was the most prudent course of action, he murmured to himself. After a brief tidying, Huo Yuhao stepped out of the inn, welcoming the cool morning breeze as he made his way toward the Star Doe forest. His stride was steady, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future, entirely unaware that two shadowy figures were stealthily trailing him not far behind. Keep up, one of them hissed, a strange expression on his face. Huo Yuhao must be on his way to find the heavenly Dream Eye silkworm. We cannot allow him to succeed. If we kill him and seize his fortune, all future opportunities will belong to me. The greed in his gaze was palpable. As Huo Yuhao walked, his keen intuition alerted him to the presence of the two figures following him. They had been tailing him for some time. Did they think him a fool? He remained composed, formulating a plan in his mind. It was time. He feigned ignorance, glancing back at his pursuers before muttering to himself, "It is time to hunt for soul rings in the Stardow forest." Upon hearing this, the two figures' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they quickened their pace, closely following him. Huo Yuhao's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he steadily ventured into the border of the Stardow forest. The pursuer, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming surge of joy and whispered to himself, "At last, I have encountered this perfect opportunity." Without hesitation, he followed Huo Yuhao into the depths of the forest. The two moved cautiously through the trees, their eyes fixed intently on Huo Yuhao's figure ahead. However, as they continued, they suddenly realized that he had vanished from view. Panic ensued as they frantically looked around, an unsettling sensation creeping into their hearts. The Stardow forest was eerily quiet, with only the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze breaking the silence. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a clear voice resonated from above. "What brings you two to seek me?" Huo Yuhao, leisurely perched on a large tree branch with a tender green twig in his mouth, regarded the two below him with a playful demeanor. One of the men, regaining his composure, spoke first, forcing a disingenuous smile. "You must be young Master Hua, right? I am Xiao from the Duke's residence. Do you not remember me?" As he spoke, he attempted to approach Huo Yuhao, yet a subtle menace flickered in his eyes. Huo Yuhao remained on high alert, coldly replying, "With so many people in the Duke's residence, I have never encountered anyone by the surname Xiao. Furthermore, no one there has treated me with such courtesy, nor do they know my surname is Hua. Your deceit lacks even the slightest sophistication." His voice was deep and frigid, instantly exposing the other's falsehood. The Soul Master's surname Xiao, realizing Huo Yuhao was not easily deceived, dropped his facade. His expression darkened as he lunged toward Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened, and with a flicker of his spiritual, martial soul, time appeared to slow, the world around him stretching into slow motion. He deftly perceived every subtle movement of his adversary, effortlessly evading the impending attack. This was partly due to the clock in his sea of consciousness, which seemed to have evolved his martial soul, enhancing its practicality. Enraged, the Soul Master's surname Xiao summoned a glimmering long sword that materialized in his grasp. Two soul rings slowly emerged from beneath him, emitting a faint glow, symbolizing a century of cultivation with their yellow hue. With a thought, he bellowed, "First soul skill." The long sword instantly broke free from his hand, darting towards Huo Yuhao like a streak of silver lightning. "Let us see how you counter my flying sword technique." He growled as he manipulated the flying sword. The blade traced a peculiar arc in the air, swiftly splitting into several sword shadows that darted chaotically, blocking all of Huo Yuhao's escape routes. Sensing the danger, Huo Yuhao moved like a phantom, deftly evading left and right, weaving through the gaps between the sword shadows and swiftly escaping peril. The soul master below gazed at Huo Yuhao's remarkably agile movements, both astonished and enraged. How could this be possible? He has yet to possess a soul ring, yet he evades my attacks with such ease. His heart swelled with confusion and resentment. And the flying sword in his hand, under his control, surged madly towards Huo Yuhao. In this moment of peril, a flash of inspiration struck Huo Yuhao's mind, and he swiftly devised a countermeasure. He murmured incantations, and the moisture in the surrounding air instantly coalesced, manifesting sharp ice spikes that shot forth like a volley of arrows towards the soul master, surnamed Shao. Caught off guard, the soul master's long sword was struck away by the ice spikes. Immediately following, two blazing fireballs surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of heat, charging directly at him. A piercing scream echoed through the area. Although the soul master exerted every effort to evade this barrage, his hair was entirely singed away by the fireballs, leaving him in a pitiful state. Gritting his teeth, he rose, his eyes filled with malice as he cursed. Such cruelty. Accursed Huo Yuhao. At that moment, fueled by anger and frustration, he appeared somewhat deranged. I possess more than just this trick. System. Expend all my points to allow me to use the great desolate prisoning finger. The soul master, Shao Yi, shouted into the void. A cold, electronic voice resonated in his mind. Host lacks sufficient points to execute this skill. Would you like to sacrifice 5 years of vital essence? A glimmer of resolve flickered in Shao Yi's eyes as he thought, I am destined to become a being of divine stature. How could I mourn over this fleeting lifespan? He decisively clicked yes on the virtual screen visible only to him. In an instant, the skies darkened, and a colossal finger descended, radiating an aura of terrifying might, compressing the surrounding air into a cacophony of thunderous roars. Huo Yuhao, before your demise, let me reveal my name. I am Shao Yi. Feel the despair of this moment. For in doing so, I shall rightfully seize your fortune. Shao Yi's face contorted into a maniacal grin as he beheld the gigantic finger slowly descending, envisioning Huo Yuhao being crushed into dust. Witnessing this dire situation, Huo Yuhao's heart raced, instinctively urging him to evade. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. That of the third Prince Neza. Allow me to take over. In the blink of an eye, Huo Yuhao's gaze transformed. His originally azure eyes were suddenly filled with a golden radiance, shining with mysterious and formidable brilliance. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible yet potent force surged forth, forming an indomitable shield that steadfastly resisted the overwhelming strike. What is this? Shao Yi's expression morphed into one of shock and trepidation. This is utterly wrong. Confusion and unease flooded his mind. The Huo Yuhao before him seemed suddenly unfamiliar, and the immense power emanating from him instilled a profound sense of helplessness. Gradually, the golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes faded, reverting to their deep azure hue. He discerned the flaws in Shao Yi's stance, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Seizing the moment, he darted forward like a bolt of blue lightning. His right fist raised high, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, it struck fiercely toward Shao Yi's face. Such formidable skills are truly wasted on you, Huo Yuhao remarked coldly. Among ordinary soul masters, Shao Yi's prowess was indeed exceptional. Nevertheless, how could he possibly compare to Huo Yuhao, who possessed the wealth of experience from a previous life? In merely a few seconds, Huo Yuhao had successfully subdued him, employing his exquisite combat techniques and keen insight, pinning him beneath his foot. Although Huo Yuhao was currently weakened from the previous battle, his soul power nearly depleted, his spirit remained intact, bolstered by the assistance of the third Prince Neza at his side. Before him, a mere second-ring soul master was as inconsequential as a firefly attempting to outshine the moon. Shao Yi struggled desperately, exerting every ounce of his strength, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could not rise. What is your objective? Huo Yuhao inquired coldly. Despite being captured, Shao Yi remained defiant, clenching his teeth in silence. Suddenly, he shouted, "Wanner, come quickly." As his voice fell, a woman sprang forth from the nearby bushes. Upon hearing the command, she instantly unleashed her martial spirit, enveloped in a circle of green scales that appeared particularly sinister. 3 soul rings materialized simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicating her prowess as a 3-ring soul sovereign. With a sharp cry, the girl declared, "First soul skill, Poison Scales Blade." She waved her hands, unleashing countless glimmering poison scales like hidden weapons towards Huo Yuhao. As they passed, the air seemed to corrode, emitting a hissing sound. Huo Yuhao's expression shifted slightly. He quickly sidestepped to evade the attack. The poison scales grazed his clothing, leaving behind dark, corrosive marks on the ground. Seizing the opportunity while Huo Yuhao was dodging, Xiao Yi broke free from his grasp, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Did you not anticipate this? Honor is my trump card. She is a three-ring soul sovereign. After our previous battle, your soul power must be nearly depleted. What can you possibly do now? The son of fortune, your destiny is now mine to claim. He laughed boastfully, as if victory were already assured. Indeed, my soul power is indeed scant. Huo Yuhao steadied himself, calmly regarding Xiao Yi. But do you truly believe she can defeat me? That would be a grave underestimation. Grave underestimation? Are you still being obstinate? Huo Yuhao? Xiao Yi retorted arrogantly, his eyes filled with derision. Today marks your demise. Huo Yuhao, you scoundrel. Not only have you harmed Dong, but now you dare to threaten Brother Yi. I shall take your life today. Ling Luan's brows furrowed fiercely, her almond eyes wide with rage as she pointed at Huo Yuhao, vociferously chastising him. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao merely chuckled coldly, his laughter dripping with disdain, as if mocking Ling Luan's audacity. It seems you have yet to comprehend your current predicament, since you are aware of the fortune that favors me. What audacity possesses you to believe you can conquer me? Chapter 12. You are unworthy. Enough with the idle chatter, prepare yourself. Lin Lan offered no opportunity for Huo Yuhao to respond, unleashing a fierce assault upon him, akin to a frenzied beast. Each movement was imbued with formidable intensity. As she attacked, her words were laced with scorn. Scoundrel, your very existence is superfluous. Today, I shall seek justice for Dong. She was meant to be a celestial goddess, destined for greatness from birth, adorned with an innate pride that commanded reverence, the most cherished princess of the divine realm. Yet, it is tragic that she has fallen for a mere mortal like you. Today, I shall rid her of your disgraceful presence. Meet your demise. With that declaration, her spirit energy surged violently as she proclaimed, second soul skill, serpent's embrace. Instantly, countless venomous serpents, conjured from her soul energy, materialized, their tongues flickering as they lunged aggressively at Huo Yuhao. The air around them seemed to corrode, filled with a nauseating stench. Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected barrage of accusations, internally lamenting the peculiar logic of this interloper. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Lan's next words struck him like a hammer to the heart. And that Wang Qiu'er, she is nothing but a slippery eel. I have long intended to eliminate her once my strength is formidable enough. Initially, Huo Yuhao stood impassively before Lin Lan's vitriol, resembling an emotionless statue. Yet, upon hearing her intent to harm Wang Qiu'er, a long-suppressed fury erupted within him like a volcanic eruption. His eyes crackled with red lightning, a manifestation of his lethal intent. His lips parted slightly, uttering strange incantations. An unseen, chilling pressure emanated from him, compelling Lin Lan to instinctively retreat to Xiao Ye's side, her face betraying a look of terror. Red lightning flickered within Huo Yuhao's gaze, as if poised to strike at her very soul, ready to extinguish her life in an instant. In this world, where the strong dominate, it is absurd for a weakling like you to challenge me, truly a death wish. Huo Yuhao spoke coldly, devoid of warmth. Even if I were to kill you, what would it matter? You are but a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. It seems you have yet to recognize your place. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? You possess the audacity to threaten me. I find it hard to believe that a man of your stature would slay a mere girl like me. Moreover, how can you, a spirit master of mere one ring, hope to contend with a three-ring spirit venerable such as I? Ling Lan feigned calmness, her voice sharp yet trembling, betraying the fear that lurked within her. When she noticed that Huo Yuhao did not immediately strike, a flicker of triumph ignited in her heart. She mused to herself. Even if Huo Yuhao has changed, he will still bow before us, the Traversers. Huo Yuhao paid no heed to Ling Lan's outcry, his lips continuing to chant the incantation of necromancy. As the spell echoed around him, the surroundings were enveloped in a shroud of gray, as if overshadowed by the very essence of death. A dagger materialized in his hand, its blade inscribed with eerie necromantic runes, emitting a chilling glow. At this sight, Xiao Ye's face turned as pale as parchment, a wave of terror washing over him as he grasped the situation. How could this be? Necromancy? Could it be that Alex had already arrived in this world? A horrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He gazed at Huo Yuhao, as if beholding a monster from the depths of hell. Did Huo Yuhao possess a system as well? Or was he a reincarnator? How else could he wield such formidable power and command necromantic magic? Xiao Yi was uncertain. Yet one truth was clear. He stood no chance against Huo Yuhao in his current state. Even if he had a system, his present strength was insufficient to overcome him. Ling Lan, too, was stricken with fear. She had initially believed that Huo Yuhao would merely intimidate her, not truly seek her life. However, witnessing the current situation, she stammered, Huo Yuhao, I trust that my words have pierced your heart. If you repent, I might consider forgiving you. She raised her gaze to Huo Yuhao, only to find his expression devoid of warmth, filled instead with an unending coldness and murderous intent, showing no sign of acknowledgement. You actually intend to kill a girl? Do you not feel any shame? Ling Lan's voice quivered, laced with despair. Huo Yuhao's gaze remained icy, his dark eyes betraying no emotion as he replied indifferently, No. A killer will always be met with death, regardless of gender. Since you have harbored thoughts of killing me, my only course of action is to eliminate you. You must have prepared yourself for this outcome, having just proclaimed your intent to kill both me and Xiao'er. I shall first send you to hell, and then your brother Yi will join you. This is your fault for seeking out Huo Yuhao. Now you regret it, do you not? Ling Lan's legs weakened, and she stumbled back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground, her face a canvas of regret and terror. You don't understand. Xiao Yi suddenly interjected, If we kill him, fortune will be ours, and countless opportunities will follow. Otherwise, even if we find the ice and snow emperors, they will be our demise. Only by becoming the child of destiny and finding the dreaming ice silkworm can we hope to ascend to divinity. Moreover, even without the dreaming ice silkworm, other great fortunes will surely gravitate toward the child of destiny. Only by thoroughly eliminating him can we truly become the protagonists, and those treasures will gravitate towards us. Yet, how can this be? In the original narrative, Huo Yuhao had not yet attained such strength at this juncture. Xiao Yi murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with confusion. We should flee, Ling Lan exclaimed in terror, her body trembling under the weight of Huo Yuhao's murderous gaze. Her heart already filled with dread. Regardless of the world, this was her first encounter with such a palpable sense of death as oppression. Huo Yuhao's current demeanor starkly contrasted with the image she was familiar with from the original text. Am I invisible to you? Huo Yuhao's expression was stern, his voice low yet distinctly resonant. Xiao Yi cast an anxious glance at Ling Lan, gritting his teeth as he declared, Let us attack together. I refuse to believe that his soul power is an endless abyss, capable of being squandered infinitely. In truth, they were merely overthinking the situation. Huo Yuhao was acutely aware of the scarcity of his own soul power. In this battle, every fragment of his soul energy was invaluable, and thus he sought to conserve it. Consequently, he relied on his physical prowess to deftly maneuver around the two. In contrast, Xiao Yi and Ling Lan were newcomers to the Douluo continent, entirely unfamiliar with certain combat techniques, akin to naive children. How could they fault Huo Yuhao for his superior tactics? Chapter 13. Is this what you meant? Both inhaled deeply, their soul power surging wildly as they activated their martial souls once more. Despite the oppressive aura emanating from Huo Yuhao's incantations, resembling an invisible mountain pressing upon their chests and constricting their breaths, their eyes blazed with fervor, intent on vanquishing Huo Yuhao. Ling Lan parted her crimson lips, softly intoning, Third soul skill, venomous snake bite. As her words fell, a massive emerald serpent materialized from thin air, its forked tongue flickering menacingly, imbued with a chilling gleam. As it lunged ferociously towards Huo Yuhao, simultaneously, Xiao Yi, unwilling to be outdone, displayed a manic fervor upon his visage, bellowing, Second soul skill, system, lend me your strength. The voice of the system echoed, inquiring if he wished to expend 5 years of his essence to elevate his rank to soul sovereign. His eyes reddened, veins creeping towards the corners, and without hesitation, he roared, yes. In that instant, a tremendous force erupted from within him, propelling him up a tier. The sword in his grasp expanded rapidly, its blade shimmering with an eerie light. Giant sword slash. Xiao Yi thundered, raising the colossal sword high and striking down towards Huo Yuhao with all his might. The air was cleaved asunder in its wake, hissing ominously, while the ground was marred by a deep fissure carved by the sword's energy. Confronted with this ferocious combined assault, Huo Yuhao's gaze darkened slightly, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. This somber emotion, intertwined with the flow of his soul power, subtly permeated the air, an essence not characteristic of conventional soul skills, but rather his own unique emotional triad. This had been transformed and evolved through the modifications of the 3 ultimate techniques of Haodong, resulting in 3 new moves imbued with a poignant sense of sorrow. The first move, Fist Strike. Huo Yuhao let out a low growl, his right fist striking out with tremendous force. The wind from his punch howling with the might of a natural disaster, directly colliding with the combined attack of the 2 adversaries. A thunderous explosion echoed, reminiscent of a thunderclap on a clear day, as the power of Huo Yuhao's punch forcefully repelled their skill. Without delay, Huo Yuhao's figure flickered, and he intoned, second form. Sword fall. A colossal shadow of a sword gradually materialized in the sky, emanating a fierce aura of sharpness. Ling Lan and Xiao Ye's faces instantly paled at the sight. They attempted to evade, only to find their bodies ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Their eyes widened in terror, helplessly watching as the massive sword descended. With a resounding crash, it struck heavily upon them. Both emitted muffled groans and coughed up blood. Their soul power exhausted in an instant in a futile attempt to defend themselves, as they were sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Ling Lan, Xiao Yi cried out hoarsely, his voice laden with sorrow and despair. At that moment, he witnessed Ling Lan shielding him from the lethal strike of the sword. Her body collapsing like a withered petal, her vitality extinguished in an instant. Meanwhile, he remained alive solely due to her selfless protection. Xiao Yi lifted his gaze, staring at the approaching Huo Yuhao, his heart filled with dread and resentment. He coughed up blood intermittently, managing to say, "Cough, cough. Do not think of yourself as a virtuous being. Do you truly believe you have taken fewer lives than I? You are merely a native of this Douluo continent, and under the relentless wheel of fate, you can never escape the predetermined path." However, beneath this seemingly defiant rhetoric, Xiao Ye's heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself, "I cannot die now. I must ensure he pays for Ling Lan's sacrifice. I will avenge her." Yet, he quickly realized that in his current state, he was utterly incapable of contending with Huo Yuhao. Therefore, he feigned composure, forcing a semblance of a sycophantic smile, his demeanor bordering on madness. His legs trembled slightly, warmth pooling in his trousers, a humiliating accident born of sheer terror, but he could hardly concern himself with such matters at this moment. "You may not know, but you are, in fact, the chosen one of destiny in this world," Xiao Yi exclaimed urgently. "Everything is orchestrated by a deity from the divine realm named Tang San, who seeks to control your life. We were sent as heavenly messengers to assist you, but momentarily lost our way and entertained misguided thoughts. If you spare me, I will wholeheartedly aid you as before. I possess a system, what do you say? If you grant me my life, I can offer you all the rewards obtained from the system." As he spoke, Xiao Yi clutched at what he perceived to be his last lifeline. Hastily producing a jade slip from his person and extending it towards Huo Yuhao, his voice trembling with urgency. Look, this is the reward I received. An invaluable treasure, the great wilderness prison sky finger. I obtained it through 10 years of my blood and effort. I am willing to give it to you, along with all the rewards from the system, skills, and techniques, all in exchange for your mercy." However, Huo Yuhao remained indifferent, his expression cold and unyielding. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Ye's emotions escalated to a near frenzy. "You cannot do this. I am a time traveler, destined to be the protagonist of this world. How could I possibly die here?" He yelled hysterically at the virtual screen that only he could perceive. "System, save me. I do not wish to perish. Please save me." Yet, at that moment, the system remained eerily silent, offering no response. "Is this what you refer to as the system?" Huo Yuhao spoke icily, extending his hand to grasp the air. Miraculously, the system interface, which had existed solely within Xiao Ye's consciousness, was pulled into his grasp, suspended in midair. "You can see it? Impossible. How can you perceive the system?" Xiao Yi gasped in shock. His face contorted in abject terror, as if he had encountered the most fearsome beast known to man. "You are not Huo Yuhao. You are a demon. Who are you truly? Who am I?" Huo Yuhao's gaze was profound and tumultuous, akin to a fathomless abyss. "I am simply myself, nothing more." With that, he closed his fingers, crushing the so-called system, which shattered into countless fragments and dissipated into the ether with a sharp crack. "What?" In Xiao Ye's eyes, alongside terror, there was a burgeoning sense of bewilderment. He stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, disbelief etched across his features as he muttered, "This is impossible. It cannot be." "No, Huo Yuhao!" Xiao Yi suddenly screamed in a frenzied pitch, his voice piercing and anguished. "You are merely a dog raised by Tang San. For one day a dog, you shall remain a dog for all your life. You cannot kill me. I know everything about you. Do you not wish to learn of the future?" Huo Yuhao paid no heed to his cries. The white tiger dagger in his hand was instantly imbued with potent soul energy. With a flash of cold light, it sliced through Xiao Ye's throat like lightning. Xiao Ye's voice abruptly ceased, a faint gurgling emanating from his throat before he slowly collapsed, devoid of breath. "Since you enjoy traversing realms, I shall send you to the Hall of Yama, fulfilling one of your desires," Huo Yuhao remarked coldly. Yet, Huo Yuhao was not yet finished. He furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, "There is no need. Even without your prompting, I would seek the essence of your souls. Your threats are on par with Tang San's, and I am eager to discover your origins." With that, he began to chant the incantation for necromantic magic. the power of the undead swirling around him as he extended his hand to seize Xiao Ye's head. As the necromantic magic took effect, Huo Yuhao's consciousness gradually delved into the depths of Xiao Ye's soul, instantly accessing the memories contained within. It turned out that this individual hailed from a blue and white planet, and in his original world, he had been a childhood companion of the girl beside him. By a twist of fate, both had traversed to the Douluo continent. Chapter 14. The profound techniques of 8-9 having absorbed the useful information from the memories. Huo Yuhao was left utterly astonished, involuntarily exclaiming, "This world is indeed a tapestry of vibrant wonders." This exploration profoundly enlightened him to the fact that, within this vast and boundless realm, or rather, in the far more expansive universe, the Douluo continent is as minuscule as a grain of sand in the ocean. Amidst the myriad landscapes and countless plains, despite having attained divinity, he had never encountered higher realms. In comparison, he felt like a trivial mayfly in the grand tapestry of existence. Huo Yuhao let out a soft sigh, then summoned the flames of the undead. The gray flames swiftly enveloped the bodies of Xiao Yi and Ling Lan, igniting with fierce intensity. As the flames devoured them, their forms gradually transformed into ashes, dissipating into the vastness of this world. I am neither a paragon of virtue nor a villain. Each individual is the protagonist of their own narrative, and I am merely an ordinary soul among the multitude. The notion of protagonist and antagonist matters little. It suffices to simply be oneself, which is no trivial feat. Huo Yuhao murmured, his voice tinged with a sense of acceptance. Yet this is indeed intriguing information. A subtle smile graced Huo Yuhao's lips, though it carried an imperceptible chill. Tang San, Tang Wulin, the Golden Dragon King's divine core, the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na, the Dragon God, and Lan Xuanyu. Tang Wulin's nature is not as cunning as that of Tang San, likely due to his adoptive parents' influence. Were it not for Tang San's character, Tang Wulin might well become the next Tang San. With this thought, a glimmer of calculation flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Guyu Na? I recall that Tang San's plan involved the Silver Dragon King. She could serve as an advantageous pawn. If I could instigate a conflict between the Silver Dragon King and the Divine Realm, I would undoubtedly reap the benefits. How enlightening. Huo Yuhao marveled inwardly, his thoughts surging like a tide, recalling the three altars of the sea, the Marshal of the Central Altar, and Prince Neza, the renowned rebellious figures of the heavenly court, Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, Erlang Xinyang Jian, and the illustrious Neza. After gathering this knowledge, Huo Yuhao deeply recognized the formidable presence residing within his sea of consciousness. Each of these three wielded immense power and fame. Sun Wukong, in his prime, had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, single-handedly contending against 100,000 celestial soldiers, an event that was nothing short of earth-shattering, as none could subdue him. Ultimately, it was only with the intervention of Erlang Xinyang Jian, after hundreds of fierce exchanges, that he was captured. As for Prince Neza, in his youth, he had dared to confront the Dragon Kings, flaying them before their very eyes, a testament to his fearlessness. No wonder Neza remarked on their similarities. Both having exchanged their lives for others, both bearing tragic pasts that elicit sympathy. Yet, the trials and tribulations I have endured pale in comparison to the harrowing fate of the third prince. Huo Yuhao could vividly envision that scene, resolute, sword in hand, sacrificing an arm, then disemboweling himself, scraping his insides, extracting bones, dispersing his 3 souls and 7 spirits, ultimately returning to the springs of life. The agony of a sword piercing the flesh was not foreign to Huo Yuhao. However, as he witnessed the flesh on his body being stripped away piece by piece, blood gushing forth, his expression remained one of mere indifference. At that moment, the third Prince Neza sat serenely atop a lotus blossom, which emanated a soft glow that accentuated his stern and dignified visage. His piercing gaze fell upon Huo Yuhao as he slowly spoke. "You must have come to know much about our exploits, young lad." Huo Yuhao hastily responded with utmost respect. "The junior is indeed aware. Do you require my assistance?" Neza asked directly. With sincerity, Huo Yuhao replied, "I humbly request the third prince's aid." "Very well. In that case, I shall take you as a disciple on behalf of the three-eyed." Neza nodded slightly, his demeanor calm. "After all, I possess no cultivation method suited for you, nor can I impart much knowledge. The only legacy left by the three-eyed is a cultivation technique. I cannot claim the title of master." With that, Neza waved his hand, and a tome of cultivation materialized from thin air. The words 8-9 profound technique were inscribed upon it. In an instant, the book transformed into a brilliant golden light, swiftly merging into Huo Yuhao's forehead. Neza's expression grew increasingly indifferent as he solemnly cautioned, This technique must not be divulged. Should you dare to leak it, neither the three-eyed nor I will show you mercy. You shall be cast into the depths of hell, doomed for eternity. Furthermore, do not speak of our affairs. Huo Yuhao's heart tightened, and he promptly responded, Understood. You have indeed stumbled upon a great fortune, Neza remarked. It is said that mastering the 8-9 profound technique allows one to traverse the world at will. This technique possesses boundless power. Yet the path to mastery is fraught with trials that you must endure alone. As Huo Yuhao examined the wealth he had recovered from Xiao Yi and Ling Lan, he was momentarily taken aback by the abundance of riches. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused to himself. This must be what they call a beginner's gift pack. For one who was currently devoid of funds and in dire need of financial support, this unexpected windfall was undoubtedly a timely blessing. After securing the valuables, Huo Yuhao took a deep breath and, guided by the profound memories of his past life, continued to wander through the forest. The tranquility of the woods was remarkable. Sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, casting golden beams upon the ground where countless specks of dust danced in the light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with the fragrance of verdant plants, perhaps a remnant of the rain that had fallen in the previous days. Before long, approximately half an hour later, Huo Yuhao arrived at a place that felt familiar beyond measure. He halted, casting his gaze over the surroundings, and with certainty declared, this should be the spot. It was here that he had first encountered the heavenly dream ice silkworm in his previous life. Though it was a distant memory, it felt remarkably close to the truth. At that moment, a subtle disturbance suddenly rustled through the grass, accompanied by a faint sound. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted forth like lightning, accompanied by a low growl. Huo Yuhao focused his gaze and discovered that it was a winged baboon. The creature was robust, its body cloaked in a layer of gray fur, and its blood-red eyes glinted with a fierce malevolence. It bared its large maw, revealing sharp fangs, as it threatened Huo Yuhao. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but shake his head slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he murmured, So, it's this beast again. Can it come up with something new? However, this further confirms that everything is unfolding according to the trajectory of my previous life. His eyes reflected a calm demeanor, entirely devoid of the naivety he had possessed upon entering the forest. Now, he felt assured, even if faced with 10 winged baboons, he would remain unfazed. On the other side, the winged baboon, indifferent to Huo Yuhao's thoughts, sprang forward once more, propelled by its hind legs, creating a gust of wind in its wake. Huo Yuhao, agile as a shadow, effortlessly dodged the baboon's attacks. Each time the creature missed, its agitation grew, and its roars became increasingly thunderous. This time, I fear you not. Huo Yuhao chanted softly, Fireball. In an instant, a blazing fireball coalesced in his hand, radiating a dazzling light and scorching heat that warped the surrounding air. With a resounding explosion, the fireball struck the winged baboon directly. The creature emitted a piercing scream as the force of the impact sent it crashing to the ground, engulfed in flames, its singed fur releasing a noxious odor. The blow left the winged baboon in agony as it struggled to rise, the ferocity in its eyes replaced by fear. Seizing the moment of its weakness, Huo Yuhao strode forward, raising his right fist high, channeling all his strength, and struck down upon the winged baboon with great force. With a resounding thud, his fist sent the winged baboon flying several meters away. It crashed heavily against a tree, falling to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still, lifeless. From the shadows of a nearby tree, the dream ice silkworm concealed itself, astonished by the unfolding scene. Initially curious upon noticing a child approaching, it had pondered the possibility of this young one becoming its host. Yet, who could have anticipated the sheer terror of the child's displayed power? Deep within, the dream ice silkworm lamented, How can this be? He must be only at level 10, yet he can wield so many skills. Shouldn't the plot dictate that I make a grand entrance, rescuing you from peril, leading you willingly to become my host, and subsequently guiding you on a path of extraordinary growth? This situation left the dream ice silkworm perplexed. How could it maintain control in the presence of such formidable prowess? Is it still appropriate to regard this as a human? Could he possibly be a genius from a sect specializing in self-created soul skills? Indeed, there are individuals of such caliber among humans. The dream ice silkworm flicked its head and pondered further, regardless of the circumstances. A prodigy destined for greatness like him is simply beyond my ability to suppress. Although I am a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, I am acutely aware that my offensive capabilities are virtually non-existent. If I were to choose this young lad as my host, I might soon find myself subjugated by him. And where would my dignity be then? However, at this juncture, the dream has no other options. Upon closer inspection of this child, he appears increasingly promising. His martial spirit seems to belong to the rare mental category, specifically an extraordinary original martial spirit, making him an unparalleled candidate for the divine creation plan. More critically, if I were to miss this opportunity and the pursuers were to catch up, I would rather not endure the agony of having my essence extracted by those soul beasts of Emperor Tian. I chastised myself internally, reflecting how utterly humiliating to find myself in such a dire situation. After all, he is merely a 10th level boy. Even if my offensive power is lacking, how formidable could he possibly be? If I am afraid of such a child, how will I ever establish my standing in the realm of soul beasts? How could I retain the audacity to claim the title of a million-year soul beast? Indeed, my mental prowess is considerable. A mere thought could render him utterly helpless. There is nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, wholly absorbed in sensing the movements around him, contemplating. Something is amiss. According to my memories from a past life, the dream should have already made its appearance by now. Yet, there is not a hint of activity. Could it be that, due to my rebirth, the trajectory of events has altered? Or perhaps I am simply being overly anxious, leading to this illusion? As he ruminated on various possibilities in his mind, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings for even the slightest change. Just as it is said, when Cao Cao is mentioned, Cao Cao appears. In the midst of Huo Yuhao's confusion, the once tranquil ground suddenly manifested long, deep fissures, akin to the earth being torn asunder by grotesque wounds. Soon after, a shadow radiating a faint golden glow began to emerge from beneath the soil. As it appeared, a chilling aura emanated from its center, spreading outward. Causing the air to feel as though it had been frozen, frost rapidly formed upon the leaves. When this enigmatic figure fully materialized before Huo Yuhao, he was astonished to discover that it was a plump silkworm. It sluggishly wriggled its rotund body toward him, murmuring, "Human, I am." Before it could finish, Huo Yuhao involuntarily exclaimed, "What a large worm." This utterance instantly disrupted the dream ice silkworm's focus. It trembled with rage, exclaiming, "What? You dare to call me a big worm? Do you lack discernment? I am a silkworm, the dream ice silkworm, and an unprecedented million-year soul beast of this entire continent. Do not underestimate me." Indeed, one cannot truly fault Huo Yuhao for referring to the dream ice silkworm as a big worm. Deep within his consciousness, the third prince compelled him to utter that phrase. It was not his own words, and thus he could only lament, "I shall not bear this blame." However, the dream ice silkworm paid no heed to such considerations, launching into a relentless tirade, chastising Huo Yuhao for his lack of discernment and entirely shedding the aloof demeanor expected of a soul beast that has existed for 1,000,000 years. Huo Yuhao, exasperated, pressed his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache, inwardly lamenting, "This fellow is just as pedantic as in my previous life." He stifled his frustration and inquired, "So, esteemed dream ice silkworm, what brings you here?" He understood that regardless of the circumstance, he must play along with the dream's theatrics. The dream ice silkworm cleared its throat, deliberately assuming an air of authority, and declared, "I shall temporarily forgive your earlier rudeness. Now, I solemnly announce that you, young man, have been chosen by me." It paused, excitement gleaming in its eyes, and continued, "Do you wish to become stronger? Do you yearn for a million-year spirit ring, wielding the power to dominate the continent? Do you aspire to stand atop the Douluo continent, gazing down upon all beings? As long as you allow me to become your wisdom spirit ring, all of this shall not remain a mere dream. Furthermore, I offer you the service of mental power origin. You shall be free to absorb my mental strength at your leisure. And the benefits do not end there. No need for 998 or 888. Simply nod in agreement, and the million-year spirit ring will be delivered right to your doorstep. I assure you, I will not let you suffer losses, nor will I deceive you. Moreover, I shall bestow upon you an additional grand gift, a buy-one-get-one free offer to awaken a brand-new martial spirit, soul bone, and a 40,000-year spirit ring. What do you say? Isn't it tempting?" Upon concluding, the dream ice silkworm erupted into gleeful laughter, pondering, with such generous terms, this lad will surely be eager to agree. What of genius? Who else can provide such a package in the Douluo continent? If he declines, he must surely be lacking in judgment. However, it could still add more, for the brethren of the far north could exploit further, and the plan to ascend to divinity was indispensable. Huo Yuhao gazed at the animated, exuberant dream ice silkworm before him, filled with incredulity. What on earth is this? How did I not realize before how mischievous the dream could be? The tone is so abstract. Who taught this rhetoric? Yet, despite his internal critique, he knew he could not refuse, and without hesitation, he replied, "Very well. I accept your offer. The laughter of the dream ice silkworm abruptly ceased. It had anticipated a moment of hesitation from Huo Yuhao, yet he had assented with such alacrity. Taken aback for a moment, it soon regained its composure and boasted, "Indeed, my charm is irresistible." The subsequent fusion process proved even simpler than anticipated. Following the dream ice silkworm's guidance, Huo Yuhao slowly extended his right hand and gently touched the creature's body. At the very moment of contact, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanated from the two individuals, sweeping through the entire forest like a raging tide. The wind howled fiercely, and the trees swayed dramatically. Suddenly, the space near Huo Yuhao and the dream ice silkworm was violently torn apart, revealing a startling rift. In an instant, a grayish aura poured forth like a deluge, swiftly enveloping the forest. This aura bore an eerie sense of oppression, rendering the surrounding air heavy and tense. Yet, before this gray essence could recklessly proliferate throughout the woods, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, racing toward Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness with astonishing speed. At that moment, the dream ice silkworm, immersed in the joy of merging with Huo Yuhao, caught sight of this gray aura's emergence and was instantly consumed by fury, exclaiming, "What on earth is this ghastly thing?" It felt as though it had been viciously stabbed in the back, its heart brimming with anger and astonishment. Having navigated the Douluo continent for so many years, it had never encountered such brazen intruders daring to invade its territory. As it raged and flailed its rotund body in an attempt to vent its ire, it declared, "How dare you underestimate me? I warn you, listen closely. I am the first million-year soul beast, the dream ice silkworm. This host has been chosen by me, and you have no part in this. If you have any sense, you will swiftly retreat far away. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." The dream ice silkworm bellowed with fervor, its eyes wide with intensity, attempting to intimidate the gray aura with its fierce gaze. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" It repeated incessantly, its voice echoing within the sea of consciousness. However, the gray aura appeared oblivious to the dream ice silkworm's tirade, remaining silent, and the atmosphere became eerily still. This silence only intensified the dream ice silkworm's feeling of absurdity, as it found itself performing a solitary act. "Did you not hear?" It paused for a moment, then was completely provoked. "How infuriating! Take this, dream light wave." With a mighty shout, it unleashed its light wave in a comical manner reminiscent of a character from a cartoon, puffing out its cheeks as a brilliant glow flashed atop its head. A golden wave of concentrated spiritual energy shot forth towards the silhouette of the gray aura. Yet, just as this seemingly formidable dream light wave was about to strike the gray figure, it merely raised a hand to casually deflect it, causing the wave to dissipate instantly without inflicting any harm. "What?" The dream ice silkworm stared in shock, its eyes wide and mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit within. "How could it so easily block my dream light wave? This is impossible." Its face was etched with disbelief, and its heart swelled with a sense of defeat. At that moment, the gray figure slowly spoke, its voice remarkably ancient yet imbued with a sacred essence. "With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. There exists no one in this world like me. Unexpectedly, I find that a fragment of my soul still lingers, having descended into this world." The gray figure seemingly disregarded the Tianmeng ice silkworm entirely, speaking to itself without acknowledgement. After its monologue, it paid no heed to the curses of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, transforming its emitted aura into a luminous orb that drifted toward Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, where it subsequently settled. The Tianmeng ice silkworm trembled in rage, its plump body writhing incessantly, mumbling various grievances, though its voice unconsciously dwindled. The power emanating from that gray aura was so terrifying that, despite being a million-year soul beast, it dared not underestimate it. I'm not unreasonable. Having another ally might prove beneficial in the future, so I'll begrudgingly accept your presence." The Tianmeng ice silkworm asserted defiantly, attempting to find a way to save face. Huo Yuhao, fully aware of the banter between the Tianmeng ice silkworm and the arrival of the enigmatic figure, Ilex, refrained from immediate reaction, neither intervening in the impulsive actions of the Tianmeng ice silkworm nor directly acknowledging Ilex. He simply observed quietly, and upon confirming that his teacher was safe, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused, "I must hasten to seek the golden life essence. Only then can I buy more time for my teacher's recovery. Yet, I wonder how long this slumber will last." "Brother Tianmeng," Huo Yuhao instinctively murmured, a profound sense of nostalgia lacing his words. Once, he was innocent and fervent, filled with hope for himself and his companions. However, the journey had been fraught with sorrow and trials, The agonizing moments of parting and loss had sharpened the edges of his once innocent spirit. Now, he no longer possessed the exuberance of yesteryear. Instead, he bore a calmness and steadiness forged through myriad experiences. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking, forget it, too troublesome. I shall simply call you Tianmeng. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, upon hearing Huo Yuhao's sudden change of address, grew displeased. Hey, what do you mean? Why have you suddenly stopped calling me brother and opted for just Tianmeng? It demanded, glaring at Huo Yuhao with evident displeasure. Huo Yuhao merely shrugged nonchalantly, responding, Tianmeng. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, feeling increasingly slighted by his indifference, exclaimed, you're just like that old fellow, utterly ignoring me. Yet, Huo Yuhao paid it no further mind, and instead delved into contemplation regarding his future plans. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm remained frozen in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, its fury having no outlet, only able to seethe in frustration. Hey, kid, don't ignore me. Chapter 17. Mandala Snake. Huo Yuhao gazed intently at the peculiar phenomenon within the sea of consciousness, his brow instinctively furrowing. Solitary cultivation ultimately proves to be a fleeting strategy, as both resources and safety remain precarious. He murmured softly, his gaze deeply contemplative. Could it be that this enigmatic timepiece has absorbed an excessive amount of temporal energy, thus causing its aberration? It seems the only course of action is to first journey to Shrek Academy and gradually conduct further research thereafter. However, what unsettled him more was the transformation within the Sea of Spirit. In truth, Huo Yuhao's Sea of Spirit now exhibited an extraordinary state, having been partitioned into 3 distinctly separate realms. One of these domains is the space where the dream of heaven resides. The immense form of the ice silkworm languidly curled within, occasionally murmuring a few words, infusing this realm with a unique vitality, resembling the most ordinary Sea of Spirit, unchanged from his previous life. The second realm, which Huo Yuhao tentatively designated as the temporal Sea of Spirit, housed a clock that seemed to possess life of its own, periodically emitting a clear, resonant chime that echoed throughout this space. This temporal Sea of Spirit is remarkably unique, perpetually showcasing a wondrous spectacle of creation and destruction. The elements within this space appeared to intertwine chaotically, reconstructing themselves. At times, brilliant flashes of light sparkled, heralding the dawn of creation. At other times, dark whirlpools surged, consuming all in their vicinity, symbolizing annihilation. In this realm, time seemingly lost all significance, devoid of any fixed flow. The final domain, naturally, is the Sea of Divine Souls where the third prince resides. After much contemplation, the sole advantage of Shrek Academy lies in its capacity to facilitate his safe development, as well as to effectively conceal him from the celestial observer who scrutinizes the Douluo continent by severing time. Were he to undergo any transformation and venture elsewhere, he had no doubt that Tang San would descend to the mortal realm as an ordinary person, meddling in earthly affairs. The events surrounding the Valley of Inquiry linger vividly in his mind. Huo Yuhao initially intended to depart from this place and head toward Shrek. However, at that moment, the sounds of a fierce battle resonated nearby, capturing his attention. Out of caution, Huo Yuhao swiftly ascended a towering tree, activating his martial soul. He employed the spiritual perception of his spiritual, martial soul to quickly pinpoint the precise location of the conflict and made his way there. Perched upon the branches, he gazed down from above and observed 2 figures engaged in a fierce struggle with a mandala snake. These 2 individuals appeared remarkably familiar, being friends from the Tang sect in his previous life, Bei Bei and Tang Ya. Bei Bei had now ascended to the rank of a 3-ringed soul master, his prowess not to be underestimated. Yet, the mandala snake before him was equally formidable. Serpentine soul beasts are renowned for their cunning, and with its poisonous attributes, this millennium-old soul beast would not be easily subdued. So it was them. Huo Yuhao remained motionless in the branches, refraining from any rash actions. Bei Bei was currently exchanging blows with the mandala snake, and it seemed he required no assistance. So Huo Yuhao chose to lean against the tree and continue observing, as any hasty intervention might raise suspicions about his identity as a malevolent soul master passing by. Meanwhile, a sweet and toxic gas permeated the surroundings, steadily spreading in every direction. However, for Huo Yuhao, this posed no threat. As he channeled his energy, the noxious fumes could not encroach upon him. At this moment, Bei Bei, empowered by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, found his right arm instantly enveloped in hard, blue-purple scales, glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. The 3 soul rings adorning him shone brightly, suspended in midair, emanating powerful waves of soul energy. He called out to Tang Ya, urging her to seize the opportunity to use her entangling skill. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The first soul ring blazed with light as his right hand morphed into a claw crackling with electricity, buzzing ominously. He moved with agility, racing towards the mandra snake and striking fiercely with his electrified claw. Indeed, he had unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The force of this attack was immense, saturating the air with the acrid scent of scorched electricity. Nevertheless, serpentine soul beasts are notoriously cunning. The mandra snake deftly twisted its body, evading the fierce assault and swiftly darting aside. Seeing this, Bei Bei continued to engage the mandra snake in combat. After several exchanges, Tang finally seized a fleeting opportunity. With her brows furrowed, she whispered, "Blue-silver entanglement." In an instant, vines formed from blue-silver grass sprang forth, nimbly wrapping around the mandra snake. In the blink of an eye, the mandra snake was securely bound, unable to move, clearly unwilling to succumb easily. The trapped mandra snake opened its gaping maw and unleashed another wave of pink toxic mist that enveloped the battlefield. The toxic fog spread rapidly, weaving an eerie shroud over the area. Bei Bei found his vision impaired and his movements slowed by the noxious haze. He hastily retrieved a white porcelain vial from his pocket, poured out its contents, and swallowed the elixir without hesitation. Subsequently, he handed the vial to Tang. "Xiaoya, this mandra snake is too cunning. The toxic mist leaves us vulnerable. Please retreat," Bei Bei exclaimed. Understanding his intent, Tang accepted the vial and, without hesitation, stepped back. With Tang now safely withdrawn, Bei Bei could finally unleash his full power without reservation. Taking a deep breath, he activated his third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Instantly, the blue lightning enveloping his right hand surged with intensity, crackling audibly as if a colossal thunder dragon coiled around his arm. This skill enhanced his attack power by 50% in an instant. Bei Bei charged once more at the mandra snake, which was straining to break free from its bindings. This time, the might of his dragon claw was even more formidable. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp howl. With a fierce swing of his claw, he struck the mandra snake with tremendous force. This blow was astonishingly powerful, not only inflicting grievous wounds upon the mandra snake, but also shattering the blue vines that held it captive. The mandala serpent was heavily slammed to the ground, collapsing motionless, seemingly devoid of any fighting spirit. It appeared that the ordeal had finally concluded. Bei Bei let out a long sigh of relief, his expression softening. Upon witnessing the resolution of the situation, Tang excitedly rushed out, exclaiming loudly to Bei Bei, "Well done, Bei Bei." However, at that moment, Huo Yuhao keenly sensed something amiss. He could distinctly feel that the mandala serpent was not yet defeated and was preparing to launch a deadly counterattack. Worse still, Huo Yuhao discovered that this time the serpent's target did not seem to be Bei Bei, but rather, oh no. Huo Yuhao silently gasped in alarm. Chapter 18. Shrek Tang stood frozen, eyes wide as she watched the mandala serpent lunge towards her, her body stiffening as if ensnared by a petrifying spell. Rooted to the spot, fear engulfed her like a tidal wave, leaving her mind blank and rendering her incapable of any response, as if she were paralyzed by the sudden peril. In that critical moment, Huo Yuhao, perched in a tree, witnessed the unfolding scene. As a former friend from a past life, he could not bear to watch her suffer. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself off the tree trunk with all his might, descending like an arrow released from its bow. Just as the mandala serpent was about to strike Tang, Huo Yuhao arrived in the nick of time. With a swift turn of his body, he raised his left leg high, delivering a powerful kick towards the mandala serpent. The force behind the kick sent the serpent flying, tumbling several times across the ground. Immediately afterward, Huo Yuhao began chanting an incantation, and as his voice resonated, his soul rings began to rise, emanating a brilliant light. Simultaneously, the air around them rapidly cooled, and sharp ice spikes materialized from the atmosphere, hurtling towards the mandala serpent. The icy projectiles surged forth, enveloping the serpent in a fierce assault. Accompanied by a pained howl, the mandala serpent finally fell silent, having lost its will to fight. It had never intended to claim this soul ring. Bei Bei rushed over in a flurry, carefully helping the fallen Tang to her feet. Concern etched across his face as he asked, "Xiaoya, are you all right?" Hearing Bei Bei's voice, Tang gradually regained her senses, a lingering trace of fear in her eyes. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions and replied softly, "I'm fine." Bei Bei supported Tang as they approached Huo Yuhao, gratitude overflowing in his expression as he said, "Thank you, young brother, for saving Xiaoya's life. Had it not been for you, she would have been in grave danger." Huo Yuhao smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, It was but a small effort. There is no need for such formality. Bei looked at Huo Yuhao and continued, "Hello? I am Bei, and this is Tangya." He politely introduced Tangya beside him, and then curiously inquired, "May I ask your name, young brother?" Huo Yuhao replied slowly, "My name is Huo Yuhao." Having spoken, he gestured towards the half-lifeless body of the mandala serpent and inquired, "This soul ring belongs to you, does it not?" The serpent had yet to fully perish. Bei nodded and replied, "Indeed, we are in dire need of this soul ring to enhance our strength. We kindly ask for your generosity. We shall certainly provide you with something in return." Compensation? Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "There is no need for that." As they awaited Tangya to absorb the soul ring, the sun began its gradual descent, painting the horizon with a splendid twilight. The evening glow bathed the earth in a golden radiance, enveloping everything around them in a warm luminescence. At this moment, the group set forth on their journey home. Walking side by side, as they strolled along, Tangya suddenly halted, gazing at Huo Yuhao with eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Little brother, you are remarkably talented. Why not join our Tang sect? Our illustrious ancestor is none other than the renowned sea god, Tang San. A millennium ago, the Tang sect was the preeminent sect of the Douluo continent, renowned far and wide. By joining us, you would also receive our exclusive cultivation techniques. Moreover, considering your youth, we could look out for one another within the sect." Upon hearing Tangya's words, Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, memories of the Tang sect flickering in his mind. A faint, barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. He quickly regained his composure and politely declined, "I have indeed heard tales of the Tang sect, but I currently have no intention of joining a sect. My apologies." Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Bei swiftly intervened, stating, "If young brother Hua is unwilling to join us, we shall not impose. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out at Shrek Academy. We shall certainly do our utmost to help." After some contemplation, Huo Yuhao responded, "There is indeed one matter I would like to ask for your assistance with. My journey leads me to Shrek Academy, yet I am not entirely familiar with the enrollment procedures and lack some crucial information." Young brother Hua is likely referring to the city lord's recommendation letter? Bei pondered internally. After weighing his options, he glanced at Tangya and continued, "Tangya is very important to me. You saved her life, and I shall honor your request to assist you." He added earnestly, "However, I sincerely hope you will consider joining our sect. The doors of the Tang sect are always open to you." In truth, with Huo Yuhao's capabilities, he could easily gain admission to Shrek Academy even without their assistance. Forging a recommendation letter would be a trivial task for him. As in his previous life, he had held positions such as the Sea God Pavilion Master and the Spirit Transmission Tower Master. Fabricating documents was a mere trifle. Yet, he now found himself in need of an opportunity to enter the academy. So he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and allow Bei and Tangya to facilitate his entry, thereby sparing himself much hassle. The following day, several individuals hastily made their way towards Shrek Academy. Along the journey, they moved with urgency, scarcely pausing for respite. The Stardo Forest, predominantly situated within the borders of the Star Luo Empire, extends only a small portion into the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. Shrek Academy is nestled in the northwest direction of the Star Do Forest, not far from its edge. As they approached the academy, Tangya's voice brimmed with excitement. She turned to Huo Yuhao and remarked, "Yuhao, our Tang sect's leaders hail from Shrek Academy. They were members of the legendary Shrek 7 Monsters. And most of its members have also joined our Tang sect." As she spoke, she keenly observed Huo Yuhao's expression, evidently not relinquishing her intention of recruiting him into their fold. Huo Yuhao, fully aware of her motives, merely responded with a polite smile, choosing not to engage in conversation. Before long, they arrived at the eastern city gate of Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao was well versed in the registration process, as he had intimate knowledge from his previous life. Accompanied by Bei and Tangya, the entire registration proceeded smoothly and did not consume much time. Once registered, they continued deeper into the academy. Not far along, they encountered several towering statues that stood majestically under the sun's rays. The faces of these statues were profoundly familiar to Huo Yuhao, as he had seen them countless times during his daily comings and goings from the academy in his past life. At that moment, Bei, acting as an enthusiastic tour guide, began to elaborate. "Yuhao, look at these 3 statues. The central figure is our academy's first dean, Flinder. He single-handedly established Shrek Academy, providing a nurturing cradle for countless soul masters. The figure on the left is Master Yu Shaojing, who is also one of our Tang sect's ancestors. Master laid the foundation for the teaching of various martial spirits at Shrek Academy and proposed the 10 core theories of the martial spirit world. It is no exaggeration to say that the achievements of the Shrek 7 monsters owe much to his meticulous guidance. And on the right is the master's wife, Lu Erlong. As Bei Bei continued his animated introduction, Huo Yuhao suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on one of the 7 statues behind them. A fierce hatred burned in his eyes, as if that animosity could erupt at any moment and consume everything around him. He silently vowed, "Tang San, one day I shall rend you to pieces, using your blood to commemorate my past and avenge the death of my master." The statue of Tang San bore a smile, with eyes that seemed to hold profound depths. "When I ascend to godhood once more, it will be the moment of your demise, Tang San. I will ensure that all those around you, your family, your friends, your parents, accompany you in death." Chapter 19. Have you not eaten? Huo Yuhao was intimately familiar with the route to the freshman dormitory. Drawing upon the memories of his previous life, he navigated with ease and swiftly arrived at his destination. Upon arrival, a familiar figure immediately came into view. At the entrance of the white building, an elderly man clad in gray robes reclined comfortably on a chair, basking in the sunlight with an air of tranquility. This seemingly ordinary elder bore no remarkable traits. Appearances can be deceiving, much like the unassuming masters or sweeping old men in martial arts films. He likely possessed an extraordinary strength, akin to the legendary hermits spoken of in whispers. Initially, Huo Yuhao, like others, failed to perceive the elder's extraordinary nature. However, he would later discover that this seemingly commonplace individual was none other than the esteemed head of the Sea God Pavilion, Muin, one of the dual divine dragons known as the dragon god Douluo. The revered dragon god Douluo, reduced to a mere dormitory manager for new students at Shrek Academy. Overseeing the entrance was more absurd than a gang leader opening a barbershop at a school. Who would believe such a tale if it were told? Huo Yuhao approached, courteously inquiring as he had in his past life, "Greetings, sir. I am a newcomer. Could you kindly direct me to my dormitory? Here are my badge and key." He extended the badge and key towards Muin. Accepting the items, Muin briefly scanned them, his voice a touch somber as he replied, "Room 108 on the first floor. Remember, the 4th floor is the girls' dormitory, so do not venture up there." Gratefully acknowledging his words, Huo Yuhao turned and entered the dormitory building. Muin gazed after him, murmuring to himself, "This child possesses a remarkable aura, indeed." In that fleeting moment of their exchanged glances, Muin sensed Huo Yuhao's uniqueness, a trait he greatly admired. It seemed that Shrek Academy was poised to cultivate yet another unparalleled genius. For Huo Yuhao, locating his dormitory was a trivial task. Having spent considerable time here in his previous life, coming and going daily, his inquiry to Muin was merely a gesture of courtesy, a chance to greet the elder who had once guided him. Room 108 was a typical twin dormitory, as most rooms in the academy were configured. Upon opening the door, he found the interior modestly furnished, featuring 2 beds, 2 wardrobes, a table, and a lamp. He placed his luggage atop the table and then gently reclined on one of the beds. Though a thin layer of dust coated the room, he paid it no mind, soon immersing himself in the sea of spiritual consciousness, specifically, the Sea of Time. Upon entering the Sea of Time, the clock continued to chime its rhythmic tolls. The white force spread wildly within the space, seemingly spiraling out of control. Huo Yuhao found himself at a loss, pondering the changes in his martial soul. Suspecting a connection to the clock, adopting a mindset of desperation, he summoned his martial soul, and indeed, the tolling gradually slowed. The previously chaotic and destructive space ceased its turmoil. Before him stood a colossal bell atop a white staircase. Ascending slowly, Huo Yuhao approached the grand bell. Noticing 4 white jade pillars surrounding it, their presence enhanced the bell's sanctity and solemnity. As he observed the movement of the clock's hands, Huo Yuhao experienced an inexplicable sensation, as if his spiritual eye could exert control over it, yet it required a unique catalyst. His mind was filled with questions, pondering the reason for the existence of this colossal clock. Was it a consequence of the mutation of his martial soul, or perhaps the convergence of temporal and spatial forces? Upon deeper reflection, he realized that these conjectures lacked concrete evidence, rendering such musings seemingly futile. However, one certainty remained, regardless of the underlying cause. The endeavor to return to the past was undoubtedly intertwined with this enigmatic clock. Huo Yuhao slowly extended his hand, gently touching the clock. In that instant, he felt as though summoned by a mysterious force, and a brilliant white light erupted once more. Unlike previous occurrences, this time no other anomalies manifested. The radiance swiftly dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Contemplating silently, Huo Yuhao surmised that this mysterious clock might someday serve as a crucial trump card, potentially revealing unexpected significance at a pivotal moment. Observing that the temporal sea of spiritual consciousness had stabilized, he resolved to depart from this place. With a thought, his consciousness instantaneously arrived in the lotus space where the third prince resided. This ethereal realm was suffused with a gentle aura, dominated by a magnificent lotus flower, upon which the third prince reclined comfortably, his eyes gently closed, exuding an air of serenity. Huo Yuhao spoke softly, "Third prince, I apologize for the intrusion. I have come to seek your guidance on certain matters." The third prince slowly opened his eyes, a gaze that seemed to perceive all, and leisurely inquired, "Are you seeking information regarding the mutation of your martial soul?" Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I hope the third prince will generously share his insights. What are your thoughts on this matter?" The third prince sat up slightly, his expression serious. "Your intuition may be correct. The key to your martial soul's mutation is likely rooted in the fusion of your martial soul with the forces of time and space. The changes arising from this fusion may appear peculiar, yet they represent a fortuitous opportunity uniquely yours. Others may yearn for what you possess, so be sure to seize it." Upon hearing the third prince's words, Huo Yuhao felt a profound clarity wash over him, as his previously tangled thoughts gradually unraveled, freeing him from his fixation on uncertainties. At that moment, the third prince shifted the conversation. "By the way, how has your cultivation progressed?" Huo Yuhao responded truthfully, in response to the third prince. "My cultivation has been quite smooth. I diligently practice breathing techniques each day. However, I recently noticed that the soul power within me seems to be undergoing a transformation due to some force, becoming increasingly refined." The third prince nodded slightly, speaking calmly. "The path of cultivation is inherently such. The techniques you are practicing are exceptionally unique, filled with myriad mysteries that I cannot fully comprehend. Moving forward, you will have to rely on your own exploration and understanding through your practice." Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed in the dormitory, the noise of the door being gently pushed open. In that moment, Huo Yuhao, lost in thought, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the unexpected visitor, a boy with powder blue hair who had just entered. The youth before him possessed an exceptionally refined appearance, with delicate features and striking handsomeness. Yet, when juxtaposed with the ethereal grace of the third prince, he ultimately fell short in several aspects. Has he finally arrived? Huo Yuhao pondered inwardly. Upon entering, the boy began to scrutinize his surroundings, and soon his gaze landed upon Huo Yuhao, his tone laced with disdain. "You must be from this dormitory as well? Look at this filthy room. Can't you be bothered to clean it up?" With a slight frown and a hint of contempt etched on his face, he continued, "No, no. You are unworthy to share this space with me. You should leave at once." Huo Yuhao's eyes flickered with displeasure at these words. The nature of individuals is hard to change. A rotten orange remains so regardless of circumstance. Perhaps it was his animosity that projected onto Wang Dong. As he reflected on Tang Wutong, who had merely lost her memory yet remained a goddess of the divine realm, he recalled her words, "This is the arrangement of fate." Indeed, fate had orchestrated his presence in this very dormitory, regardless of its authenticity. He coldly retorted, "What are you, to speak of qualifications with me?" Huo Yuhao was not inclined to indulge the whims of this spoiled young master. Since he had chosen to provoke him, he thought, he would ensure that the boy understood the consequences of his actions. The boy's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words, and he bellowed in rage, "What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Do you believe I won't beat you to a pulp?" With that, he assumed a posture indicating he was ready to strike. Unfazed, Huo Yuhao smirked slightly, an air of mockery in his voice as he remarked, "Some individuals are perpetually self-important, believing themselves to be above others, unaware that in the eyes of those around them, they are merely inconsequential and repugnant." "What did you say?" The boy was thoroughly incensed. No sooner had the words left his lips than he swung his leg towards Huo Yuhao with swift ferocity. In the face of this sudden assault, Huo Yuhao remained calm, showing no intention of evading. He simply extended his hand and effortlessly grasped the boy's foot, akin to catching a defenseless chick. He then teased, "Your strength is rather feeble, almost reminiscent of a young lady. What is the matter? Did you forget to eat before venturing out today?" Chapter 20. Here. I call the shots. Wang Dong glared intently at Huo Yuhao across from him, his dissatisfaction seemingly materializing, as if the fiery anger in his eyes would burst forth. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to provoke him in such a manner, merely a newly acquainted roommate, and after a few harsh words, this fellow had the audacity to openly defy him and even challenge him to a duel. How absurd! How laughable! Wang Dong brimmed with confidence. In his view, Huo Yuhao was merely a one-ring soul master, and dealing with such an opponent would be a trivial matter. Such confidence, while brimming with youthful audacity for Wang Dong, blinds her to the true nature of her adversary, an enemy steeped in profound enmity, forged through harrowing trials of life and death. Akin to a malevolent spirit returning from the depths of hell, far more terrifying than this place itself. As for Huo Yuhao, since their arrival outside, Wang Dong has been fixated on him, her gaze unsettling him deeply. If a fight is to ensue, it should commence without delay, yet they remain in a standoff, leaving Huo Yuhao perplexed by Wang Dong's hesitation. In his recollection, the previous incarnation of Wang Dong acted with remarkable decisiveness. Could it be that the whims of a girl are simply inscrutable? Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao lacks the patience to prolong this impasse. Are you going to fight or not? He inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. By now, a considerable crowd had gathered, including several young women, drawn solely by Wang Dong's striking appearance. Noticing the increasing number of onlookers, Wang Dong cast aside her doubts and unleashed her martial spirit. Spectacularly, a pair of resplendent butterfly wings unfurled behind her, vibrant in color. Without hesitation, she launched the first offensive, her yellow soul ring radiating brilliantly as she intoned, "First soul skill, winged guillotine." As her words echoed, two razor-sharp golden edges materialized along the wings, glinting ominously like a guillotine. She dove towards Huo Yuhao with remarkable speed, a rush of wind trailing behind her. Faced with Wang Dong's aggressive assault, Huo Yuhao adeptly evaded her strikes, his gaze locked onto her, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. For Huo Yuhao, evading such attacks posed little challenge. In all honesty, at this moment, Wang Dong's combat skills and experience were significantly inferior to Huo Yuhao's. Even without his martial spirit, defeating Wang Dong would be a trivial task. As she initiated her assault, the crowd around them scattered in alarm, wary of being caught in the crossfire. "You only know how to dodge." Wang Dong fumed, her pride wounded. "However, since it has come to this, I shall not let you escape easily." With that, she activated her second skill, second soul skill, Light of the Butterfly God. Golden patterns on her wings rapidly coalesced into small luminous orbs, which hurtled toward Huo Yuhao at an alarming pace. Though seemingly insignificant, upon impact with the ground, these orbs unleashed tremendous force, producing thunderous detonations that were not to be underestimated. "You're not all that impressive," Huo Yuhao scoffed. "The radiant goddess butterfly, as I understand, is a martial spirit typically possessed by female soul masters, unique in its essence. How is it that you, a boy, wield such a spirit? Or is it?" At Huo Yuhao's revelation of her secret, Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily retorted, "Do not speak such nonsense. It seems I have hit the mark, whether it be nonsense or not. You are the one who knows best. I cannot fathom your reasons for disguising yourself as a man to come here, yet you presume to command me. You are sorely mistaken," Huo Yuhao remarked coldly. With that, he summoned his martial spirit and chanted an incantation, Fireball Technique. With a thud, a fireball shot forth like an arrow, swift and unerring, aimed directly at Wang Dong. Barely missing his face, Wang Dong, pale with fright, hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the devastating strike. "You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Such cowardice!" Wang Dong fumed. "Cowardice? We are merely reflecting each other's tactics," Huo Yuhao retorted with a cold laugh. Seizing the moment of Wang Dong's evasion, he swiftly maneuvered behind him. In the next instant, he leaped high, his right leg descending with formidable force, akin to a heavy hammer crashing down upon Wang Dong. With a resounding impact, Wang Dong was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain coursed through him, and a flicker of unwillingness shone in his eyes as he strained to rise and retaliate. However, Huo Yuhao would not grant him such an opportunity. With a fierce gaze, he closed the distance in a flash, delivering a punch imbued with overwhelming force. The immense impact rendered Wang Dong utterly defenseless, and he collapsed once more, stirring up a cloud of dust. Despite this, Wang Dong remained defiant, shouting from the ground, "You despicable fiend! How shameless! Once I rise, you shall pay dearly." His voice, filled with anger and resentment, echoed in the air. Huo Yuhao regarded Wang Dong from above, his expression devoid of emotion, silent as ever. In the next moment, he seized Wang Dong by the throat, lifting him off the ground with brutal strength. Wang Dong thrashed desperately, his legs flailing in the air, yet all resistance proved futile against Huo Yuhao's overwhelming power. "Such a stubborn mouth," Huo Yuhao remarked coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. No sooner had the words left his lips than he forcefully flung Wang Dong aside, sending him crashing several meters away like a kite severed from its string. This scene was witnessed by Mu In, who, alarmed by the brutality on display, quickly intervened, You two youngsters, there is no deep-seated enmity between you. Even in sparring, there must be limits. Let this end here, shall we? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao slightly inclined his body in a respectful gesture, replying, "Since you have spoken, esteemed elder, I shall not contest it." He then turned to the disheveled Wang Dong, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, articulating each word with precision. "From this moment forth, I hold dominion over this dormitory. Should you disagree, take yourself to apply for a single room. This is my final concession to you." His words exuded an air of authority that sent a tremor through those present. Huo Yuhao dusted himself off, his demeanor unperturbed as he turned and walked towards the dormitory. In stark contrast, Wang Dong sat on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. A visage of resentment and fury etched upon his face. He raised his fist in a furious strike against the earth, repeatedly howling, "Cursed! Cursed! Why? Why did I lose? I cannot possibly lose." The individual, seemingly having scarcely utilized his martial spirit, spoke with a quavering voice, brimming with bewilderment. "Why? I am a second-ring soul master, while he is merely a first-ring soul master. How could he possibly triumph over me? I refuse to accept this. I am indignant." Wang Dong's emotions erupted completely, tears spilling uncontrollably, saturating the ground beneath him. Muin stood silently nearby, observing the frenzied Wang Dong, his gaze filled with pity and compassion. He slowly approached and, with a tone of earnestness, remarked, "Dear child, the strength of a soul master is never solely determined by the quantity of soul power or soul rings. Combat is not merely a clash of strength. It is also a contest of wisdom and conviction. In the recent battle, you were overly eager for victory, recklessly unleashing soul power and employing soul rings while neglecting to observe your opponent. Conversely, that young lad remained composed, continuously analyzing your weaknesses and waiting for the opportune moment to deliver the final, decisive blow. Your aggression blinded you to the essence of combat. This defeat is not without reason." After a pause, Muin continued with profound significance. "Moreover, have you given thought to his soul rings? They were nothing more than the most ordinary 10-year soul rings." Upon hearing these words, Wang Dong felt as though struck by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. He stared blankly in the direction of Huo Yuhao's departure, replaying the battle in his mind, ultimately realizing the formidable opponent he had faced. After a considerable time, Wang Dong slowly rose, straightened his somewhat disheveled attire, and deeply bowed to Muin, his voice tinged with emotion. "Thank you, grandfather, for your guidance. I now understand." With that, he trudged away, lost in thought, heading towards the dormitory, his silhouette exuding profound desolation. Chapter 21. A new breath. Following that confrontation, Wang Dong felt deeply aggrieved, perceiving himself as utterly humiliated. A prolonged silence hung between the two, neither willing to break the stalemate. After much contemplation, Wang Dong ultimately resolved to take a more tactful approach and quietly sought out a teacher at the academy to request a transfer to a single dormitory. As he departed, his steps were heavy, and a singular question incessantly swirled in his mind. Did I truly err? Should I offer an apology? His heart was in turmoil, torn between pride and guilt, rendering him indecisive. Meanwhile, upon learning of Wang Dong's departure, Huo Yuhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The original double occupancy of room 108 was ingeniously transformed by stacking the two beds, creating a personal sanctuary. This not only enhanced the tranquility of his training environment, but also significantly safeguarded his privacy. He was acutely aware that within Wang Dong resided fragments of Tang San's consciousness, akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if such a bomb were to explode, summoning the sea god. The thought was simply unimaginable. With Wang Dong's exit, it seemed that this conflict had, for the time being, reached a temporary resolution. In the ensuing 2 days, Huo Yuhao immersed himself in his training, making remarkable progress. He diligently practiced the profound and enigmatic 8-9 mysterious arts, which contained an array of diverse techniques, each leaving him in awe. These intricate methods seemed to open a new portal for him, propelling his levels to soar as if on a rocket. In just a few days, he ascended from the original 10th level to an impressive 14th level, a leap of 4 ranks that filled his heart with joy. However, Huo Yuhao was acutely aware of the wisdom and moderation. As he approached the 15th level, he resolutely chose to pause, focusing instead on solidifying his soul power. He understood that the path of cultivation resembled navigating upstream in turbulent waters. Without a stable foundation, one would ultimately struggle to progress far. Yet, in the interplay of all things, benefits and drawbacks coexist. While the 8-9 mysterious arts were indeed a method to transcend mortality, they also harbored hidden dangers. Their dualistic nature existed in tandem, each possessing its own essence, and a moment's carelessness could lead one astray into darkness. Throughout his cultivation journey, subtle changes had quietly taken root in Huo Yuhao's heart. Was this an extraordinary opportunity on his path of training, or an inescapable source of calamity? In that moment, he remained unaware. Perhaps the answers would unfold in due time. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, after much contemplation, finally resolved to take action. He recognized that he had perhaps been excessively proud, cultivating a demeanor befitting a pampered heir, and this recent conflict compelled him to reflect deeply on his actions. Driven by an inner urge, he decided to apologize to Huo Yuhao, seeking to mend their discord. Time swiftly passed to the first day of classes for the new students. The classroom buzzed with excitement, with groups of students huddled together, some fervently discussing new experiences, while others busied themselves getting acquainted. As they entered this new environment, everyone endeavored to adapt, striving to forge new friendships or shape new identities. Such scenes were universally familiar across realms. As Wang Dong stepped into the classroom, he instantly became the center of attention. His striking features magnetically attracted the gazes of the girls, and before long, he had transformed into the class's most sought-after figure, earning adoring titles from his female classmates and eliciting envious looks from the boys. In contrast, Huo Yuhao arrived late amidst the clamor, quietly traversing the classroom to his seat, almost unnoticed by those around him. Shortly after settling down, he overheard a soft murmur from his right. Turning his head, he quickly recognized the speaker. It was Xiao Xiao. He chose to remain silent, simply redirecting his gaze. After his rebirth, his disposition had grown increasingly composed. He desired nothing more than to navigate his life discreetly and steadily. If one endures 7 layers of solitude, they inevitably tread the path of the strong. At that moment, Wang Dong inadvertently glanced toward Huo Yuhao, and their eyes met. In that fleeting instant, his gaze flitted away in a fluster. The intense battle had left an indelible impression on his mind, and even now, facing Huo Yuhao, he felt a lingering trepidation, verging on fear. Just as the din of the classroom surged and receded, a woman, her face etched with wrinkles and her expression fierce, suddenly strode into the room. Her gaze swept across the classroom with piercing intensity, and upon observing the persistent clamor, a surge of anger ignited within her. With a forceful slap upon the desk, a resounding crack echoed throughout the room, instantly silencing the chaos and drawing every eye to this formidable woman. The elderly figure bore a furrowed brow, her eyes lined with deep-set wrinkles, her countenance seemingly shrouded in a layer of frost, resembling a fierce mother tiger in a fit of rage. She cast a cold stare over the noisy classroom before suddenly slamming her palm onto the lectern, sending a cloud of chalk dust swirling into the air. Enough with the noise. Your class is the loudest in the entire corridor, Zhou bellowed, her voice a thunderous roar that made the windows tremble. The once lively classroom fell into a profound silence. The students rendered mute as they held their breath. The elderly woman adjusted her glasses, which had slid down to the tip of her nose, and slowly surveyed the trembling students. I am Zhou, your homeroom teacher. Here. It matters not your backgrounds, affiliations, or noble lineage. You must adhere to my rules. I am uncertain if you possess the fortitude to endure my teachings. However, let me make it clear, I only train monsters, not waste or fools. Her voice resonated in the hushed classroom, causing the students in the back to instinctively shrink back. As the tension in the room thickened, Huo Yuhao's consciousness suddenly sank into the sea of his spirit. The heavenly dream ice silkworm wriggled its plump body, exclaiming, "Goodness! This old hag is 100 times fiercer than the Ice Emperor. Anyone unfortunate enough to have her as a teacher must be cursed for 8 generations." It laughed breathlessly, yet received no response from Huo Yuhao. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, in a huff, wiggled its rotund form, its plump antennae swaying as it shouted, "Hey Yuhao, what are you staring at so blankly? This sea of spirit is desolate. There are no treasures here. If there were, it would surely be me, the one and only million-year soul beast. Ignored again, just like that old man. Alas, I feel like such a failure. I might as well hang a sign around my neck that says invisible." As it rambled on, it playfully bumped its head against Huo Yuhao's consciousness, resembling a child seeking attention. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao was engulfed in confusion. He sensed a new presence deep within the sea of his spirit, one that had eluded him since his rebirth, only now becoming apparent. He had planned to investigate further after class, but at that moment, the presence surged forth like a venomous snake into his awareness. A sensation he found strangely familiar. His pupils constricted, and an expression of astonishment and disbelief crossed his face. When he opened his eyes again, He was met with the sight of a chalk eraser hurtling toward him with fierce velocity, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, aimed directly at his face. Chapter 22. The classroom farce time rewound a few minutes earlier, with Zhou Yi standing at the lectern, her gaze sweeping over the students below like a hawk, her presence emanating an unnerving pressure. She abruptly slammed her hand on the podium, causing a cascade of chalk dust to fall, and exclaimed in a commanding voice, "Listen well. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not trash. Trash is trash wherever it goes." Her voice reverberated through the classroom like thunder, startling many students into a tremor. As her words faded, her gaze sharpened like a blade, zeroing in on the two rascals who had been fighting recently. "Stand up." The classroom plunged into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing. When Wang Dong slowly rose to his feet, Zhou Yi's piercing eyes fixated on him. "Very well," she remarked, before shifting her disdainful gaze to the other students. "A bunch of useless fools. Do you not understand that those who dare not stir trouble are the truly mediocre?" Her words struck like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of outrage among the students. They rose in unison, their faces etched with anger and confusion, and the air was filled with a cacophony of protests. "Why should we be punished? How can causing trouble be considered a virtue? We did nothing wrong. This is utterly absurd." The students exchanged heated remarks, their emotions reaching a boiling point. However, Zhou Yi appeared to have anticipated their resistance. She not only remained unfazed, but also let out a cold laugh. In an instant, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted from her. 6 soul rings slowly ascending behind her, radiating a dazzling light. With her eyes wide and fierce, she bellowed, "Silence. In 10 minutes, you will all run laps around Shrek Square. 100 laps in 1 hour. This will be your first assessment. Those who fail to complete it will be expelled." The students were overwhelmed by her formidable presence. Despite their grievances, they could only seethe in silence. At that moment, Zhou Yi furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. "Something is amiss. It is exceedingly amiss," she murmured. Then, raising her voice, she scanned the classroom once more. "Why is there only one who fought? Can one person truly instigate a fight? The other, do not hide. Stand up obediently, or I shall be compelled to take action. I never claimed that causing trouble is a bad thing." Zhou Yi turned her gaze to Wang Dong, her eyes brimming with menace. "Who is the other one?" Wang Dong clenched his teeth, remaining silent, clearly unwilling to betray Huo Yuhao. Zhou Yi's expression darkened, and she shouted furiously, "Do not think that your silence will spare him from my grasp." Just then, a few girls in the crowd began to whisper, and soon enough, the name Huo Yuhao echoed throughout the classroom. At that moment, Huo Yuhao was lost in the depths of his mental sea, oblivious to the world around him. Eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. Not only fighting, but also sleeping in class. "Huo Yuhao, stand up this instant," Zhou Yi shouted, her face flushed with rage, her voice hoarse from shouting. Seeing Huo Yuhao remain unresponsive, her fury reached its peak, and channeling her soul power, she hurled the blackboard eraser at him with great force. The eraser flew through the air like an arrow, and just as it was about to strike Huo Yuhao, he suddenly opened his eyes, his right hand shooting out like lightning to firmly grasp the eraser. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, the classroom falling into an eerie silence where even a pin drop could be heard. "Huo Yuhao." Zhou Yi nearly squeezed these 3 words from between her teeth. The atmosphere in the classroom had evidently grown more tense, and the crowd regarded Huo Yuhao with newfound respect, for few dared to act so boldly within the academy. Huo Yuhao rose calmly, his tone steady as he said, "Teacher Zhou, there is no need to call my name so loudly." Zhou Yi, furious yet amused, her eyes blazing with anger, retorted, "You truly are a character. After all these years of teaching, it's my first time encountering someone who dares to sleep in my class. Quite audacious, aren't you? Tell me, were you the one fighting?" Huo Yuhao scratched his head and candidly admitted, "That was indeed me. Sleeping and fighting. You really are the first in Shrek Academy," Zhou Yi remarked sarcastically, her tone dripping with contempt. Huo Yuhao, feeling a surge of impatience, chose not to engage further and stated resolutely, "I will accept any punishment." Seeing Huo Yuhao's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Zhou Yi's fury. "Good. Very good. Huo Yuhao, you have guts." She turned to the entire class, commanding loudly, "Everyone, head to Shrek Square immediately." What an ignorant little brat. She seethed inwardly, a glint of harsh determination in her gaze. "If he dares to act so recklessly on my turf, I must teach him a lesson today. Otherwise, how can I maintain my authority as the homeroom teacher?" Clenching her fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms, she led the way to the square. In Shrek Square, the students lined up neatly, their eyes fixed on Huo Yuhao and Zhou Yi. With an icy stare, Zhou Yi confronted Huo Yuhao, saying, Huo Yuhao, let us have a duel. I want to use my martial soul. If you win, I will overlook this incident and pass you. However, if you lose, you shall pack your belongings and leave. She silently vowed. This little brat must be taught a proper lesson today. Huo Yuhao, somewhat bewildered, wondered why he was suddenly challenged to a duel with a teacher. However, given the current circumstances, he felt he had no choice but to accept the challenge. With an expression of calm resolve, a faint smile gracing his lips, he declared, Since Teacher Zhou has issued a challenge, it would be too pretentious of me not to accept. As his words fell, the students who were about to undergo a running assessment scattered like a tide, forming a circle at the edge of the square. This unexpected teacher-student duel transformed into an unforeseen spectacle for the onlookers. Many students secretly relieved that it was Huo Yuhao drawing the fire, for they would otherwise be the ones running under the blazing sun. Whispers erupted around the square, spreading through the crowd like a delicate web. Teacher Zhou is a six-ring soul emperor, exclaimed a boy, tugging at his companion's sleeve, his expression one of shock. How could Huo Yuhao, merely a freshman, possibly stand a chance? Wasn't he this outright self-inflicted suffering? Indeed. Huo Yuhao has only just enrolled and already provoked Teacher Zhou. Talk about bad luck. She is notoriously strict at Shrek, and many have been expelled by her over the years. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, their discussions laced with a mix of concern and curiosity for the unfolding drama. Wang Dong gazed complexly in the direction of Huo Yuhao, unable to articulate his thoughts. Perhaps the recent battle had afforded him a new perspective on Huo Yuhao. This individual was not as feeble as he initially appeared. Rather, he exuded a formidable strength, one that resided not in his outward demeanor, but in the resolute heart and unwavering belief in his own victory. In the corner, Xiao Xiao also observed the figure ahead, whose somewhat slender form instilled a flicker of curiosity within her, especially since he had once surreptitiously observed her. Chapter 23. The battle begins suddenly. Zhou Yi erupted, her face contorted in a fearsome grimace. She glared fiercely at Huo Yuhao, her voice dripping with icy venom as she declared, Huo Yuhao, today I shall demonstrate before all what it means to challenge the unstoppable. To dare disturb the realm of the mighty, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Her soul power surged like boiling magma, the air crackling ominously with explosive energy. The entire Shrek Plaza fell into a profound silence, with the crowd instinctively slowing their breaths. Countless gazes converged like searchlights upon the two figures locked in confrontation, each person straining to catch every minute detail of this perilous clash. Considering you are a newcomer, I shall allow you 3 moves. How does that sound? Zhou Yi proclaimed haughtily, raising her chin. Yet, before her words could fully escape, she noticed a glint of cold light flash in Huo Yuhao's eyes. In an instant, Huo Yuhao activated his spiritual eye, the first soul ring shining with brilliant radiance. To him, the space around seemed to slow down. In a blink, Huo Yuhao vanished from his original position, reappearing before Zhou Yi like a specter, his right fist slicing through the air with a fierce gale aimed directly at her face. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted in alarm, realizing the imminent danger. She hastily summoned her soul power, pivoting just in time to narrowly evade this lethal blow. What astonishing speed! She thought in shock, but before she could regain her balance, Huo Yuhao's onslaught arrived like a torrential storm. He swept his right leg, producing a sharp sound as he did so. Zhou Yi crossed her arms in defense, only to find herself jolted by the sheer force, her hands tingling from the impact. Interesting, it seems he is quite skilled. Zhou Yi scoffed, her fighting spirit thoroughly ignited. Her soul power surged dramatically, transforming into a golden aura akin to an enraged lion as she lunged toward Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao's figure danced nimbly amidst her attacks, each evasion executed with pinpoint accuracy. In a previous life, he might have hesitated to accept Zhou Yi's challenge so readily, but now, having been reborn with nearly a century of experience, he was confident. Even relying solely on physical prowess, none at the same level could contend with him, as he was a consummate product of the extreme solo combat program. Huo Yuhao continued to evade, meticulously searching for Zhou Yi's weaknesses and the opportune moment to strike, all while maintaining precise control over his soul power. He employed a strategy of attacking with foresight, adapting swiftly, and ensuring victory without recklessly charging forward. This boy is as agile as a rabbit. Zhou Yi fumed as her attacks repeatedly missed, her forehead throbbing with frustration. At the moment her strike was unleashed, Huo Yuhao seized the rare opportunity, driving his knee, as hard as an iron spike, into her abdomen. Bang! Zhou Yi let out a muffled grunt, staggering back 3 steps, and the square erupted with a cacophony of gasps. My goodness! He actually injured Teacher Zhou. Is this truly something a soul master at the first ring can accomplish? Someone in the crowd remarked, look, his soul ring appears to be a 10-year soul ring. Is that true? Amidst the crowd, Wang Dong maintained a calm demeanor, though a flicker of intricate emotions danced in his eyes, while Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed, and her hands clenched into fists, nearly bursting with exhilaration. He is so impressive, she murmured. The pain ignited Zhou's fury, and her assault grew increasingly fierce. Huo Yuhao understood that he could not confront a soul emperor head-on. He relied on his ethereal agility, deftly maneuvering and calculating the force and angle of each block with precision. However, as the battle wore on, he gradually felt his soul power depleting at an alarming rate. He could not afford to prolong this fight any longer. With a resolute determination, Huo Yuhao suddenly leapt into the air, rapidly reciting an incantation. In an instant, a pulsating fireball coalesced in his palm, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. How is this possible? Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered such an enigmatic soul skill. How could he, clearly a physical martial soul user, wield flames? Boom! The fireball plummeted to the ground like a meteor, the violent explosion causing the earth to tremble. Caught off guard, Zhou Yi had no time to defend or evade, and she could only endure the impact, rolling out amidst the soaring flames in a disheveled manner. The commotion was so immense that students from other classes turned their attention to the unusual disturbance at Shrek Square. What is happening downstairs? It's so noisy. Windows in the classrooms flew open, several heads peering out, frowning at the uproarious scene unfolding in Shrek Square. I heard a new student is clashing with Teacher Zhou. This is a rare spectacle. Hurry! Someone shouted, and the students who had hesitated immediately surged towards the stairs, even knocking over potted plants in the corridor. Zhou, that devilish teacher? Is that new student out of his mind? A wave of shocked gasps rippled through the crowd. Yet their steps quickened, as if fearing they might miss a monumental revelation. At the center of Shrek Square, Huo Yuhao knelt, his fingertips still aglow with lingering soul power, lifting his gaze towards the breathless Zhou Yi not far away. Teacher Zhou, in this contest, you have lost. His voice, though not loud, cut through the murmurs of the onlookers with clarity. Zhou Yi, her white hair matted with sweat at her temples and a trickle of blood at her lip, erupted in fury upon hearing this. To lose to a new student in front of the entire academy? How could she ever maintain her standing at Shrek after this? The battle was far from over. She screamed, unleashing a palm strike that detonated the air with a deafening sonic boom. Huo Yuhao narrowly rolled aside, inwardly cursing. There's no need to be so brazen about cheating. He rolled over and sprang up, his spirit sensing fully activated, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his purple eyes. Teacher Zhou, I am unaware of what has angered you, but you have chosen the wrong opponent if you believe brute force will prevail. His entire being was enveloped in a swirling aura of soul power as he assumed a combat stance, declaring that he would fully engage in this battle today. However, he paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the throng of excited onlookers. If I lose again, please honor your promise. Zhou Yi's offensive abruptly halted, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in her eyes. Moments later, she suddenly threw her head back and laughed maniacally. Very well. If I lose, everyone in Class 1 will be deemed to have passed the assessment. As her words lingered in the air, 6 soul rings erupted into brilliance behind her, their dazzling light blinding the crowd. Yet, in the next instant, the 5 uppermost rings receded like a tide, leaving only the lowest yellow century soul ring trembling slightly. I will suppress my soul emperor cultivation to match your level, she declared, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze fierce as a wolf. If I am to be defeated again, what does it matter if I resign from this teaching position? Chapter 24. You have lost Huo Yuhao. The people in this class are nothing but mediocrities. You are no exception, merely a heap of refuse in my eyes. Zhou Yi's temples throbbed with rage as she unleashed a mighty punch, infused with overwhelming soul power, that struck toward Huo Yuhao like a colossal hammer, the air crackling with a deafening boom. Now lie down obediently. I will not lose. Huo Yuhao shook his head defiantly and then bellowed, his right hand firmly catching the thunderous blow, his spirit sensing martial soul operating at full capacity. A faint golden light enveloped him. The marvel of the 8-9 mystical skill lay not only in its supernatural techniques, but also in the enhancement of one's physical form. After all, the great Erlang Shun achieved sanctity through his physical prowess, and the cultivation he practiced undoubtedly bolstered his constitution. Humph, as a teacher, you incite your students to battle. This is your so-called pedagogy? Teacher Zhou, strictness in education is not inherently wrong. But your obstinate attitude and your inability to discern right from wrong are your true errors. My teaching is not subject to your meddling. Zhou Yi roared, her onslaught suddenly intensifying. This time, she held nothing back, her soul power erupting like a surging tide, each punch accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Huo Yuhao could only watch in astonishment as his counterattacks all went astray, while Zhou Yi's fists fell upon him like raindrops, her speed surpassing that of before by more than double. It dawned on Huo Yuhao that Zhou Yi had not utilized her martial soul or true soul power previously. She had merely been toying with him as if he were a mere pawn. Now, as he desperately dodged, he silently lamented the dual exhaustion of his stamina and soul power, gradually feeling overwhelmed. Surely your soul power is nearly depleted? Today, I shall ensure you are thoroughly expelled from Shrek. A glint of cold malice flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. Huo Yuhao wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze unwavering as iron. Whether or not I leave is not for you to decide. Impudent brat. Zhou Yi's face contorted in fury, and with a furious shout, her fist once more surged forward, accompanied by a fierce gale. Huo Yuhao swiftly pivoted, deftly evading the attack, and then lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Zhou Yi's waist. The tremendous impact sent Zhou Yi hurtling through the air, tracing an arc as she soared. However, upon landing, she remained composed. With a flourish, she spread her arms, her palms instantly enveloped in a layer of inky black scales, her fingers transforming into razor-sharp dragon claws that exuded a chilling aura. Is that all your martial prowess amounts to? She sneered, as her claws struck like lightning towards Huo Yuhao, caught off guard by her sudden use of soul skills. Huo Yuhao had no time to evade, and the force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This old hag can still talk a living soul to death, he thought, recalling the torment he had endured under her tutelage in the past. Those days were truly unbearable. Among the crowd, several senior students shook their heads in trepidation, their expressions still haunted by memories of the terror they faced during Zhou Yi's training. Indeed, the suffering we endured back then makes my legs tremble at the thought, one remarked. Yet this newcomer has some skill to have pushed teacher Zhou to this extent. Another senior responded, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration for Huo Yuhao. In the center of the square, Huo Yuhao swayed unsteadily but stood resolute. His garments were tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth staining his collar, yet his gaze remained steely, radiating an indomitable spirit. Passive resistance would lead only to defeat. He had to take the initiative. The disparity in soul power was vast. While a direct confrontation seemed impossible, there were still ways to emerge victorious in this battle. As the thought crossed his mind, Huo Yuhao closed his eyes and began to recite an incantation once more. In an instant, the world seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, the onlookers holding their breath, intently focused on him, yet feeling no trace of soul power emanating from him. Whispered speculations arose among the crowd. What is he doing? What kind of soul skill is this? There's no movement at all. Could it be a bluff? Zhou Yi, observing this, wore a scornful smile, playing tricks, a futile struggle. She declared. With a sudden motion, she unleashed a palm strike, the wind from her hand howling like a ferocious beast as it surged towards Huo Yuhao. Just as the gust was about to reach him, he abruptly opened his eyes, halting his chant, a flicker of azure light flashing within them. The ground trembled as dust and debris were suddenly lifted into the air, wisps of azure wind spiraling madly from beneath his feet, coalescing into a ferocious whirlwind in an instant. The free wind, the gentle whisper of the wind. Huo Yuhao's voice resonated. The whirlwind seemed to heed his call, emitting a deafening shriek as it enveloped Zhou Yi, drawing her into its powerful vortex. This maneuver was a gift from the god of emotion, Rong Yanbing. Huo Yuhao had not only learned the dragon dance blade technique from him, but also the art of magic. Rong Yanbing had imparted his knowledge generously, truly deserving of the title of teacher. Now, Huo Yuhao would utilize the skills acquired from another mentor to triumph in this battle. Zhou Yi's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce resolve. She fervently channeled her soul power, striving to break free from the tempest's grip, bellowing. Such trivial skills dare to flaunt themselves here. Break from me. Yet, no matter how she struggled, the whirlwind tightened its hold, as if an invisible hand grasped her firmly. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes, akin to a profound cold pool, the sigh of ice. With a delicate tap of his right finger, a resplendent ice-blue stream of light pierced the sky, resembling a spear of frost, aimed directly at the ensnared Zhou Yi. At the moment of impact, a bone-chilling cold spread with astonishing swiftness. A thick layer of ice crystals rapidly enveloped Zhou Yi's body, Her eyes widened in horror and disbelief. Her expression frozen between fear and resentment, as she was entirely transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. An eerie silence fell over the crowd, who gaped in astonishment at this dramatic scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. No one had anticipated that a mere freshman could truly triumph over the formidable teacher, Zhou Yi. With a resounding crash, as the icy mist erupted across the Shrek Square, the director of the Soul Master Academy, Yin Shaozhe, rushed in with the sound of breaking air. This silver-haired elder possessed piercing eyes that swiftly surveyed the disheveled Zhou Yi and the exhausted Huo Yuhao, grasping the entirety of the situation in an instant. Zhou Yi, withdraw and tend to your injuries. With a wave of his hand, a gentle soul force enveloped Zhou Yi, shattering the icy shell around her. Stumbling awkwardly, her face shifting from pale to flushed, it was evident she was greatly humiliated by her public defeat. Yin Shaozhe, however, paid her no further heed, bending down to collect the unmelted ice crystals on the ground. As he rubbed them between his fingers, the air crackled with fine ice shards. The elder, immersed in thought, regarded Huo Yuhao's slender figure, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This child, possessing but a single martial soul, could simultaneously wield both mental and ice powers? Yin Shaozhe found himself breathing a bit faster. When Huo Yuhao staggered back to his dormitory, he felt as though his very soul had been drained. Leaning against the doorframe, darkness clouded his vision. It was not merely due to his injuries, but rather the exertion of forcefully employing two soul skills had completely exhausted his soul power. With each step he took, his sea of consciousness throbbed with agonizing pain, as if countless ice spikes were stirring within his awareness. He collapsed onto his bed, lacking the strength even to move a finger. Chapter 25. How old are you, Dragon Captor? Within the Sea of Souls, a palace was established. Inside, clouds of mist swirled. Candlelight flickered, casting reflections upon the exquisite wine set upon the table. Neza languidly reclined against a carved jade chair, gently swaying his wine cup, the amber liquid rippling in waves. He raised an eyebrow at the opposite Huo Yuhao, a glint of mockery and amusement in his gaze. The soul skill you executed through sheer force is rather impressive. Kid, I didn't expect you to possess such talent. Huo Yuhao offered a faint smile, his expression tinged with weariness. It was merely luck. With my current strength, I stand no chance against a soul emperor. Had it not been for Teacher Zhou's suppression of her cultivation, the outcome would have been clear long ago. His voice was deep, tinged with a sense of helplessness and reluctance regarding his own inadequacies. Neza suddenly straightened up and proclaimed, you still have much to grow. For some matters can only be resolved through strength. To become powerful is to free oneself from coercion and the shackles that bind the spirit. Once you attain sufficient strength, those chains will crumble effortlessly, and in that moment, nothing in heaven or earth can hinder your desires. Huo Yuhao listened quietly to Neza's words, comprehending their significance. He understood why Neza spoke thus, and merely smiled faintly in acknowledgement. Thank you, Third Prince, for your guidance. I shall remember your words. As the hour grew late, he felt it prudent to take his leave. Rising, he clasped his hands in respect and bowed to Neza. Wait. Just as he was about to depart, Neza called out. Huo Yuhao, drinking alone can be rather dull. Your memories of grilled fish seem delightful. Next time you visit, let us share a drink together. Huo Yuhao paused, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. It is indeed an honor to receive the favor of the Third Prince. I shall not disappoint your invitation. With that, he bowed once more, his figure gradually fading into the palace. Time passed indistinctly, and Huo Yuhao once again stepped into the sea of spirit. The moment he materialized, he sensed an unusual aura, a savage and domineering presence, brimming with primal ferocity and oppressive force, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. The dream ice silkworm, previously in deep repose, was startled awake by this aura, its fur bristling in agitation. What is this? Disturbing my sweet dreams. Before it could finish, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the depths of the sea of spirit. Immediately, a bizarre golden light erupted from the void, shimmering and twisting, gradually coalescing into the silhouette of a colossal golden dragon. This dragon measured 100 feet in length, its scales glinting with dazzling gold, and its blood-red vertical pupils radiated a menacing and frenzied intent. What manner of creature is this? The dream ice silkworm trembled in fear, hastily retreating behind Huo Yuhao, its tentacles gripping his clothing tightly. Yuhao, what kind of demons are manifesting in your sea of spirit? This golden dragon looks formidable. Huo Yuhao's expression turned grave, his soul power quietly circulating, yet he harbored no fear. Dream, step aside. This is my battle, he stated with a calm resolve, as if fully confident. As an old acquaintance, let me handle this. The golden dragon seemed to sense Huo Yuhao's provocation, unleashing a furious roar before rampaging through the sea of spirit. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space shattered, unleashing a terrifying tempest of psychic energy. The entire sea of spirit quaked violently, on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a red light suddenly shot forth from Huo Yuhao's body. It was the mysterious heaven silk left by Neza. Earlier, Neza had sensed a presence wandering within Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit, and thus, while they were drinking, he had placed the mysterious heaven silk upon Huo Yuhao, bolstering his confidence to confront the golden dragon. A flicker of understanding flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and without hesitation, he leaped into the air like a bolt of blue lightning, landing firmly upon the neck of the golden dragon. The dragon, sensing the presence of a rider, erupted in fury, thrashing its head wildly as it soared towards the ocean of spirits, attempting to dislodge Huo Yuhao. In response, Huo Yuhao conjured fireballs with both hands and struck fiercely at the dragon's head. However, the dragon's scales were impervious to damage. Instead of inflicting harm, the blow only served to enrage it further. The dragon roared, expelling scorching dragon breath directed at Huo Yuhao. Soul impact, Huo Yuhao shouted. This time, the soul shock did not emanate from within him. Instead, a brilliant white light descended from the heavens like thunder, crashing down upon the golden dragon. The immense force sent the dragon trembling, letting out a cry of agony. Huo Yuhao too felt the repercussions of this power and swiftly evaded. This strike dealt a significant blow to the golden dragon. Though Huo Yuhao's physical body had perished in his previous life, his spirit remained intact. Should he reach the rank of titled Douluo at this moment, he might once again inherit the emotional divine position from Rong Yinbing, but such considerations were for another time. The golden dragon, however, continued to resist tenaciously. Huo Yuhao understood that he could not afford to grant it a moment's respite, and thus he pressed on with his assault. Emotional three styles. He roared, as the power of emotions coalesced within his fists, raining down upon the dragon's head like a tempest. With each strike, the dragon's anguished roars filled the air. The relentless barrage left the dragon somewhat dazed. Tianmeng, go! Huo Yuhao commanded, and the red ribbon shot forth like a spirit serpent. He had learned its usage from the third prince, and now wielded it with remarkable proficiency. Though it is said that treasures recognize their masters, the Tianmeng offered no resistance to Huo Yuhao. The fiery red ribbon swiftly coiled around the golden dragon. It seemed to possess a life of its own, tightening its grip and immobilizing the dragon's movements. Following this, Huo Yuhao raised his right hand, his finger slicing through the air as he intoned, "Sword fall." In an instant, a colossal blue sword materialized in the sky, descending with a cataclysmic force upon the golden dragon. As the sword fell, the dragon emitted a desperate wail, its breath becoming increasingly feeble, swaying precariously. Yet this was still far from the conclusion. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao whispered, "Emotional three styles, palm extinction." The emotions within him surged forth, now dominated solely by a profound sorrow. This seemingly light palm strike belied a power capable of shaking the very heavens. Under the impact of this force, the dragon's body gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into a mere shadow that fell into the realm of spirits, coalescing into a golden core that landed upon the ground. The heavenly dream ice silkworm lay limp at Huo Yuhao's feet, its fur quivering uncontrollably, its eyes wide and round as if they might pop from their sockets. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? No, my friend. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities at your age? With bare hands, you seize the dragon, its mechanical tendrils pointing towards the gradually dissipating golden dragon illusion. Good gracious, could it be that you are a deity reincarnated in secret? It swiftly entwined itself around Huo Yuhao's thigh, its 8 tentacles gripping tightly, resembling a drowning soul clutching at a lifeline. Great One, my thigh, I beseech your protection. From now on, wherever you point, I shall not stray. If you command me to strike the soul beasts of the south, I shall not disturb a single blade of grass in the north. Chapter 26. Xiao Xiao. The tempest within the sea of consciousness gradually subsided, as Huo Yuhao firmly grasped the luminous core of the Golden Dragon King. Dark golden patterns swirled upon the surface of the divine core, intermittently erupting with tiny arcs of electricity, casting flickering shadows upon his pallid visage. This truly is an unexpected delight. A tremor laced his voice, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. The Golden Dragon King's core had transcended time and space, reborn alongside me in this realm. The mystic sky silk transformed into a crimson streak of light, obediently retracting into his sleeve. Huo Yuhao slowly rose, gazing intently at the divine core in his hand. his eyes swirling with both joy and caution. The core emanated a colossal energy, its overwhelming power. Given my current strength, he murmured, as he gently brushed his fingertips across its surface. Forcibly absorbing it would lead only to catastrophic demise. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao summoned all his spiritual strength, crafting intricate sealing runes in the air. A ghostly blue light ignited, the runes coiling around the divine core like chains, gradually sinking it into the depths of his sea of consciousness. Thus, the Golden Dragon King's core became the second source of primordial energy residing in his spiritual realm, following the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Concurrently, a torrent of energy surged within him. Huo Yuhao's soul power level soared, a brilliant glow of level 17 illuminating his entire being, causing the entire sea of consciousness to tremble. This was not merely the culmination of his battle with Zhou Yi, but also a gift bestowed by the Golden Dragon King's core. Within the realm of consciousness, Neza lounged against a wooden bench, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. He lifted the jug to his lips, draining it, his golden eyes glinting with sharp brilliance. Should one say that he is indeed a person of destiny? Destiny. Burdened by fate, yet bound by it, one must naturally defy the heavens to alter one's own destiny. Acknowledging the perilous path ahead, one must still possess the courage to strive, for one's fate has always been dictated by oneself. Huo Yuhao, let me witness your conclusion. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, the original homeroom teacher, was temporarily replaced due to her battle with Huo Yuhao, with teacher Wang Yin leading in her stead. The other students, for this reason, remained in Class 1, all having passed their assessments. Huo Yuhao was thus nominated as the class leader of the new students. However, this was merely an appetizer. The decisive factor for staying would hinge upon the upcoming assessment 3 months hence. Huo Yuhao was indifferent to these matters, for his soul power was rapidly advancing, and he held numerous cards close to his chest. Not to mention, he was unafraid even in the face of upperclassmen. He now stood as the foremost among those at the 30th level. This also elevated his reputation among the new students to a remarkable extent, a fact that left him somewhat dissatisfied, as he was a rather composed individual. One afternoon, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a warm glow upon the desks. Huo Yuhao was immersed in a sea of consciousness, diligently exploring how to safely harness the power of the Golden Dragon King's core. The Golden Dragon King's strength was formidable, yet Huo Yuhao practiced the 8-9 mystical arts, and with the third prince by his side, the risk of a catastrophic explosion was non-existent. As for the divine core's power, it merely served as nourishment for the operation of the 8-9 mystical arts. After class, everyone hurriedly exited the classroom, while Huo Yuhao remained lost in his mental ocean. The waning sunlight flowed like molten gold across the wooden floor, stretching the shadows of the desks and chairs long and thin. The class bell had long since rung, and the clamor of footsteps and laughter gradually faded away. Only Huo Yuhao's figure remained quietly bowed over his desk, his consciousness deeply entrenched in the cultivation of his inner realm. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes, making him appear as though he were merging with the encroaching dusk. In the silence, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from the back row. Xiao Xiao, her hair tied in a side ponytail, gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, her nails nearly digging into her soft palm. She gazed at the focused figure before her, her heart racing as if it contained a lively rabbit. The words she had prepared earlier now danced on her tongue, yet refused to escape her lips. Recalling the day in the square when Huo Yuhao had fought valiantly under the pressure of teacher Zhou, she took a deep breath, her skirt sweeping across the empty chair, and finally summoned the courage to step forward. The gentle sound of her shoes meeting the floor startled Huo Yuhao from his reverie. He snapped back to reality, the remnants of soul power still shimmering in his azure eyes. There stood Xiao Xiao, awkwardly positioned beside his desk, the setting sun casting a soft golden halo around her profile, her ears flushed crimson, nearly bleeding with embarrassment. Her bright apricot eyes brimmed with unabashed admiration. Huo Yuhao, you are incredible. You actually defeated teacher Zhou. Her voice was clear yet trembled slightly, the ending rising like a startled bird. Huo Yuhao quickly waved his hand, his expression somewhat awkward. It was merely good fortune. Teacher Zhou had suppressed his cultivation. Can we be friends? Xiao Xiao suddenly interrupted, her hands clasped tightly over her chest, nervously twisting the bow on her skirt. She lifted her face, her eyes sparkling with expectation like the myriad stars of midsummer, her voice quivering. I will always support you. Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded, yet a sense of perplexity stirred within him. Support me? This narrative seems rather inconsistent. In his past life, Xiao Xiao had been a shy, introverted girl who always trailed behind Wang Dong. Why was she now so boldly reaching out to him? The slanting rays of the setting sun filtered through the mottled leaves of the phoenix tree, casting fragmented light and shadow upon Huo Yuhao's sharply defined profile. Shedding the pallor and frailty of her past life, he appeared reborn, as if fate had reshaped him through the rigorous mastery of profound skills, enveloping him in a demeanor that was both reserved and steady. The calmness that effortlessly emanated from his every gesture resembled a precious jade, polished by the passage of time, concealing brilliance within its warmth. Yet, what truly captivated Xiao Xiao may not have been this striking exterior. When Zhou Yi's oppressive presence loomed over the classroom like a gathering storm, and other students bowed their heads in fear and silence, the figure who inadvertently stepped forward shone like a sword piercing through the gloom, etching an indelible mark in the depths of the young girl's heart. For the somewhat timid Xiao Xiao, this radiance was overwhelmingly dazzling, an aspiration too lofty to grasp. Now, this seemingly unattainable courage presented itself before her, akin to a lighthouse in the darkness, drawing her inexplicably closer. She understood that this fluttering sensation might stem from admiration, and that this longing could be intertwined with a projection of her ideal self. But what of it? Huo Yuhao politely nodded farewell to Xiao Xiao. The evening glow outside the corridor igniting half the sky in hues of crimson, yet he remained oblivious to its beauty, his mind consumed by an unsettling premonition lurking in the depths of his spiritual sea. The recent foreboding had grown increasingly intense, as if something was about to unfold. Upon returning to his dormitory and pushing the door open, he sat down on his bed, sinking into the spiritual abyss. Although the bell had ceased to toll, he murmured to himself, spending a sleepless night without uncovering anything peculiar. Chapter 27. The Journey of Time in Recent Days. At the corner of the corridor and the cafeteria window, Huo Yuhao frequently encountered Xiao Xiao by chance. Whenever their gazes met, the girl's lively almond-shaped eyes would hurriedly avert, resembling a startled fawn. Her fingers, twisting the hem of her garment, turned pale, and her eyelashes quivered incessantly. The words she had prepared swirled on her tongue, transforming into hesitant and fragmented utterances. The blush that crept from her earlobes to her cheeks mirrored the evening glow painting the horizon. With her head lowered, she fixated on the delicate arcs traced by her petite shoes on the ground, her slender, fair legs peeking from beneath her school uniform skirt, glistening like pearls in the sunlight. After exchanging only a few words, she hastily bowed and departed, her skirt rising in a gentle arc, leaving behind a faint fragrance of jasmine and a silence that lingered in the air, filled with unspoken words. Huo Yuhao paid little heed to it. He merely sensed that certain imperceptible changes, akin to the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings, were subtly fermenting, quietly altering everything around him. A butterfly effect, indeed. Deep within the recesses of his spiritual sea, the core of the Golden Dragon King gradually settled, retracting its brilliance like a returning beast. Yet the temporal spiritual sea grew ever more turbulent. Regardless of Huo Yuhao's efforts to suppress it, the surging waves remained restless. On this day, he once again ventured into the temporal spiritual sea, seeking to uncover the reasons behind its agitation. At that moment, a melodious chime echoed suddenly, ringing like a revelation from the divine, resonating through the silent space. Immediately, threads of white energy converged from all directions, intertwining and weaving through the air like nimble silver strands, crafting a mysterious tapestry. Ultimately, these forces coalesced before a massive clock, forming a white luminescent veil that radiated a gentle glow. Before Huo Yuhao could react, the white curtain surged toward him like a tumultuous wave. In his haste to defend himself, he found himself unprepared for the sudden onslaught. At the moment, the veil's brilliance intensified. The erupting white soul power ensnared him like a great python, pulling him into its depths. Instinctively, Huo Yuhao struggled, attempting to free himself from this binding force. However, the veil seemed to embody the mysteries of time and space, flawlessly facilitating the flow of temporal energy. No matter how fervently he endeavored, his efforts proved futile. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself engulfed in a radiant light, the intense sun blinding him, as if it threatened to scorch his very skin. Simultaneously, a familiar scent of decaying leaves and damp earth enveloped him, accompanied by faint bird calls resonating from afar, sounds unique to avian soul beasts. Gradually, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself from the glaring sunlight. Once he acclimated to the brightness, he rose, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The scene before him sent a tremor through his heart. It was achingly familiar. Could it be? The Stardow Forest. How had he arrived here? A sense of shock and bewilderment flooded his mind. Each corner of the Stardow Forest bore traces of his past, Yet remarkably, he had returned to the very place of his beginnings after his rebirth, a coincidence too bizarre to fathom. With little time to ponder, he relied on his memory and sprinted toward the direction of Shrek Academy. Along the way, he contemplated that perhaps the mutation of his martial soul had unexpectedly granted him spatial abilities, leading him to this place. However, the reality proved far more intricate than he had anticipated. Upon entering a nearby city, he immediately sensed something amiss. The surroundings appeared strikingly antiquated, starkly contrasting with the prosperous scenes etched in his memory. The attire of the populace also diverged greatly from the era he inhabited. This cannot be the Heavenly Soul Empire, Huo Yuhao thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. His distinctive clothing rendered him conspicuous amidst the crowd, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Yet, their gazes lingered only briefly, perhaps mistaking him for a noble due to the aura he exuded. To evade attention, Huo Yuhao retrieved a black robe from his storage pouch and donned it, blending into the throng while discreetly observing his surroundings. Indeed, this was not the era he belonged to. A bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that he had traveled to the past? A cascade of new questions flooded his thoughts. If this was the past, then how many years ago was it? Did all of this relate to the martial soul and the colossal clock within the sea of time? Huo Yuhao formulated a plan, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he mused. How fascinating it would be if that were the case. Just as he was about to act, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. Huo Yuhao sighed helplessly. Yet he was fortunate to possess a considerable amount of gold soul coins stored within the bag he had obtained from Xiao Yi, sufficient to navigate the forthcoming circumstances. Given the scant information at his disposal, Huo Yuhao resolved to conceal his presence and deliberate his next steps. He approached a nearby restaurant, intending to satiate his hunger while inquiring about the local news. "Excuse me, which empire and city is this?" Huo Yuhao asked a passing waiter. The waiter, taken aback by the question, thought to himself that this individual must have come from a remote village, unfamiliar with the cities within the empire, and attempted to brush him off. Sensing the waiter's disinterest, Huo Yuhao discreetly placed 2 gold soul coins on the table, speaking earnestly, as a newcomer. "I find myself in unfamiliar territory. I would appreciate your guidance." This gesture immediately captured the waiter's attention. He speculated that this young man might be a soul master, given his generosity, and thus decided not to dismiss him. With a newfound smile, the waiter respectfully replied, "I apologize for my lack of knowledge. You are in Soto City, part of the Barak Kingdom. There are 2 major empires on the continent, the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. We are situated in the south of the Heaven Do Empire, bordering the Star Luo Empire, making Barak Kingdom's military strength formidable. It serves as a gateway to the Heaven Do Empire." Names such as Sylvester Hagen and the Barak Kingdom swiftly flashed through Huo Yuhao's mind, connecting with the historical tapestry of Douluo continent. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, he quickly discerned the era he had entered. This was a time millennia ago, the very epic of Tang San. A tempest of emotions surged within Huo Yuhao as he pondered. Is Tang San at Shrek Academy? Could this be my opportunity for vengeance? I wonder what his rank might be now. Excitement and anticipation flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a sly smile. Chapter 28. The Fury of Zhao Wujing outside Soto City. Dusk began to envelop the landscape as Huo Yuhao stood upon the intersecting paths of the fields, his brow slightly furrowed. Shrek Academy, renowned in later generations, now felt like a mysterious island shrouded in fog, its whereabouts elusive. Through a series of scattered clues he had gathered, he meticulously confirmed his position amidst the labyrinth of streets and villages, finally honing in on a general direction. Before his departure, Huo Yuhao had employed his secret arts to subtly alter his appearance. His inky black hair was casually tied back, and his eyes shimmered with flecks of golden light, while his black robe accentuated the cold and aloof aura that surrounded him. With sharp features and refined countenance, he rivaled even Tang San in looks. Exiting through the southern gate of Soto City, he murmured to himself that he should soon arrive at his destination. His gaze swept across the vast expanse of farmland before him. Apart from the swaying rice stalks, there was no sign of any buildings. Traversing the winding ridges of the fields and passing a few scattered farmhouses, he finally spotted an inconspicuous village about a mile away. As he approached, a weathered wooden sign, faded and askew, hung low on a dilapidated wall, with the word Shrek Academy still faintly discernible despite their obscured clarity. Huo Yuhao could not help but raise an eyebrow, for the scene before him starkly contrasted with his memories. The rudimentary thatched roof, the crumbling stone walls, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. It would have been difficult for anyone to associate this dilapidated courtyard with a prestigious academy destined to resonate throughout the continent. A serpentine line of people snaked along the dirt path, parents gripping their children's hands, their palms damp with sweat soaking into the children's wrinkled collars. Those youths, who should have been filled with aspirations for cultivation, now hung their heads, their gazes fixed upon the rickety wooden stakes and the drafty fence. Their expressions of disdain almost tangible. In contrast, the parents gazed at the elderly man on the bamboo chair, fanning himself with a tattered palm fan. Their eyes filled with eagerness and expectation. "I wish to enroll." A robust man urged his son forward to the table, his rough hand slapping down on the dust-covered wooden surface, causing the faded enrollment forms to rattle. The old man did not even raise his eyelids, merely gesturing with a finger like a gnarled twig. "The wooden box is over there, 10 gold coins." As the heavy gold coins clinked into the box, the boy straightened his back, puffing out his chest in pride. Yet the old man merely brushed the boy's wrist dismissively and waved his hand impatiently. "Not qualified." "On what grounds?" The man's neck bulged with veins. "Our child clearly meets your enrollment criteria." The old man, unhurried, picked at the dirt beneath his nails, scoffing. "Shrek Academy accepts monsters, not mediocrities. If you lack this basic awareness, you might as well return home and wield a hoe." Just as the man was about to argue, a sharp white light suddenly erupted in the center of the courtyard. Dai Mubai's martial spirit manifested instantly, 3 soul rings rising slowly from his body. 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring widened the man's eyes in realization of the futility of his position, silencing even the raucous cicadas. The man opened his mouth, but ultimately retreated into the crowd with his son, defeated. Huo Yuhao leaned against the tilted courtyard wall, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the pattern of the red Ling martial spirit hidden in his sleeve. To him, this farce was merely an inconsequential interlude, until 2 familiar figures entered his line of sight. Tang San, at that moment, was listening intently to Xiao Wu's whispers. The girl bounced with animated gestures, her pink ribbon dancing in the wind, her eyes brimming with unmasked affection. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted, and a dangerous smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Bound by the shackles of time and space, fate had thrust him into the very beginning of the story. A surge of murderous intent arose, only to be swiftly suppressed. He chuckled coldly to himself. Eliminating Tang San at this moment would inevitably collapse the future's history, leaving even his own existence in question. Killing was undoubtedly impossible. Such a temporal paradox might lead to his own non-existence due to a history he had not participated in, which could indeed be a costly endeavor. However, engaging in a spirited sparring session, perhaps delivering a sound thrashing, should not violate the laws of time and space, would it? Having traversed through time, it would indeed be a pity not to give him a good beating. He cracked his knuckles, the joints emitting a subtle, crisp sound. As Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward together, the elderly man's murky gaze flickered toward them, his eyes scanning over the pair before he waved his hand, granting them passage. As Huo Yuhao stepped forward to announce his red lotus martial soul, the elderly man casually clasped his wrist, effortlessly ushering him inside. Although his soul power was nearly at the 20th level, his true prowess was far superior, easily masking his capabilities with a touch of deception. As the examination progressed through its various stages, Huo Yuhao's patience began to wear thin. When it came to the soul power assessment, a sudden brilliance enveloped him, as his 28th level soul power surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the fallen leaves in the courtyard were swept into the air by the forceful gust, and the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, their gasps echoing through the humble enclosure. Soon, they arrived at the 4th round, where the immovable king of light, Zhao Wujin, stood like a mountain in the center of the arena. This robust soul master, though not particularly tall, was a mass of sinewy muscle, exuding an aura reminiscent of a dormant giant beast. His gaze pierced through the 5 youths before him, and he spoke in a deep voice. 5 of you have surpassed the 25th level. Commendable. It seems our academy has unearthed quite the little prodigy this year. However, he shifted his tone, retrieving a stick of sandalwood from his waist and igniting it. This final challenge will not be so simple. If one among you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of a stick of incense, all will be deemed successful. As Tang San and the others huddled together to strategize, Huo Yuhao leaned against the wall with crossed arms, his expression indifferent. He observed his companion's anxious demeanor with a quiet sneer within, reflecting on the cumbersome trials he had to endure upon entering Shrek Academy. Such a tedious charade was a sheer waste of time. Bored, he kicked aside a pebble at his feet, contemplating how he might amuse himself at their expense. A playful smirk unconsciously forming at the corners of his lips. The battle erupted like thunder. Tang San's blue-silver grass burst forth from the earth, while Xiao Wu, with her rabbit ears quivering, darted forward with agility. The other three summoned their martial souls, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around Zhao Wujing. The clash of fists and feet stirred up clouds of dust, the booming of soul techniques causing branches from the withered trees at the courtyard's edges to tremble and shed. Zhao Wujing's powerful arms sliced through the air, effortlessly neutralizing the youth's assaults. Yet, amidst the fervent conflict, he frowned, noting an ever-present gap in their formation that should have been filled by Huo Yuhao. Glancing with peripheral vision, he saw Huo Yuhao leaning nonchalantly against the stone mill, his black robe billowing in the gusts, a smirk playing on his lips. Whenever Zhao Wujing directed his attacks toward Tang San, Huo Yuhao lazily raised his hand, appearing to intercept, but subtly redirecting the fierce blows towards Tang San. The blue-silver grass buckled under the immense pressure, and Tang San tumbled desperately to evade the flying debris, his hands trembling from the impact. Gasping for breath, he looked up just to meet Huo Yuhao's indifferent gaze, which bore a hint of mockery and a veiled calculation, as if the chaos of battle before them was merely an entertaining farce. Xiao Wu, her face flushed with urgency, attempted several times to rush forward and question him, but was continually forced back by Zhao Wujing's relentless strikes. Amidst the swirling dust, Tang San's azure robe became stained with blood, and even the Tang sect's ultimate technique, the ghost shadow perplexing track, combined with the purple extreme magic eye, struggled to withstand the unyielding barrage. In contrast, Huo Yuhao merely had a few specks of mud on the hem of his black robe, his hair untouched and perfectly in place, as he strolled leisurely along the edge of the battlefield. Occasionally, he would effortlessly release a surge of power, directing the impending crisis precisely towards Tang San. How outrageous! What kind of teammate is this? The onlookers among the candidates erupted in anger, their indignation echoing throughout the crowd. Huo Yuhao, however, merely raised an eyebrow and shrugged, turning nonchalantly in a circle under the intense glares of the crowd, deliberately showcasing his immaculate robe as if to taunt. "If you dare, come at me." Internally, he scoffed. "I am not at fault here. My initial intention upon entering Shrek was simply to refine Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yet I did not anticipate these hurdles. What a nuisance. After finally discovering a method that was both effortless and enjoyable, I am now being berated for it. Let them scold me. It matters not, for my objective has already been accomplished." Zhao Wujie's soul rings trembled violently, his powerful soul force erupting like a tangible force, fracturing the ground beneath him in a spiderweb pattern. His neck veins bulged, and his towering figure suddenly pivoted towards Huo Yuhao. His thunderous roar nearly lifted the thatched roof. In all my years at Shrek, I have encountered many students, proud, cunning, but never have I seen such shamelessness. Instead of striving to pass, you use your teammates as shields, all the while wearing a smug grin. Huo Yuhao brushed non-existent dust from his black robe, meeting Zhao Wujie's fiery gaze with an air of nonchalance, his tone playful as if engaged in casual conversation. "The battle between you and the esteemed classmates is nothing short of magnificent. My meager skills would only serve as a mere hindrance. It is far better for me to observe quietly and cheer for you all." He even clapped his hands with feigned enthusiasm, the sharp sound cutting through the tense atmosphere. "Enough," Zhao Wujie bellowed, swinging his fist, the force of his blow ruffling Huo Yuhao's hair. "The Shrek assessment is no trifling matter. Relying on trickery, you shall never take a single step into the academy." Upon hearing this, a look of exaggerated astonishment flitted across Huo Yuhao's face, quickly replaced by a look of feigned realization. "Oh, so I cannot pass? My apologies, then." Before he could finish, he had already begun to turn away. This carefree demeanor ignited Zhao Wujie's fury and further incited the crowd's outrage. "Stop right there." Zhao Wujie roared like an enraged bear, taking a step forward that shook the ground. "From this moment on, the 5 of you will take turns challenging him. Whoever can bring this brat down shall be deemed worthy of passing." He glared fiercely at Huo Yuhao before turning back to Tang San and the others. "Do not hold back. Let this little scoundrel know that the monsters of Shrek are not to be trifled with." Chapter 29. Consecutive victories. Very well. Huo Yuhao suddenly turned, arms elegantly outstretched, his eyes glinting with provocation. "We are all of the same rank. I am eager to see just how vast the chasm between us truly is." Tang San and the others exchanged glances, a brief silence followed by a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Compared to the challenge posed by the soul sage Zhao Wujie, this seemingly arrogant figure in black was evidently a more fitting opponent. Tang San nodded slightly and said in a solemn tone, "Since you have such an interest, we shall comply. However, before we engage in this exchange, I kindly ask you to reveal your name." The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiment, their tone laced with mockery. "Hiding your identity beneath that black robe and hat, Are you too ashamed to show your face? A smirk curled at the corner of Huo Yuhao's mouth as he deliberately elongated his words. Listen closely. My name is Wenaiba. Wenaiba? Tang San furrowed his brow, attempting to dissect the peculiar name, yet its meaning eluded him. Beside him, Ning Rongrong, the astute little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, quickly discerned Huo Yuhao's subtle intent. She leaned closer to Tang San and, covering her mouth with a chuckle, remarked, Tang San, he is taking advantage of you. Wenaiba sounds like I am your father, huh? Finally, a clever person, Huo Yuhao scoffed, casually removing the hood of his black robe. In an instant, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him, revealing his extraordinarily handsome visage. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon his chiseled features, prompting Ning Rongrong to exclaim, what a beautiful young man. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing exhibited a flicker of unusual admiration in her gaze. However, Xiao Wu's face flushed with anger. Hands on her hips, she shouted, what good is good looks when your words are so venomous? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Tang San's father. Tang San's expression darkened instantly as he intervened, his tone icy. Sir, jesting about someone's father is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Huo Yuhao shrugged nonchalantly. My apologies, friend. I admit my tongue can be rather sharp. It was thoughtless of me. I hope you won't take it to heart. Seeing his attitude somewhat sincere, Tang San's demeanor softened a fraction. I trust that you will refrain from such jests in the future. Otherwise, even at the cost of my life, I shall not let it go lightly. A glint of cunning flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes before he shifted the conversation. However, I am genuinely eager to witness your true strength. You seem considerably superior to them. I have a penchant for challenging the strong. Only the formidable have the right to stand before me and speak freely. Of course, I won't heed your words, as you appear to lack that qualification. This provocation thoroughly enraged Dai Mubai, whose white tiger martial spirit roared, causing the ground to tremble slightly as his soul rings began to rise. Count me in. This brat is far too arrogant. If he were to be admitted, it would be chaos. Huo Yuhao internally sneered. This so-called challenge was merely a fade. His true intention was to teach these individuals a lesson. Initially seeking only to trouble Tang San, his target now encompassed all of them. In his eyes, the distinction between the strong and the weak was stark. In the face of absolute power, the weak were but mere ants. Since you all have gathered, do not blame me for being impolite. Tang San and the others watched the three in the arena, which was merely a cleared patch of ground. Zhao Wujia's commanding voice broke the silence. The seven treasures shall shine forth. Ning Rongrong's silvery white fingertips shimmered with fragmented light as the resplendent seven-treasure glazed tile tower gradually coalesced in her palm. Two circles of brilliant yellow soul rings ascended from her toes, casting a gentle glow upon her exquisitely sculpted features. The seven treasures are renowned, the first being strength. With a commanding voice, the first soul ring suddenly unfurled, its dazzling colors intertwining around Zhu Zhuqing like silk. Following swiftly, the directive of speed was issued, and another stream of light swept past, propelling the agile attack-type Soul Master to the pinnacle of her velocity. Do not blame us for outnumbering you, dear brother. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue, the tassels in her hair swaying gently with her movements. Before her words had fully dissipated, Zhu Zhuqing had transformed into a shadow of ethereal blue. The girl, imbued with the spirit of the ghostly spirit cat, had her pupils morph into resplendent, unusual hues. Her hands, armed with razor-sharp claws that glimmered with a chilling radiance, approached Huo Yuhao with a ghostly grace. The pointed claws aimed directly at his wrist's vital arteries, the air slicing with her distinctive fierceness and agility. Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a composed smile as his well-defined hand shot forth like lightning, firmly grasping Zhu Zhuqing's delicate wrist. While his speed was commendable, his strength was insufficient. With a nonchalant flick, he unleashed a deft force, sending Zhu Zhuqing hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto a structure a dozen paces away. Before Zhu Zhuqing could catch her breath, Huo Yuhao transformed into a black streak, charging directly towards the pale-faced Ning Rongrong. His fist, infused with formidable soul power and accompanied by a fierce wind, was poised to strike her delicate visage. In the nick of time, a gust of air erupted from behind Ning Rongrong, toppling nearby objects. Yet Huo Yuhao had intentionally restrained his power, using the force to push them back. However, before she could revel in her fortune, a silver-white arc flashed past as Huo Yuhao's hand sliced precisely against her neck, plunging her into darkness as she crumpled softly to the ground. Yet the encounter was far from over. Zhu Zhuqing, evidently unwilling to concede, activated her second soul ring, which burst forth in a haunting blue glow. Like an arrow released from its bow, she lunged once more, her claws creating overlapping shadows, each passage through the air producing a subtle cracking sound. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao merely dodged effortlessly, his speed surpassing even that of the ghostly spirit cat in its martial form. He smirked dismissively. Is this your attack? Merely a kitten's playful scratch. Before his words had fully settled, he curled his fingers into a fist, unleashing a fierce surge of soul power that struck Zhu Zhuqing squarely in the abdomen. With a muffled groan, she soared into the air, crashing into the dust, unable to rise again. Thus, the match concluded with Huo Yuhao's triumph. The next opponent was Dai Mubai. A chilling aura of soul power enveloped Dai Mubai, and the fiery battle intent ignited in his amber eyes as he directed a piercing gaze at Huo Yuhao. Today, I shall make you aware that there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. The Shrek Academy is a haven for monsters, not a place you may enter or exit at your whim. He turned to glance at the wounded Zhu Zhuqing, a low growl rumbling from his throat. Moreover, if you dare to strike a woman, I shall see just how much weight you carry in this arena. Huo Yuhao nonchalantly twirled the crimson silk at his cuffs, scoffing, chattering incessantly. You have a penchant for verbosity. Are you here to fight or to perform? Such words ignited a spark that ignited a powder keg. Dai Mubai let out a thunderous shout, disregarding whether Zhao Wujie announced the start or not, as the white tiger martial spirit instantly enveloped him. His golden hair transformed into a striking pattern of black and white, while his hands swelled into formidable tiger claws adorned with sharp spikes. 3 soul rings erupted from beneath his feet, distorting the very air around him. I refuse to believe that you, a mere 2-ringed soul master, can triumph over me. A 3-ringed assault soul master. His second soul ring radiated with brilliance, and he unleashed a blazing sphere of light wrapped in arcs of lightning, the white tiger's fierce light wave. The dazzling radiance shot forth, yet Huo Yuhao seemed to predict its trajectory, his form flickering like an afterimage as he deftly evaded the attack. Dai Mubai's onslaught surged like a tidal wave, each strike of his tiger paw accompanied by a howling wind, powerful enough to incapacitate an ordinary 2-ringed soul master. Yet, no matter how swift his attacks, his opponent consistently evaded the critical blows by the narrowest of margins, all the while inching closer. Come on, are you afraid? Dai Mubai's roar was laced with impatience. As his words faded, a shadow struck like lightning. Huo Yuhao swept his left leg, producing a piercing whistle through the air. In a moment of urgency, Dai Mubai conjured the white tiger's protective barrier, a shimmering energy shield that barely deflected the assault. However, this was merely the calm before the storm. Huo Yuhao remained silent, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon the shield, each blow descending like a torrential downpour. Imbued with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The shield began to spiderweb with cracks under the unrelenting assault, and Dai Mubai felt his arms grow numb, the impact causing blood to seep from his tiger's mouth. When the final punch landed squarely on his face, Dai Mubai was sent reeling backward, skidding across the ground, leaving a long trail before he finally managed to halt his fall. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched in his eyes as he realized that this seemingly frail youth in black robes had shattered his prideful protective soul skill solely through sheer physical strength. Dai Mubai knelt momentarily before rising to his feet, blood droplets staining the dust beneath him, yet his eyes burned with an undeniable fervor for battle. He wiped away the blood from his lips, a dangerous smile curving at the corners of his mouth. To force me to utilize my 3rd soul skill. You indeed possess some skill. No sooner had he spoken than his 3rd purple soul ring erupted into brilliance, an otherworldly glow enveloping his entire being. His already fierce aura surged exponentially, his eyes tinged with crimson, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour. White Tiger Vajra transformation. His thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Dai Mubai's form expanded once more, muscles rippling like steel, claws on his tiger paws extending to over a foot in length, gleaming with a chilling silver sheen. The amplified pressure radiated like a tangible force, causing the surrounding candidates to change color and instinctively retreat several steps. In the face of Dai Mubai's overwhelming presence, Huo Yuhao remained composed, his slender fingers gently tapping his forehead. In an instant, his concealed martial spirit began to emanate a golden light, while a vibrant red diamond floated above him. He conjured a fireball in his hand, feigning that the flames arose from the red diamond's influence. Now, he no longer needed to chant incantations to wield magic. It was a guise, for in a world from a millennium past, one must tread carefully. Let us see how you handle this. Huo Yuhao casually hurled a fireball, the flames slicing through the air, colliding thunderously with Dai Mubai's tiger claw, which was infused with immense power. Amidst the resounding explosion, firelight and shockwaves intertwined, and as smoke enveloped the arena, the outcome of the battle appeared to be determined. Chapter 30. You have the way to death. Zhao Wujia gazed at the figures locked in confrontation, a gasp escaping his throat as disbelief flickered in his murky eyes. This lad is truly a monster among monsters. Throughout the encounter, he had only utilized a single soul skill, yet he had compelled the 37th ranked Dai Mubai to resort to his third soul skill, ultimately defeating him. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate fists clenched, the rabbit ears in her hair quivering with indignation. With such a depletion of soul power, he surely cannot last much longer. Tang San, let us join forces. We will undoubtedly make him regret his actions. She turned to her companion, Tang San, only to find him staring intently at the ground, his slender fingers unconsciously stroking the 24 bridges under the moonlit night, clearly strategizing on how to counter the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong let out a few huffs, her cheeks flushed with unwillingness. We were merely caught off guard. It was a moment of carelessness. Right, Zhuqing? She tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's sleeve, but only received a muffled response in return. Zhuqing remained transfixed upon the battlefield, her pale lips quivering slightly. The seemingly effortless dominance displayed left her unable to believe that he was of her own age. His strength was indeed formidable. Tang San felt no fear towards him. The Tang sect's hidden weapons were unparalleled. How could he possibly withstand the might of such weapons? Coupled with the Xintian skill, he could not conceive of a scenario in which he would lose. However, upon entering the fray, he was beset by an inexplicable pressure, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of Zhao Wujia. It felt as though a demon had descended upon the earth. Despite the absence of any murderous intent, the indifference in his gaze was chillingly terrifying. Control-type Battle Soul Master, Tang San, with the martial soul of blue-silver grass. He spoke in a low voice, as the blue-silver grass materialized from his hand, twisting and coiling. Xiao Wu instinctively positioned herself beside him, her soft-bone rabbit martial soul taking form, her eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. State your name. Tang San quietly gripped a penetrating bone nail in his hand. Huo Yuhao lazily rotated the red diamond in his palm, a smirk of mockery playing upon his lips. Remember, I am called Huo Lai. He deliberately elongated the final syllable, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence. I hope you will prove to be stronger than the previous fellow. Huo Lai, whose misfortune has led to Tang San and the other's calamity, I have awaited your arrival. Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a cold arc, the suppressed sharpness in his gaze surging forth. Just as Tang San was about to utter the words blue-silver bind, a gust of palm wind, imbued with piercing soul power, surged towards him. The impact of the blow resounded like thunder, the force propelling Tang San several meters away, leaving him to feel nothing but raw pain upon his cheek. No one would have anticipated that a second-ring soul master could possess such immense strength. Xiao Wu was enveloped in a shimmering white light, her soft-bone rabbit martial soul instantly manifesting, her pink eyes gleaming with a fierce coldness. She was like a flash of pink lightning, darting to Huo Yuhao's side in the blink of an eye. Her long, graceful legs swept out with immense force, creating a piercing shriek as the air was sliced by her toes. However, her assault abruptly halted the moment it made contact. Huo Yuhao's hand, like a vice, clamped down on her ankle, and as his fingers tightened, Xiao Wu could faintly hear the sound of her bones creaking. In the next instant, with a flick of his wrist, Xiao Wu's delicate form spun wildly in the air like a windmill. The howling wind roared in her ears, and the scenery below blurred into indistinct colors as the girl's terrified screams were swept away by the rushing air. Finally, Huo Yuhao exerted his strength, sending Xiao Wu hurtling away like an arrow released from its bow, crashing heavily onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. This blow left Tang San momentarily dazed, a faint ringing echoing in his ears. As he rose again, fury surged within him upon seeing Xiao Wu flung away. Vines of blue and purple erupted from the earth, swirling chaotically around him. The first soul skill, blue-silver bind. Suddenly, dozens of resilient tendrils shot up from the ground, entwining Huo Yuhao's ankles like serpents. The second soul skill, parasitism, followed closely, a pale golden halo spreading along the vines, attempting to immobilize his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San charged at Huo Yuhao, employing his first soul skill to bind Huo Yuhao's legs, and then activating the second, inducing a state of paralysis. At this moment, the chance for both Tang San and Xiao Wu to demonstrate their prowess finally arrived. Xiao Wu capitalized on the moment to attack, wrapping her legs around Huo Yuhao's neck. Her pink eyes wide with determination as an astonishing flexibility surged from her core, intent on spinning Huo Yuhao's body along with hers. However, contrary to her expectations, her grip seemed utterly ineffective against his physique. A smirk played at the corners of Huo Yuhao's lips as his hands, defined and powerful, suddenly gripped her slender calves, breaking free from her hold, and he struck outward, sending her flying once more. Tang San, seizing this fleeting opening, drew his palm back. Invoking the Tang sect's ultimate technique, controlling the crane, capturing the dragon. The mighty suction drew Huo Yuhao slightly forward, yet he leisurely remarked, "Is such a petty trick worthy of being called a technique?" Just as Tang San's fist, charged with all his might, was about to collide with Huo Yuhao's face. Huo Yuhao unexpectedly kicked upward with his right leg, infused with formidable soul power, striking precisely at Tang San's vital point. A searing pain surged through Tang San's body like a tidal wave, plunging him into darkness as he fell heavily to his knees, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. Clenching his groin, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Despicable tactics." Nearby, Ning Rongrong gasped in shock, covering her mouth, while Zhu Zhuqing turned pale and averted her gaze. Dai Mubai instinctively clenched his legs together, inhaling sharply as he looked at Huo Yuhao with a mix of apprehension and fury. The intensity of this confrontation far exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Wu's soul power surged violently around her, a radiant white light blossoming as her second soul ring suddenly illuminated. Her eyes instantaneously transformed into an enchanting crimson hue, resembling two flickering flames, locking fiercely onto the figure of Huo Yuhao. Within that gaze lay a subtle allure. Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow slightly, a teasing smile curving his lips. This skill seemed somewhat familiar. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his hand shot out like lightning, accompanied by a roaring gust, striking heavily against Xiao Wu's cheek. The girl's delicate form shuddered, tumbling backward like a wounded butterfly. Tracing a chaotic arc through the air. "Wulai, you dare to harm Xiao Wu?" Tang San's eyes widened with fury, the purple glow of his purple extreme magic eyes flaring brilliantly. With a fierce shout, his hands darted like lightning to his waist, reaching for the 24 bridge Mingwenite. In an instant, a series of piercing sounds echoed as multiple bone-penetrating needles shot forth like chilling stars towards Huo Yuhao. These hidden weapons, angled with precision and concealed lethality, were the clandestine secrets of the Tang sect, designed to catch enemies off guard. Yet, Huo Yuhao remained unperturbed, as if he had foreseen everything. He gently waved his hand, intertwining crimson and azure soul power within his palm, instantly transforming into a roaring fire dragon whirl. The fire dragon whirl surged forth with the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, engulfing all the hidden weapons within its fiery embrace. The resounding clash of metal and the crackling of flames intertwined, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Tang San's pupils constricted, tumultuous waves of shock surging within him. Could this be his second soul skill? Gritting his teeth, he hurled out golden money darts, willow leaf blades, and locust stones, attempting to breach the defenses of the fire dragon whirl. Yet, one by one, these concealed weapons were drawn into the inferno, reduced to mere ashes. "Is this all you've got?" A mocking smile curled at Huo Yuhao's lips, his tone dripping with disdain, wondering which fool had taught him. Silence. Tang San's body erupted with blue-silver grass, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. "To dare insult my master, you have sealed your fate." The blue-silver grass surged like a rampaging python, unleashing its assault like a torrential downpour, as he bellowed. "My master is not someone you can mock. He is the esteemed master Yu Shaojiang, who proposed the theory that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters." Huo Yuhao, like a phantom, wove through the vines, a look of contempt ever present on his face. "Master Yu? Indeed, I have long admired him. However, some individuals, despite their grand titles, cannot conceal their inherent stagnation." Abruptly halting, his soul power surged around him, his eyes filled with derision. The so-called theory of the top 10 core competencies, seemingly profound, is riddled with flaws, merely a trick to deceive the ignorant. To deceive people into a daze, at its core, is nothing but a flawed theory concocted by a fool. "Your master's theory is so pedestrian that I can hardly bear to listen," he scoffed, his tone growing sharper. "As far as I know, that fellow hasn't even broken through level 30. A fool's apprentice remains a fool. You are no different from him." Silence. Tang San's eyes burned crimson, an almost tangible murderous intent erupting. "Today, I, Tang San, shall make you pay for your arrogance." The blue-silver grass surged forth like a tide, as soul techniques such as blue-silver entanglement, and parasitic vine were unleashed in a bid to bind Huo Yuhao. Immediately, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and executed the ghostly shadow step, swiftly creating distance between himself and his opponent. A chilling light flickered from his sleeve as dozens of poisoned steel needles shot forth like a torrential downpour towards Huo Yuhao, each one concealing a lethal intent. Yet, Huo Yuhao merely smiled faintly, and a golden-brown glow enveloped him. In an instant, a solid stone wall surged upward, precisely intercepting all the hidden weapons. The steel needles collided with the stone, producing a crisp clanging sound, yet failing to inflict any damage. Earth element magic, primarily defensive in nature, possessed only a few offensive capabilities. How could this be possible? Could he be concealing his true strength? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene, while Zhu Zhuqing, her expression grave, murmured, "He is clearly the same age as us." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with caution. "It seems we have all underestimated this fellow. Just how many trump cards does he still hold?" The spectators around them murmured in astonishment, shocked by the sudden turn of events. A cold smirk played on Huo Yuhao's lips, his eyes glinting with mockery. "You are truly treacherous. I shall not grant you another chance." Furious, Tang San's fingertips twitched, and several dragon whisker needles, glistening with a ghostly blue light, pierced through the air at sharp angles, targeting Huo Yuhao's vital points. However, a crimson light enveloped Huo Yuhao, transforming into an impenetrable barrier that accurately intercepted the projectiles and, fueled by his soul power, rebounded them. As the dragon whisker needles shrieked through the air, Tang San let out a muffled grunt, several silver needles embedding deeply into his shoulder. The excruciating pain caused him to stagger, igniting a fierce resolve within him. Gripping the black iron hammer tightly in his right hand, he transformed into a streak of darkness, descending with immense force upon Huo Yuhao. Overconfident, Huo Yuhao scoffed, firmly catching the hammer's handle with his distinctly defined hand. A surge of overwhelming soul power erupted through his arm as he delivered a precise kick to the hammer, sending it flying from Tang San's grasp. In the next moment, his assault poured down like a tempest, each punch accompanied by a whistling gale, each strike imbued with the power to obliterate. In a rush, Tang San formed a barrier with blue-silver grass, yet it shattered under the ferocity of Huo Yuhao's onslaught, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, blooming like crimson plum blossoms on his garment. "Tell me, what does it feel like to be pierced by the very weapons you launched?" Huo Yuhao's voice was frostbitten, his fists growing increasingly ferocious. Tang San's injuries mounted, his once handsome visage now marred and swollen, blood trickling down his cheek, staining the ground a dark red. "That's enough." Zhao Wujin, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and roared as he rushed towards the battlefield. Yet, Huo Yuhao seemed oblivious, his eyes solely reflecting a hatred tinged with crimson, his fists continuing to rain down with unabashed murderous intent. At last, he seized the black iron hammer from the ground and, channeling all his strength, brought it crashing down upon Tang San's head. In that critical moment, the sound of something slicing through the air suddenly echoed. Zhao Wujin loomed before Tang San like an iron tower, his martial soul instantly manifesting as 7 soul rings gradually ascended, shielding the young boy behind him. Meanwhile, the elderly man with round glasses advanced swiftly, his skeletal fingers, as precise as an eagle's talon, clasped firmly around Huo Yuhao's wrist, causing the small hammer of black iron to vanish. The air resonated with a piercing hum as 2 formidable soul powers clashed against each other. "My young friend, this method seems rather ruthless." The elder's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized Huo Yuhao. The latter raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk on his lips as his soul power surged wildly, attempting to break free from the binding. "Another one? Are you also an examiner?" Teacher Zhao mentioned that if they could defeat me, they would all remain in the academy. Since you dare to stand before me as my adversary, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Shrek Academy only recruits monsters. Is this not the way of a monster's battle? He deliberately emphasized the word monster, his eyes glinting with a provocative gleam. What a sharp-tongued lad. The elder suddenly burst into hearty laughter, 7 soul rings illuminating his figure. "Indeed, you do seem to be a headstrong monster. I am the principal, Flender. With your strength, you could have been a standout among the younger generation." His gaze, as piercing as a hawk's, remained unwavering, the 7 soul rings radiating a disquieting brilliance. "However, regrettably, you do not meet the qualifications." Huo Yuhao was well aware of the identity of the old man standing before him, Flender, the 4-eyed cat eagle. Presently, he should possess the strength of a level 78 soul sage. How did he recognize him? The statues in Shrek Academy, coupled with the introductions during enrollment, had nearly immortalized the first-generation team in his mind, not to mention his frequent comings and goings at the academy. With Flinder's intervention, Tang San narrowly evaded a lethal strike, collapsing to the ground like a wilted leaf. Xiao Wu, her eyes glistening with tears, helped him up, her pink eyes ablaze with fierce anger. "Brother, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being useless and unable to avenge you. But rest assured, though I may not be able to now, in the future, I will make that person pay." She shot a venomous glare at Huo Yuhao, her figure gradually disappearing into the dusk as she supported Tang San. Flinder waved his hand, dismissing Dai Mubai and the others. Before departing, Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul suddenly surged with power. "Huo Yuhao, I will remember today's humiliation. Next time we meet, I will make you pay it back double." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. To stand against a level 78 soul sage without faltering indicated an unmatched strength beyond their imagination. They lingered in the shadows, their gazes fixed upon the tall figure cloaked in black, stealing a few more glances before they too departed. Flinder adjusted his round glasses, his eyes scrutinizing the black-robed youth before him like a hawk examining its prey. The 7 soul rings flickered behind him. "From the beginning, you have shown no intention of joining Shrek Academy. Your conduct directly contradicts our educational philosophy. We accept talented monsters, not a bloodthirsty fiend. Now, I offer you a dignified opportunity to leave." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a meaningful arc, golden light swirling in his eyes. Dean Flander's words evoked memories of intriguing events. Just now, your eagerness to halt the battle and your choice of words concerning educational philosophy caught my attention. He paused, his gaze piercing, and most notably, when I mentioned you Xiaojing, I noticed a fleeting emotion in your eyes as you observed our fight from a distance. Your expression resembled that of someone recognizing an acquaintance. Unless you shared a deep bond, such instinctive reactions would be unlikely. I presume you are acquainted with Yu Xiaojing. You initially watched the unfolding battle, but when you saw his disciple in peril, your compassion compelled you to intervene. Am I correct? Flander was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, causing the dry leaves on the branches to fall like rain. What a perceptive lad. Indeed, Yu Xiaojing is a dear friend of mine for many years. But what of it? His soul power surged dramatically, and the oppressive aura of his four-eyed cat eagle martial spirit spread like a palpable force. Within this Shrek, I embody the rules. I am the authority. If I declare you unqualified, then you shall never cross this threshold. Huo Yuhao lightly flicked his robe, the dark satin billowing in the evening breeze like waves. He stood tall and proud, a hint of nonchalance gracing his lips. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Since your esteemed academy cannot accommodate me, let us part ways. As his words lingered in the air, he turned and strode away, the hem of his black cloak sweeping the dust-laden ground, leaving behind a silhouette of solitary defiance. In that fleeting moment of turning, Huo Yuhao pondered quietly. This lesson for Tang San and the others not only vented the emotions bottled up from his past life, but also gauged the depth of the powers from a millennium ago. His purpose had been fulfilled. Additionally, the agitation within the sea of spirits intensified, and he could distinctly sense that his time in this realm was limited. Once that figure had completely vanished into the dusk, Flander adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze still fixed on the direction Huo Yuhao had departed. Instinctively, he rubbed his chin, a low sigh escaping his throat. What a formidable young man. He is adaptable and resolute, leaving without hesitation, truly unlike an 11 or 12-year-old boy. In the conference hall of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, a shadowy guard knelt on one knee, his back straight and voice lowered as he reported, "Master, the young lady has successfully passed the Shrek Academy assessment." Ning Fengji tapped his fingers lightly on the jade armrest, his warm voice exuding the composure of a leader. "Very well. The fledgling eagle must eventually leave the nest to hone its skills. Master, Shrek Academy is a place of hidden talents. With soul saints and soul emperors in position, our investigations are difficult to penetrate, yet some information has trickled through." Cold sweat beaded on the guard's forehead as he continued. The disciples only gleaned knowledge that during the assessment, a mysterious youth single-handedly swept through all the candidates. The young lady and the other candidates fell before him, nearly leading to a fatal incident. Ning Fengji raised his gaze to the flickering glass lanterns outside the hall, interest flickering in his eyes. To be able to defeat many, even causing those selected as monsters to retreat in defeat, this young man is indeed intriguing. The moment Huo Yuhao stepped out of Shrek Academy, an unexpected chill coursed down his spine. The keenly perceptive gaze of Huo Yuhao swept across the surrounding shadows, an almost imperceptible aura entwining him like an insidious parasite. a sensation of oppressive power that only a titled Douluo could possess. With an expression of stoic calm, he subtly activated his mystical energy, allowing his presence to dissipate into the air like a wisp of fog. With a delicate tap of his toes against the ground, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting into the depths of the dense forest. Though his movements appeared casual, they concealed a masterful spatial trajectory. Upon sensing the absence of the aura that had been tailing him, the formidable pressure vanished as well. Casting a glance back at the empty woods, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. Even a titled Douluo would find it futile to pursue him within the Star-Do forest. Discovering a hidden cave adorned with stalactites, Huo Yuhao raised his fingers, and a soft golden light spread like a spider's web. As an obscure incantation echoed through the chamber, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire cave, completely isolating its internal and external energies. Huo Yuhao's figure faded from sight within the cavern, leaving only an expanse of darkness and the distant roars of soul beasts. This was merely his illusion technique, meticulously crafted to evade detection, rendering the location exceedingly secretive. He settled at the cave's base, inhaling deeply as his consciousness sank into the sea of his spirit. The mysterious giant bell within his mind gradually began to rotate. Each resonant hum rendered his form increasingly ethereal as white light slowly circled within the depths of his consciousness once more. Suddenly, the laws of time and space warped violently around him, and amidst the chaotic whirl, Huo Yuhao's figure shattered like a fractured mirror. As the last glimmer of light extinguished within the cave, there remained no trace of his existence in that realm of time and space. Chapter 32. Jiangnan in Huo Yuhao's consciousness, akin to shattered glass, gradually reassembled amidst the chaos. As he slowly opened his eyes, the remnants of dizziness from the turbulent currents of time flowed through his violet irises. The wooden beams above him were marred by serpentine cracks, and the damp, decaying scent of wood permeated the air, strikingly familiar and suffocating. He found himself lying in the dormitory bed of Shrek Academy, as if he had never left. How could this be? He murmured, his voice echoing hollowly in the stillness of the room. Could it be that all of this was merely an absurd dream? With a tinge of uncertainty, he reached for the storage bag at his waist. The faint scratches on the hidden clasp still bore the warmth from the battle, and when his fingertips brushed against the few remaining gold soul coins within, the stark reality of their dwindling number caused him to catch his breath. The coins tossed in the tavern, the intelligence gathered, the tuition fees paid. These vividly clear memories now solidified as undeniable evidence. In an instant, he channeled his mystical energy, and a torrent of soul power surged through his meridians like a raging tide. He discovered, to his astonishment, that his soul power had indeed broken through to the 28th level. Perhaps it was the relentless pressure of prolonged combat that had compelled him to grow stronger. Having engaged in consecutive battles with opponents of equal rank, the foundation he had nearly reached at the 30th level had awakened fully amidst the intensity of the skirmishes. This is not a dream. Huo Yuhao suddenly sat upright, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He gripped the bed sheets tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grasp. The diminishing golden soul coins within his storage bag, the ascension of his soul power levels, and the vivid faces and genuine scenes from his memories relentlessly shatter the illusion of his dreams. He softly murmurs about the temporal sea of consciousness, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. His fingertips unconsciously tap against the edge of the bed, while his thoughts gallop forth like wild stallions. The enormous clock that appears within this sea of temporal consciousness possesses the ability to rend the fabric of time and traverse its continuum. In what seems like a mere moment of slumber in reality, he has experienced days from a millennium ago, where the flow of time is entirely altered. Contemplating this, Huo Yuhao tilts his head back and lets out a hearty laugh, unable to contain his exhilaration. This unexpected journey through time not only affirms his theories regarding the temporal sea of consciousness, but also unveils a plethora of possibilities. It is said that 1,000 years ago, divine beings populated the lands of legacy. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Who else could traverse time besides him? Could anyone else accomplish such a feat? How intriguing indeed. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's laughter ceases, and the unconscious motion of his fingertips caressing the storage bag comes to an abrupt halt. The earlier euphoria is sharply pulled back by the stark reality of the dwindling golden soul coins, which silently reproach him for his extravagant expenditures a millennium ago. Having paid the entrance assessment fee twice and spent money to gather information, the daily expenses for food and lodging draw a bitter smile from him. The images of lavish spending in Soto City now weigh heavily upon him, likely exhausting half a year's savings. With a deep sigh, a resolute glimmer flashes in his eyes. Wealth is but a flowing stream. There must be outflow for inflow. Memories surge like tides, recalling the days spent traversing the streets, enticing patrons with the aroma of grilled fish as if it were merely yesterday. If that is the case, what harm is there in resuming old trades? He deftly navigates the kitchen behind the cafeteria, using his silver tongue to procure a batch of fresh mackerel, though he knows that personally fishing could save considerable costs. Weighing time against effort, he ultimately opts for the shortcut. The cast-iron grill, purchased from a nearby empire, gleams with a lustrous sheen, and the assortment of spice packets filled with fragrant seasonings are remnants of his preparations for outdoor survival, now transformed into tools for his livelihood. The old spot at the entrance of the academy remains vacant, and Huo Yuhao skillfully sets up his stall. The calls of surrounding vendors echo, as the savory scent of grilled meat intertwines with the sweetness of fruits, creating the unique ambience of market life. As a former master of grilled fish, pricing is no challenge for him. He simply replicates the prices from his past life. After all, it is a modest business. Grilling fish is a trivial task for him. It is quite simple indeed. He immediately begins to prepare the fish, ensuring all the seasonings are ready. He threads the fish onto skewers and places them on the grill. And before long, he sprinkles on the spices, allowing the aroma to waft through the air. Flames lick the fish, and the sizzling sound of dripping oil mingles with the fragrances of cumin and chili, instantly dispersing into the surroundings. Passers-by, drawn by the enticing scent, pause to cast curious glances in his direction. Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a confident arc, his hands moving with increasing finesse. As long as his skills remained intact, managing this modest grilled fish stall would pose no challenge for his livelihood. The fragrant aroma wafting from the stall enveloped the passing students like an invisible thread, drawing them closer. The crackling sound of oil dripping onto the charcoal mingled with the spicy scents of cumin and chili powder, permeating the humid air and enticing the students who had just finished their classes to pause in their tracks. "Junior, the scent of your grilled fish is utterly irresistible," exclaimed a gray-clad student, inhaling deeply, his throat unconsciously swallowing. "How much for one?" Huo Yuhao lightly fanned the flames, ensuring they blazed brighter, while revealing his signature warm smile. 5 copper coins each, senior. Do give it a try?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, another student, backpack slung over his shoulder, squeezed to the front, his eyes fixated on the glistening grilled fish on the rack. "I'll have one. Just the smell makes my mouth water." As the first fish was handed over, the moment the crispy skin was bitten into, the succulent juices mingled with the rich spices erupted in the student's mouth. His eyes sparkled with delight as he mumbled, "I'll take 2 more. The first student, witnessing this, grew frantic and protested, "Is it really that dramatic? Wait, I was here first. How dare you cut in line?" Huo Yuhao observed their flushed faces and smiled lightly. He swiftly retrieved 2 sizzling fish from the grill and handed them to the disputants, saying, "Gentlemen, let us keep the peace. There's plenty of deliciousness to go around." As he spoke, his fingertips subtly channeled his soul power to soothe the charred marks on the fish's surface, a skill he had honed in his previous life. After tasting the grilled fish, the awkwardness on the 2 students' faces quickly transformed into astonishment. "Junior, your culinary skills are phenomenal. I'll have 3 more. Me too. Extra spicy." The clamorous calls soon formed a long queue in front of the stall. While Huo Yuhao flipped the fish on the grill, he contemplated how his old trade still thrived in this place. Such was the power of reputation. However, he did not intend to remain selling until nightfall, as he had other matters to attend to later. He planned to sell around 40 or 50 fish, reserving the rest for tomorrow, as it was merely a small business. Meanwhile, the commotion and tantalizing aroma caught the attention of several girls in purple uniforms exiting the entrance. The arrival of the most beautiful girl among them created quite a stir. "Look, it's Jiang Nanan," a voice exclaimed, prompting a momentary hush to fall over the previously bustling stall, quickly followed by a chorus of gasps. "Heavens, she truly is a goddess." The crowd erupted in excitement. It was no wonder they were transfixed by her beauty. Jiang Nanan's skin was as radiant as snow, her features exuding the gentle charm reminiscent of Jiangnan's misty rain. Every gesture radiated grace and elegance, and even the curve of her lips when she spoke held an irresistible allure. Her accompanying friends could not help but comment, "Sister Nanan, this grilled fish smells divine." The crowd instinctively parted to create a path, as many boys blushed, stealing glances, their ears turning red, their breaths becoming involuntarily hushed. "To my astonishment, I encountered a goddess here. My life is now complete," someone murmured, their eyes filled with infatuation. Huo Yuhao silently continued grilling fish, paying no heed to the beauty of the girl before him, for he had encountered countless stunning individuals before. The likes of the Snow Empress and Shoer far surpassed Jiang Nan in appearance. Senior, grilled fish costs 5 copper coins each. Don't miss out as you pass by. This shop won't be here forever, he called out, his voice carrying a touch of street vendor's flair. Jiang Nan gently remarked, Junior, your way of speaking is quite amusing. However, her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Junior, the cost of grilling fish must not be too high. Could you perhaps sell it for 3 copper coins? Huo Yuhao understood that Jiang Nan, due to her family's circumstances, had little money. Yet, to lower the price in front of so many was tantamount to showing preferential treatment because of her beauty, which would jeopardize his business. He resolved to discreetly gift her a fish when there were fewer people around. I'm sorry, Senior, but I can't sell it for 3 copper coins. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted, You dare refuse to sell? Accompanied by an angry shout, a figure swooped down like a predatory eagle, landing heavily at the stall and reaching out with a large hand towards the grill. A gold soul coin clanged against the edge of the grill, and the sparks illuminated the fierce expression of the newcomer. Su Sanshur stood like a towering iron statue before the stall, his rough hand reaching for 2 skewers of sizzling fish, the fabric of his sleeves rustling as a gust of wind followed. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted, instinctively. His fingers tightened around the bamboo skewer. As their hands simultaneously touched the scalding fish, a ripple of soul power erupted in the air. Senior, the fish isn't done yet. Why the rush? Look at the skin. It's slightly yellow, indicating the flesh inside is still raw. He raised the unevenly grilled fish in his hand, reminding him that one cannot eat hot tofu in haste. Su Sanchi's neck veins bulged, and the dark purple patterns of his martial soul crept up to the corners of his eyes. Don't try to fool me with your tricks. He emphasized the word me, his tone laced with unmistakable menace. Today, you will sell me this fish, whether you want to or not. As he spoke, he deliberately stepped forward, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao remained calm, spreading his hands, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Senior, your attitude is rather fierce. I have no objections, but, Su Sanshur. Jiang Nan suddenly stepped forward, her pale blue skirt brushing against the stone pavement, the silver bells on her wrist ringing out a clear protest. The girl clenched her teeth, her fingers gripping her skirt turning slightly pale. Stop pestering me. I have told you before, there is no possibility between us. As she spoke, the tear mole at the corner of her eye trembled with emotion, glimmering like a pearl in the setting sun. Huo Yuhao inwardly lamented how everyone seemed to enjoy interrupting him. As she was about to speak to ease the tension, 2 figures suddenly surged through the crowd. Tang Yu resembled a cat that had caught a whiff of blood, her eyes sparkling with a remarkable brightness. How delightful. What is happening? Her gaze abruptly fixed upon Huo Yuhao, the blue-silver grass ornament in her hair swaying gently with her movements. It's you. The boy who saved me that day. You prepared these grilled fish? Bei, exasperated, rubbed his forehead as he observed his junior's unwavering fixation on the grilled fish, silently retrieving his purse. When 2 skewers, enveloped in a secret sauce and ignited to perfection by Huo Yuhao, were handed to Tang Yu, she eagerly took a large bite. Oil splattered onto her clothing, but she remained oblivious. This is exquisite. Who would have thought you possessed such culinary skills? Her cheeks, stuffed with fish, muffled her praise, prompting Bei to shake his head indulgently. Meanwhile, at another corner of the stall, Su Sanshur continued his relentless pursuit of Jiang Nan. His crimson eyes fixated on the girl, occasionally casting glances at Huo Yuhao, filled with malice. Huo Yuhao paused in his grilling, sensing Su Sanshur's penetrating gaze, and inwardly scoffed. What do you keep staring at me for? I'm not hindering your attempts to woo her. It's as if my presence is the reason you cannot win her affection. I am merely selling grilled fish. I'm not obstructing your pursuit of women. Do you really think you can blame me for your lack of success? While munching on the grilled fish, Tang Yu remarked, Su Sanshur, your fierce demeanor resembles that of someone intent on causing trouble rather than a suitor. Su Sanshur crossed his arms, the dark patterns of his Xuanwu, turtle martial soul subtly visible on his skin. With a disdainful snort, he declared, if he dares to disrespect Nan, it is tantamount to slapping my face. Here at Shrek, strength is the ultimate truth. He deliberately elongated his last syllable, his soul power surging like a tide toward Huo Yuhao. How noisy! Huo Yuhao abruptly halted his grilling, his voice as frigid as ice. Those 2 syllables struck the crowd like a heavy hammer, resonating in their ears. Su Sanshur erupted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. You little brat, say that again. Huo Yuhao slowly lifted his head, his originally clear blue eyes suddenly engulfed by a golden light. In that instant, the temperature around the stall plummeted. as if an invisible force restrained everyone like unbreakable chains. The aura emanating from him transformed dramatically, embodying the chill of countless life and death battles. Akin to a Shura risen from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His eyes flickered not only with golden brilliance, but also with tendrils of crimson flames. Su Sanchi's pupils constricted in terror. Yet, how could he comprehend that what stood before him was not merely Huo Yuhao? This pressure was unlike any soul skill. It was a pure, heart-wrenching force of intimidation. The golden light swirled, capturing souls, and the pressure it exuded felt as though it had bound him tightly. His legs weakened, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat, as if he would be torn apart by the boy's gaze in the next moment. He had never encountered such overwhelming pressure or such a terrifyingly ferocious glare. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the overwhelming aura receded like a tide, and Huo Yuhao reverted to the calm demeanor of a young vendor selling grilled fish. Observing this, Bei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, saying, "Sanshi, it appears you've misjudged this time. This junior is not someone to be trifled with." Su Sanshi, however, stubbornly maintained his pride, defiantly retorting, Bei, don't be alarmist. He is merely a freshman. What waves could he possibly make? Kid, do you dare to ascend the soul fighting platform with me? I shall cover the costs. Su Sanshi shouted, standing atop the wooden table at his stall, his gaze directed at Huo Yuhao with an air of condescension. Huo Yuhao leisurely wiped down the grill, the flames illuminating the defiant curve of his eyes. If we are to fight, let us do so without all this chatter. You strike me as someone who has grown accustomed to wielding power, yet you are now oblivious to your own worth. Amidst the crisp sound of the tongs clamping down on the charcoal, he stepped closer, lowering his voice. However, I have conditions. Having indulged you in this nonsense for so long, my modest grilled fish stall does not exist merely to entertain your folly. Any losses incurred will be recouped from you. Su Sanshi's neck muscles bulged as he prepared to erupt, only to be silenced by Huo Yuhao's next words. If I win, I shall claim 8,000 gold soul coins. If I lose, I will serve as a free cook for you and Sister Jiang for half a year. Deal. Su Sanshi tore the badge from the collar of his school uniform and threw it to the ground, the metallic clash ringing out like a tear in fabric. Today, you shall learn what it truly means to be a genius. As Huo Yuhao stepped into the arena, the audience's excitement surged like a tidal wave. Isn't that Huo Yuhao, the recent super newcomer? They say he can hold his own against the formidable old lady Zhou without a martial soul. Is that true? Regardless of its veracity, this intergrade duel promised to be thrilling. Someone shouted, and the entire venue erupted with enthusiasm. News spread like wildfire, and the once empty stands filled with a throng of eager onlookers. Even the aisles were crowded with students straining to catch a glimpse. Rumors circulated that the super newcomer Huo Yuhao was battling the fifth-year senior, drawing a considerable crowd. Of course, there were supporters of Su Sanshi as well, for he too was a genius of the academy, resulting in both factions rallying for their champions. However, the narrative became increasingly distorted. Whispers flew faster than magical projectiles. Initially, it was said that Su Sanshi was confronting Huo Yuhao for the sake of the most beautiful girl in the outer academy, Jiang Nan. Gradually, the tale morphed into Huo Yuhao fighting for Jiang Nan against Su Sanshi. As the story circulated, it evolved into a dramatic duel of two great talents over love, enticing countless spectators, even filling the usually quiet VIP section with teachers eager to witness the spectacle. In the center of the arena, Su Sanshi, observing the supporters of Huo Yuhao, understood the dynamics at play. Fixing a menacing glare upon Huo Yuhao, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. So, he is the infamous Huo Yuhao. What of it? I am a third-ring soul ancestor, while he barely qualifies as a second-ring soul master. What can he possibly offer in combat? What supernova? He is nothing more than a jester who rose to fame through mere luck. With that, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Nan in the audience, his eyes ablaze with fervent possessiveness. Nan, you are mine. Those who dare to offend you shall undoubtedly pay the price. In a corner of the audience, Tang Ye berated Su Sanshi from her seat, lamenting how he, with his size, could bully the weak. If he were to lose, what face would he have left to remain in the academy? Yet, Su Sanshi is a soul master of the third ring. Can Junior Yuhao truly prevail in a cross-level battle? Bei crossed his arms, his gaze deep and contemplative as he focused on the arena. Junior Yuhao may not necessarily lose. He recalled the rumors circulating in the freshman area about Huo Yuhao's demonstrated strength, which had already surpassed that of an ordinary second-ring soul master. Perhaps this spectacle serves as an opportune moment for some to confront reality. He murmured to himself, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. The dying rays of the setting sun cast a slanted glow upon the Colosseum's dome, refracting into a prism of colors. A stir arose among the crowd as Zhang Nannan, adorned in a light purple academy uniform, approached with a graceful stride. Her gaze traversed the bustling throng, settling quietly upon the two figures at the center of the arena. The silver bells in her hair chimed softly with each movement, eliciting gasps from those nearby. Su Sanshi, stretching his limbs, inadvertently caught sight of her enchanting silhouette. His breath momentarily stilled. Nannan is looking at me, he thought, as an inexplicable surge of fighting spirit coursed through him, and his aura sharpened. The referee leaped onto the platform, the sound amplifier in his hand buzzing. Esteemed audience, today, we present a pinnacle showdown across grade levels. The freshman prodigy Huo Yuhao faces off against the elite Su Sanshi from the 5th year. Will the rising star create a miracle? Or will the seasoned champion defend his honor? Let us await the outcome. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, under the watchful eyes of the spectators. Huo Yuhao remained composed, his black robe fluttering gently in the breeze, while Su Sanshi wore a taut expression, veins bulging on his forehead. Are both contestants ready? The referee inquired loudly. Upon receiving their affirmation, he dramatically waved the flag in his hand. I declare the match to commence. Before his words had fully faded, a brilliant radiance erupted from Su Sanshi's body. 3 soul rings ascended, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminating the entire arena with their resplendent glow. He bellowed, and a jet-black tortoise shell shield materialized in his right hand, its surface etched with patterns resembling flowing lava, emanating a heavy sense of pressure. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted, golden light flashing through his eyes like lightning. A smirk curved at the corner of his lips. What is this? I thought I was facing a stray dog. It turns out to be just a turtle. This scornful remark sliced through the tense atmosphere like a sharpened blade. Su Sanshi's face flushed crimson in an instant, veins bulging in his neck. You insolent brat. After repeatedly humiliating me, I, Su Sanshi, will not rest until I turn you into minced meat today. His voice thundered like a storm, causing the stone slab beneath him to tremble slightly. Huo Yuhao merely beckoned with his finger, an invisible aura of mental pressure emanating from him. Isn't that evident? I did not come here to engage in idle chatter. If you possess any true abilities, then unleash them, he declared, his presence surging dramatically, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, prepared to engulf his opponent at any moment. On the sidelines, Zhang Nannan instinctively tightened her grip on her skirt, her heart stirring with concern as she watched the two adversaries poised for a clash. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers, shouts, and discussions, propelling the atmosphere of the Seoul Arena to a fever pitch. Chapter 34. Golden Dragon explosive fist. The air within the Seoul Arena twisted under the tumult of soul power, as Su San's 3-ringed radiance enveloped him, casting the tortoise shell shield in an inky darkness. Although his martial spirit was renowned for its defensive prowess, this boisterous youth took the initiative, shaking the ground and sending fragments of stone flying. Veins bulged on his right arm as ancient patterns surfaced on the shield, resembling a long-dormant primordial tortoise awakening. First soul skill, Shimming Shock. Dense, ink-like black light erupted from the shield, expanding to form a semicircular barrier 3 meters in diameter. The surface of the barrier rippled with enigmatic waves, producing a shrill scream in the air, causing the spectators in the front row to stagger back from the force of the blast. Hiding behind the shield, Su San revealed only his blood-red eyes, filled with provocation and pride. Huo Yuhao's expression remained unchanged as he summoned a chilling mist at his fingertips. Ice Spike Technique. With a soft utterance, 12 ice spikes, imbued with an icy bite, shot forth, tracing a sharp arc through the air. The moment the ice spikes collided with the Tianmeng shield, a crisp explosion resonated, scattering shards of ice like stardust, yet failing to disturb the intricate patterns on the shield's surface even slightly. Concealed within your shell like a turtle, are you? Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a disdainful smile as golden radiance surged around him. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind only a faint afterimage in the air. Just as Su San felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, Huo Yuhao had already materialized behind him, his right leg, charged with soul power, sweeping towards Su San's lower body like an iron whip. Not again, Su San bellowed, swiftly rotating the tortoise shield. The second wave of black light from Shimming Shock collided with Huo Yuhao's assault, unleashing a violent energy wave that cracked the protective barrier of the Seoul Arena like spider silk. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. No one had anticipated that this seemingly frail newcomer could stir such turbulence in the realm of a defensive soul master. Break for me. Huo Yuhao's eyes blazed with golden light as intricate patterns of soul power crystallized on his fists. Like a berserker on the battlefield, he abandoned all finesse, relentlessly striking the Tianmeng shield with the most direct force. Each impact resonated like thunder, Su San's feet carving deep trenches into the ground as he was forced to retreat, the patterns on the shield beginning to show the first signs of minuscule cracks. Yuhao, the junior, is no ordinary contender. He is managing to force Su San back solely through physical prowess. Bei Bei exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Beside him, Tang Yu was already in a state of exhilaration, her hair a tousled mess, oblivious to it all. Did you see that? Did you see? Indeed. It is essential to bring him into the Tang sect. Such an exceptional junior, possessing remarkable strength and culinary prowess in preparing grilled fish, would be a tremendous loss to remain outside the Tang sect. I see you are quite fond of his grilled fish, aren't you? Bei Bei shook her head in exasperation. Tang Yu stuck out her tongue and chuckled. The grilled fish is merely a delightful bonus. A talent like Yuhao, so rare in a century, must be welcomed into the Tang sect. The air in the soul arena was distorted and deformed by the scorching soul power. The bloodied fist of Huo Yuhao glimmered coldly in the interplay of light and shadow, each punch sending forth tiny droplets of blood. Opposite him, Su San knelt on one knee, his tortoise-shell shield riddled with web-like cracks, sweat mingling with his hair, accentuating the fierce crimson of his eyes. I have never encountered a monster like you. Amidst his roar, the soul rings surrounding Su San flickered wildly, and his second soul skill, the Tianmeng shield array, erupted with thunderous force. The dark turtle shell transformed into 12 floating shields, orbiting him like planets, each shield pulsating with a sinister black glow. As the shield array formed, the protective barrier of the soul arena emitted a strained hum under the burden. Such trivial techniques. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted as his right fist ignited with a blazing golden flame. With a low growl, he unleashed the fire fist. The inferno, carrying the searing heat capable of incinerating all, erupted forth. The intertwining golden and crimson fist radiance descended like a meteor, causing the 12 Tianmeng shields to tremble violently upon contact, first fracturing at the surface before shattering into a myriad of fragments. Su San staggered backward, gazing at the obliterated soul skill with burgeoning fear in his eyes. Instinctively, he glanced toward the audience, where Jiang Nan was watching him, and thought, how can I embarrass myself in front of Nan? Without further hesitation, he bellowed, you have forced my hand. The third soul ring erupted with blinding purple light, and his third soul skill, the power of Tianmeng, unfurled. A tremendous wave of soul power surged forth like a tsunami, causing Su San's physique to undergo a bizarre transformation. His already formidable frame expanded further, his short hair cascading into long, emerald tresses, and a 10-meter diameter phantom of the Xuanwu materialized behind him. The tortoise-shell patterns enveloped his body, his eyes entirely replaced by a haunting green light, rendering him an ancient beast reborn. Tianmeng shock. This time, the black light shield bore the weight of annihilation, compressing the very air it traversed, causing the ground to crack with a web-like pattern. Spectators in the front row were swept away by the force, and even the referee had to activate their personal protective shield. Yet Huo Yuhao smiled, a defiant glint in his expression. Golden radiance surged around him, and a 100-meter-long golden dragon phantom emerged behind him, its roar resonating throughout the soul arena. Come forth. Experience my golden dragon explosive fist. This was a new technique he had conceived while absorbing the essence of the golden dragon king. The two colossal beast phantoms roared in unison, a magnificent display of power. The golden dragon shadow spiraled from his arm, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing sonic boom. When the golden dragon phantom collided with the Xuanwu phantom, the entire soul arena fell into a momentary silence. Then, blinding light engulfed everything, and a violent energy storm shattered the protective barrier, sending the seats in the stands flying like mere scraps of paper. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Su San was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. His martial soul form completely vanished, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he remained fixated on the direction of Huo Yuhao. Although the Xuanwu was a creature of divine bloodline, it was insufficient to rival the Golden Dragon King, let alone when the power of the Golden Dragon King was wielded by Huo Yuhao, who had previously captured it. The disparity in both martial souls and strength between the two was overwhelming. Outwardly, Su San might have appeared slightly superior in combat power, but who could truly fathom the depth of Huo Yuhao's hidden abilities? The Tianmeng Shock and Tianmeng Shield, no, it should be referred to as the Xuanwu Shield, were swiftly shattered, sending Su San careening away. This marked the definitive conclusion of the battle. The arena fell into a profound silence, broken only by the distinct sound of Huo Yuhao's footsteps crushing the debris. In the audience, some clenched the railings until their knuckles turned white, while others instinctively covered their mouths. Even the typically composed teachers leaned forward in anticipation. It was Bei who first shattered the silence, exclaiming, "Is this truly a newcomer? He is evidently a monstrous talent of terrifying potential." Tang Yi gazed at the youthful figure in the arena, her eyes shimmering with fervent admiration. "Did you see that, Bei? My discernment is impeccable. I must recruit him into the Tang sect. His talent rivals that of our ancestor Tang San." A murmur of Shrek's monster rippled through the crowd, resonating with a palpable excitement. "No, he is destined to be a future title Douluo. He is simply extraordinary." Such words ignited a fervent discussion, illuminating the realization among the spectators as to why this newcomer had stirred such a tremendous uproar in such a brief period. His existence was a subversion of all norms. No wonder he was dubbed a supernova. If there were indeed a monster at Shrek Academy, it was undoubtedly Huo Yuhao. Chapter 35. Huo Yuhao. I do not yield to you. As twilight cast a rosy hue over the arena, the crowd ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving only faint murmurs echoing in the air. Xiao Xiao stood on her tiptoes, her gaze unwaveringly following that figure, her eyes shimmering with adoration. The scene of Huo Yuhao confronting the Xuanwu phantom replayed incessantly in her mind, the golden light enveloping him seemingly more radiant than the evening glow itself. Huo Yuhao flexed his sore wrist and turned towards the direction of the grilled fish stall. The setting sun elongated his shadow, and specks of golden light danced upon his blue hair. Despite the 8,000 gold soul coins he had earned from the arena being more than sufficient for indulgence, that humble stall remained the cornerstone of his existence at Shrek Academy. Even the smallest morsels held value. What if he lost it? Naturally, if such a thing were to occur, he would ensure that the culprit faced the wrath of the Golden Dragon Explosive Fist. As he exited the archway of the arena, a delicate lavender figure suddenly caught his eye. Jiang Nan leaned against a pillar, the sunset casting a soft golden halo around her profile, while the silver bells in her hair swayed gently in the breeze, producing a delicate sound. Noticing the gaze of Huo Yuhao, she stepped forward slowly, her skirt brushing the ground, releasing a faint fragrance of magnolia. "I am truly sorry for the trouble my matters have caused you," Jiang Nan murmured, her voice as soft as willow catkins in the spring breeze. She recalled Su Sanchi's uncontrollable demeanor and then Huo Yuhao's composed figure as he overcame adversaries in the battle arena, a twinge of guilt stirring within her. Huo Yuhao, however, laughed heartily. "What are you saying, senior? It's perfectly normal for the first day of a stall to be a bit lively. I am delighted that you enjoyed my grilled fish." He winked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Thanks to you, my stall has gained quite a reputation. I shall have to promote Jiang Nan's certified delicacy. Rest assured, the customers will be so numerous that I shall be overwhelmed." Jiang Nan chuckled, her previously tense expression finally easing. "You really are quite optimistic, Junior." Huo Yuhao silently calculated in his heart, maintaining a facade of composure. Indeed, he felt optimistic. His earnings had transformed from a meager handful of copper coins to a staggering 8,000 gold soul coins in a single day. In addition to the bonuses from the battle arena, he now possessed the means to thrive in other timelines, a thought that ignited a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Though he quickly masked it. "Senior Nan, would you be so kind as to follow me for a moment?" Huo Yuhao suddenly stated with earnestness, gesturing towards his stall not far away, a hint of urgency in his voice that suggested refusal was not an option. Under the setting sun, the boy's blue hair shimmered softly, and his deep blue eyes held an inscrutable depth. Jiang Nan paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, trailing silently behind Huo Yuhao, her mind swirling with curiosity about what he wished to discuss. Was it perhaps an issue she had inadvertently caused? The clamor of the battle arena had yet to dissipate, as a throng of onlookers began to gather around Huo Yuhao's grilled fish stall. Bei and Tang Yi joined the crowd, their eyes sparkling with eagerness to recruit a genius into the Tang sect. Tang Yi playfully chanted Huo Yuhao's name alongside the Tang sect, a light-hearted tone that elicited a fond smile from Bei. Su Sanchi, however, sulked amidst the crowd, occasionally kicking stones from his path, seemingly still grappling with the bitterness of defeat. Most notable were several academy teachers. Notably absent was Wang Yan, who was still in the library engrossed in books, enjoying the added benefits of a sudden task from Yin Xiaozhe, which allowed him access to the academy's confidential library. The teachers whispered among themselves, lending an air of officiality to the gathering. Once a modest grilled fish stall, it was now besieged by a relentless crowd, the crackling of charcoal intermingling with waves of admiration. Huo Yuhao appeared oblivious to the surrounding noise, deftly skewering freshly cut fish. The fan he wielded sending glistening droplets of oil onto the embers, releasing plumes of aromatic steam infused with cumin. By the way, Junior Yuhao, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Nan inquired, nudged closer to the stall by the throng. Her ears tinged with a slight blush from the proximity. She gazed at the silhouette of the young man, engrossed in grilling fish, the silver bells in her hair gently swaying with his movements. Without lifting his head, Huo Yuhao deftly flipped the fish with his long fingers, and once the golden, crispy skin shimmered alluringly, he carefully extended the grilled fish toward her. Here you go, senior, he said. I don't have any money on me, so I can't accept your fish. Jiang Nan instinctively took a step back, the pale blue hem of her dress brushing against the cobblestones. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the curious gazes of the surrounding students, her fingertips unconsciously tightening around the silk ribbon at her waist. Huo Yuhao suddenly chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with a gentle compassion tinged with pity. You don't need to worry, this is my treat. He pressed another skewer of grilled fish into her hand and lowered his voice. I intended to have you wait for a moment until there were fewer people around before treating you to 2 fish. I figured you might not have brought any money today, given how hesitant you seemed to speak about it. He continued. I also understand that you Wun-Ti want everyone to see you unable to afford it. However, your friend interrupted me. He added, I didn't anticipate that so many people would show up now. It seems my plan has backfired. Jiang Nan's eyelashes fluttered, her earlobes instantly tinged with a rosy hue. She lowered her gaze to the glossy grilled fish in her hand, and suddenly recalled how the young man had struck down Su Sanshur in the Seoul arena with the force of thunder. Yet now he was discreetly alleviating her embarrassment. So that's how it is, she murmured softly, warmth blossoming within her heart, yet guilt also washed over her. It's all my fault for causing him so much trouble. Well then, senior, let us consider your beauty as the payment for this fish. Huo Yuhao straightened up, winking at her before turning back to attend to other customers. The onlookers erupted in excitement. Oh my, how charming is that? Help. This scene is straight out of a story. Powerful, can cook, speaks gently, and considers a girl's feelings. Truly a good man. No. He will undoubtedly be a great man in the future. Several girls covered their flushed cheeks as they whispered among themselves, while others hastily took notes of the moment. Someone called out, the supernova and the goddess of the outer academy are a perfect match. Provoking laughter from the crowd, even Su Sanshur, who stood in the corner, coughed awkwardly. Of course, many felt a sense of unbidden melancholy. So, is the ultimate outcome that the supernova Huo Yuhao wins the heart of the beauty? Is there potential between the supernova and the outer academy goddess? Regardless of the potential, it no longer concerns us. The goddess seems to have found her match. I'm so heartbroken. Boss, bring me 6 skewers of grilled fish. I want to transform my sorrow into appetite. As dusk deepened, the smoke from the fish stall mingled with the rosy flush on the girl's ears. At that moment, Su Sanchi's hoarse voice thundered like a clap of thunder. He pushed through the crowd, the residual aura of his martial soul still faintly vibrating around him. The bag containing 8,000 soul coins in his hand emitted a harsh rasp as he crushed it. Huo Yuhao, he shouted vehemently, hurling the coin bag forward. I lost. And I accept my defeat. This is yours. Huo Yuhao caught the heavy bag with steady hands, a ripple of emotion passing through his blue eyes. The surface of the pouch still retained the warmth of Su Sanchi's palm, imbued with a lingering, unyielding heat. You are formidable. Su Sanchi's atoms apple bobbed violently, and his eyes, hidden beneath his brow, glowed a crimson red. I concede to your strength. It is suffocating in its intensity. However, I will not yield to you. Nan is mine, and no one shall snatch her away from me, no matter how powerful you may be. The crowd erupted in gasps, whispers swelling like a tide. Although that senior was impressive, he had encountered a true monster from Shrek. It seemed he was in quite a predicament. Chapter 36. A token of gratitude, Huo Yuhao lowered his gaze, not meeting Su Sanchi's eyes, but continued to grill the fish. I am not strong. I merely won by chance. His voice was as calm as a still pond, which only fueled Su Sanchi's frustration. At that moment, Tanya bounced to the front, her blue-silver grass hairpin swaying gently with her movements. Oh, you still won't admit defeat, Su Sanshur? Even after being beaten to such a state? Truly worthy of the Xuanwu bloodline. Unyielding and remarkably resilient. Bei Bei, exasperated, held his forehead and then spoke earnestly. You, my friend, insist on hanging your hopes on a single tree. There are plenty of flowers in the world. Why cling to just one? You speak without feeling. Standing there unscathed, Su Sanshur interrupted brusquely, his mood darkening. If you have the ability, Find someone better than Nan to make me forget her. Bei shrugged. Then you might as well continue to hang on. But judging by the current situation, your prospects do not look promising. He cast a meaningful glance at Huo Yuhao, who was diligently applying seasoning to the fish, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding turmoil. It appeared that their initial purpose had subtly shifted to comforting Su Sanshi. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, Su Sanshi, why not join our Tang sect? With our unique skills and hidden weapons, you could significantly increase your strength. Who knows, perhaps in the future, Jiang Nan might also join us. She deliberately elongated her tone, successfully causing Su Sanshi's pupils to constrict sharply. Really? Su Sanshi's voice trembled, and upon seeing Tang Yu's unwavering gaze, he suddenly came to his senses. All right, I will join. As long as I can grow stronger and win Nan back to my side. His voice gradually faded, yet in the night breeze, it solidified into a fervent obsession. Elsewhere, Jiang Nan held the freshly grilled fish, the rising steam blurring her reddened eyes. As the aroma of the grilled fish mingled with spices filled her nostrils, she took a gentle bite, lost in the moment. Whether due to the exquisite flavor or thoughts of home, she found it difficult to resist Huo Yuhao's kindness. It felt as if she were savoring the finest delicacy in the world. Thank you, Junior, she whispered softly, tears still glistening on her lashes. In the next instant, she offered the grilled fish to her friend beside her. Her companions, too, watched Jiang Nan with curiosity, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Jiang Nan strolled towards Huo Yuhao, who noticed her approaching figure. Uncertain of her intentions, he stood up out of courtesy. Yuhao, could you please set aside the grilled fish for a moment? Jiang Nan, emboldened by an unknown courage, called Huo Yuhao closer. He indeed relinquished the grilled fish and walked over amidst the gazes of the crowd. The two were close enough that their faces nearly touched, though it was not quite so exaggerated. Observing the puzzled expression on Huo Yuhao's face, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile softly. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to inquire, Jiang Nan suddenly rose on her toes. Huo Yuhao's significant enhancements had elevated his stature considerably, making her appear somewhat delicate. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, she gently pressed a kiss, scented with the aroma of grilled fish, onto Huo Yuhao's cheek. The evening breeze lifted her skirt, mingling with the rising chorus of astonished cries from the crowd. In the distance, Su Sanshi clenched his fists, the veins on his temples throbbing. At the moment Jiang Nan's soft lips brushed his cheek, Huo Yuhao's fan fell to the ground with a soft thud. The fragrant blend of grilled fish and the delicate fragrance of her hair enveloped him, leaving his mind in a daze. He stood frozen in place, his ears reddening visibly, a myriad of questions exploding within him. This was not mere shyness. He was simply bewildered by the unexpected kiss. After all, it was only 2 grilled fish. Was it really necessary to use his first kiss as a token of gratitude? Although a kiss on the cheek did not constitute a true first kiss, the development was utterly absurd. Instinctively, he touched his kissed cheek, silently vowing to safeguard his first kiss, as he still wished to keep it pure for Chior. Thank you for the grilled fish, Junior. Jiang Nan's voice was sweet as honey, her gentle gaze radiating warmth. Consider it a token of gratitude from a senior. With that, she turned and fled like a startled doe, her moon-white skirt sweeping across the bluestone pavement. The delicate sound of silver bells in her hair gradually fading into the evening breeze. In stark contrast, Su Sanshi's complexion turned paler than when the protective shield of the battle arena shattered. His eyes widened, almost bulging from their sockets, as a fractured whimper escaped his throat. Nan. At that moment, it seemed as if the melody of a cut of plum drifted down from the heavens. The already noisy night market was abruptly muted, leaving only the mournful song resonating in the air. Though there was no snow in the sky, Su Sanshi felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. So cold, so cold. How could one describe it? It was akin to Yuan Hua hearing Chiyo say, "Please do not contact me anymore. I fear it may lead Xia Luo to misunderstand." Tang Yu, witnessing Su Sanshi's despondent demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, is our senior Su about to shed tears? While teasing, she extended a handkerchief that Bei had passed her, only to retract it silently upon meeting his murderous glare. Bei gently patted Su Sanshi's trembling shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? This is merely a minor episode in the journey of life. To navigate through existence, one must carry a hint of green. Besides, you haven't truly pursued her. It's merely an unrequited affection, and it hasn't blossomed into love yet. His words of comfort caused the tightly wound nerves of Su Sanshi to unravel in an instant. This formidable man, who exuded authority in the arena, now wept like a child, tears mingling with his runny nose, dripping onto his attire as he murmured, "Bei, my good brother for life." The crowd gradually dispersed, and the clamor near the grilled fish stall finally subsided. Huo Yuhao bent down to retrieve his fan, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the shoe prints Su Sanshur had left behind, prompting a bittersweet smile as he shook his head. At that moment, a timid voice called from behind, "Huo Yuhao?" He turned to see Xiao Xiao standing beneath the streetlight, her hair still glistening with the night dew. The girl's eyes sparkled, clearly still stirred by the earlier scene. I also want to eat grilled fish." Her voice dwindled, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, reminiscent of senior sister Nan Nan. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle as he reignited the grill, of course. However, "My grilled fish does not come with any special gratuity." His teasing words turned Xiao Xiao's face a deep shade of crimson. Yet they also brought a gentle closure to the unexpected turmoil amidst the smoky ambience. In the sea of souls of the lotus flower, within Neza's palace, the golden palaces shimmered with a warm glow, and a pond filled with blooming lotus flowers perfumed the air. Wisps of smoke curled up from beneath the glazed tiles. Huo Yuhao placed the freshly grilled fish onto a jade plate, the oil gliding along the fish's texture, sizzling softly in the stillness. Neza lounged against an intricately carved bench, his white robe casually draped on the ground, exposing his bare feet. He lifted a wine jar to his lips, tilting it back as the nectar spilled down his chin, staining his garment with darkened marks. "You seem to remember old ties and show mercy in your actions. With your prowess, you could have easily eliminated that fellow, couldn't you?" Huo Yuhao smiled faintly, the flickering candlelight in his eyes casting a warm golden hue upon his silver hair. "He is merely a fool blinded by emotional turmoil, not a truly wicked person." His gaze drifted toward the surging clouds beyond the palace gates, his voice descending into a more somber tone. "Upon my return in this life, there are others I must reckon with. He is not my mortal enemy, and thus, there is no need for bloodshed. I am not one who revels in killing." Neza burst into laughter, the sound resonating so powerfully that the luminous pearls suspended from the beams swayed gently. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his fingers gliding over the fish skewers on the grill, selecting a few as he remarked, "Spare me your benevolent rhetoric. If it weren't for your grilling skills appealing to my palate, I wouldn't bother with your trivial matters." Huo Yuhao pushed a newly filled luminous cup toward him, the nectar creating delicate ripples within. "Speaking of which, I must extend my gratitude to the third prince for his generous assistance. The transformation of the Muntian silk into a martial soul has indeed deceived many." He recalled the flickering crimson light in the arena, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cup's rim. Without it, this performance would have been challenging, and future disguises would also owe their success to its contribution. Neza raised his head and drained the exquisite wine, casually tossing the cup into the air. The jade cup traced a graceful arc in the air before plunging into the lotus pond, causing a flurry of silver ripples, merely remnants of the torn celestial silk. This treasure possessed the innate ability for regeneration. He raised an eyebrow mischievously, a playful glint dancing in his eyes, stating, "Consider this a prepayment for a century's worth of grilled fish. Should I desire it in the future, you must be at my beck and call." Truth be told, your culinary talents truly shine brightest. At times, the exquisite delicacies from the heavens pale in comparison to a mere skewer of grilled fish. Chapter 37, Director. Is he your illegitimate son? The slanting sun cast a honeyed hue upon the bluestone slabs at the school gate, where students queued in a serpentine line before Huo Yuhao's grilling stall. As he deftly handed freshly grilled fish skewers to patrons, the sizzling sound of oil erupting over the charcoal mingled with the lively chatter, weaving a vibrant symphony of marketplace sounds as twilight descended. "Make way, make way." The crowd suddenly stirred, parting like the tide. A wave of subtle warmth enveloped him, accompanied by a faint scent of roses. Huo Yuhao's movements paused imperceptibly as he lifted his gaze to see a young girl in a crimson gauze dress striding forth, her fiery locks cascading like a waterfall. Beneath her sheer mask, her red eyes shimmered with an enigmatic allure. "Are you the infamous Huo Yuhao from the academy?" Her voice flowed gently like spring water, yet concealed an almost imperceptible sharpness. As she navigated through the throng, Huo Yuhao instantly recognized her, Ma Xiaotao, his sister. In this rebirth, he had grown increasingly indifferent to emotions. His responses to others had become increasingly casual, as if the person he once was had faded away, perhaps a side effect of overusing emotional power and spiritual energy. Or perhaps his heart had long perished in his previous life. This was a mystery he could not unravel. However, his current focus lay solely on becoming stronger. "If there were no others present, I would indeed be." His tone was as flat, as if he were merely recounting a mundane occurrence. As if the significant figure before him were merely an ordinary customer. While grilling fish, he continued, "Welcome, senior. Care to try some grilled fish? Ours is delectable. Unique to the academy, a one-of-a-kind offering. Don't miss out as you pass by." The bamboo fan rhythmically fluttered, sending the enticing aroma of grilled fish into the air. Yet could not conceal the subtle tension that lingered. Time invariably progresses along its predetermined path, with only a fraction of it subject to change. Regardless of attempts to evade, the pivotal individuals and events will inevitably seek you out. Perhaps the essence of rebirth is not solely to completely alter one's destiny, but to seek out those fleeting opportunities for change along the established trajectory. Even the slightest deviation could lead to monumental shifts in the future. Ma Xiaotao tilted her head slightly, a teasing curve gracing her lips beneath the veil. Before her stood a young boy, rather different from the Shrek monsters she had envisioned. She lightly traced the edge of her veil with her fingertips, her crimson eyes scrutinizing the industrious boy through the sheer fabric. Before the grilled fish stall, Huo Yuhao skillfully flipped skewers of fish, his blue hair glinting with golden hues in the setting sun, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary junior, diligently making a living. A soft scoff escaped her lips as she mused. Is this little fellow truly as remarkable as old Yin suggested? He seems merely like an ordinary boy. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous day in the dean's office. Upon the mahogany desk, Yin Xiaozhe's gaze bore an unusual seriousness. "Xiaodao. A remarkable student has emerged in the academy. He possesses the rare ability to master both the ultimate ice and ultimate fire attributes simultaneously. Such talent is truly one in a million. Perhaps he can assist you in suppressing the tumultuous dark fire within you, completely alleviating the affliction you bear." "What is his name?" Ma Xiaotao inquired, her slender fingers instinctively tightening around the armrest of her chair. "Huo Yuhao." Yin Xiaozhe slowly pronounced the name, which had become a topic of discussion throughout the academy. The freshman had triumphed over third-ring seniors and was dubbed the true monster of Shrek. "Xiaodao, you must understand, this title is not one that just anyone can bear." At this moment, standing at the school gate, Ma Xiaotao gazed intently at the young boy before her. She whispered his name, Huo Yuhao, in her heart, a determined smile gracing her lips. It seemed she was destined to meet him. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao brushed sauce onto the freshly grilled fish skewers, his movements fluid and graceful. A fleeting glance caught Ma Xiaotao in deep thought, and his pupils slightly contracted. "Ma Xiaotao, this time, you shall not become the saintess of the spirit hall again. The memories of my last encounter with the evil soul master are still vivid. Your dark fire shall be thoroughly resolved by me." Though he preferred to avoid troublesome matters, he was not entirely heartless, at least not in this moment. He silently resolved to act before his emotions faded completely. "Senior, your grilled fish is ready." Huo Yuhao lowered his gaze, presenting the glistening fish skewer, still emanating an enticing aroma. As their fingertips brushed, the air rippled, and tendrils of ice elemental energy seeped into Ma Xiaotao's veins through the point of contact. This was no ordinary chill, it was the ultimate ice. Yet, if Huo Yuhao's own ice element were insufficient to achieve such perfection, it was thanks to the enhancement from the origin of the heavenly dream that he could maintain this state, the frigidness enveloped in a soul-shaking pressure. Ma Xiaotao's pupils suddenly constricted, a spark of delight flickering in her crimson gaze. The restless dark fire within her seemed to quiet as if encountering a nemesis. The once scorching veins now gently enveloped by the cooling force. She thought to herself, old Yin was indeed correct. He possesses the power to suppress the dark fire. The veil was lifted by her slender fingers, revealing her elegantly sculpted jawline. Ma Xiaotao took a generous bite of the fish, the crispy exterior and tender interior creating a marvelous sensation on her palate. "Little brother, your skill is commendable." She tossed a gold soul coin, her fiery red skirt swirling as she turned and vanished into the twilight, the delicate chime of her golden hair ornaments gradually fading into the evening breeze. Huo Yuhao gazed at her retreating figure, the warmth lingering in his palm intertwined with an icy chill. Even the ultimate ice bestowed by the heavenly dream's essence was not a sustainable solution. Thus, their initial confrontation concluded in this manner. Inside the office of the Dean of the Martial Soul Academy, the cold light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the deep brown walnut desk. Yin Xiaozhe's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the leather armrest of his chair, producing a rhythmic sound. On the desk lay an open student dossier, Huo Yuhao's photograph glowing under the lamp's beam. "Huo Yuhao," Yin Xiaozhe murmured softly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. This young lad was indeed extraordinary. Not only did he possess a martial soul that served as his eyes, but he also wielded the dual attributes of ice and fire. Furthermore, During the battle on the soul fighting stage, a dragon's phantom had appeared behind him. His brows knitted tighter as the memory of that astonishing duel resurfaced. The young man with flowing blue hair, the golden dragon phantom colliding with the Xuanwu martial soul, and the fiery blaze erupting in a dazzling display. Coupled with the ice attribute exhibited in his battle against Zhou Yinyi, the judgment of his twin martial souls was unmistakable. His fingers struck the desk heavily, causing the items upon it to tremble slightly. Never before had there been a martial soul capable of controlling both ice and fire, especially one associated with dragons. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Yin Xiaozhi suddenly straightened, a spark of realization flashing in his eyes. No, while these elements are significant, what truly matters is that Huo Yuhao's ice attribute is exceedingly close to the ultimate ice. He abruptly rose. Perhaps he had not fully revealed his ice attribute to us, presenting merely an illusion of an auxiliary soul skill. Recalling Ma Xiaotao's increasingly uncontrollable evil fire, Yin Xiaozhi hesitated no longer. He seized his cloak and strode purposefully toward the door. There is no time to waste. I must clarify this matter in person. Is he truly the ultimate ice? Outside the classroom of the new first-year students, the setting sun bathed the corridor in an amber hue. Yin Xiaozhi's knock startled the sparrows perched on the windowsill, silencing the discussions within the classroom. Teacher Wang Yin adjusted his glasses, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Why has the dean come in person? Is Huo Yuhao here? Yin Xiaozhi's voice was steady and powerful, yet carried an undeniable authority. Huo Yuhao rose from his seat, his blue hair shimmering in the backlight. As he bowed, his sleeves slipped, revealing faint golden patterns on his wrist. A wave of murmurs swept through the classroom. Indeed, he has come for Huo Yuhao. I am still astonished when I recall that scene on the soul fighting stage. Huo Yuhao's expression remained calm, his blue eyes tranquil, as if he had long anticipated this moment. Wang Yin quickly suggested, since the dean is here, why not share a few words with the students? Yin Xiaozhi waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Huo Yuhao. There is no need for that. I have come specifically to find Huo Yuhao. He walked slowly to the young man, the pressure of his soul power causing the air to thicken. Recently, I have heard numerous accounts regarding your remarkable feats, Supernova, a true genius of Shrek Academy, a prodigy, and a monster. Surely, these titles have not escaped the notice of the students within the academy. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes. A genius has emerged from the academy, and yet I have only just learned of it. I feel truly ashamed. Wang Yan's fingers, tightly gripping the podium, turned slightly pale. As the class teacher, he had missed witnessing Huo Yuhao's legendary battle in the Soul Arena, and his heart was filled with regret. I too feel ashamed. As the class teacher, I failed to witness the battles on the Soul Arena. Alas, Teacher Wang, there is no need for you to feel guilty. It is also my fault for being blind and not recognizing your presence sooner. Our academy has overlooked a true genius. Standing before Huo Yuhao, Yin Xiaozhi solemnly bowed. For this, I owe you an apology, Huo Yuhao. I am truly sorry. As the dean of the Soul Master Department, this is my negligence. Before he finished speaking, the classroom was filled with gasps of astonishment. In the century-long history of Shrek Academy, has there ever been a precedent for a dean to apologize to a student? Shrek Academy has never been stingy towards exceptional students, and your rewards will be abundant. A determined light flickered in Yin Xiaozhi's eyes. Furthermore, if you are willing, you are now a disciple of the inner academy of the Soul Master Department, and I shall personally guide you. He paused deliberately, observing the calm demeanor of the young man. I can guarantee in the name of the Dean of the Soul Master Department that before you turn 40, you will undoubtedly reach the rank of Title Douluo. We will equip you with a complete set of soul rings and soul bones, including at least 100,000-year soul ring. This astonishing promise plunged the entire classroom into silence. Wang Yan's eyes widened as he nearly bit his tongue. Students in the back exchanged glances, some even doubting their own hearing. Such treatment, let alone for a new student, would be unprecedented even for a once-in-a-century prodigy. Of course, there were whispers in the crowd. Dean Yan, are you certain Huo Yuhao is not your illegitimate son? Chapter 38. I am you stepping into the dean's office. The scent of sandalwood intertwined with the musty aroma of time-worn tomes enveloped me. Yin Xiaozhi leisurely approached the display cabinet adorned with emerald cloud patterns and lifted a golden emblem-embellished jade box. As he gently opened the lid, 2 soul-enhancing pills, gleaming with a lustrous sheen, lay upon the velvet lining, their surfaces adorned with faintly visible intricate runes, accompanied by a storage-type soul guide device in the form of a bracelet. This is the Academy's reward for you. 2 soul-enhancing pills, and this bracelet soul guide device containing 10,000 gold soul coins, Yin Xiaozhi said with a calm demeanor, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Beyond this, however, I am more concerned with another truth. Suddenly, he turned, his robes creating a soft, rustling sound. Huo Yuhao, I hope you will answer truthfully. Do you possess a twin martial soul? If so, does your second martial soul possess the attribute of ultimate ice? The air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. Huo Yuhao fixed his gaze upon Yan Xiaojia, slowly replying, Indeed, I possess a second martial soul, capable of wielding multiple elemental powers. His voice was steady as a deep pool, yet within Yan Xiaojia's heart, it stirred up tumultuous waves. An elemental attribute martial soul. Yan Xiaojia abruptly rose to his feet, inadvertently toppling the intricately designed porcelain vase behind him. Amidst the crisp sound of shattering glass, he remained blissfully unaware, hastening towards Huo Yuhao with fervor. If all attributes are of the utmost caliber, he interjected before Huo could finish his thought, are all elemental attributes truly supreme? Should the martial souls of elemental properties indeed possess such excellence, then surely Huo Yuhao, in due course, would ascend to become an unrivaled powerhouse. Perhaps, he might even reach the heights of Elder Mu. At that moment, Yan Xiaojia's heart raced as if he had won the lottery, contemplating whether he had struck the grand prize, transforming 100,000 into 1,000,000. The young man before him represented a tremendous fortune. Currently, there existed only the supreme ice attribute. Huo Yuhao shook his head, his tone remaining undisturbed. Outside, the wind swept past the eaves, causing the copper bells to chime melodically, intertwining their sounds with Yan Xiaojia's heavy breaths. The dean stroked his grizzled beard, yet hope rekindled in his eyes. Indeed, possessing a singular supreme attribute was a rare and coveted talent. If all were of such extraordinary caliber, that would be a true monstrosity. If he desired, the entire world would shift in response to his will. Furthermore, who could guarantee that a turning point might not emerge in the future, granting him the supreme fire attribute? Such a possibility existed, though one must not harbor excessive hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yet, this was still quite favorable, and having several of such talents would be even better. Yuhao, I shan't inquire further about your martial soul. Yan Xiaojia suddenly sighed deeply, a rare look of hesitation crossing his face as his fingers unconsciously tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Yuhao, to be candid, the dean wishes to implore you for assistance with a certain matter. While it may seem grand, it is also quite trivial. He rubbed his beard, uncertain if Yuhao would be willing to lend a hand. Huo Yuhao exhaled softly, pondering whether it was merely a matter of aiding Ma Xiaotao in suppressing her malevolent fire. Was it truly so difficult to articulate? Feel free to speak, Dean Yan. Huo Yuhao regarded the intentional hesitance displayed by the elder, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yan Xiaojia began to pace, his aged visage flickering in and out of light and shadow. To be frank, there exists a senior sister in your inner court whose martial soul harbors a flaw. He suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on Huo Yuhao. Only the supreme ice can thoroughly suppress it. Hence I wish to request your assistance on her behalf. Yan Xiaojia observed the calm demeanor of the youth, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the armrest of the chair, producing a faint creaking sound. As dusk deepened outside, the evening glow stained the sky crimson, yet it could not penetrate the tranquil depths of Huo Yuhao's eyes. Thus, aside from seeking to recruit you into the martial soul department as an inner court disciple, this is another, indeed the primary reason for my visit today. His voice was low, imbued with a sense of relief. Huo Yuhao's slender fingers glided over the edge of the ornate box, the crisp sound of gold soul coins clinking resonating clearly in the silence of the office. He pinched 2 radiant soul elevation pills between his fingertips. I had assumed it was a matter of great significance. The young man's lips curled into a subtle smile as he tucked the ornate box into his embrace. When a senior faced adversity, it was only natural for a junior to lend a hand. Yan Xiaojia's tense shoulders relaxed suddenly, and the breath he exhaled carried a hint of joy. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Huo Yuhao, your kindness shall be forever remembered by the academy. He rose to greet him, his robes stirring a gentle breeze that fluttered the edges of the scrolls upon the table. Huo Yuhao rose swiftly, his silver hair shimmering with a frosty gleam in the backlight. Should the dean require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. His footsteps gradually faded into the distance, and Yan Xiaojia gazed at the young man's retreating figure, unable to withdraw his gaze for a long while. Suddenly, a figure clad in fiery red burst in, bringing with it an intense warmth. Ma Xiaotao's silver bells danced vigorously in her hair, and her crimson eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening beneath the sheer red veil. Old Yan, you were right. That Huo Yuhao. She paused, unconsciously rubbing her right hand, which had just held a grilled fish. Indeed, the extreme ice he possessed could suppress my malevolent fire. Yin Shaozhe set aside his brush, the ink stains on the paper attesting to his administrative duties. Observing the lively demeanor of his disciple, a rare smile graced his lips. I have just spoken with him. He has already departed. What? He just left? Ma Xiaotao stepped forward, her fiery skirt sweeping across the pristine jade tiles. Why so soon? I still want it. Her voice trailed off, not knowing whether to lament the missed opportunity for conversation or to regret not having seized the moment. Do not fret, Yin Shaozhe reassured. Opening the window of the dean's office, the sounds of returning birds mingled with the evening breeze as twilight enveloped the room. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you both to meet, specifically to help you suppress your malevolent fire. As he turned, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Moreover, upon hearing about your malevolent fire, he readily agreed. Instantly, the tension in Ma Xiaotao's shoulders dissipated as she leaned back against another sofa, emitting a relieved laugh. That is splendid, truly splendid. She lifted her hand to remove the sheer veil, revealing her exquisite features, with beads of perspiration still glistening on her forehead from her earlier haste. To attract such a genius is undoubtedly a fortune for Shrek Academy. Yin Shaozhe stroked his white beard thoughtfully, his gaze profound as an abyss. His martial soul, the spirit eye, along with his dual martial souls, an extreme ice. He paused, a hint of emotion in his voice. If this child can mature, his future achievements will be boundless. Ma Xiaotao gazed out at the deepening night, recalling the fleeting blue figure by the grilled fish stall. The young man's focused expression as he turned the fish skewers and the coolness conveyed through his fingertips as he handed her the grilled fish replayed in her mind. Indeed, he is quite an intriguing young man, she murmured, a meaningful curve gracing her lips. I am beginning to look forward to our meeting tomorrow. As the night deepened, enveloping Shrek Academy in a tranquil silence, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on his dormitory bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cool sheen upon his blue hair. 2 soul-enhancing pills transformed into a gentle warmth coursing through his meridians, merging with the soul power he had cultivated in recent days, finally elevating his cultivation level to 32. He sighed softly, feeling the absence of a soul ring. Although he possessed the 8-9 profound arts, whether he required a soul ring now seemed trivial. Yet, adhering to the belief that even the smallest fly is still meat, he understood the necessity of cultivating his martial spirit. Just as he prepared to channel the 8-9 profound arts to solidify his cultivation, a chilling voice suddenly erupted in his mind. Do you not feel utterly useless, Huo Yuhao? You cannot protect your beloved, nor can you safeguard your mentor. You are incapable of accomplishing anything. Huo Yuhao shuddered, his previously tranquil aura instantly disrupted. He abruptly opened his eyes, his blue irises gleaming with a wary light. Who? The sudden motion knocked over the pillow beside him. However, the desolate dormitory echoed only with his voice, devoid of any other presence. The voice, sharp as a serpent's hiss, grew increasingly piercing, questioning, Are you truly happy? Do you find joy? Its words wrapped around him, imbued with a chilling essence that pierced the most vulnerable corners of his heart. Cold sweat trickled down his spine as the young man staggered, clutching the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Memories from his past life surged like a tide. The despair of Wang Qiu'er dissipating in his embrace, the sacrifices made by the Snow Emperor and others for him, the resolute determination of Ilex to protect him at the cost of burning his own consciousness, and the helplessness of being toyed with by fate. These long-buried pains were now unearthed by this mysterious voice. Impossible, Huo Yuhao murmured, veins throbbing at his temples. Is this an illusion, or who exactly are you? The laughter that erupted from the darkness resembled rusty gears grinding against his eardrums, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. You ask who I am. The voice gradually materialized, casting a distorted shadow on the wall, vibrating with the sound waves. I am you. Chapter 39. You are still 20,000 years early. Huo Yuhao's blood ran cold in an instant. The night wind outside battered the window with withered leaves. Yet it could not drown out the thunderous beating of his heart. The shadow on the wall began to stretch slowly, its blue hair, blue eyes, and even the self-mocking curve at the corners of its lips mirroring his own. Do you remember how powerless you were when your teacher sacrificed herself for you? The shadow turned slowly, a hollow gaze emanating an eerie blue glow, and when Qiu'er offered her life, you couldn't even grasp her final wisp of consciousness. Silence. Huo Yuhao suddenly struck with a palm, soul power coalescing into an icy blade in his hand. Yet, as the wind from his strike pierced through the shadow, it erupted into a more frenzied laughter. Strike. Kill me. Just as you were unable to vanquish those enemies in the past. Countless fragments of memory exploded in his mind. The dissipating light of Ilex, the final words of the Snow Emperor and her companions. These deliberately sealed images now transformed into piercing steel needles, stabbing deep into his soul. The shadow advanced slowly, each step leaving frost-rimed cracks upon the ground. Do you think being reborn can alter everything? You are merely a pitiable creature doomed to repeat the same mistakes. It reached out, caressing Huo Yuhao's cheek, the icy chill seeping through his skin into his very marrow. Look at yourself now. You lack even the courage to confront your past, and yet you speak of changing your fate? You are merely a puppet manipulated by others, even with a rebirth. This fact remains unchanged. A searing pain surged through Huo Yuhao's head, as if the blood vessels in his temples were on the verge of breaking through the skin. Stumbling, he clutched the wall, his knuckles scraping against it, producing a harsh sound. The dormitory before him twisted into a flowing vortex of inky darkness, and shadows like thorns descended from the ceiling, ensnaring his ankles and dragging him into the unfathomable abyss of consciousness, where even the moonlight outside was absorbed into the gaping void. When the darkness finally receded, he found himself suspended in a void adorned with shattered mirrors, each fragment reflecting his pale, distorted face. "Welcome home, god of emotion, Dai Yuhao," a raspy voice echoed from all directions, laced with icy derision. A blue figure emerged from the mirror, its azure eyes ablaze with scarlet flames, dark patterns entwined in its hair writhing like living beings. To be precise, this is the corner of your soul you most dread to confront. It is our shared prison. Enough with your arrogance. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted, his grip tightening on the sword of emotion. Suddenly, he erupted. "I do not know who Dai Yuhao is. I am Huo Yuhao." In the instant the cold light was drawn, the figure erupted into frenzied laughter, its mirth sending ripples through the void. "Still deceiving yourself? Look at this." With a swift motion, it waved its arm, and the shattered mirrors revealed harrowing scenes from his past. Companions sacrificed for him, a beloved one offered up, a teacher who perished to save his life. All had died because of him. Do you see? The shadow loomed closer, its putrid breath wafting over him. Your life is merely that of a discarded pawn on the chessboard of the god King Tang San. Those so-called sacrifices are nothing but tragic scripts written by the powerful. In their eyes, you are nothing. His voice suddenly rose, transforming into a piercing shriek. Why should they dictate our lives and deaths? Why must we sacrifice everything for others when we could become something far greater? Huo Yuhao felt an invisible hand tighten around his heart as memories surged like a tidal wave. Yet he gritted his teeth, swallowing the tumultuous pain. "So what do you desire? To replace me and seek revenge? What a clever choice." A glimmer of greed flashed in the shadow's eyes. "Surrender your body to me, and I shall crush all enemies with absolute power. And you?" It leaned close to Huo Yuhao's ear, its voice low and serpentine. "You will no longer bear those heavy shackles. I will avenge you. I will kill those you cannot bear to harm. Thus, what I possess, you shall also possess. For I am you." Delusional. Huo Yuhao suddenly swung his sword, the icy blue soul power carving a brilliant arc through the void. However, the shadow merely chuckled coldly, countering with the same move. At the moment their swords clashed, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. "Your techniques, memories, and power," the shadow grinned widely, revealing stark white teeth. "I know them all." The chains surrounding it surged violently, cocooning Huo Yuhao. "Give up, willingly become the sustenance for my soul. This is your true destiny. Do you truly believe that mere mortals can shake the divine realm and vanquish the God King?" The shadowy figure, Huo Yuhao, emitted a sharp, derisive laugh, as dark patterns entwined around him transformed into chains, stirring the shattered mirror into a vortex. Tang San, wielding dual divine positions, commanded the pantheon of deities, acting as their enforcer, while you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. In his crimson eyes danced a frenzied flame, each utterance piercing the most vulnerable recesses of Huo Yuhao's soul like poisoned arrows. Huo Yuhao's azure hair whipped wildly in the tempest, his gaze flashing with a blue brilliance colder than eternal ice. Why not? He suddenly unleashed a punch, its force erupting in dazzling golden light. As he growled, "From the very beginning, I declared that the heavens shall no longer shield my sight, nor shall the earth bury my heart. I will compel all beings to submit, and now I shall ensure that the God King dissipates into nothingness, becoming the one who grasps the sun and moon and plucks the stars." The shadow released a piercing shriek, morphing into myriad phantoms that encircled Huo Yuhao, an ant attempting to shake a tree. "Your feebleness renders you powerless. You are incapable of achieving anything." Unable to comprehend your words, Huo Yuhao's entire being erupted with blinding divine soul radiance, as the power of emotions intertwined with the essence of the Golden Dragon King. Tearing a scarlet rift in the void, My path is one I must tread alone. Even in failure, I harbor no regrets, for as long as I walk this path. I am prepared to be buried here, to be shattered into a million pieces. His voice reverberated, causing the sea of consciousness to tremble violently, as those once suffocating fragments of memory transformed into blazing flames, igniting every inch of his divine soul. You are merely a manifestation of my inner demons. Huo Yuhao suddenly surged forth, grasping the shadow's throat with an iron grip. Two forces, identical yet utterly contrasting, collided with a tremendous crash, causing the entire realm of consciousness to begin collapsing. What I possess is not merely the sole power of the god of emotions. His pupils radiated a brilliant golden light, and a pair of dragon wings formed from golden luminescence unfurled behind him. My power does not belong to light, nor to darkness. It entirely belongs to me. To put it succinctly, what I can wield now, you cannot, and thus lies the key to your defeat. The shadow writhed desperately in his grasp, emitting a cry of despair. You have truly lost your mind. Without madness, one cannot survive. Huo Yuhao let out a roar, propelling himself and the shadow toward the zenith of the sea of consciousness. His hair gradually shifted between shades of blue and black. In this life, I shall be solely myself, willing to bear any cost. Even if my form and spirit are shattered, my soul scattered. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, Huo Yuhao burst forth like a meteor, breaking free from the confines of the realm of consciousness. Amidst the blinding light, he beheld the long-lost blue sky, a hue purer than any other world. As the last vestiges of shadow dissipated, he tenderly brushed his now black hair, the corners of his lips curling into a resolute smile. You wish to replace me? You are still 2 millennia too early. The dome of the sea of consciousness erupted asunder, true sunlight pouring down through the fissures, harmonizing with the divine radiance emanating from Huo Yuhao. The golden dragon wings unfurled behind him in the halo, each scale shimmering with the patterns of divinity. The edges of the scales shimmered with a glass-like luster, resembling a divine artifact forged by a primordial deity. With a resonant roar akin to a dragon's cry, the dragon wings quivered violently, rending the surrounding void with spiderweb-like fissures. A formidable surge of emotional power, reminiscent of ancient tides, surged forth from the depths of Huo Yuhao's soul. A myriad of emotions, sorrow, anger, ecstasy, and despair, condensed into a tangible storm, unleashing a tempest that obscured the sky within the sea of consciousness. Those painful memories awakened by the shadow, of lost loved ones, of bitterness at fate's cruel jests, and of solitary bravery in rebirth, transformed into tumultuous waves amidst the storm. At the eye of the tempest, Huo Yuhao's raven hair billowed, his golden eyes shimmering with the brilliance of stars, as if he had become the very embodiment of emotional power. Emotional storm tide. Huo Yuhao's voice reverberated through the space, entwined with divine energy as the essence of the god of emotion erupted forth. He raised his hand with a graceful motion, golden dragon wings trailing a luminous arc, drawing the struggling and howling shadow into the heart of the maelstrom. The shadow twisted and contorted in the violent emotional tide, emitting a desperate wail, yet unable to escape the primordial force emanating from the soul's core. As Huo Yuhao lifted his right hand, a spinning wheel of 7 colors materialized in his palm, each hue representing an ultimate emotion. The wheel spun faster, distorting the surrounding space as it did so. Let there be no grudges after this, he quipped with a teasing smile, though his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. With a low incantation, a colossal beam of 7-colored light erupted forth, annihilating everything in its path, as countless emotional energies intertwined and collided within the radiance. The shadow of Huo Yuhao let out a despairing shriek under the beam's onslaught, its form beginning to disintegrate into black specks, dissipating within the sea of consciousness. As the shadow vanished, the entire sea of consciousness began to reorganize. The shattered mirror reassembled, the distorted space regained its tranquility, and gradually faded away. Chapter 40. Suppressing the evil fire. As the first light of dawn pierced through the clouds, a golden cascade of light poured through the window, casting a soft glow upon Huo Yuhao's sharply defined features. The youth slowly opened his eyes, the halo in his blue irises fading like stars. As the breathtaking duel within the sea of consciousness from the previous night felt like an ephemeral dream. However, the surging emotional divine power within him, alongside the soul force swelling like an ocean after the breakthrough of the 8-9 arcane technique, silently attested to the authenticity of this transformation. What was once a trial of the heart had become a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by fate. Huo Yuhao raised his hand to gently touch his chest, a relieved smile gracing his lips. The shadow in the mirror represented not only a challenge of inner demons, but also a trial of destiny, illuminating the heart. With the dissolution of inner turmoil, both his strength and character would experience qualitative enhancement. Steam enveloped the bathroom, as Huo Yuhao dried his blue locks, when suddenly, an urgent knock interrupted his thoughts. Huo Yuhao, are you in there? Dean Yin has asked me to take you to the office. The sweet yet spirited voice of a young woman drifted through the door, her tone laced with a hint of breathlessness. Quickly donning his school uniform, Huo Yuhao opened the door. In the morning light, Ma Xiaotao's fiery red hair resembled blazing flames. Her crimson eyes widened momentarily upon seeing him with his collar slightly undone, and she quickly turned her face away, clearing her throat. There's no rush. Please dress yourself first. Do come in. Huo Yuhao stepped aside to allow passage. As the girl entered the room, her delicate nose twitched. Sensing the faint chill in the air akin to the power that had emanated from the grilled fish stall the previous day, Ma Xiaotao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on the large bed and the spacious room. Although the dormitory standards of Shrek Academy were typically commendable, the evident double configuration of the room, furnished with only a single bed, felt rather peculiar. Yet, she chose not to inquire further, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against her sleeves. Suddenly, she heard the boy's calm voice. So, you are the senior that Dean Yin mentioned. Rest assured, I will address your martial soul concerns. Thank you, Junior. As Ma Xiaotao turned, the corners of her lips curled into a gentle arc beneath her veil. You are even more dependable than I imagined. Huo Yuhao lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment, and feigned ignorance as he asked with just the right amount of curiosity. But, senior, could you elaborate on the flaws of your martial soul? Understanding both oneself and the adversary is essential for better preparation. Ma Xiaotao sighed softly and replied, My martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. Akin to the ancestral phoenix of the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, Ma Hunjun. I am constantly subjected to the erosion of the evil fire. As she spoke, a shadow of pain flickered in her crimson eyes. She clenched her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The evil fire makes it exceedingly easy for me to lose control. Despite my efforts to suppress it in the dean's office, Yin Xiaozhi sat in his chair, his gaze shifting between Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao as he slowly set down his pen. Suppressing the evil fire requires a gradual approach. Yuhao, remember, do not rush. You too must exercise caution. Yin Xiaozhi stroked his white beard thoughtfully before rising. I shall arrange an independent training room to minimize any energy fluctuations. There is no need to trouble the dean. Ma Xiaotao interjected suddenly, her fiery skirt swaying gracefully as she stepped forward, the golden bells in her hair jingling. Let us conduct it in my dormitory. Yin Xiaozhi nearly sputtered his tea as he hastily wiped his collar, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xiaotao, do you realize the implications of this? A man and woman alone in a room. I am well aware of the Academy's regulations, Dean. Ma Xiaotao replied with a blink of her crimson eyes and a smile. I will maintain propriety. I do not wish to burden the Academy. Moreover, her gaze inadvertently flickered to Huo Yuhao. There are certain matters I wish to discuss privately with Junior Yuhao. Yin Xiaozhi opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed deeply. He waved his hand in resignation. Very well, very well. Just be mindful of your boundaries. He resumed his seat, grasping his pen to continue marking documents, pausing slightly as he wrote. What has become of Xiaodao? A young woman should not be left unguarded. Within Ma Xiaotao's dormitory, the dim yellow light cast mottled shadows upon the walls, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao stood facing each other, their palms almost touching, as if the air itself had solidified. Let us begin. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, subtly channeling the ice magic within him. Ma Xiaotao responded softly, her voice tinged with a hint of tension and anticipation. She understood that suppressing the malevolent fire was crucial for her. Success would liberate her from the torment and distress that had plagued her for so long, whereas failure would yield dire consequences. As their palms finally met, Huo Yuhao's ice magic flowed into Ma Xiaotao like a gentle stream. Yet, the malevolent fire within her erupted with the ferocity of kindling ignited, unleashing a formidable force. The searing essence rampaged through her, striving to break free from all constraints. Furrowing her brows, Ma Xiaotao began to gradually release the malevolent fire within, meticulously controlling the rhythm, hoping to subdue it in a gentle manner. However, the reality proved far more complex than anticipated. The heat emanating from the malevolent phoenix martial soul exceeded their expectations. The sinister energy surged like relentless ocean waves, battering Ma Xiaotao's body and will. The power and malice released by the malevolent fire intensified, causing the temperature in the dormitory to rise sharply, with the wood grain of the furniture beginning to warp. as if on the verge of melting under this searing force. Anxiety clouded Ma Xiaotao's gaze as she looked at Huo Yuhao, her eyes filled with concern. She remained acutely aware of his state, fearing that he might not withstand the overwhelming impact of the malevolent fire. Yet, what met her eyes was Huo Yuhao's composed demeanor, his gaze steady and focused, revealing no signs of discomfort. This sight offered Ma Xiaotao a measure of reassurance. She gritted her teeth and continued to amplify the release of the malevolent fire. "Senior sister, do not worry, I am here. Just unleash your martial soul, and I shall assist in suppressing the malignant energy within it." Huo Yuhao's voice was resolute and powerful, like a refreshing breeze wafting into Ma Xiaotao's heart amidst the oppressive heat. His words infused her with boundless courage and confidence, causing the flames enveloping her to blaze fiercely, as if they sought to consume the entire room. As the malevolent fire continued to erupt, the situation became increasingly precarious. From the initial palm-to-palm connection, Ma Xiaotao found herself instinctively clinging tightly to Huo Yuhao's form. Her body radiated heat, the flames spreading from the points of their contact. Huo Yuhao did not attempt to break free. He understood that any unnecessary movement at this critical juncture could lead to failure and suppression. The malevolent fire's potency escalated, and his soul power surged wildly within him, while the power of ultimate ice relentlessly suppressed the malevolent fire, proving to be its nemesis. Accompanied by emotions and the sorrowful essence of his spirit, he released a force that augmented the output of ultimate ice, akin to a colossal dragon that swiftly subdued the raging inferno. Ma Xiaotao continuously released her soul power, and with Huo Yuhao's assistance, the torment of the malevolent fire seemed to vanish in that moment. She was enveloped in an unprecedented comfort, sensing the once rampant malevolent fire gradually being quelled. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao bore the immense pressure, steadfast in his resolve. He could distinctly sense that, fortunately, after breaking through the 8-9 mystical skill, many of his attributes had been transformed into their utmost forms. Currently, his fire, ice, and wind attributes had all reached their pinnacle, granting him sufficient strength to counter the malevolent flames. Subduing the wicked fire was, thus, not a formidable challenge in his mind. However, he had anticipated that he could entirely seal the evil flames within his bloodline. Yet another surge of malevolent fire ignited, blazing with increasing ferocity, even reducing their garments to ashes. In a state of resignation, Huo Yuhao had no choice but to amplify the release of his ice magic. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, his complexion turned pale, yet his gaze remained composed, for a man must not admit defeat. Throughout this process, Ma Xiaotao endured minimal torment from the sinister flames. The malevolent agitation had long since dissipated, while Huo Yuhao relentlessly expended his own strength to bear the burden for her. At last, in the moment when Huo Yuhao's soul power was nearly exhausted, the wicked fire was thoroughly subdued. The temperature within the room gradually returned to normal, and the once rampant flames slowly extinguished. Huo Yuhao, fatigued, collapsed onto the ground, with 32 levels of soul power resisting the encroachment of the Soul Emperor's malevolent fire. He had proven himself unparalleled, thanks in large part to his diverse arsenal of abilities. As twilight quietly faded, the night draped the sky like ink. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the dormitory curtains to flutter softly, producing a faint rustling sound. At an unknown moment, a gap in the window had been blown open, and the silvery moonlight poured in like water, softly illuminating the two figures in the room, wrapping the somewhat disheveled scene in a veil of ethereal silver. Ma Xiaotao slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up air, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Her eyes trembled slightly, then gradually opened, her consciousness returning. Yet, the sight that greeted her caused her to widen her eyes in disbelief, her complexion draining of color. How could it be that she and Huo Yuhao were both lying on the dormitory bed, completely unclothed? Panic surged within her heart, and a flicker of confusion and helplessness crossed her gaze. Instinctively, she sought to cover her body, tightly clutching the bedding to wrap herself securely. Her heartbeat thundered like a drum, and her cheeks flushed instantly, whether from embarrassment or the recollection of the perilous moments spent subduing the malevolent flames. She turned to glance at Huo Yuhao beside her, discovering that he remained in a deep slumber, his breathing steady and even. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had indeed returned to the sea of time and spirit, where familiar sounds resonated once more within his consciousness. The chime of a bell echoed again. Huo Yuhao felt a stirring within him, aware that the time until his next journey to a millennium past was drawing ever closer. Deep within the sea of time and spirit, the laws of time appeared hazy and chaotic, beckoning him, awaiting the commencement of the next temporal voyage. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Ma Xiaotao gazed at the slumbering Huo Yuhao, her heart a whirlwind of thoughts. She was at a loss as to how to confront this abrupt situation, and she could not comprehend what had transpired during the suppression of the malevolent energy. Throughout the ordeal, it was predominantly under the guidance of Huo Yuhao. The moonlight gently cascaded upon the two figures, and the room was enveloped in a serene silence, punctuated only by the sound of their breaths, as an intricate and subtle atmosphere permeated the air. Chapter 41. I am your student. Morning light filtered through the partially closed window, casting a golden sheen upon Huo Yuhao's eyelashes. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the scattered remnants of torn fabric on the floor, and he belatedly became aware of his almost bare state. Beside him, the rustling of the bedding caught his attention, and upon turning his head, he saw Ma Xiaotao curled up in the corner of the bed, her figure tightly wrapped in the quilt, her ears tinged with a suspicious blush. Huo Yuhao swallowed hard, swiftly flipping himself upright. As his fingers delved into his storage bag, a flash of silver appeared, and he was soon clad in a pristine white shirt and black trousers. The shirt, made of soft material and embroidered with intricate silver thread patterns, was a bespoke item crafted in the workshops of the Heavenly Soul Empire, tailored to accentuate the youthful elegance of his figure. Huo Yuhao, my junior. Ma Xiaotao's voice emerged, muffled as if from deep within the bedding. She slowly lifted her head, her hair tousled and draping over her cheeks, yet her eyes sparkled with a probing intensity. I have a question for you. Why did you help me? Surely it cannot be solely due to Lao Yan's influence. You had already sensed something when I visited your stall to buy grilled fish that day, didn't you? She paused, her chest rising and falling with her breaths. Yet, you still chose to assist me. It was your ice attribute aura that you emitted, even before Lao Yan sought you out. Huo Yuhao absent-mindedly stroked the cuff of his shirt, a tumult of emotions swirling within his eyes. How could he explain this? What could he possibly say? That we shared a connection in our past lives? Or that the dean's request had promised me a monthly stipend of 100,000 gold soul coins? I find myself at a loss as to how to respond. Why? He repeated softly, bitterness creeping into his throat. Outside, the wind lifted the gauzy curtain, stretching their shadows long against the wall. In truth, I wish to understand as well. He lifted his gaze, sincerity mingling with hidden depths. However, there is something more significant than the reason itself. Suppressing the malevolent energy. Is that not the best outcome for both you and Shrek? Ma Xiaotao bit her lower lip. Her eyes lowered as she focused on the creases of the quilt. So, your reason for helping me is that you are a good person? Huo Yuhao's heart twisted with a wry smile. How splendid it would be if it could be distilled to mere kindness. Yet, it was merely a lingering regret from a past life. As he reflected on the overlap of present realities with the darker memories, a sense of unease washed over him. It was nothing particularly special. He shrugged, adopting a deliberately casual tone. I simply could not bear to see a beautiful senior tormented by suffering. It was merely a moment of compassion. There was a blend of truth and falsehood in his words. Having witnessed your pain once before, I was determined that this time, you would not tread the same path, even if this act of goodwill bore an ambiguous facade. Observing the flicker of doubt in Ma Xiaotao's eyes, he silently added within himself, once your crisis is resolved, I hope you can truly live for yourself. Huo Yuhao suddenly turned around, his gaze bright as stars, and looked at Ma Xiaotao, who was wrapped in a blanket. Senior sister, do you know? A true phoenix can never be consumed by flames. He walked slowly to the window, where the moonlight outlined his elegant silhouette. When it undergoes rebirth in the fire, it sheds its old feathers and grows new, more resplendent plumes. Each feather shone with a radiance approaching the sun. Ma Xiaotao stared at him, her fingers trembling slightly beneath the blanket. Over the years, she had battled the inner turmoil alone, suffering countless nights of torment that seared her heart and bones, yet no one had ever regarded her plight in such a manner. The strength of her will to endure until now revealed a depth of resilience far beyond what she had imagined. Huo Yuhao turned his head, sincerity filling his eyes. Many would have crumbled in the face of such pain, yet you have not. That is truly remarkable. Yuhao, junior brother, Ma Xiaotao murmured, her voice laced with an unrecognized catch. She had always believed that no one could truly comprehend her suffering. Those lonely moments, scorched by the inner fire, could only be swallowed in solitude. Huo Yuhao suddenly revealed a warm smile, akin to the gentle sun of spring, dispelling the lingering chill in the room. I believe you can become a true phoenix. Until then, allow me to assist you. He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, after all, I have a natural inclination to meddle. His gaze turned resolute. I will find a way to eradicate the inner fire, and you shall not endure this pain again. With that, he turned to leave, his white shirt fluttering in the moonlight. Wait, Ma Xiaotao called out suddenly, her voice tinged with an urgency she was unaware of. Huo Yuhao halted, looking back at her. Is there something else, senior sister? Why are you so kind to me? Ma Xiaotao stammered, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, a phoenix is meant to soar freely in the skies, and your life should be in your own hands. Go pursue your own sky, and let your wings carry you to flight. Watching the young man retreat, Ma Xiaotao's heart inexplicably raced. Could this be love at first sight? In the instant Huo Yuhao turned, her gaze unconsciously cast a soft glow upon him. Those gentle words and steadfast promises transformed into delicate tendrils, quietly entwining around her heart. Huo Yuhao hurried away, yet anxiety brewed within him. The chimes of the clock in the sea of spirit resonated deeply within his consciousness, urging him to return. Upon entering the dormitory, he immediately immersed himself in the sea of spirit, only to discover that the whirlpool had yet to form. Meanwhile, within Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit, an eerie ripple disturbed the tranquil space. A chaotic gray light gradually emerged, spreading like ink in clear water, releasing strands of gray power that diffused outward, creating waves in the once serene mental realm. The celestial dream ice silkworm, suspended in midair, began to tremble violently, an uneasy light flickering across its platinum body. Recently, the cultivation of this young man, Huo Yuhao, has taken a rather peculiar turn. The heavenly dream ice silkworm dances around a luminous orb, its tendrils restlessly swaying. This sea of consciousness has always been desolate, and the old man has remained silent. Suddenly, his voice abruptly ceases, and his eyes widen in astonishment. Fixating on a gathering gray mass that subtly outlines a human silhouette, a formidable gray pressure surges forth like a tidal wave. As this overwhelming aura emanates, Huo Yuhao, poised to step into the temporal vortex, is jolted, the temporal force surrounding him momentarily stalling. He spins around sharply, his pupils constricting in shock, his gaze locking onto the source of the gray essence like a hawk. Meanwhile, the heavenly dream ice silkworm seems to be gripped by an invisible hand, retreating uncontrollably until it collides against the barrier of the sea of consciousness, letting out a startled cry. What on earth is this? Daring to frighten your heavenly dream brother. As it turns to glare, it notices Huo Yuhao emanating a grave aura, his focus directed toward the gray figure. Yuhao? It's you. You nearly scared my soul away. The heavenly dream ice silkworm exhales in relief, only to hastily lean forward, its tendrils trembling as it points towards the gray mist. That old man. He has awakened. I am aware, Huo Yuhao replies, his voice low yet resolute, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He takes a deep breath, slowly advancing toward the gray mist, each step echoing his heartbeat, memories flooding back like a tide. Upon reaching the silhouette formed by the mist, he speaks with utmost reverence, his voice trembling. Master. The gray mist gradually solidifies into an elderly man with silver hair cascading to his shoulders. Though his features are somewhat indistinct, an aura of extraordinary grace surrounds him. Ilakizi furrows his brow, confusion filling his eyes. Young one, although I have forgotten many things, having just entered your sea of consciousness, how can I be your master? Huo Yuhao does not respond, but instead closes his eyes, his fingertips brushing against his brow. Incantations flow from his lips, ancient runes illuminating his form, and a dense aura of necromancy surges forth, creating tumultuous waves in the sea of consciousness. This is necromancy. Ilakizi's pupils dilate, his body swaying slightly. How could you possibly wield necromancy? Because I am your student. Huo Yuhao raises his head and declares, Master, it is you who imparted necromancy to me. He raises his hand once more, releasing a torrent of incantations accompanied by intense spiritual fluctuations, flooding the fragmented consciousness of the elder with all his experiences from Douluo continent, along with Ilakizi's final words of guidance. Chapter 42. Master and apprentice Ilakizi remained silent for a long while, the confusion in his eyes gradually giving way to a sense of comfort. So that is how it is. Yuhao, you have successfully escaped from despair. Huo Yuhao nods, his expression somber. The vortex in the turbulent flow of time and space drew me in, leading to a mutation of my martial soul. It is thanks to you, Master, that I was able to return, otherwise, I would have perished completely. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's knee crashes heavily onto the illusory ground of the sea of consciousness, producing a dull thud. His body trembles slightly, his head bowed deeply, as if he lacks the courage to face the one before him. I am sorry, Master. In a voice hoarse with regret and self-reproach, the disciple lamented his folly, for upon entering the divine realm, he had forgotten all about you, ultimately failing to bring you back to life. Scalding tears welled up and fell to the void below, vanishing in an instant. This was the first time since his rebirth that Huo Yuhao allowed himself to weep. The guilt, remorse, and longing that had been suppressed deep within him surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. Once a disciple, forever a son, he choked out. Teacher treated me as his own, saving and protecting me, yet Ilex looked upon his kneeling disciple with eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. Memories flooded back like a tide. When he first met Huo Yuhao, the boy was but a naive child, and it was impossible to equate his former self with the now reborn deity. Yuhao, he spoke softly, his voice carrying the weight of years. I have never thought of you as foolish. On the contrary, you possess remarkable talent and unwavering resolve, destined to reach heights beyond my grasp. You have always been an exceptional disciple. Huo Yuhao trembled as he lifted his head, his reddened eyes brimming with tears, his voice nearly breaking as he uttered, Teacher, I miss you. Those few words seemingly exhausting all his strength. Ilex approached slowly, gently stroking Huo Yuhao's bowed head. How could I ever blame you? To have been able to assist you in your time of greatest need, I have no regrets in death. But you, my child, have surely endured much on this journey. Huo Yuhao raised his head, tears blurring his vision, yet he endeavored to see his teacher's face clearly. I have not suffered, he declared stubbornly. It is merely that I have failed to meet your expectations and bring you back to life. I feel great shame. It is all my fault that you. Foolish child, Ilex gently interrupted. Watching you grow has been akin to witnessing my younger self. You have never disappointed me. Rather, you have brought me countless surprises. Time has flown by. His voice quivered slightly. Yuhao, you have become a true powerhouse, a man of great stature. I take pride in you. You have always been my pride. Beside them, the sky dream ice silkworm wept profusely, transforming into human form and dabbing at its tears with a handkerchief. I say, you too. Why must your words be so emotionally charged? It sniffled. Even I, a formidable soul beast of 100,000 years, cannot help but cry. Huo Yuhao slowly raised his hand to fiercely wipe away the tears on his cheeks, his knuckles turning white from the force. He straightened his back, a chilling murderous intent surging within him, his aura suddenly turning icy and piercing. Teacher, you were imprisoned by Tang San in order to save me, sacrificing yourself to rescue me. His voice was deep and resolute, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. When I gain sufficient strength, I will seek justice for our master-disciple bond. I will ensure his complete eradication. Ilex's ethereal form emanated a gentle glow, his silver hair billowing without wind. His eyes filled with concern and affection. In a frail voice, he said, Yuhao, never allow hatred to control you, and do not let anger cloud your true self. Your heart is already commendable. After some time, the whirlpool of the sea of time and spirit had emerged, and the white power of space-time began to coalesce once more. This time, he did not hesitate. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao resolutely stepped into the vortex. The forces of time and space enveloped him, and amidst the intertwining of light and darkness, this unknown journey commenced anew. The damp, decaying leaf aroma mingled with the sweet scent of earth greeted him as he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? What has brought me here? Is this still the Stardow Forest? He cautiously scanned his surroundings, his mental probing radiating outward like ripples. To his astonishment, he realized he was clearly on the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Cold sweat trickled down his spine into his collar as he instantly concealed his presence. He had spotted Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others making their way along the gravel path toward Soto City. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Yuhao followed them to uncover what was afoot. His disguise was impeccable. Not even a soul sage, let alone a titled Douluo, could detect his aura. Upon reaching the city, Shrek's group paused at a tea shop. They ordered several cups of the cheapest tea and gathered around to discuss something. Xiao Wu inquired, Director, are we going to have our first lesson here? Certainly not here. Your first lesson will take place over there, Flinder replied, his silver hair billowing and the cold gleam of his black-framed glasses catching the light. He gestured outward to a grand structure. You are monsters, and monsters must possess monstrous training methods. His voice lowered, imbued with a hint of authority. Your training methods vary, and the Academy merely teaches you how to better utilize your martial souls and assist you in obtaining soul rings. However, practical experience is paramount. It is essential for enhancing your adaptability. Continuous real combat will allow you to accumulate experience, and accumulation leads to strength. He lifted his chin, and the others exchanged glances. Gazing at that place, Flinder continued, that is the Soto Great Soul Arena, a venue exclusive to cities at the level of city lords, a place for battling martial souls. Of course, within the tea shop, another individual was observing Shrek's every move. A cold smile crept across Huo Yuhao's lips. It seemed he would have the chance to teach them a lesson once more. His gaze swept over Tang San and the others, his pupils narrowing. The Soto Great Soul Arena was indeed an ideal venue for settling old scores. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of his clothing. Such was the allure of the game. Since one-on-one battles attracted little attention, Xiao Wu and Tang San proposed forming a duo for a 2-on-2 competition, to which Tang San readily agreed. Thus, their trio was officially established. After completing their registration, the two headed to the soul fighting area to engage in one-on-one battles, while the remaining members rested in the spectator area, situated conveniently close to the battle arena, a designated spot for competing soul masters to observe. The spirit battle is determined by drawing lots, leaving everyone unaware of who their next opponent will be. Chapter 43, The Pursuit. The atmosphere of the Soto Great Spirit Arena is abuzz with excitement, as numerous spectators cheer, their voices rising in unison with reports of victories from the Shrek team. Undoubtedly, their recent battles have concluded in triumph, and it comes as no surprise that fortune has favored their draws. Yet, in the shadows of the audience, Huo Yuhao gazes at the blank battle card in his hand, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. After several rounds of drawing lots, he has yet to even brush against the hem of a Shrek student's robe, as if fate has conspired against him. You may consider yourselves fortunate this time, but your luck will surely wane next. The moment he steps out of the arena, a sudden chill creeps down his spine, the oppressive aura that clings to him like a parasite re-emerging. Since entering Soto City, this subtle yet formidable pressure has been a constant companion, like a Damocles sword hanging ominously above him. The night breeze stirs the dust outside the arena, and Huo Yuhao tightens the hem of his cloak around his waist, his boots crunching over the littered ground, while his spiritual senses spread like a web. The aura maintains a tantalizing proximity, neither revealing itself nor receding, occasionally leaking a faint ripple of soul power. Whose guardian could this possibly be? Huo Yuhao veers into a narrow alley, the sound of his boots disturbing the birds nestled beneath the eaves. He contemplates silently. This individual must be a titled Douluo, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to tail me for so long. In this era, the titled Douluos can be counted on one's fingers, and yet they secretly protect Tang San and the others. As he escapes into the dense woods on the outskirts of the city, the moonlight is fragmented by the canopy above. Huo Yuhao abruptly halts, the soles of his boots scraping against the dry leaves with a sharp sound. The murderous intent behind him rises like a tangible wave, each step drawing closer, causing the air to tremble imperceptibly. Huo Yuhao suspects only two factions. First, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, perhaps the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, have learned of my encounter with Ning Rongrong at Shrek Academy and come seeking an explanation. Of course, there are other possibilities, notably the nearly confirmed presence of the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, who may act for his son, especially given that I nearly killed him. The murderous aura intensifies, suggesting the pursuer is closing in. The decaying leaves in the forest tremble under an invisible pressure, the lurking malice washing over his ankles, sending a chill racing up his spine. If escape is futile, then he shall confront it head-on. He spins abruptly, his boots carving a half-circle in the leaf litter, and calls out, "Senior Haotian, show yourself. Why must you skulk in the shadows?" As his words fade, a shadow cascades down from the treetops. A black cloak billows like a flag, and in the figure's grasp, the Haotian hammer glows with a crimson light, each step cracking the ground beneath him like spiderwebs. Tang Hao removes his hood, revealing a vicious scar near his left eye, glinting pale under the moonlight, while his murky pupils churn with boundless fury. Oh? This little rascal still remembers me? The renown of the Haotian Douluo is known throughout the continent. Who does not recognize his name? Huo Yuhao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. The night breeze in the forest suddenly stilled, and his mind was filled with exasperation at this old man. This was indeed becoming quite troublesome. He then feigned innocence, inquiring, "Senior, we have no grievances or enmities. Why pursue me to this extent?" The response he received was an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. A dark red mist emanated violently from Tang Hao, spreading like wildfire, causing leaves to wither into ash in its wake. Huo Yuhao felt a constricting pressure in his throat, as if an invisible hand were gripping his neck, forcing his knees to bend involuntarily. Grievances or enmities? Tang Hao's voice echoed as if from the depths of the abyss. The air within the domain began to twist and warp, saturated with murderous intent. "Boy, it feels rather good to bully others, does it not? Allow me to return the favor." Huo Yuhao, nearly bowing to the ground under the pressure, protested, "Senior, wherefore do you say such things? I cannot comprehend your words." He forced his soul power to surge forth, struggling to stand, but the onslaught of killing intent caused his energy to emit a strained crackle. You harmed the young. Naturally, the old will seek justice. Tang Hao took a step forward, and the entire forest resonated with a deafening roar. Tang San is my son. You nearly took his life. Do you truly believe I can stand by idly and pretend not to see? The air pressure in the domain doubled instantaneously, causing Huo Yuhao's eardrums to hum under the strain. I hear you enjoy challenging the strong. Today, let me show you what true power is. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Huo Yuhao's eyes ignited with fervent fighting spirit. So be it. I shall accept your challenge. Hai Shen Douluo. Tang Hao suddenly withdrew his killing god domain, the crimson mist receding like a tide. He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking like popping beans. You possess some courage, boy. I shall not use my martial soul. If you can endure my strikes for the duration of an incense stick, I will depart immediately. His gaze swept over Huo Yuhao, a cold smile tinged with amusement. But should you falter, do not blame it on your misfortune. As Tang Hao extinguished the incense wick with his fingertips, the air in the forest became palpably tense. In the next heartbeat, this Hai Shen Douluo surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by a fist wind capable of splitting mountains, shattering branches as he advanced. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted. He swiftly brandished his Mingtian silk, releasing it like a red rainbow soaring through the air, barely managing to redirect the blow that could have shattered stone. So swift, Huo Yuhao thought, realizing that this seemingly simple punch concealed intricate trajectories of soul power that sealed off all avenues of escape. Without the luxury of contemplation, his right fist coalesced into a blaze of crimson flame. Flame fist. The fiery onslaught surged toward Tang Hao's chest, yet upon contact with the protective soul power, it dissipated into nothingness, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Little tricks, Tang Hao scoffed, launching into another assault with relentless punches that generated powerful sonic booms with each strike. Huo Yuhao adeptly dodged, evading the barrage with ease. Darting about like a bothersome monkey, Tang Hao suddenly produced a hammer in his hand, his martial soul, the Hai Shen hammer. He refrained from employing his soul rings, opting for a straightforward attack with the hammer. As the Hai Shen hammer descended, Huo Yuhao had little time to ponder. He propelled himself backward like an arrow released from its bow, narrowly escaping the impending strike. At the very moment he moved, the Hai Shen hammer struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth within a Tianmeng radius to sink instantaneously, forming a colossal pit. Fragments of stone erupted into the sky like a torrential downpour, reduced to powder under the relentless pressure of soul power. The youth abruptly concealed his presence, and the golden dragon in his palms swiftly transformed into a dark, serpentine dragon, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The black dragon mountain-shattering fist. The shadow of the black dragon, infused with immense strength, collided with Tang Hao's abdomen. Originally, it should have been the golden dragon, but it masqueraded as the black dragon. Within this timeline, it will perpetually be the black dragon, while the original timeline would feature the golden dragon explosive fist. The golden dragon mountain-shattering fist. This unexpected transformation caused Tang Hao's expression to shift slightly, and with a commanding shout, he instantaneously unleashed his soul skill. The hammer shadow descended like a mountain, crashing down with a resounding impact, while the black dragon's phantom surged toward the Hai Shen hammer, two terrifying forces clashing violently in midair. In that instant, space seemed to be torn apart, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of collision, snapping trees in half and sending branches and leaves swirling into the air. Huo Yuhao was hurled away by the force, crashing into a giant tree and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 44. Fierce Battle. True Power 9 resplendent soul rings slowly ascended from Tang Hao, the final blood-red 100,000-year soul ring emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. He brandished the Hai Shen hammer, and the hammer's shadow transformed into an expansive curtain that blotted out the sky. Descending upon Huo Yuhao with apocalyptic ferocity, the youth moved like a wraith, evading as the ground was blasted into a massive pit, the debris instantaneously ground to dust midair. You have truly surprised me. To compel me to utilize my martial soul, you have every reason to be proud. Tang Hao's tone held a hint of astonishment. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was drenched in sweat, having exhausted a significant portion of his soul power utilizing the black dragon mountain-shattering fist, managing to evade only through exquisite footwork and mental perception. With a cultivation level surpassing 30, facing a fully equipped title Douluo, each evasion brought him perilously close to death. At his current level, he barely qualified as a soul master, his soul ring still unconfigured, yet managing to withstand for so long against the title Douluo, brimming with soul rings and bones, was indeed remarkable. Without a moment's pause, Huo Yuhao, gritting through the excruciating pain, leapt once more. His eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, subtly illuminating his surroundings. Mental shock. An intangible wave of mental energy surged toward Tang Hao as if it were a tangible force. Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, his body swaying as a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. Subsequently, under Tang Hao's relentless assault, Huo Yuhao continuously dodged, time quietly slipping away amidst the fierce back and forth. As the incense was nearing its end, Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly blazed crimson, his soul power gathering frantically. Black Dragon Explosive Fist. This time, the Black Dragon's phantom was even more substantial, its body enveloped in explosive flames, akin to an imminent nuclear bomb hurtling forward. Tang Hao, caught off guard, was actually pushed back a step by this strike, the hem of his black robe singed by the flames. Quite intriguing. Admiration flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. But before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly taken aback. The incense had completely burned away. Huo Yuhao struggled to maintain his precarious stance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A stick of incense has passed. Esteemed elder, will you go back on your word? Tang Hao cast a cold gaze upon the young man kneeling before him, a palpable aura of murderous intent swirling in his eyes, as a chilling sneer escaped his throat, akin to shards of ice. Have you not been taught, boy? In this world, the rules are dictated by the strong. As his words fell, a crimson mist surged around him, his 9 soul rings radiating an intense glow. The ethereal shadow of the Haotian hammer solidified into a colossal weapon, its surface etched with patterns resembling the gaping maw of a fierce beast. The air screamed under the unbearable weight, and before Huo Yuhao could muster his soul power, the hammer, imbued with the force to annihilate worlds, crashed down upon him. Instinctively, the mysterious heaven silk crossed to block, yet upon contact, it was violently swept away by a terrifying shockwave. The youth, akin to a kite severed from its string, collided with 7 ancient trees, his back slamming against the blue stone. Blood erupting from his mouth like a striking crimson plum on the ground. Humph, you dare strike my son? Tang Hao advanced slowly, each step causing the earth to fracture beneath him like a spider's web. You clearly underestimate me, the Haotian Douluo. His immense soul power surged forth like bubbling magma, and his soul rings flared to life, causing the Haotian hammer to split into 3 afterimages, launching another assault from different angles. In the sea of consciousness, the specter of Ilex trembled violently, waves of grayish mist revealing his overwhelming fury. A mere ant dares to bully my disciple. What audacity! It seems he does not regard me at all. Gray flames erupted around him, only to be interrupted by the startled cry of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Goodness! How can this human exude such overwhelming pressure? Can Yuhao withstand it? Silence. Great insect, quiet yourself. Ilex barked, turning his attention to Huo Yuhao's consciousness projection. Yuhao, allow me to intervene. I wish to see just how formidable Tang Hao truly is. Huo Yuhao strained to maintain clarity, transmitting through the sea of consciousness. Teacher, please refrain from intervening. This is not our timeline. If you act, we will be exposed, and that would lead to complications. He wiped the blood from his lips, yet a resolute light ignited in his eyes. I have my own methods. If my newly acquired powers falter, I shall call for your assistance then. After a moment of silence, Ilex sighed, dissipating into the ether, silently observing Huo Yuhao. At that moment, a mysterious and deep voice resonated within Huo Yuhao's mind. That old man must not act. Let me take charge. A determined smile graced Huo Yuhao's lips as he allowed the power within him to awaken, anticipating this very declaration. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet the descending Haotian hammer, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes that would send shivers even through a tidal Douluo. In an instant, the veins throughout Huo Yuhao's body surged like molten lava, crimson flames erupting from him and coalescing in the air into a giant lotus measuring 10 zhang in diameter. Dark golden runes spiraled across its petals, each opening and closing unleashing deafening roars that reduced the fallen leaves within a 100-meter radius to dust. His flowing black hair danced wildly in the absence of wind, and his eyes blazed with 2 clusters of eerie golden flames, akin to an ancient god of slaughter reborn from the flames, descending upon the mortal realm. Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, yet he coldly scoffed, merely a display of bluster. Yet within his heart, a tempest surged. The youth, who had recently been on the brink of despair, now emanated an aura akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its chains, exuding a formidable pressure that seemed to crush the very air around him. He had transcended several realms in an astonishing display of power. This newfound essence was not to be underestimated. Was it the result of some forbidden technique? His grip on the Haotian hammer trembled slightly. beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Within the sea of consciousness, the spectral image of Ilex quivered violently, excitement radiating from the grayish-white mist. Is this the new power Rain Hua has acquired? The dream ice silkworm widened its multifaceted eyes, its azure body curling into a tight ball. Goodness! This pressure is even more terrifying than that of my million-year-old spirit beast counterpart. Huo Yuhao slowly raised his head, a chilling smile playing on his lips, his voice resonating like an echo from the abyss. Valance, do you dare to act insolently before me? Today, you shall learn what true power entails. Tang Hao bellowed vehemently, his 9 soul rings glowing fiercely. Do not be so arrogant. Let us see how long this stolen power can sustain you. The chaotic wind hammer technique unfurled, the Haotian hammer transforming into a myriad of afterimages, each strike imbued with the might to shatter mountains and split stones. Yet the flame lotus shield stood resolute, akin to an eternal divine shield, merely rippling under the onslaught of the hammer's shadow. A sudden surge of flames enveloped Huo Yuhao, his dark hair billowing in the air. As the demon slayer sword erupted with brilliant golden light, the mysterious sky silk swirling around him like a blood-red dragon. If that is the case, I shall guide you on your journey. The golden light in his eyes radiated, seemingly capable of igniting the world itself. Such immense power manifested here. The mysterious sky silk transformed into a stream of light, ensnaring Tang Hao, its runes illuminating as they began to siphon his soul power. Tang Hao's pupils constricted in shock as he gritted his teeth and roared. Exploding rings. 2 soul rings detonated with a thunderous roar. A powerful energy storm dispersing the mysterious sky silk. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Huo Yuhao's demon slayer sword had already sliced through the void. 2 arcs of sword energy, imbued with the essence of true fire, striking true upon Tang Hao. Staggering backward, he watched in horror as the wound spread. What on earth are you? What power is this? The flame lotus suddenly contracted, transforming into a torrential rain of fire cascading downwards, the excruciating pain eliciting a piercing scream from the Haotian Douluo. His wounds oozed blood, which evaporated into azure smoke upon contact with the flames. What manner of being is this? Tang Hao clutched his mangled chest and fled in panic, overwhelmed by terror. Perhaps he was being pursued by an immensely powerful hidden force. My son, what existence have you provoked this time? His screams gradually faded, leaving behind a charred forest, scarred and desolate, and the solitary figure standing amidst the flames, quietly ablaze. Chapter 45. Journey to the far north. The true fire surged within Huo Yuhao's meridians like a ravenous beast, wreaking havoc as if a multitude of crimson steel needles were simultaneously searing his flesh. He stumbled, clutching the charred trunk of a tree. As his fingertips brushed against the bark, white smoke billowed forth. Unusual crimson patterns emerged on his skin, resembling countless fiery serpents writhing beneath his flesh. With each breath, scorching waves of heat surged forth, reducing garments to ash in the flames, yet oddly leaving him unscathed. The fire congealed around him in a peculiar lotus shape, penetrating his flesh and assaulting his very soul. The true fire of Samadhi did not burn him. Only the fiery lotus manifested externally, while internally, his body and spiritual essence endured the torment of the flames. Ha ha! Teacher, I have triumphed, proclaimed Huo Yuhao, swaying as he knelt on one knee, his fingers digging deep into the charred soil, striving to support his faltering form. His voice, though weak, carried a childlike pride. The upward curve of his lips unable to conceal the weariness in his eyes, reminiscent of a young one expending the last vestige of strength to achieve a remarkable feat. Within the sea of the lotus spirit, Neza furrowed his brow slightly, arms crossed over his chest, the red mark on his forehead flickering. Hasn't this boy cultivated the 8-9 profound skill? Why is his body still so frail? The flames he retracted have lingering effects? It seems I must teach him how to control this true fire of Samadhi. After he withdrew the flames, a portion of the true fire continued to burn. In the sea of the mind, the specter of Ilex trembled violently, his hands formed from grayish mist quaking incessantly. Yuhao, as a necromancer. His tone was imbued with rare panic. Ilex, the holy mage of the undead, felt an overwhelming urgency, unable to quell the turmoil within. What is happening? Is the power out of control? Yuhao. Huo Yuhao managed to force a pale smile, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, evaporating into white mist upon touching the ethereal ground. Teacher, I am truly fine. Dream ice silkworm anxiously circled in the air, unleashing waves of freezing light. This time, the light was not of a mental attribute, akin to a directive from dream, yet it dissipated into vapor as it neared Huo Yuhao's spiritual essence. No, I cannot suppress even the surface temperature with the ultimate ice from my origin. Its voice trembled with urgency. Such intense flames should only be completely subdued by the Ice Emperor or Snow Emperor. Ilex, we must hasten to the extreme north. Ilex quickly nodded, saying, Yes, yes, I shall take Yuhao to the extreme north at once. Yuhao, hold on. Teacher will not let anything happen to you. Tang Wulin. One day, I shall settle this score with you. Then you will taste the brilliance of my light magic. Ilex immediately possessed Yuhao, his consciousness surging into Huo Yuhao's body like a tidal wave. Huo Yuhao's hair turned gray, and the necromantic magic surrounding him temporarily resisted the heat from the fiery lotus and his own body. This place is not safe to linger. Big Bug, help Yuhao suppress it. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had shed his disguise, reverting to his former appearance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, amidst the rustling of his black robe, the young man's previously pallid visage now bore a steady countenance as he raced towards the direction of the extreme north. Within the sea of the lotus spirit, Nez's gaze flickered slightly, murmuring to himself, Since they possess a means of suppression, I shall refrain from intervening for now. Along the way, whenever a soul beast approached with intent to strike, Ilex would raise his hand, casting forth a bolt of necromantic flame. The charred carcass of a beast exuded a chill amidst the howling wind and snow, as the cold voice of Ilex echoed across the snowy expanse. Unknowing creature, dare you to harm my disciple? First, you must pass through me. In the farthest reaches of the north, where frigid winds wailed and snow blanketed the land, Ilex successfully arrived at this desolate place. What should have been a journey of 10 days was accomplished in just one. Upon the arrival of a young figure clad in black robes, the dream ice silkworm desperately emerged from Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. Its platinum body swelled in the air as it cried out, Ice Emperor, Snow Empress, this concerns life and death. If you are present, reveal yourselves at once. Its voice, laden with the essence of extreme cold, was met only with the howling winds and swirling snow. How long shall you continue to shout, great creature? Ilex's phantom solidified behind Huo Yuhao, his gray-white hair billowing in the tempest. The Lich Saint Mage was enveloped in gray flames, causing the snowflakes in his wake to vaporize instantly, saturating the air with the scent of decay and death. He raised his hand toward the heavens, and the entire sky was abruptly tinged with an eerie gray-black hue. Little Scorpion, Snow Maiden, come forth at once, lest I unleash my wrath upon this extreme north. As Ilex's oppressive aura spread like a tidal wave, a verdant essence materialized, yet a clear and ethereal voice unexpectedly resonated from the sky. Why must you be so wrathful? Elder, we bear no grievances against you. As the words faded, countless crystalline icicles descended from the heavens, resembling an inverted galaxy. A figure gracefully descended upon the ice shards. Her hair, as white as fresh snow, danced in the wind without a trace of dust, the tips adorned with tiny ice crystals that reflected a piercing brilliance. Her sky-blue eyes were profound and ethereal, seemingly containing the chill of the entire extreme north. Her slender form moved elegantly, each step crystallizing hexagonal ice flowers in the void. A white gown clung to her figure, emanating waves of cold with every stride. Her breathtaking visage, skin like cream and lips like delicate petals, exuded an air of aloofness reminiscent of winter plum blossoms, strikingly beautiful yet intimidatingly distant. The aura she radiated was pure and frosty, setting her apart from the world's clamor. A true spirit of ice and snow, untouched by the slightest speck of dust, utterly independent. The dream ice silkworm implored urgently, Snow Empress, please save Yuhao. Only you can quell the flames that engulf him. The Snow Empress, facing the two phantoms, regarded them with frosty blue eyes. Save a human? Dream. As a soul beast of the extreme north, you wish for me to aid our natural enemy? Suddenly, the wind stilled, and the Snow Empress's gaze fell upon the unconscious youth beneath the black robe. Amidst the tattered remnants of Huo Yuhao's clothing, crimson flames entwined his form as if alive. Yet peculiarly, they scorched not his skin. Instead, they traced an icy floral design upon his chest. As the Snow Empress's gaze lingered on the pale visage of the youth, her eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. An inexplicable feeling stirred within her heart. Why does my heart race so? Why, upon seeing him injured, do I feel such profound sorrow? The Snow Empress unconsciously drifted closer, her slender fingertips trembling above Huo Yuhao's heart. When she finally made contact with his body, a miracle unfolded. The essence of ultimate ice surged forth from Huo Yuhao, transforming into a gentle mist that enveloped her wrist, akin to a lover's embrace. Crystal-like snowflakes drifted from the boy's form, landing in the Snow Empress's palm and crystallizing into tear-shaped ice. What is happening? Ilex inquired. The celestial ice silkworm, equally astonished, remained suspended in midair, stammering, I do not know. The Snow Empress cradled the ice crystal, her voice trembling in an unprecedented manner. This is the tear of snow. The ice goddess sheds tears only for one in a lifetime. The crystallized droplets harbor her life essence, a token more precious than life itself. Her gaze fixated on the ice flowers faintly visible on Huo Yuhao's heart, radiating a resonance that perfectly matched her own essence. Why does this human possess my tear of snow? It is inconceivable, the Snow Empress murmured. Chapter 46. The Tear of Snow, Meeting the Parents? The Snow Empress's fingertips quivered slightly as she gazed at the tear of snow, which shimmered with a ghostly blue halo, seemingly containing something profound within its crystalline form. The tear of snow is the ice goddess's most cherished treasure, capable of being crystallized only once in her lifetime. Her voice softened unconsciously, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. To bestow this item equated to relinquishing her entire heart, regarding her destined one as more precious than her own soul. The tear of snow serves as an emblem of love. The moment the Snow Empress's consciousness penetrated the tear of snow, a familiar yet foreign power of ice and snow erupted violently. Countless fragments of memory streaked through her mind like meteors, and within the depths of that vast power, a figure, identical in visage yet distinct in aura, slowly materialized. Hello, my past self. The future Snow Empress spoke with a tenderness forged through the passage of time. When you behold the tear of snow, it signifies that Yuhao has appeared before you. The Snow Empress trembled, her azure eyes reflecting shock and realization. The ethereal figure continued. He is my beloved. In my previous life, I failed to express my feelings. I understand that I lack the right to convey this to you now, for you have not endured what I have experienced. Nonetheless, I still hope you can assist him. This is the last thing I can impart. The apparition seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its gaze toward the unconscious Huo Yuhao, eyes filled with longing. Lastly, please tell him I love him. As her words faded, a torrent of memories surged into the Snow Empress's soul. From the initial thrill of meeting Huo Yuhao, to the camaraderie forged in battle, to the agony of parting in life and death, every experience crystallized vividly in that moment. Yuhao, the Snow Empress's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with disbelief and complex emotions. Her memories melted like ice and snow, the fragments of the past vividly resurfacing in her mind. The emotions long forgotten surged forth like the spring waters after the thaw. Her eyes glistened with crystalline mist, yet her lips curved into a gentle smile. We are, after all, one entity. There is no question of substitution. She reached out, gently caressing Huo Yuhao's pale face, murmuring softly, Yuhao, I have returned. In this lifetime, I shall never allow you to leave my side again. The celestial dream ice silkworm hung suspended in midair, its platinum-colored tendrils curling and unfurling restlessly, confusion and shock resonating in its voice. Elder E, what on earth is happening? How could the Snow Emperor's tear be on Yuhao? Its body trembled uncontrollably, the once bright compound eyes now filled with bewilderment. Ilex gazed intently at the ice crystals swirling in the palm of the Snow Emperor. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he remarked, it is likely a contingency left by the future Snow Maiden. She foresaw that this encounter might lead to misunderstandings and thus sealed her memories and directives within the tear. As a precaution, a hint of sentimentality colored Ilex's voice, his eyes glimmering with a trace of satisfaction. Now I understand. The celestial dream ice silkworm exclaimed with a sudden burst of excitement, writhing in exhilaration. Indeed, Yuhao has struck fortunate. Even an unparalleled powerhouse like the Snow Emperor has taken a liking to him, unlike my Bing Bing, who still, it sighed, unable to suppress a light laugh, teasingly adding, who was it just now, with such righteous indignation, questioning why help humanity? Reality has certainly dealt a harsh blow, hasn't he it? A tender yet perilous smile crept onto the Snow Emperor's lips as she approached the celestial dream ice silkworm. The chilling aura surrounding her coalesced into fine ice blades, shimmering with a fierce light under the sun. Celestial dream, what was that you just said? Perhaps you could articulate it more clearly? The celestial dream ice silkworm's voice abruptly faltered, freezing in place under the Snow Emperor's sudden, piercing gaze. That smile, to the celestial dream ice silkworm, felt more terrifying than the harshest winds of the far north. It yelped, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and darted behind Ilex, its head peeking out timidly as it stammered, "And nothing. I said nothing. You must have misheard." Ilex, observing the furrowed brow of the unconscious Yuhao, spoke hoarsely, "Snow Maiden, by a stroke of fate, Yuhao has acquired the power to traverse time, which is why he has returned to 10,000 years ago. The flames enveloping him are also his new power. He resorted to this force to combat a tidal Douluo, ultimately driving him away, but at a great cost. I am powerless against the flames-consuming nature, and only your ultimate ice can suppress it. The Snow Emperor's pupils dilated sharply, tumultuous waves surfacing in her cerulean eyes. Her voice trembled, a tidal Douluo? Yet Yuhao is merely a 30-level soul master. Given such a disparity in strength, how could he? Her words faltered abruptly as she looked up at Ilex, her icy aura crystallizing into sharp icicles. Elder E, with your strength, why did you not intervene? Ilex, stirred by her inquiry, pressed a hand against his heaving chest, gray-white mist swirling at his fingertips. It was Yuhao who insisted on holding back. He would not allow me to act during this time. Exposure could lead to danger 10,000 years hence. None can guarantee that the divine beings above would not uncover this secret, and he may find himself plunged into irreversible peril due to this revelation. The Snow Emperor remained silent for a long moment, her white hair billowing without a breeze. Slowly she approached, her delicate hand brushing against the bloodied visage of the young man, feeling the searing warmth beneath his skin. As she gently enveloped Huo Yuhao in her embrace, a brilliant ice-blue radiance erupted around her, the essence of ultimate ice transforming into countless ice butterflies that danced around them. Yuhao, you will surely be all right. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the entire realm appeared to freeze. Countless hexagonal ice crystals condensed in the air, enveloping Huo Yuhao as if the Milky Way had been inverted above him. The raging flames, upon coming into contact with the chilling aura, were momentarily subdued, gradually transforming into flickering embers under the suppression of the Snow Empress's primordial power. Nestled against the youth's chest, the Snow Empress felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and tears glimmered in her eyes. Sensing the gaze of Ilex upon her, the Snow Empress instinctively straightened her back, a rare hint of awkwardness gracing her demeanor. She was acutely aware of this elder's significance in Huo Yuhao's heart, akin to that of a father. She slowly inclined her body, her white gown resembling a blooming snow lotus, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable reverence and trepidation. Elder Ilex, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. In my haste, I spoke thoughtlessly. I hope for your understanding. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious Huo Yuhao, her eyes filled with compassion and guilt. Ilex observed the Snow Empress's nervousness, resembling a father meeting his daughter-in-law, a rare gentle smile gracing his aged features. He waved his hand lightly, his voice deep and hoarse. There is no need for such formality. I understand that your heart is with Yuhao. You are correct. I should not have allowed him to take such risks. His eyes turned towards Huo Yuhao, filled with remorse and concern. Knowing the boy's stubborn nature often led him to shoulder dangers alone. In the frigid expanse of the far north, icy winds whirled down, carrying snowflakes. The Snow Empress gently held Huo Yuhao close, her alabaster fingers unconsciously caressing the blood-stained hem of his garment. She lifted her gaze to Ilex, a hint of panic flickering in her sky-blue eyes. Elder, I have just begun to accept the memories of the future. Many matters require time to untangle. Before that, may I ask you not to inform Yuhao that he has been here? Ilex's eyes clouded with confusion as he replied, why keep this from him? The Snow Empress lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Her voice tinged with youthful shyness and apprehension. I wish to reunite with him in my finest form. My memories have yet to fully merge, and I am uncertain how to face him. Her voice trailed off, a gentle ice-blue light rising from her palm, softly covering Huo Yuhao's brow. Thus, I implore you to keep this secret for me. Ilex regarded the Snow Empress's tender and cautious demeanor, his heart swelling with admiration. Ah, Yuhao, what immense fortune you possess. He nodded gently, his frail hand resting lightly on the boy's shoulder. Do not worry, I shall safeguard this secret. In a haze of consciousness, Huo Yuhao drifted through the darkness. When he finally opened his eyes, the warm yellow candlelight illuminated the wooden beams of the hotel in Suodo City, and a faint incense wafted through the air. He struggled to rise, only to be pulled back into his pillow by a sudden wave of dizziness. Teacher, what is this? The sea of consciousness. The ethereal figure of Ilex gazed tenderly at the cross-legged, pallid-faced Huo Yuhao, his voice imbued with gentle concern. Yuhao, the force you recklessly summoned has left even me in awe. Yet, the more formidable the power, the fiercer the backlash it inflicts. He raised his hand and gently pointed, a soft glow enveloping the boy's brow. From now on, do not attempt to bear everything alone. Whenever danger looms, your teacher shall be here for you. As a title Douluo, I am more than capable of handling such threats. Even if 10 were to come at me, they would not stand a chance. You must take care of yourself, Yuhao. I understand your desire for me to witness your accomplishments, but you must never endanger yourself. If you were to perish, I might very well drag this realm down with you. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in Ilex's eyes. Remember, your teacher is here. I shall always stand behind you, watching over you. He finally embraced the boy, reflecting inwardly. This old body still possesses the strength to fight. In the days to come, I shall ensure those who have harmed my disciple face utter destruction. Huo Yuhao yearned to respond, yet he was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing. A flicker of pain crossed Ilex's gaze as he continued. In necromancy, there exist spells capable of erasing specific memories. I have also mastered light magic, which can conceal your temporal transgressions. Once you recover, I shall impart these secrets to you. His tone softened, imbued with the unique tenderness of a mentor. You have a tendency to shoulder all burdens alone. Do not forget. Suddenly, the mist swirled violently. Ilex's ethereal form loomed larger, his calloused hand gently resting on Huo Yuhao's head. Your teacher remains. As long as this old body endures, I shall never allow you to confront peril alone. Huo Yuhao felt a sting in his nose, his vision clouding. He had never imagined that during his unconsciousness, his teacher had quietly prepared a retreat for him. Thank you, teacher. His voice trembled with emotion. But, teacher, had it not been for you at that moment, what foolish words would I have spoken? Ilex's hand patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder. The moment you called me teacher, our fates became intertwined. How could you speak to me with such distance? He waved his hand lightly. In the sea of lotus divine souls, a celestial abode resembling a resplendent palace floated serenely. Within, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, and sheer curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Neza, clad in a flowing white robe, lounged languidly in a chair, red ribbons carelessly cascading through his hair. His expression one of profound ennui. He cast a sidelong glance at Huo Yuhao, his tone tinged with disappointment. Your body remains too frail. The Samadhi true fire is not so easily controlled. With a heavy sigh, Neza waved his sleeve, and a flickering golden-red flame materialized above the table, crackling in the silence, casting dancing shadows all around. Noticing Huo Yuhao's rapt attention on the flame, Neza's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Listen closely, Huo Yuhao. Upon your return to your original timeline, I will set a trial for you. Upon passing this trial, I shall bestow upon you the Samadhi true fire, which will dramatically enhance your combat prowess. A trial? Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Neza lightly flicked his fingers, the sparks dissipating, and slowly spoke. Indeed, this trial requires you to use your intellect to break the deadlock. Within the illusion of the trial space, your martial soul skills, and even the abilities of that foolish dragon will be sealed. If you succeed, not only will I impart to you the true fire of Samadhi, but I shall also present you with an additional gift, significantly enhancing your strength. Should you fail, a faint, ambiguous smile curved at the corners of his mouth. The consequences will be dire. However, you need not fear failure, for you shall not fail. If you do not meet my requirements, you will remain trapped in that cycle until you succeed. The criteria for success will be determined by me. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao felt not a shred of fear. Rather, a flame of fighting spirit ignited within his eyes. The third prince offers benefits. He elegantly snapped his fingers, waved his robe, and declared boldly, understood. In that case, let's discuss it further upon my return. With his arms crossed, a faint glow enveloped him, and his figure gradually became transparent. As his words fell, ripples spread across the lotus spirit soul space. Huo Yuhao's form slowly faded, transforming into a stream of light that vanished deep within the hall. Neza gazed at the direction of his disappearance and smiled slightly. Do not keep me waiting too long, Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao tilted his head to gaze at the setting sun suspended in midair, his hand beneath the black robe unconsciously stroking the storage soul guide at his waist. The eye of ice and fire stirred within him, and a fervent light glimmered in his eyes. The celestial herbs growing there might not only heal the hidden injuries left by the true fire of Samadhi, but could also lead to a qualitative leap in his soul power. The moment he stepped into the setting sun forest, the toxic miasma hidden beneath the decaying leaves seeped into his veins through the soles of his boots. Huo Yuhao calmly activated his profound technique, circulating his soul power across his body to incinerate the wisps of poisonous gas. This forest, steeped in deadly toxins, was eerily silent, disturbed only by the occasional roar of beasts piercing the twilight. He narrowed his eyes, his consciousness spreading like a spider's web. Indeed, this is the hidden domain of the poison Douluo. Even the air is tinged with the essence of the phosphorescent snake venom. If not for Elder Yi's assistance, in my current injured state, I would find it truly challenging to contend with these millennia-old soul beasts. He gently brushed his fingers over the tree trunk beside him, its surface adorned with purple patterns, the residue of slime sizzling and emitting white smoke. However, if I were to face Tang Hao in his prime, I would not fear these reckless beasts. Bold, who dares to wreak havoc in my secluded territory? The thunderous roar echoed through the forest like crashing waves, startling the birds into flight and causing the temperature of the entire woodland to plummet. Huo Yuhao looked up to see a silver-haired elder standing amidst the toxic mist, surrounded by a swirling, tangible emerald soul power. Wherever he passed, the leaves instantly transformed into putrid liquid. Moments earlier, in the secluded abode of Douluo, he had been enduring the agony of his toxic body when he suddenly sensed someone intruding into his territory. The poisoned Douluo abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Which fool dares to intrude? He quickly snatched a cloak from the bedside and draped it over his shoulders, vanishing in an instant. As the figure cloaked in black approached, the formidable spirit of the Azure Lizard Emperor, emanating from Douluo, suddenly materialized. 9 soul rings illuminated sequentially behind him. Boldly, who dares to disturb my domain? He thundered, his serpent tail crashing onto the ground, sending shrapnel flying, which quickly became tainted with venom, corroding the earth with a multitude of holes. Huo Yuhao raised his hand in a gesture of respect, a sense of calm emanating from beneath his dark robe. Senior, I harbor no ill intentions. I have come to procure something from you. Douluo's neck muscles bulged, a crimson murderous intent glimmering in his serpent-like eyes. The Azure Lizard Emperor spiraled upward from beneath him, the green toxins seeping from its scales hissing as they eroded the ground. How dare you, a mere child, covet my medicinal garden? He roared. It is I who takes from others. No one has ever succeeded in taking from me. The 9 soul rings erupted with blinding radiance. Chapter 48. The Light Town-esque Serpent Emperor surrounded by the Azure Lizard Emperor's spirit, Douluo's aura intensified, and the 9 soul rings shone with fierce brilliance. With a disdainful snort, he declared, if you wish to take something, then do so, provided you possess the ability to wrest it from my grasp. In this savage world, strength is the only truth. A chilling miasma of poison enveloped him, withering all flora into pools of blackened water in its wake. Huo Yuhao stood at the edge of the toxic mist, his cloak billowing in the wind. His piercing gaze captured Douluo's pale, bluish complexion and the slight tremors of his fingers. A cold smile played on his lips, recognizing that this seemingly formidable title Douluo was, in reality, tormented by his own spirit's backlash. Senior, the potency of your poison is remarkable, he remarked suddenly, his voice clear and resonant. If I am not mistaken, this is the backlash toxin generated during your spirit cultivation, gnawing at your meridians day and night, is it not? His words landed like a heavy blow, causing Douluo to shudder. The Azure Lizard Emperor momentarily faltered, and Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. Wretched boy, how did you discern this? Huo Yuhao stifled a laugh within, knowing that only the support of the celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang well could suppress such venom. How could this old fool be so apparent in his affliction? Maintaining his composure, he continued, let us not dwell on how I came to know. What matters is that I possess a means to alleviate your suffering. Upon completion of this task, you may allow me to harvest from your medicinal garden. What say you? Douluo erupted into laughter, a sound rife with derision. Huh, a mere child dares to speak so boldly. You are but a teenager. What do you understand of the arts of detoxification? Are you attempting to stall for time? His poisonous mist swelled violently, the murderous intent almost palpable. Yet Huo Yuhao remained undeterred, stepping forward with a calm and incisive tone. Senior, you need not believe me. However, have you considered that enduring this torment may condemn you to a lifetime of suffering? Indeed, it is possible you may not survive for many more years. Noticing a flicker of apprehension in Douluo's expression, Huo Yuhao pressed on. This toxin does not merely afflict you. It poses a threat to your family as well. They too shall suffer the repercussions of this venom, experiencing the same torment you endure. Silence. With a thunderous roar, Douluo's entire being surged with an intense aura. Damn you, little demon. How dare you threaten me? I shall deal with you. However, Huo Yuhao remained unfazed, his words sharp as daggers. If you kill me today, you will irrevocably extinguish your family's hope of detoxification. At that moment, will you truly have no regrets? Douluo's breath grew labored, his eyes a tumultuous blend of murderous intent and hesitation. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Are you saying you can cure it? Huo Yuhao maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. Indeed. Senior, consider this carefully. Is this not a most advantageous deal? A faint golden glow enveloped him, rendering him mysterious amidst the toxic mist. My willingness to speak implies my absolute confidence. It is now up to you to decide whether to take this gamble. The twilight twisted into a bizarre shade of purplish-black within the noxious fog, as Douluo's spirit rings flickered erratically. In his serpent-like eyes swirled suspicion and murderous intent. Humph, a mere child, daring to deceive me with empty words? What gives you the right to demand my trust? A tremendous pressure, as tangible as chains, suddenly descended, causing Huo Yuhao to grunt in discomfort as beads of cold sweat formed beneath his black robe. The decayed leaves beneath him crushed to dust. In that moment of suspended breath, the void suddenly fractured like a spider's web, and brilliant golden light cascaded like a waterfall. An elderly man with white hair stepped forth from the radiance, the power of light swirling around him, incinerating the toxic mist with a sizzling sound. Alex raised a hand slightly, and as his fingertips grazed the air, the entire realm seemed to be paused. The azure scale snake emperor's spirit froze midair. Even the droplets of sweat on Douluo's forehead hung, suspended in the air. A mere snake trapped in toxic miasma dares to bare its fangs at my disciple? Alex snapped his fingers sharply, and 9 chains of light materialized from the void, ensnaring Douluo's limbs and spirit as if they were living entities. The snake emperor thrashed violently, yet where its scales fell, the golden light corroded into charred remnants, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Douluo's pupils constricted, gazing at the glowing orb forming in the elder's palm. Though the light appeared gentle, it emanated a sense of dread far more terrifying than any soul skill from the past 10,000 years. Each ray of luminescence seemed to unravel his proud mastery of poison, rendering him as insignificant as an ant before the elder. What manner of power is this? A beast-like roar escaped his throat, but he could not break free even an inch. Alex casually flicked his sleeve, and the orb of light surged in size, enveloping Douluo entirely. You have 3 breaths to consider your options. No sooner had the words left his lips than the toxic mist surrounding the poisoned Douluo began to vaporize, drawing away his soul power into the golden radiance. Douluo contemplated internally, realizing he still had a granddaughter at home. If only he were to perish, that would be one thing, but Yin Yin was still so young. Moreover, this boy's teacher is immensely powerful. Perhaps he truly could dispel his toxins. In that case, Yin Yin could be freed from this suffering. Please spare me, senior. The forehead of Douluo throbbed with prominent veins, and after deep contemplation, he finally made a decision. I agree. As long as this young friend can cure my poison, the medicinal garden is yours to forage. His roar reverberated through the forest, startling countless soul beasts that had been eroded by the toxic mists. Huo Yuhao lowered his gaze to conceal the amusement lurking in his eyes. Sometimes, mere words fail to convince others. True strength is the most compelling argument, a principle that surely holds true anywhere. Douluo understood this well. Upon witnessing the formidable power of Ilex, he recognized that as his disciple, there must be a method to counteract the poison. Ilex dispersed the luminous aura and gently patted Douluo on the shoulder. Shall I have matters to attend to. As the elder began to depart, spatial ripples enveloped him. Before leaving, he cast a cold glance at Douluo, who lay sprawled on the ground, his chilling words piercing like ice. Should you dare to conspire against me in the shadows, I shall shatter your soul next time. A titled Douluo like you is but a trifling matter in my presence. With that, the space tore apart, and his figure gradually faded away. Douluo trembled as he lay on the ground soaked in toxic water, his forehead pressed against the corroded rock. I wouldn't dare. Fear and trepidation flickered in his eyes for the first time. That radiant power had become an inescapable shadow over his remaining life. Slumped on the ground, the once resplendent aura of the emerald lizard snake emperor now dimmed to obscurity. He gazed at the gradually dissipating golden figure, his throat constricting painfully as cold sweat trickled down his pale cheeks, merging with the toxic mist below. The surging tides of anxiety within him threatened to engulf him. When did such a terrifying presence emerge in Douluo continent? The power displayed by that elder could easily suppress his proud emerald lizard snake emperor, rendering his 9 spirit rings seemingly insignificant in the elder's eyes. To be forced into such a state in an instant, such individuals are scarcely found across the entire Douluo continent. This terrifying strength surpassed even that of the Haotian Douluo by hundreds of times. What faction could possess such immense power? With no rumors or traces to be found, Douluo's nails dug deeply into his palm, the venom seeping between his fingers swiftly corroded by the air. If such a powerhouse were indeed the foundation of some hidden sect, what an unfathomable force that would be. A chill raced up his spine to the nape of his neck. It was profoundly terrifying. If such an existence wished to take his life, It would merely be a matter of a snap of the fingers. Struggling to rise, the remnants of toxic mist dissipated into nothingness beneath his trembling fingertips. He gazed at Huo Yuhao's figure, his throat constricting once again. The earlier arrogance and ferocity had vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented reverence and caution. "Young friend." His voice was hoarse, tinged with a deliberate tone of deference. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Chapter 49. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Huo Yuhao raised his hand to remove his hood, revealing a fair, yet somewhat pallid visage. His gaze as bright as cold stars. "I am Huo Lai," he replied, nodding slightly, his voice steady and calm. Entirely devoid of the tension he had exhibited while confronting Douluo. Douluo's eyes flickered as he suppressed the astonishment within, forcing a smile. "Huo Xiaoyu, please follow me." As he turned, the hem of his robe swept across the ground, dispersing the lingering toxic mist entirely. The two proceeded along the winding path, and gradually, the air became infused with the refreshing scent of grass and trees, presenting a stark contrast to the earlier stench of poison. "Long time no see," murmured Huo Yuhao. For this place was all too familiar to him. The Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the 3 legendary treasure pools, resembling a dual-purpose hot pot. The hot spring was divided into 2 sections, one exuding an extreme ice attribute, the other an extreme fire attribute, with the 2 springs never mingling despite sharing the same basin. It was a sight of duality, with the 2 forces mutually restraining each other. Perhaps this ancient being had relied on the celestial herbs within to elevate his cultivation. "This is my medicinal garden," Douluo gestured with pride in his voice. "Feel free to harvest whatever catches your fancy." He rubbed his hands together, his expression suddenly turning anxious, a flicker of anticipation and unease glimmering in his eyes. "However, regarding the antidote we previously discussed," Huo Yuhao gazed intently at the swirling powers of ice and fire in the spring, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Rest assured, Senior, I am a man of my word." As he turned, an elusive dark golden aura enveloped him, harmonizing with the brilliance of the Eye of Ice and Fire. "Once I gather the necessary herbs, I will certainly concoct the antidote for you." Douluo sighed in relief, yet a shiver ran down his spine involuntarily. The mysterious aura emanating from the youth mirrored the oppressive force of the terrifying elder from earlier. He swallowed hard, his heart racing at the thought of offending such a formidable individual. The entire Douluo family could very well face eradication. With this thought, he quickly bowed. "I appreciate your help, young friend. I shall cooperate fully." Huo Yuhao's fingers brushed against a glimmering celestial herb, and without looking back, he said, "Very well. I need time to prepare the antidote, so you may leave for now." At that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Douluo stood frozen, his throat constricting painfully. The overwhelming pressure from the elder, who could crush souls with a mere snap of his fingers, still echoed deep within his spine. The chill left in the elder's wake lingered, and the dark golden aura surrounding the young man was far from inviting. It was wiser to keep a safe distance. Yes, he stammered, bowing hastily and nearly tripping over a stone as he retreated. As he turned to leave, Douluo clenched his trembling hands, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions. This seemingly youthful lad concealed a force capable of effortlessly overpowering a titled Douluo. In just half a day's interaction, his understanding of the power dynamics on this continent had been utterly upended. The depths of this world were truly unfathomable. The heir of a hidden aristocratic family, he murmured to himself, as the toxic mist spread behind him with each step. The family capable of nurturing such a person must possess an astonishing legacy. With this thought, cold sweat trickled down his back, soaking his inner garments. Since the other party had promised an antidote, given his status, it was unlikely he would break his word in such matters. After all, upbringing mattered. Heaven orchestrates trials and tests. 9 lives lost seem insignificant. Once accompanied by a beloved in autumn, I yearn for salvation. Through countless perils, I remain unrepentant, unaware of the pain I inflict upon myself. Amidst the trials of the duality of ice and fire, the path of emotional inquiry remains obscured, within the swirling mist emanating from the interplay of these elements. Huo Yuhao gazes at the undulating celestial herbs by the poolside, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the storage soul guide at his waist. Memories surge forth like a tide, as the trials of the emotional inquiry path from his past life seem vividly present. He exhales softly, his gaze a tapestry of complexity. Little did he expect that upon returning to this place, it would be under such circumstances. The path of emotional inquiry shall no longer be indistinguishable. In the sea of consciousness, the platinum-bodied heavenly dream ice silkworm reclines comfortably. Perplexed by Huo Yuhao's sudden poetic musings, "What is wrong with you, Yuhao?" Reciting poetry out of the blue gives me goosebumps. Its complaints reverberate within the realm of consciousness, creating ripples in the fabric of thought. The ethereal figure of Ilex materializes, wrapping its withered palm against Heavenly Dream's head. You foolish creature, do you not understand? This is what we call being moved by one's surroundings. Yuhao revisits this place, naturally filled with sentiment. Its voice carries a hint of jest. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm retorts indignantly, moved by the surroundings? I suspect he is merely infatuated. Spring has yet to arrive, yet it seems Yuhao is already smitten. Pondering over which maiden. Before the words escape its lips, Huo Yuhao's consciousness pierces through like a blade, stirring a tempest within the sea of his mind. Heavenly Dream. You are the one who is smitten. Your entire family is smitten. Wait, I was wrong. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm scurries in fright, its platinum form curling into a ball. I was merely being careless. Disregarding the clamorous Heavenly Dream, Huo Yuhao redirects his focus to the medicinal garden. His form glides like lightning among the myriad celestial herbs. The shimmering autumn water dew enhances spiritual power significantly. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower is perfectly suited for Ma Xiaodao's wicked fire. The wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum and the 8-petaled immortal orchid radiate an extraordinary light, alongside the 8-angled xianbing grass. The fiery apricot blossoms and the Chihuahua tulips, each of which possesses immense value. With practiced ease, he gathers these precious herbs into his storage soul guide. Upon completing his harvest, Huo Yuhao channels a wisp of soul power through his fingertips, delicately plucking a petal from each celestial herb. As he exhales softly, a miraculous scene unfolds. The plucked petals regenerate, transforming into new plants. While the medicinal potency of these offshoots pales in comparison to their parent plants, they retain some efficacy, serving as a clever ruse. Of course, he does not neglect to procure the celestial herbs essential for concocting the universe creation pill and other elixirs. After all, Tang San will eventually arrive at this place. It is better to enhance his own strength now and reap the rewards later when Tang San cultivates these herbs once again. Good things come to those who wait. In the residence of Douluo, Huo Yuhao sits poised on a wooden chair, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the cup before him. Speaking softly, the method of detoxification lies in guiding the rampant toxins within your body into the soul bone. The same principle applies to your granddaughter. However, her practice is still in its infancy. One must find a compatible soul bone and channel the toxins through it during cultivation. In doing so, the toxins will naturally accumulate within the soul bone. If it pertains to a weapon spirit, the toxins will coalesce atop the weapon spirit. Douluo suddenly tightens his grip on the armrest, emerald-hued soul power uncontrollably spilling forth, coalescing in his palm into a slender serpent. Young friend, there is something you may not know. Having devoted over 70 years to the cultivation of poisonous arts, the toxins have long since fused with my meridians and flesh. Should I attempt to forcibly expel them, the arduous task would be fraught with peril, as my aged visage might turn a pallid shade of blue and purple, risking a counterattack from the very poison that could swiftly claim my life. Unperturbed, Huo Yuhao rose and spoke. The Eye of Ice and Fire possesses unparalleled qualities. Utilizing the medicinal herbs within to concoct a potion, supplemented by the guiding force of my soul power, will allow us to meticulously extract the toxins, layer by layer, ensuring a safe filtration process. With a flick of his fingers, a porcelain bowl filled with clear water appeared before him, as the ethereal herbs were cast into it, instantly transforming into an amber-hued elixir. I shall prepare a potion to stabilize your meridians. Once the medicinal essence permeates, I will employ my soul power to draw the toxins entirely into your soul bone. Chapter 50. The Anomaly of the Two Instruments. The true form of ice and fire. Deep within the sunset forest, an unusual mist rose, and the Eye of Ice and Fire shimmered with an interplay of milky white and vibrant red hues. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged upon a green stone by the spring, enveloped in a gentle golden fragrance of herbs. As the potency of a 9th-grade purple mushroom waned, color returned to his pale countenance, and the long-dormant soul power within him surged forth like a reawakened river, cascading through his meridians. Within his sea of consciousness, his mental energy transformed into a resplendent galaxy, radiating unprecedented brilliance. He gazed into the swirling dual currents of the spring, his expression gradually deepening in contemplation. It is said that the Eye of Ice and Fire was formed from the simultaneous demise of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King within the Sunset Forest. There remains entombed beneath the profound depths of this eye. The immense life force sustaining the surroundings has birthed this mystical realm of celestial herbs, replete with treasures of heaven and earth, all thanks to the Water and Fire Dragon Kings. The veracity of this legend remains to be seen. Perhaps the dragon bones of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings could augment my ultimate attributes. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists, a flicker of excitement coursing through his fingertips. At the spring, the dual energies of ice and fire coiled like colossal serpents, resonating with deep, thunderous roars. Huo Yuhao inhaled deeply, allowing the chilling and searing energies to fill his lungs, for it is said that beneath the most resplendent facades lie secrets yet to be unveiled. Let me observe closely, he mused, stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air, before turning to the void and addressing his teacher. The protection outside the spring relies upon you. No sooner had the words left his lips than a gray shadow emerged from Huo Yuhao's brow. The fragmented consciousness of the necromancer cataclysm, Elix, transformed into a brilliant stream of light, instantly merging with his being. Huo Yuhao's aura shifted dramatically. His gray hair stirred without wind, a divine presence enveloping him as gray energy surged like a tide, coalescing into a protective shield adorned with mysterious runes. He leaped toward the spring, splashing water that froze mid-air into crystalline shards, only to be rapidly vaporized into white mist by the intense heat. As he plunged into the water, powerful currents enveloped Huo Yuhao, pulling him downward with alarming speed. The forces of ice and fire raged around him, as if intent on shattering his very form. The voice of Ilex resonated within the sea of consciousness, imbued with a hint of gravity. Yuhua, resolve this matter swiftly. Although my shards of divine awareness have been fortified by the nourishment of the ethereal herbs outside, the deeper we delve, the shorter the time I can possess you. For your safety, I cannot allow you to take unnecessary risks. Time is of the essence. You must seize it wisely. Huo Yuhua gritted his teeth, allowing the chilling essence of the spring to penetrate his very bones. He hovered at the juncture of water and fire, leaning towards the ice-blue spring, feeling the relentless clash of ice and fire within his meridians. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 zhong. As he descended deeper, the surrounding pressure became tangible, the extreme attributes within the spring intensifying. In the distance, he seemed to hear the echoes of an ancient dragon's roar reverberating through the abyss. At the profound depths of the spring, time appeared to lose its significance. Huo Yuhua continued to sink amidst the intertwining currents of ice and fire, the pressure on his eardrums becoming unbearable, and the sights before him growing increasingly surreal. After an indeterminate period, the surrounding waters suddenly stagnated, revealing a vast expanse before him. Two distinctly powerful auras surged upward. One, a chilling cold capable of freezing souls. The other, a searing heat that could incinerate all. Huo Yuhua's pupils constricted sharply as he finally beheld the end of the space. Two enormous dragon bones intertwined in a majestic stance. The left bone, a crystalline ice blue, was adorned with glistening ice shards, while the right bone, a fiery crimson gold, was entwined with smoldering embers, resembling a grand altar constructed from the remains of dragons. I have found it. Huo Yuhua's heart raced violently, his breath quickening. He suppressed his excitement, cautiously approaching the dragon bones. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, as if a slumbering giant dragon were awakening. It appears we have guests, a deep, thunderous voice echoed through the space, laced with a hint of mockery. Who would have thought this place would see visitors after countless years? Another voice, languid yet equally oppressive, added, a mere human child. Huo Yuhua clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice. Master, this is indeed the legendary dragon bones of the Water and Fire Dragon King. It seems our journey has not been in vain. Ilex's divine awareness stirred within his consciousness, cautioning, be wary. Though these dragon bones have fallen, the essence they contain is extraordinary. At that moment, two curious voices resounded once more. This boy's aura is quite chaotic. Why do I sense the presence of the Golden Sovereign upon him? Could it be that the Sovereign has taken form to seek us? But surely, the Golden Sovereign would not manifest as a mere child. Huo Yuhua stood transfixed, observing the dragon bones as the ice blue and crimson gold glimmers danced between the skeletal remains, as if two colossal dragons still slumbered. Nothing seemed particularly unusual. Could it be that I am meant to absorb these dragon bones? Just as he pondered this, a sharp voice suddenly erupted. Child, what connection do you have with the Golden Sovereign? Before the words could fully dissipate, the dragon bones erupted with blinding radiance. Two luminous orbs, one blue and one red, soared into the sky, transforming into the ethereal silhouettes of two colossal dragons. The apparition of the Water Dragon King was encircled by glistening ice crystals, droplets of water cascading from its whiskers swiftly crystallizing into ice. In contrast, the Fire Dragon King exhaled fierce flames, sparks erupting between its scales, distorting the surrounding air with searing heat. Or perhaps you are the master? The Fire Dragon King's presence loomed over Huo Yuhao, its gaze flickering with both vigilance and anticipation. Huo Yuhao's heart soared with elation, yet he maintained an outward composure. Indeed, the two Dragon Kings, as legends foretold, truly existed here. Taking a deep breath, he responded calmly. No, I am not the Golden Dragon King. I am merely a vessel of its power. The Water Dragon King narrowed its eyes slightly, a chilling aura emanating from its form. Can a mere human truly bear the might of the Golden Master? Fascinating. The Fire Dragon King let out a thunderous roar, flames swirling around its body. Then why have you come here? Huo Yuhao lowered his gaze, a sigh escaping him like a leaf carried by the wind. His eyes glimmering with a nostalgic sheen, his performance remarkably adept, as if he were genuinely immersed in the sorrow of transcending time and space. He stepped forward gradually, golden light swirling around him, his voice resonant and compelling. Esteemed Dragon Kings, in my past life, I was a close friend of the Golden Dragon King. I am also destined to become a deity. At that time, the Golden Dragon King invaded the divine realm and clashed with its inhabitants. The Shura god, seeing the Golden Dragon King escape, united with the other gods to wield the sword of judgment from the three realms to slay him. As he spoke, Huo Yuhao's expression grew complex. I received word that the Golden Dragon King was near death, witnessing my dear friend's grave injuries. I battled the Shura god for 300 rounds, yet was unable to prevail. The Golden Dragon King, seeing my plight and sensing his own demise, entrusted his core to me. By a twist of fate, I was reborn, compelled by the essence of the Golden Dragon King within me, leading me to this very place. As his words concluded, a surge of golden radiance enveloped him, the overwhelming presence of the Golden Dragon King cascading forth like a tidal wave, elevating the temperature of the surrounding space. Crimson golden energy coalesced around him, forming a magnificent dragon-shaped silhouette, regal and imposing. This is the ultimate testament. The Golden Dragon King's final wish was for me to locate the Silver Dragon King and assist her in revitalizing the lineage of soul beasts. This was also his last entreaty to me. The Water and Fire Dragon Kings exchanged glances, astonishment etched across their features. The two distinctly different auras collided fiercely in the space, yet strangely achieved a certain equilibrium. So it is thus, they exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with relief. This aura, this visage, capable of reaching this place, was indeed extraordinary. He truly is the future deity, the one entrusted by the Golden Master. Seizing the moment, Huo Yuhao spoke earnestly. I originally intended to proceed to the Star Do Forest to explain everything to the Silver Dragon King. I did not anticipate encountering both of you here. It seems to be a fateful coincidence. He paused before continuing. As far as I know, the Silver Dragon King is currently recuperating deep within the Star Do Forest. To have such knowledge of the Golden Master's hiding place, it appears to be true indeed. The ethereal figures of the two Dragon Kings exclaimed with fervor, their bodies radiating a brilliant glow. We too should contribute to the soul beasts, the Water Dragon King declared. The Fire Dragon King chuckled, replying, since he is recognized by our sovereign, we shall have no regrets in this lifetime. Ultimately, they exchanged glances, affirming a significant decision, and simultaneously transformed into luminous streams, descending before Huo Yuhao. Their voices resonated with solemnity. Future deity, as you are a cherished companion of our sovereign, you are also the most esteemed friend of our dragon clan. To assist you in your ascension to divinity, we willingly offer our dragon souls as your support. We shall also present dragon essence and dragon bones. We only ask that you fulfill the sovereign's last wish, aid the Silver Sovereign in revitalizing the dragon clan, and allow the soul beasts to rise. Upon concluding their words, two orbs emanating ancient majesty gracefully floated towards Huo Yuhao, akin to two stars on the verge of descent. Chapter 51. The dramatic arena in the secluded abode of Douluo, the laughter of the elder and the maiden echoed. Douluo's silver-white beard trembled with hearty mirth as he shared amusing tales with the young girl, her bright eyes crinkling with joy, causing the teacup in her hand to sway lightly. Upon noticing Huo Yuhao's arrival, he beckoned, Yin Yin, this is my dear young friend, Huo Lai. Douluo's tone held a hint of anticipation as he observed his granddaughter's reaction. The maiden turned at the sound, nearly dropping her teacup as she beheld a figure clad in sleek black attire, accentuating a tall, upright figure. His inky hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his eyes seemed to conceal the flow of a cosmic river, their depths reminiscent of a vast starry ocean, sparkling even brighter than the sunset over the forest. Brother Huo, greetings. Douluo's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her voice softening involuntarily. Huo Yuhao inclined his head politely, his voice as clear as a mountain spring. Elder Dugu, the poison of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King within you has been entirely eradicated. As we part today, I must take my leave. Dugubo's hand, which had been stroking his beard, paused slightly, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He had summoned his beloved granddaughter in hopes of igniting a spark between the young souls, but it seemed that his aspirations were in vain. Thus, he bid farewell. Take care on your journey, my young friend. In a hidden corner of the sunset forest, Huo Yuhao shed his disguise, his aura coiling like smoke. As his soul power flowed, his figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, leaving only a few dry leaves swirling in the gusts of wind, whispering of his recent presence. The following morning, before the bell of Shrek Academy had rung, a thunderous shout erupted outside a classroom. Huo Yuhao. Who is Huo Yuhao? Step forward. The students within the classroom were unfazed, with some even calmly cracking sunflower seeds. Yan Xiaozhe leisurely strolled out from the back, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an air of authority. Old Qian, save your breath. Yuhao is a designated inner disciple of our martial soul department, so don't waste your efforts. Nonsense. Qian Duo jumped up, his hands gripping a soul guide device that began to spark with energy. Why should all the good talent be claimed by you? Huo Yuhao's mental prowess is a once-in-a-century gift. He is born to be a prodigy of our soul guidance department. No matter what, I shall secure him today. The two deans were embroiled in a heated dispute, their faces flushed as they exchanged words, entirely oblivious to the surrounding students who were stifling their laughter, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. This contest over Huo Yuhao is destined to become yet another topic of conversation at Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao leaned against the window of his dormitory, casting a resigned smile at the two bickering figures in the distance. As a prominent figure at Shrek, he had long since won the admiration of his classmates through his prowess. However, in the adjacent class, there remained a few impassioned youths who were eager to test their mettle, oblivious to the disparity in their abilities. Outside, the sound of the phoenix tree leaves rustled, bearing witness to the peculiar scenes that unfolded daily. Girls blushing as they discreetly slipped love letters into drawers, and boys fervently delivering challenge letters, achieving a bizarre equilibrium in their numbers. The boys, with fervent eyes, calculated that even in defeat, merely exchanging a few blows with this prodigy would be a tale worth boasting about in the academy. Huo Yuhao, holding a thick stack of challenge letters, rubbed his temples in exasperation. Having just returned to the academy, he found himself ensnared in such trivial matters, an unending affair. As the sun dipped further westward, the bell for the final class before noon rang out. Normally, the corridors would echo with the hurried footsteps of students making their way to the dining hall, but today, an eerie silence enveloped the entire teaching building. The classroom where Huo Yuhao was located was densely packed, with the crowd occasionally erupting into waves of excitement. Look, it's Senior Jiang Nannan, someone shouted, and instantly, all eyes converged at the entrance. There stood the graceful young woman, delicately holding an exquisite lunchbox, her ethereal visage glowing softly in the sunlight, resembling a flower on a high peak. Rumors had circulated about her connection with Huo Yuhao. Could there be truth to them? My goodness, for the goddess to personally deliver a meal, how romantic. Yet, oblivious to the uproar around him, Huo Yuhao was engrossed in perusing the challenge letters in his hand. Suddenly, one name caught his attention, Ning Tian, the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He gently traced the paper with his fingers, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This could be intriguing. Memories surged like a tidal wave as he recalled Ning Tian's experience in the Valley of Love and Questions. It had indeed been a calamity. If he remembered correctly, she had ended up transformed by Tang San, ultimately finding herself with her friend Wu Feng, a rather twisted sense of humor, that Valley of Love and Questions. Speaking of trials, the thought of Tang San incited a visceral reaction in Huo Yuhao. He could almost envision himself flaying that lunatic alive. Love, 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 how he loathed that phrase. He would first demolish that wretched place, and then drag Tang San's consciousness down. Wasn't he supposed to resurrect? Let him experience the full brunt of my golden dragon explosive fist until he succumbed to death. Let us see if he would dare to impose another trial upon me. The warm spring sunlight poured through the window, casting playful flecks of light across Huo Yuhao's desk. He was lost in contemplation of the challenge letters, his thoughts still steeped in displeasure regarding Tang San and the Valley of Love and Questions, when suddenly, an uproar erupted from outside the classroom. Raising her gaze, one could see the ethereal figure of Jiang Nannan, her cool visage tinged with a subtle blush. Her delicate peach blossom eyes, slightly downcast, could not conceal the shimmering light within, as she gracefully approached amidst the curious stares of the crowd. In her hand, she carried an exquisite lunchbox, glistening softly under the sun's embrace. Yuhua, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you the meal I prepared, she spoke gently. A hint of barely perceptible nervousness lacing her voice, her fingertips trembling slightly as she extended the lunchbox. Huo Yuhao felt momentarily bewildered. His dark eyes reflected a mix of confusion. Although he had shared some interactions with Jiang Nannan in the past, this intimate gesture took him by surprise. Instinctively, he accepted the lunchbox, his gaze drifting to the girl's slightly flushed cheeks, teasingly remarking, "Did I hear correctly? Senior can cook?" Jiang Nannan nodded softly. Taking a seat beside him, her eyes focused intently on him as he opened the lunchbox. A plume of steam rose, carrying with it an irresistible aroma. Huo Yuhao took a bite, his eyes lighting up with delight. "Delicious. You are truly amazing." A gentle smile graced the corners of the girl's lips as she rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching him eat. As she gazed at his face, lost in thought, her eyes brimmed with affection, the distant sounds of cicadas fading into oblivion. Her heart mused, one could gaze for an eternity and never tire. Before her thoughts could linger further, hurried footsteps approached, and Ma Xiaotao, clad in fiery red, appeared at the classroom door, another lunchbox in hand. "Yuhua, I went to the cafeteria to get you some food. Let us eat together." Her voice abruptly ceased as her eyes landed on Jiang Nannan, narrowing slightly. "You are Jiang Nannan, the junior?" A note of wariness tinged her tone. Jiang Nannan rose slowly, her moon-white skirt sweeping the edge of the chair, blooming like a cool flower upon the ground. "Senior Xiaodao, what brings you here?" she asked. "I'm delivering food to Yuhua. But I must inquire, Jiang Nannan. What brings you here?" Ma Xiaodao raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of tension. "By the way, Jiang Nannan, has Su Sancher been bothering you today?" It was quite normal for the two to recognize each other, as Huo Yuhao had taken a few days off, lying in the dormitory. However, their paths had crossed several times in class while searching for him. Jiang Nannan shook her head gently, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Huo Yuhao. "I assure you, there is absolutely nothing between us." Just as she began to elaborate, Huo Yuhao interjected, sensing the escalating tension, as two sharp gazes clashed fiercely in the air. "Thank you, dear seniors, for your kind intentions. To honor your goodwill, I shall certainly sample both meals, if that pleases you," he said with a wry smile, accepting Ma Xiaotao's lunchbox. Internally, he lamented, "What is happening today? Am I somehow at fault? This is hardly a meal, it feels more like a battleground." Within the spiritual sea, the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm echoed with a hint of mischief. "Yuhua, you can only blame your own fame. With such prominence in the academy, it was inevitable that this entanglement would find its way to you." Electrolux erupted into a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Huo Yuhao is quite popular at school. My disciple possesses extraordinary charm." Inwardly, Huo Yuhao rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "Teacher, please refrain from teasing me. To attract the attention of two goddesses, this fellow truly has some skill." The onlooking classmates observed this dramatic scene, casting envious and jealous glances, with some even exaggeratingly lamenting. The disparity between people is greater than that between humans and soul beasts. Chapter 52. The birth of the lotus. The late spring sun bathed the classroom in a honeyed hue, as Jiang Nannan and Ma Xiaotao departed, their concerns lingering despite Huo Yuhao's repeated rejections. The corridor gradually returned to tranquility, save for the flowers outside the window swaying gently in the breeze, casting a mosaic of fragmented light upon the ground. Huo Yuhao let out a long sigh, preparing to organize the stack of challenge letters on his desk when a faint rustle of fabric reached his ears from the corner. He raised his gaze to see a timid figure emerging from the back row. Xiao Xiao clutched her clothing nervously, her earlobes flushed, and a few strands of hair, tousled by the wind, framed her face like a startled little rabbit. She watched the dissipating crowd, and, only after the last footsteps faded around the corner, took small, hesitant steps, her cheeks flushed, toward Huo Yuhao's desk. The young girl hung her head, her hair concealing her crimson cheeks. Noticing his gaze, she trembled like a startled fawn. Finally mustering the courage to approach, her voice barely above a whisper, as delicate as the catkins of spring. "Xiao Xiao, what troubles you?" Huo Yuhao set aside the challenge letter, his gentle tone causing the girl to look up in surprise. A corner of the food container she had been concealing peeked out, crumpled in her anxious grip. "Hua, classmate, I also brought lunch." Her voice was as soft as the spring breeze. The end of her sentence tinged with an unmistakable hint of disappointment. "But you must have already eaten, right?" As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting small shadows beneath her eyes. Huo Yuhao felt a stirring in his heart, catching sight of her tightly pressed lips and reddened eyes. He gazed at the butterfly knot adorning her hair, recalling her usual timid demeanor, and a warm smile graced his lips as he unexpectedly reached out to take the lunchbox. The wooden texture still bore the warmth of her hands. Upon opening it, he discovered a small carrot carved into the shape of a rabbit nestled among jade-like vegetables, with star-shaped seaweed sprinkled over the rice. "It's all right. My recent training has been quite exhausting, and I need to replenish my strength." "Thank you, Xiao Xiao." He scooped a spoonful of egg custard with shrimp, his smile deepening as he noted her culinary skills surpassed even those of the cafeteria chefs. Why does she grip her school uniform so tightly and treat me with such kindness? She could have easily turned me down. Xiao Xiao suddenly raised her head, her voice unintentionally rising in urgency, with tears precariously clinging to her eyelashes. The afternoon sun streamed through her clear pupils, reflecting the gentle contours of the boy's features, which outshone even the heart-shaped rice ball she had meticulously crafted. The emotions swirling in her eyes could not be concealed, laid bare on her flushed cheeks. Outside the window, a flock of returning birds flitted past, their wings fluttering in harmony with the distant chirping of cicadas. Huo Yuhao gazed upon the three distinctly different faces before him: Jiang Nannan, whose cool exterior concealed a fervent warmth; Ma Xiaotao, whose flamboyance masked a resolute spirit; and Xiao Xiao, whose eyes shimmered with pure admiration. It suddenly dawned on him that life had long since departed from the predetermined path of his past existence. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he savored the last sip of soup, reflecting, "Perhaps it is because each of you is far more precious than I had imagined." However, he silently lamented, "I am not yet ready to respond to you." Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the fiery gaze of the girl before him. And for a fleeting instant, the air felt thick with unspoken emotions. The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence, where one could hear the rhythm of their own breathing. The tension from the earlier confrontation between Jiang Nannan and Ma Xiaotao lingered, now infused with a different kind of allure. He sighed softly, his heart a tumult of mixed feelings regarding the sudden affections that had emerged, reminiscent of an unexpected spring shower that took one by surprise. Life indeed felt transformed. He gazed out at the swaying branches of blossoms, murmuring to himself. The days when he needed solely to focus on his cultivation had vanished. Now, faced with these sincere yet complex emotions, he felt utterly at a loss. Truly, the intricacies of a woman's heart are far more enigmatic than the path of cultivation. As night descended like ink, shrouding the edifices of Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on his bed in the dormitory, the soft glow of the lamp illuminating the space. His consciousness had already submerged into the sea of the Lotus Soul. Within the crystalline expanse of the Lotus Sea, the third prince held a golden, sizzling fish that exuded an enticing aroma. "Huo Yuhao," he proclaimed, "the trial is about to commence. Are you prepared?" Huo Yuhao replied, "I am always ready. Let us begin." Beside him, Nezo advised, "Remember, no matter what you see or experience, do not be alarmed. This trial is not as simple as it seems." As his words echoed, he waved his hand, causing the Lotus Sea to surge violently, the space fracturing like shattered glass. Blinding light suddenly engulfed Huo Yuhao's vision, and when he reopened his eyes, he felt the world spinning around him, filled with the cacophony of human voices and hurried footsteps. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the smell of burning candles assaulted his senses. Straining to focus, he realized he was in an ancient and quaint delivery room. Chaos reigned within the general's mansion, as maids hurriedly carried hot water, their shadows flickering in the candlelight. Inside the room, midwives rushed in and out, their faces a blend of tension and excitement. At last, a clear, piercing cry shattered the air. "It is born. The mother has delivered. Mother and child are safe." This joyous news spread like a spring breeze throughout the entire estate. Huo Yuhao's consciousness floated in a haze, his mind buzzing. Has the trial begun? But how did I end up here? At that moment, a voice filled with shock and disdain erupted. After 3 years and 6 months of gestation, a mere lump of flesh is born, accompanied by the sharp sound of a sword being drawn. A chilling remark pierced through like a blade. This is undoubtedly a monstrosity. To keep it would spell disaster. See how I deal with this aberration today? Huo Yuhao's heart tightened as, in that instant, the sword descended. The lump of flesh ignited with a radiant, multicolored glow, transforming into petals of a lotus that unfurled one by one, revealing a figure emerging gracefully from the lotus platform. The lotus petals transformed into a bellyband adorning his figure, and he merely gazed towards Li Jing. At this moment, Li Jing was also taken aback, retracting his sword as he pondered the nature of this peculiar creature. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao had just come into the world. Suddenly, a melodious crane call resonated from the heavens, its sound piercing through clouds and shattering stones, startling the guards of Qintang Pass, who looked up in astonishment. There appeared in the western sky a tumult of auspicious clouds, 9 colored rays of light piercing the twilight. As a snow-haired immortal descended upon a red-crowned crane, treading upon beams of light. Upon witnessing this, Li Jing hastily adjusted his robes and hurried forward to greet the celestial being. The immortal slowly descended upon the clouds, and Li Jing promptly clasped his hands in salute. Respectfully addressing, "Immortal, I am Li Jing of Qintang Pass. Your esteemed presence is a great honor. Please forgive my inadequate welcome." The Great One, Tai, smiled gently, stroking his white beard, and spoke in a measured tone. "General Li, I am Tai Jinren from the Qianyuan Mountain, Golden Light Cave, here to extend my congratulations to you." Li Jing's face contorted with discomfort, brows furrowing in confusion. "Alas, esteemed immortal, you are unaware that this is not a matter of joy." "Oh." Tai Jinren lightly waved his sleeve, summoning a gentle breeze that lifted the clouds of worry from Li Jing's brow. "Pray, share your tale." Li Jing replied. "My son has been in gestation for 3 years and 6 months, yet he has not been born. When he finally arrived, he emerged spherical. What difference is there from a monster?" Tai Jinren chuckled heartily. "A monster? Ha ha ha. Generally, may I have a glimpse of this little fellow?" At that moment, Neza, now aware of the ongoing conversation, staggered towards the outside, and both men beheld his figure. Li Jing remained still, yet saw Tai Jinren swiftly approach, his robe sleeves stirring the clouds around him. The venerable immortal knelt down, his fingertip gently touching Neza's brow. Li Jing hastily interjected, "This is my son. He is named Neza." Observing Neza's arrival, Tai Jinren remarked, "What a fortunate coincidence. I perceive a significant affinity between your esteemed son, General Li, and myself." Li Jing, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" With piercing eyes, Tai Jinren gazed at Li Jing and declared, "Indeed, I wish to accept this child as my disciple." "What say you?" Li Jing, feeling helpless, pondered for a moment before sighing. "Very well. If the immortal does not disdain my son, let him take you as his master." It was difficult to believe that this ethereal figure, Tai Jinren, would take an interest in his son, whom he regarded as an oddity. "Master," a childlike voice, tinged with excitement, called out as Neza looked up, his clear eyes reflecting the kind visage of Tai Jinren. The moment that title fell from his lips, the old immortal laughed heartily. Neza, of course, recognized this figure as the master from another version of the tale. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift acceptance of apprenticeship. Tai Jinren, filled with joy at Neza's presence, regarded him as one would a precious treasure, gently stating, "Neza, I am Tai Jinren. From this day forth, I shall be your master." With that, he waved his hand, and 2 treasures slowly floated out from his sleeve, hovering in the air as if endowed with a spirit of their own. The 2 treasures emanated a gentle glow, seemingly guided by invisible threads as they danced joyously around Neza, ultimately settling softly upon his neck and wrists. Tai Jinren pointed at the 2 artifacts and proclaimed, "These are the Hunyuan silk and the Qiankuan circle, rare treasures I have prepared for you. The Hunyuan silk, measuring 7 feet in length, can bind foes without the aid of human strength. Even if severed, it possesses the ability to mend itself, exhibiting remarkable resilience. The Qiankuan circle, responsive to its master's intent, can enlarge or shrink at will, striking true with boundless power." Neza, Huo Yuhao, gazed at the 2 familiar artifacts before him. He promptly bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." Tai Jinren, witnessing this, beamed with delight and encouraged, "Very well, rise, my child." He then turned to Neza and added, "Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to Qianyuan Mountain and seek me in the Golden Light Cave." With that, Tai Jinren turned and stepped onto his celestial crane. The crane let out a long cry, flapping its wings as it soared into the heavens. Neza, Huo Yuhao, bid farewell to Tai Jinren like everyone else, and soon he vanished, leaving only a faint wisp of clouds behind. After some time, Neza's life at the Li residence gradually found its rhythm. He often played in the courtyard of the general's mansion, practicing the basic spells imparted to him by Tai Jinren. During a chance encounter, Neza befriended a pure white divine deer, which seemed particularly affectionate towards him, always following closely by his side. Neza, Huo Yuhao mused, "All things in heaven and earth possess a spirit." As his fingertips gently brushed against the soft ears of the divine deer, a smile graced the boy's lips. Perhaps this was his destined opportunity. Chapter 53. You are my first friend. Deep within the East Sea Dragon Palace, dark purple seaweed clung to the coral walls, swaying gently in the azure waters. Before the crystal palace gates, The sea-patrolling Yiksha was forcefully tossing the last basket of offerings into the hall. The hefty pigs and sheep colliding with the jade pillars, producing a dull thud. The leading Yiksha tugged at an old turtle's shell, shaking it back and forth as he retrieved 2 fruits from within. "What is the commotion outside?" A thunderous voice boomed, causing the coral to tremble and fall. The East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, was startled awake, his dragon whiskers quivering with fury. The turtle minister hurriedly approached, his tablet slicing through the water and creating translucent ripples. "Your Majesty, it is due to the drought outside. They implore you to summon clouds and rain, and have sent tributes. Who requires these pigs, sheep, and fruits?" The Dragon King suddenly rose, his claws swatting the offerings away, scattering the pigs, sheep, and fruits upon the ground. "Demand that they send young boys and girls, or not a drop of rain shall fall." Ao Guang bellowed in anger, patrolling Yiksha. The Yiksha entered the hall and knelt on one knee, his steel fork striking the ground heavily, causing a flurry of bubbles to rise. "At your service," he answered. The Dragon King commanded, "Hasten to collect the tributes." The Yiksha replied, "Yes." Unbeknownst to them, a figure was silently observing this spectacle. On the shores of the East Sea, waves crashed against the rocks, producing a deep, ominous roar, as if foretelling an impending storm. Neza, Huo Yuhao, stood upon the rocky outcrop, his white garments billowing in the sea breeze, embodying a deep-seated anxiety etched upon his brow. He had discerned the current predicament, yet he found himself at a loss regarding the imminent events that loomed ahead. In this world, where malevolent dragons devour humans, requiring the sacrifice of innocent boys and girls, the plight of the villagers was palpable. Neza had no intention of instigating conflict. It was the Yiksha that first assaulted him, and the subsequent abduction of his sister was also the work of the Yiksha. Though justified in his retaliation, he feared the repercussions should the Dragon King seek retribution, knowing the citizens of Chuntang Pass would suffer as a consequence. The third Prince Ao Bing had met a gruesome fate for his transgressions, and it was evident that one must face the consequences of their own malevolence. It could be asserted that Neza bore no fault in this scenario, yet his fate culminated in tragedy, leading him to take his own life. His aim was to ensure that the people of Chuntang Pass would not be ensnared by his actions, and that the Dragon King would cease his predations, allowing for peaceful rains and clouds. Rescuing his sister and dissuading the Dragon King from consuming innocents seemed utterly implausible. Thus, the only recourse appeared to be a cycle of violence. The Dragon King would not heed his pleas. However, this illusion seemed far more complex than it initially appeared, an unsettling sensation lingering in his heart. The Dragon King was indeed wicked, driven by greed, deserving of death. The Yiksha who abducted his sister and assaulted Neza also warranted execution. Ao Bing, for his cannibalistic deeds, deserved to perish. To slay the Dragon King and annihilate the Dragon Palace was the solution that Huo Yuhao grasped tightly, his fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. In doing so, the citizens of Chuntang Pass would be spared suffering. Should Li Jing be slain, Neza would not need to take his own life, leading to the most favorable resolution. A golden light began to glimmer in his eyes, the desire for bloodshed surging like a tidal wave, a strange notion rising within him, as if a voice whispered incessantly in his heart, "Kill, kill, 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 eliminate all obstacles." Yet, in the midst of this murderous fervor, an inexplicable sense of discord surged within him. He jolted awake, observing his trembling hands, drenched in cold sweat. This illusion was far more perilous than he had anticipated. It served not only as a test of strength, but as a trial of character. Should he heed the voice within and unleash a massacre, he would likely face utter failure, triggering the next cycle. The briny sea breeze enveloped him, and Huo Yuhao inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He understood that retaliation was not a viable solution. To genuinely alter the course of events, to rescue his sister and compel the Dragon King to abide by the rules, he must seek an alternative path. But how to break the impasse? This question loomed over him like a shadow, inescapable. Surely, there must be other solutions. He murmured to himself. The salty sea wind carried the sound of crashing waves against the shore as Neza, Huo Yuhao, pondered strategies to resolve the situation, when a melodious voice startled him back to reality. "Hey, child, what are you dawdling by the East Sea for?" He spun around abruptly, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, the lingering murderous intent still faintly present in the depths of his consciousness. No, that was not my thought. He pressed against his throbbing temple, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip, gazing beyond the shallows. A subtle azure glow emerged from the depths of the East Sea as twilight descended. Moments earlier, the Dragon Princess, feeling utterly bored, let her cascading blue hair flow like waves towards the shore, murmuring, "Why must father send human boys and girls?" She puffed bubbles in discontent, pondering whether ensuring favorable weather for mankind was not the duty of a dragon deity. To alleviate her ennui, she transformed into human form and leapt onto the rocks, only to find a young man in white standing by the shore, lost in thought as he stared into the sea. What is so captivating? The dragon princess tiptoed closer, her pearl-tasseled hair brushing against the back of the boy's hand. There's nothing but the briny sea. She tilted her head, scrutinizing his pale complexion, and suddenly recalled her father's words about humans being timid as mice. A playful impulse surged within her. Which child is so entranced by the East Sea? Neza's eyes widened momentarily, his pupils constricting in shock. The exquisite maiden from the sea bore a delicate dragon horn that shimmered on her forehead, and her long hair cascaded like waves down to her ankles. Her golden eyes flickered with a striking resemblance to the Dragon King from his memories. Yet, there was no mention of a dragon princess in the tales. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he silently rejoiced that his earlier murderous intent had not manifested. Is this truly happening? I distinctly recall that the tales do not include a daughter of the Dragon King. What could this possibly mean? Neza pondered. Do the dragon clans now flaunt their presence so openly? Thankfully, it was merely a fleeting thought. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Who are you? He retreated a cautious step. I am the daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea. The dragon princess lifted her chin defiantly. What is your name? Neza. He replied tersely, yet his gaze wandered over her, contemplating this unforeseen twist of fate, possibly the key to breaking the stalemate. The dragon princess's eyes sparkled with interest. Neza, what a delightful name. She suddenly moved closer, her sea-like eyes brimming with curiosity. Why do you gaze at the ocean so intently? Are you searching for treasure? Nothing much. Recent floods have brought me here. Neza lowered his gaze, concealing his ulterior motives. I never anticipated the East Sea to be so vast. Then why don't you return home? The dragon princess tilted her head, her coral ornaments jingling softly. Home is rather dull, he sighed. My father treats me with cold indifference. It is far more liberating to be outside. This confession resonated with the dragon princess, who sighed. My father has been rather harsh with me lately too. Those shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the dragon palace only know how to flatter me with empty praises like the princess is wise. Yet none truly wish to play with me. Suddenly, it struck the dragon princess that this boy was willing to converse with her, was handsome, had a pleasant voice, and showed no fear of her draconic heritage. Perhaps. She grasped the sleeve of Neza, her eyes sparkling like stars. Will you be my friend? We can play together. Neza, observing the girl's jubilant demeanor, felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps this was a breakthrough. The dragon princess could persuade the Dragon King, becoming an anchor of hope. Thus, he nodded earnestly. All right, then you shall be my second friend. The dragon princess blinked in confusion. Second friend? Neza, Huo Yuhao, remarked, indeed. My first friend is a divine deer, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day. The dragon maiden stamped her foot in mild discontent, pondering the fact that this fellow had a companion by his side all along. However, as realization dawned upon her, she mused, isn't that merely a mount? Neza is truly Navi. In that case, I am still his first friend. A giggle escaped her lips as she declared, You are my first friend, Neza. Chapter 54. By the East Sea. Suddenly, the dragon maiden seized Neza's wrist, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Neza, let me take you to the dragon palace. There are glowing coral corridors and musical shell screens. It will be such fun. Neza, Huo Yuhao, felt a stirring in his heart, secretly contemplating that this was indeed an exquisite opportunity to explore the realities of the dragon palace. He lightly tapped his fingertip to his brow, a faint golden incantation materializing upon his forehead as a watery barrier enveloped him, casting a spell, water avoidance technique. The dragon maiden led him into the waves, entirely oblivious to the cautious glint in the boy's eyes. They traversed through the bioluminescent kelp forest, and the majestic crystal palace gradually unfolded before them. The coral-constructed palace walls shimmered with vibrant hues, while attendants weaved through with luminous pearls, and the distant sound of melodious chimes filled the air. Although Neza feigned wonder at the palace's opulence, he meticulously observed the guards' formations and the layout of the barriers. As the moonlight ascended to its zenith, the dragon maiden reluctantly returned Neza to the shore. The tide gently caressed their ankles. Neza said, Dragon maiden, thank you for today. I am truly delighted to be your friend. The dragon maiden smiled softly in response. I am also happy to know you, Neza. Suddenly, she produced a translucent seashell adorned with silver-like patterns from her sleeve. Neza, If you wish to play with me in the future, just blow this seashell. No matter where I am in the East Sea, I will come immediately. Is it true? If I blow this seashell, you will appear? Neza accepted the seashell, his fingertips brushing against its warm surface, stirring an unusual tenderness within him. Of course, the dragon maiden nodded vigorously, her pearl tassels swaying. As long as you blow it. Even if my father makes me drink bitter medicine, I will secretly slip away. She waved her small hand, gracefully tracing an arc above the waves. I must return, otherwise, my father will punish me by making me copy the clouds and rain classic again. Farewell, Neza. Watching the dragon maiden's figure gradually fade from view, Neza whispered, I will miss you. The sea breeze swept through his garments, and the seashell in his hand suddenly emitted a faint hum, as if in response to his words. He shook his head abruptly, attempting to dispel the inexplicable emotion. Why do I feel this way? Am I too immersed in the role? Yet, as he recalled the dragon maiden's innocent and carefree smile, along with the purity in her eyes when she spoke of friendship, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the seashell. She is unlike the dragons that wreak havoc upon the world. As she murmurs softly, gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea, dragon maiden, I hope you truly become the key to rewriting destiny. As night deepens, Neza secures the conch shell close to him and turns to step into the night of Chintang Pass. The rhythm of the conch resonates with his heartbeat, quietly spreading within his chest. On the following morning, while the morning mist has yet to dissipate, the howls of the sea patrolling Yaksha tear through the tranquility of Chintang Pass like thunder. This creature, covered in azure scales, stands atop a massive stone by the riverbank, brandishing an iron fork that stirs the foul winds. Behind him, the surging murky waves crash against the embankment, splashing forth an eerie blackish-purple spray. Everyone of Chintang Pass, listen to me. The Yaksha bellows with a voice as grating as a broken gong, shaking the trees and grasses along the shore. My lord has decreed, no pigs, sheep, or fruits will suffice. Desire for favorable weather? Quickly offer up boys and girls. Should there be even a moment's delay, it bears its sharp fangs. This Chintang Pass shall see not a drop of rain. Not a drop of rain. The last 4 words, imbued with demonic power, erupt into towering columns of water on the river's surface, startling countless crows into flight. Meanwhile, within the fragrant confines of the Li residence study, Li Jing is bent over reviewing documents. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps outside break the calm, and the steward bursts in, his official robes muddy and his face drained of color. Master, terrible news. The sea patrolling Yaksha has declared by the river that boys and girls must be offered to the Dragon King, or his teacup slips from his grasp, shattering on the floor, scattering porcelain and hot tea across the blue bricks. Li Jing's eyes widen in shock and hesitation. He feels as if struck by lightning. What? Boys and girls? How can this be? The faces of the citizens of Chintang Pass flash before his mind. If he does not comply with the Dragon King's demands, Chintang Pass will succumb to drought, and the people will suffer from hunger and thirst. Yet, should he acquiesce, those innocent lives will meet a tragic fate. The turmoil within him swells like a stormy sea, endlessly churning in his heart. The study falls into a profound silence. After a long pause, Li Jing slowly closes his eyes, his throat constricting painfully. When he opens them again, the former authority in his gaze has vanished, replaced by sorrow as he speaks with great difficulty. Dispatch orders to count the children of suitable age in the city. This is a matter of great righteousness. After much contemplation, he resolves to sacrifice the few for the many, to ensure that Chintang Pass enjoys favorable weather. So be it. He must proceed with this course of action. The steward, though filled with reluctance, can only acquiesce and depart to convey this heartrending command. Just as Neza exits the Li residence, he is halted by the sounds of wailing from the street. Around the corner, several villagers huddle together, their faces gaunt, their eyes swollen like peaches. As Neza approaches to inquire, he learns of the distressing news. Young master, you may not know, but the Dragon King demands tribute of boys and girls. My child has been chosen. A woman sits on the ground, her hair disheveled, her coarse garment stained with the tears of the previous night. My Afu is only 4 years old. Beside her, an old man stoops, clutching a half-eaten corn bun meant for the child's breakfast, now forever out of reach for the little one. My child is merely 2 years old, and another mother, trembling, produced a tattered cloth doll, its faded embroidery swaying between her fingers. She could barely stand, her voice caught in her throat, rendered speechless, as tears cascaded down, splattering upon the doll's crooked visage. The chorus of lamentations resonated like heavy hammers upon the hearts of the onlookers. Some beat their chests in despair. Others hid their faces in sorrow, while an elderly man sat helplessly upon the ground, whispering in despair, "Oh heavens, What sin have we committed? The street vendor selling pancakes stood neglected, the steam rising enveloped in an endless melancholy. Neza knelt down gently to assist the woman. His palm was warm and firm, his gaze sweeping over the despairing faces of the crowd. What parents would willingly send their children to their doom? Fear not, I shall rescue your little ones. Beneath his white sleeves, his fists clenched audibly. Yet, as he turned to depart, his steps grew increasingly heavy. Memories of the conch shell gifted by the dragon maiden flashed through his mind, the echoes of her joyous laughter still resonating in his ears. Must it begin once more? He raised his gaze to the tumultuous clouds above, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent that struck his face. He had not yet had the chance to inform the dragon maiden of the impending crisis, his fingers subconsciously caressing the conch in his arms, its chilling touch unable to quell the anxiety within him. Yet, it could not mask the fury boiling in his heart. Cursed Dragon King. Under the blazing sun, a stifling oppression hung over the banks of the Nine Curves Bay at Shintang Pass. Neza, with sweat glistening at the tips of his hair and his robes rustling in the sea wind, sprinted towards the bay as if propelled by the very air beneath his feet. His gaze was fixed intently upon the crashing waves, his heart fervently praying, I must make it in time. Upon finally reaching the shore, the sight before him caused his pupils to narrow in shock. In the murky waters, shrimp soldiers and crab generals were dragging weeping children down into the depths. Amidst the briny waves floated several torn tiger hats. 3 children remained, huddled on the rocks, their youthful faces etched with terror. One little girl bore a bloodied scratch upon her arm inflicted by a Yiksha's trident, crimson droplets falling onto the rocks like blooming red plums. This is disastrous. Neza's roar reverberated, shaking the sands and stones of the shore. You wretched creature, release those children. The Yiksha turned, its scales glinting with a sinister hue under the sun, letting out a piercing, grotesque laugh. The Dragon Palace's decree permits entry but forbids exit. They cannot be released. Little one, how foolish to tread where heaven offers no path while charging through hell's gates. The Dragon King craves the flesh of children. Your presence is just an added bonus. With that, it swung its trident fiercely, the sharp point aimed directly at Neza's throat. Come along quietly, and I may spare your life. Such insulting words ignited a blaze of fury within Neza's heart. His eyes suddenly radiated a golden-red glow. You seek death, he bellowed, twisting his wrist as the Rui Jingu bang shot forth from his bracelet. Instantly expanding, it descended upon the Yiksha like a small mountain. With a deafening crash, the sea erupted in a towering column of water. The Yiksha barely had time to emit a scream before being forcefully driven to the ocean's depths by the Rui Jingu bang, its grayish-blue scales mingling with blood in the turbulent waves. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the shore were paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, within the resplendent Dragon Palace, the Dragon King Ao Guang was irritably drumming his fingers on the armrest of his throne. Why is this Yiksha taking so long? Can't even handle a few children. No sooner had he spoken than a shrimp soldier tumbled in, its antennae quivering as if on the verge of detachment. Your Majesty, the patrolling Yiksha has been slain by a child on the shore. What? Ao Guang sprang to his feet, causing the throne to crash down. The dragon horns atop his head erupted with blinding flashes of lightning, sending tremors through the entire palace. A mere child killed a Yiksha? What utter incompetence! Bring that wretch before me at once. I shall flay his skin and feast upon his flesh. Chapter 55. Capturing the dragon back to the waves. The thunderous wrath deep within the Dragon Palace had yet to abate when a figure clad in shimmering silver armor approached. Gliding upon the glistening waves, Ao Bing, wielding twin hammers, was enveloped in a faint blue electric glow, his expression radiating supreme arrogance. Father, that little brat must have eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard to dare defecate upon the head of the Lord. Allow me to capture him and turn him into minced meat for your enjoyment, so he may learn the rules of our Dragon Palace. Seeing his son's eagerness, Ao Guang's dark mood slightly lifted. Very well, my son, go forth and let him taste the consequences. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ao Bing, accompanied by dozens of shrimp soldiers, surged forth, leaving a bridge of congealed seawater in their wake. By the shores of Nine Curves Bay, a divine deer galloped through the dust, its antlers still glistening with dew from the forest. Neza gently stroked the deer's mane, helping the trembling children onto its back. Divine deer, take them back to Shintang Pass. The deer let out a low call and vanished into the swirling dust, its hooves kicking up a storm. Neza kicked at the lifeless body of the Yiksha floating on the water's surface, frowning as he muttered, I thought it was some formidable opponent, but it turns out to be just a toad. Before he could finish, the sea suddenly erupted with colossal waves, and Ao Bing surged forth. enveloped in an icy blue pressure, brandishing his hammers as he bellowed. Who killed the Yiksha? It was I who struck him down. And who might you be? Neza, Huo Yuhao replied. Ao Bing grinned as he proclaimed, I am Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon King. You, young one, are truly unaware of your own insignificance, daring to slay a subordinate of our dragon palace. Impudent child. Ao Bing's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed upon Neza, Huo Yuhao. You dare kill a Yiksha? He is a divine being of our dragon palace, and today I shall take your life. Neza, Huo Yuhao, looked up defiantly at Ao Bing and declared, You demand sacrificial boys and girls, or else the rain shall not fall. This is evil. I had no intention of harming anyone. It was the Yiksha who attacked me, intending to capture me for sacrifice. I acted solely in self-defense. Preposterous. Ao Bing swung his hammer with ferocity, causing the sea to crystallize into countless icy blades, directing the shrimp soldiers to encircle Neza. Seize him, strip his bones and skin, and feast upon the flesh of the children. With that, he charged forward atop the towering waves, his twin hammers crackling with the force of thunder aimed directly at Neza's face. Take this, you brat. Neza moved like a darting dragon, evading the icy blades and surging waters. The misting sky silk transformed into a red streak of light, sweeping the approaching shrimp soldiers into the depths of the sea. Yet he could not escape Ao Bing's crafty assault. As he was driven to the edge of a precipice, he suddenly smirked. Do not speak too soon. Watch your tongue. With that, the Qianquan ring on his wrist expanded dramatically, transforming into a golden wheel as formidable as a mountain to counter the ice hammer. Amidst a thunderous roar, ice crystals and sparks soared together, as Ao Bing's twin hammers were unexpectedly jolted from his grasp, plunging into the tumultuous waves. You, young one, possess some skill. Let me demonstrate my true form. Ao Bing's pupils constricted sharply, his scales shimmering with an eerie blue light, transforming in an instant into a colossal dragon. With a sweeping tail, he summoned a towering tidal wave, and the electric claws cleaved the clouds asunder. Yet, before he could unleash his dragon breath, a streak of crimson light coiled around his neck, arriving precisely on cue. Neza smirked coldly, the magical silk transforming into a red rainbow that ensnared the dragon's body. He leaped onto the dragon's back, delivering powerful blows that elicited anguished roars from Ao Bing. However, he pondered in silence. After all, he is the brother of the dragon maiden. I cannot slay him just yet, but he must learn a lesson. Suddenly, his fingers grazed a scale growing in the reverse direction on Ao Bing's neck. With a decisive tug, he tore away the reverse scale, flesh and blood following suit. A piercing dragon's wail echoed as the scale was uprooted, crimson blood cascading like a torrential downpour over the sea. Ao Bing writhed in agony, spiraling through the air, shattering the clouds around him. Neza skillfully retracted the magical silk, landing gracefully upon the rocks. Return and inform the Dragon King. Know your place. This time, I spare your life, but return the child, or I shall dismantle your dragon palace. Wounded and disheveled, Ao Bing fled, leaving only Neza standing defiantly against the wind. Clutching the still dripping reverse scale, he gazed at the brooding sky and murmured, Dragon King, consider this a warning. Next time, it shall not be so simple. Deep within the East Sea, the glazed tiles of the coral palace trembled in the ethereal blue light. The dragon maiden hid behind a shell screen, her fingers tightly gripping the coral railing, witnessing the moment her brother Ao Bing was stripped of his scale by Neza. The crimson brilliance of the magical silk collided with Ao Bing's dragon breath on the water's surface, creating massive waves that overturned her carefully nurtured bioluminescent seaweed. Yet she lacked the courage to step forward and intervene. Father will surely demand more young lives. She bit her lip, her nails digging painfully into her palm. The dragon maiden was soon aware of the unfolding events. She had just witnessed the battle between Neza and Ao Bing. She knew her father would inevitably seek to consume more lives, and Neza was among his targets. If he were to perish in search of her, she would be heartbroken to lose such a friend. However, if she revealed herself to intervene, it would only condemn Neza to the peril of consorting with the dragon clan. And given her father's volatile temper, he would undoubtedly annihilate the boy and his family. What troubled her further was Neza's deliberate avoidance of lethal strikes with each blow, clearly showing mercy for her sake. If this bond became his death knell, she would never forgive herself. A furious roar from Ao Guang reverberated through the palace, causing the entire structure to tremble. The dragon maiden took a deep breath, parting the cascading pearl curtains, and gazed directly at her father, whose fearsome dragon horns loomed above his brow. Father, have you captured a child to feast upon? Indeed, those ants deserve to be enjoyed by the dragon clan. It is their good fortune from 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Ao Guang thundered, violently slashing his tail, creating whirlpools in the hall. What? Do you intend to advocate for outsiders? The dragon princess's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke with a complex heart. We, the dragon clan, are meant to control the clouds and bring rain to protect the living. It is our duty to bring forth rain. How can we resort to consuming innocent children? How is that any different from the usual vile creatures? Just moments ago, Neza had the chance to take Albing's life, yet he merely plucked a scale as a warning. Her voice trembled. He showed mercy. Why must father be so ruthless? Daughter, why do you speak such nonsense? Ao Guang felt a surge of anger but refrained from expressing it in front of his daughter, realizing he had perhaps been too indulgent with her. From this day forth, you shall not set foot outside the Dragon Palace. Just as he was about to leave in a huff, Ao Guang suddenly paused. Wait, what did you say that boy's name was? He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his dragon pupils. Upon hearing the name Neza, he crushed the cup in his hand. What audacity! To dare snatch someone from the grasp of the Dragon King. He abruptly commanded, Crab General, investigate and find out the origins of this Neza. The dragon princess watched her father's retreating figure, her pearl earrings swaying gently with her trembling body. Deep within the East Sea Dragon Palace, a bone-chilling aura enveloped Albing's chamber. Bloodstained scales lay scattered across the jade bed. The third prince clenched his silver teeth, remnants of torn wounds still visible on his dragon horns. He smashed his fist against the coral pillar, fragments of coral cascading like shattered jewels. What audacity, Neza! To humiliate me, Albing, and strip away my pride. I will seek vengeance. As he tended to the bandaged wound on his neck, he suddenly froze. That striking yet sharp visage inexplicably stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Wait, that face. He squinted, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. Recalling how his sister had returned to the palace humming a tune, seemingly carrying a faint scent of gunpowder. Come here. Albing's furious roar shook the shell chandelier. A shrimp soldier stumbled in, his antennae curling in fear. Your Highness, did that boy who fought with me on the shore ever come to the Dragon Palace? Albing gripped the shrimp soldier by the neck, ice crystals forming at his fingertips. The shrimp soldier nodded frantically, his voice trembling. Your Highness, just yesterday, I witnessed the princess and that young lad exploring the Dragon Palace together, even venturing into the coral's secret realm. Before he could finish, Albing abruptly released his grip, letting out a chilling laugh that echoed throughout the chamber, startling the surrounding luminous pearls into an eerie glow. So that's how it is. Ha! He clapped his hands in delight, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. Sister, you have unwittingly plunged your friend into the abyss. Albing paced to the window, gazing towards the direction of his father's palace, his fingertips carving deep scratches into the window frame. Neza, do you think sparing my life will allow you to rest easy? Tomorrow morning, I shall stoke the fires of anger in my father, even if he spares you for my sister's sake. The wrath of the entire dragon clan will be enough to turn you to ashes. Chapter 56. I will report you to heaven suddenly. The luminous pearls suspended from the Crystal Palace's dome trembled violently, and Albing staggered as he burst through the coral screen, his silver armor still stained with unhealed blood. Father, something terrible has happened. His voice trembled deliberately, reverberating through the Dragon Palace, for the dragon pearl had vanished. Ao Guang, who had been feigning slumber upon the dragon throne, suddenly opened his eyes, his dragon pupils radiating a golden light. The waters of the palace boiled instantaneously, countless bubbles erupting around him. What? That is the treasured artifact of our Dragon Palace. Who dares to steal it? What audacity, truly what audacity. Albing lowered his head to conceal the sinister smile lurking in his eyes, his fingertips digging deep into his sleeve. I have uncovered the truth. I have heard whispers that Neza visited the Dragon Palace yesterday, accompanied by my sister. I suspect that Neza has incited her to come here and pilfer our sacred treasure. Indeed, it was him. Ao Guang's dragon whiskers bristled as he exhaled, the breath seemingly igniting flames. Ah, to injure my son, to slay the Yaksha, and to steal the dragon pearl, what heinous crimes. This wretched spawn. The minister turtle hastened in, dragging his heavy shell. Your Majesty, we have traced Neza's origins. He is the son of Li Jing from Qintang Pass. Li Jing, as the commander of the region, has allowed his son to rebel. Ao Guang's fury surged, as if the very waters were scorched by his wrath, twisting the air with its heat. What a Li Jing, bowing and scraping on the surface, yet harboring such a vile creature. He rose abruptly, his dragon robe rustling. I shall personally seek an explanation from Qintang Pass. Father, I wish to accompany you. Albing stepped forward, gripping the newly forged ice hammer at his waist. With me as a witness, let us see how they attempt to deny it. A subtle smirk graced his lips. Neza, This time, you shall face eternal damnation. On the blue tiles of the Li residence in Chintang Pass, the setting sun stained the clouds a crimson hue. Li Jing sat in a pavilion, his fingertips gliding over the strings of a harp. As he skillfully plucked the strings, exquisite notes cascaded forth, the melodious tune flowing like a gentle stream, resonating softly in the study. At that moment, the butler rushed in, his robe dusted with dirt, panting as he clasped his hands in greeting. Report, Master, the Dragon King Aoguang and his third Prince Aobing have come to visit with urgent matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, Li Jing paused, his movements faltering as a flicker of tension crossed his face, yet he quickly regained his composure, rising swiftly to adjust his attire before hurrying to the main hall to receive them. As he entered the hall and laid eyes on the Dragon King Aoguang, a smile immediately adorned Li Jing's face. He bowed deeply, his words laced with humility. I was unaware of your Majesty's arrival. I apologize for my lack of proper welcome. Aoguang's expression darkened, like the sky before a tempest, thick with ominous clouds. He snorted coldly, striding into the hall, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as his gaze, sharp as a blade, bore down on Li Jing. Spare me the pleasantries. Li Jing, I ask you, do you have any objections regarding my demand for sacrificial boys and girls? Aobing followed closely behind his father, blood seeping from the bandages around his neck. His eyes filled with malice as he echoed, exactly. Do not think you can deceive my father. Li Jing fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressed against the cold stone floor, his voice trembling. I dare not. How could I harbor even a trace of resentment? The king's desire to conduct a sacrifice is a matter of great importance, and the lowly must certainly cooperate with utmost effort. Cooperate with utmost effort? Aoguang suddenly swept his sleeve, and a gust of wind stirred up the sand and stones beneath. Your wretched son has been seizing offerings by the eastern sea, stealing my dragon pearls, slaying my yiksha, and injuring my children. How dare he pretend to be deaf and mute here? Li Jing, struck by a thunderous realization, trembled as he lifted his gaze. Dragon Lord, please quell your anger. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide an explanation to the king. After retreating, his expression darkened like iron, and he gritted his teeth in silent curses. Neza, truly a troublemaker. If it is indeed your doing, do not blame your father for disregarding our kinship. Li Jing strode into the courtyard and commanded in a stern voice, quickly summon Neza to see me. The steward took his leave and soon found Neza, who was meditating in seclusion. A faint golden light surrounded him, and his aura was steady and formidable. Neza, Neza, the master calls for you urgently, the steward exclaimed anxiously. Neza slowly opened his eyes, the golden light within gradually fading. Understood, I shall come at once. He pondered silently, unsure of the reason behind his father's summons. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Jing immediately confronted him. Did you cause trouble in the Eastern Sea? Neza maintained his composure. It is nothing grave, merely seeking justice for the common people, though regrettably, it was not executed flawlessly. Still so defiant. Li Jing's face flushed with anger. The Dragon King and the third prince have come seeking you. Did you slay the Yiksha? Did you abduct the sacrificial child? And if I did? Neza met his father's gaze unflinchingly. The Dragon King forcibly takes the children of the people, disregarding their lives. I merely act in accordance with heaven's will. Impudent. Li Jing retorted. The Dragon King's sacrifices have been consistent through the ages. Though this year may be excessive, what does the sacrifice of a few children matter for the people of Chintang Pass? Yet you, foolishly, have injured the third prince. Do you realize the calamity this will bring upon Chintang Pass? Neza defiantly countered. Are the children of the common folk not children? Why should they die in vain? Li Jing trembled with rage, pointing at Neza, his voice trembling. Wretched child. Wretched child. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and continued. I ask you again, did you steal the dragon pearl? Neza, confused, replied, what dragon pearl? I know not of it. At that moment, Aoguang and Aobing, having eavesdropped on the heated exchange, stealthily approached. Upon seeing Neza, Aoguang's eyes widened in fury, blazing with hatred. Without uttering a word, he swiftly drew his gleaming sword and aimed a fierce strike at Neza, shouting, You are that wretched beast. Ah, I shall slay you, you thieving scoundrel, for killing my Yiksha and injuring my child. Aobing followed closely behind, his twin hammers spinning in his palms, creating a piercing shriek in the air. Thief, prepare to meet your end. How dare a demon dragon speak of justice? Neza lightly tapped his toes, his dark robe fluttering like a butterfly, as the Mengtian silk transformed into a crimson serpent, ensnaring Aoguang's sword blade. The Qianquan circle hummed around his wrist, igniting a brilliant golden light in his eyes. You consumed innocent boys and girls first, and the Yiksha and Ao Bing followed suit with their relentless assaults. If I were to surrender, I would have long been buried within your bellies. As for the non-existent dragon pearl, he abruptly waved his sleeve, shattering Ao Bing's icy hammer. I have never even laid eyes upon it. Ao Guang was enveloped in ethereal blue dragon flames, the sea beneath his feet crystallizing into ice. Such eloquence. The treasures of the Dragon Palace have been stolen, and you are the only one who has entered the palace. My son has already investigated, and if it is not you, then who else could it be? Today, unless I flay you alive, my heart shall remain filled with wrath. Wretched spawn, do not delay in offering your apologies. Li Jing's temples throbbed with anger. Yet, Neza stood his ground, defiantly confronting him. What crime have I committed? If protecting the common folk is deemed wrong, then this world has truly turned upside down. Before his words could fade, he kicked Ao Guang in the chest, sending both dragon warriors flying like kites severed from their strings. Well, Ao Guang struggled to rise, his dragon horns crackling with lightning. Since you refused to confess, I shall bring this matter to the heavenly court and sue the Jade Emperor. He transformed into a colossal dragon, scales shimmering with flashes of lightning, while Ao Bing grinned maliciously, pointing his icy hammer at Neza. Prepare to be torn to shreds. The two dragons ascended into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. Do not depart, Dragon King, do not depart. Li Jing gazed at the retreating figure of the Dragon King, letting out a long sigh, his face etched with worry and helplessness. What shall become of us now? Neza watched the Dragon King's silhouette fade into the horizon, pondering silently. If this reaches the Jade Emperor, it may implicate the entire Li household. I am at a loss for a solution, alas. I shall head to the Golden Light Cave and see if my master possesses any countermeasures. Without pause, Neza hurried back to the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain. Tai Jinren sat serenely upon a meditation cushion. Disciple pays respects to master. Neza knelt on one knee, his voice tinged with rare urgency. Upon noticing Neza's arrival, Tai Jinren slightly opened his eyes, his expression grave as he spoke. You have indeed stirred up a tremendous calamity this time. Yet, upon reflection, there is some reasoning to it. However, that Dragon King is both fierce and cunning. He will not let this matter rest, and will likely involve your father as well. That is precisely why I have come to seek your guidance, master. I will face the consequences of my actions alone, and will not allow the Li household to suffer because of me. Neza spoke earnestly, contemplating that although Li Jing often treated him coldly, he had never acted with extreme cruelty, and the household's steward and servants were innocent. Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction flickered in Tai Jinren's eyes. Excellent. A commendable sense of responsibility. He beckoned Neza closer. His aged voice lowered to a whisper as he shared a detailed plan with him. Chapter 57. Flaying and Disemboweling. Meanwhile, Ao Guang and Ao Bing had transformed into human forms beneath the southern heavenly gate. Ao Bing clenched his mallet, veins bulging as he prepared to strike the bronze divine drum, when a thunderous reprimand resonated through the clouds. Ao Guang, the old Dragon King, trembled, droplets of water cascading from his dragon horns. He hurriedly looked up to see the clouds swirling tumultuously, yet no divine figure was in sight. The voice echoed once more, carrying an oppressive force that pierced the heavens. What is the purpose of bringing your young son to the heavenly court to beat the drum? This is an injustice. Ao Guang suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his dragon robe stained with dust. Li Jing from Qintang Pass had unleashed his son to commit heinous acts. That rebellious offspring, Neza, had slain my patrolling sea demon, stolen the dragon pearl from the Dragon Palace, and left my son Aobing grievously injured. As he spoke, he grasped the bandage around Aobing's neck, blood seeping through the pristine silk. Before his words could fade, a chilling laughter echoed from the clouds. Is that truly the case? For I have heard that you demanded young boys and girls, and it was your demon who struck first. The voice became abruptly sharp as a blade. How could a mere child stealthily steal the East Sea's treasure without anyone noticing? Unjust. A grievous injustice. Aobing suddenly knelt, banging his forehead against the ground, swelling it blue. That Neza deceived my sister, the Dragon Maiden, and exploited the opportunity of touring the Dragon Palace to thieve. He must covet the power of the Dragon Pearl. His lament was abruptly stifled, both he and Ao Guang freezing in place. The voice, unmistakably familiar yet deliberately subdued in menace, sent shivers down their spines. Father and son exchanged a glance, their pupils narrowing in shock. Neza, they bellowed in unison, Ao Guang's dragon whiskers bristling in fury. You dare impersonate a true deity. You mock this king in the celestial realm. Feeling mocked, Ao Guang's rage intensified. Neza, you jest with the Dragon King and scorn the heavenly court. Your crimes multiply. Yet Neza chuckled. And what of your false report? Does that not also constitute treachery against the crown? The bronze drum at the southern heavenly gate resounded thunderously, and Aoguang's scales erupted with eerie blue lightning, transforming him into a colossal dragon in an instant. As his tail swept through the clouds, they tore apart like cotton. A gust of briny wind rushing towards Neza. Aobing followed closely, his twin hammers spinning into a storm of ice blades, howling with a bone-chilling chill. Is this all the dragon clan can muster? Neza scoffed, his wrist summoning the red silk ribbon to shoot forth like a crimson rainbow. The scarlet satin coiled around Aoguang's neck, yet the old dragon king violently shook his head, causing seawater to crystallize into countless ice spikes midair. Simultaneously, Aobing's ice hammer approached, and Neza hurled the Qianquan circle, the clash of golden red light and eerie blue coldness erupting into blinding sparks. Neza, prepare to meet your end. Aobing hissed, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This time, you are doomed. The dragon pearl was never lost. I possess it. Now, united, my father and I shall surely annihilate you, leaving your remains in tatters. Before he could finish, Aoguang broke free from the silk's confines, his claws rending the clouds, summoning a tempest of thunder. Seizing the moment, Aobing transformed into a giant dragon, flanking his father for an ambush. Neza's pupils contracted, and he released the Qianquan circle, which crashed heavily against Aoguang's dragon head. The silk once more ensnared the Dragon King's body, but was scorched by Aoguang's fiery breath. In a moment of peril, Aobing dove downward, while Neza retaliated by smashing the Qianquan circle against the crown of his opponent's head. The collision of the golden wheel and dragon horn unleashed a thunderous roar. Aobing's anguished scream pierced the heavens. Already gravely injured, he was struck directly by the Qianquan circle, blood pouring down like a torrential rain. Neza's murderous intent surged, his blood boiling within him, as he grasped Aobing's dragon sinew and yanked it with force. The excruciating pain caused Aobing's body to convulse violently, ultimately collapsing amidst the clouds. Neza struck once more with the universe ring upon Aobing's head, a blow that sealed his fate. Unlike Aoguang, Aobing's strength was considerably lesser, unable to withstand Neza's assault, compounded by previous injuries that exacerbated his condition. No. Aoguang's anguished roar reverberated through the southern heavenly gate, as he recklessly surged towards his beloved son. Yet, Neza's murderous intent lingered in his gaze, his grip tightening around the universe ring, poised to strike again. In that critical moment, however, Aoguang managed to gather Aobing's lifeless body and dragon tendons, transforming them into a fleeting light that fled towards the eastern sea. The clouds were left echoing with his heart-wrenching scream. Neza, I shall never share the world with you. Damn it, they've escaped. Neza glared at the receding figures, delivering a heavy fist into the clouds beside him. Upon returning to the Li residence, he found Li Jing anxiously pacing the hall. The moment he spotted Neza, he rushed forward with a stern expression, demanding, "Where have you been?" Neza replied, "Wasn't the Dragon King seeking to accuse us? I intended to masquerade as a deity to deceive them into retreating. However, the Dragon King recognized my voice and lunged at me. I fought him and extracted Aobing's tendons to teach them a lesson." These words struck Li Jing like thunder, his face instantly flushing a deep shade of crimson. He staggered forward, seizing Neza by the collar. "Wretched child, you dare to wound the Dragon King and slay the prince of the Dragon Clan. Do you realize the enormity of your crime?" Before he could finish, noticing Neza still wielding his magical artifact with an air of indifference, Li Jing's fury escalated. He lunged forward, snatching the weapon away and hurling it aside with great force. "Father!" Neza gazed at Li Jing. "Silence!" Li Jing bellowed. "How could I have sired such a cursed offspring? From this day forth, you are no longer my son." His trembling finger pointed towards the door, his voice nearly fracturing. "Get out. Leave the Li residence at once." Neza regarded Li Jing and chuckled. "Very well. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and strode towards the grand entrance of the Li residence. Outside the vermilion gates, the setting sun cast an elongated shadow of the youth. At that moment, a figure clad in azure stumbled towards him. The Dragon Princess, her hair disheveled and pearls from her adornments scattered, approached, soaked in seawater. "Neza, I've finally managed to free the imprisoned children. But my father," she lifted her gaze, only to be met with the sight of bloodstains upon the young man's form, her complexion paling instantly. "You are injured? What has happened?" As twilight stained the stone path of Chintang Pass a deep crimson, Neza looked into the Dragon Princess's golden eyes, his throat constricting. "Dragon Princess, I am sorry. I killed Aobing." These words fell like a heavy hammer, causing the Dragon Princess to stagger back. The coral ornament in her hair fell to the ground. Rolling away, "What did you say? You killed my brother?" Her trembling fingers pointed accusingly at the universe ring at Neza's waist, still stained with dragon blood. Disbelief saturating her voice. Your brother consumed innocent lives and was guilty beyond redemption. Neza unfastened the bloodied heavenly silk, revealing the gruesome claw marks. During our first encounter, out of consideration for you, I merely extracted his reverse scale. However, at this moment, he paused, recalling Ao Bing's venomous remark that the Dragon Ball had not been lost. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. They had come here to falsely accuse me of stealing the Dragon Ball, threatening to beat and kill me. Your father, in his arrogance, has come with your brother to seek justice. I had no intention of conflict, yet their aggressive demeanor compelled them to take me back for punishment. However, in the end, Ao Bing admitted that he had framed me and secretly hoarded the Dragon Ball. Your father was oblivious at that time, and I could no longer restrain myself. The Dragon Maiden stood before Neza, her pearl-encrusted gown soiled with dust. With her head bowed, droplets of water cascaded from her hair, splattering onto the bluestone floor. If I were to seek vengeance for him, if I were to kill you, would you then kill me? I would not, came Neza's unwavering reply. He gently grasped the trembling wrist of the Dragon Maiden. You are unlike them. Even if you were to slay me, I would not hold it against you. Your desire for revenge is entirely justified. Hot tears struck Neza's hand as the Dragon Maiden suddenly lost control, screaming, Why? Why do you not kill me? You have slain my brother. Her voice shattered into sobs, her crumpled form collapsing to the ground. I know he has done wrong, but he is my brother. Why must it be you, Neza? Why must it be you? Suddenly, the Dragon Maiden threw herself into Neza's embrace, her fists pounding against his chest like raindrops. Why? Why? Salty tears soaked his garments. Yet Neza remained still, enduring her assault, gently holding her close. Because I am Neza. He finally spoke, his voice deep and resolute. If I were to remain indifferent while witnessing innocent children being harmed, I would cease to be myself. He tenderly caressed the trembling back of the Dragon Maiden, recalling the tear-streaked smiles of those children he had rescued. Your brother's life is indeed precious. But so too are the lives of those children. When your father and his kin brandished their weapons against me, if I did not retaliate, he sighed, urging the Dragon Maiden to meet his gaze, then it might have been my life that was lost. I am sorry, Dragon Maiden. Deep within the East Sea, the luminous pearl of the Crystal Palace vibrated violently, casting flickering shadows upon Ao Guang's distorted visage. He collapsed onto the jade throne, his blood-stained dragon robe still bearing the scorch marks left by Neza's Chinkoan circle. The dragon flames emanating from him hissed as they boiled the surrounding seawater. Send forth my command. Immediately summon the Dragon Kings of the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea to the palace. His hoarse roar shook the coral pillars, causing sand to cascade down, while the shrimp soldiers and crab generals fled in terror. In less than half an hour, 3 streaks of light broke through the water. The South Sea Dragon King, with his fiery beard, the West Sea Dragon King, his blue scales frosted, and the North Sea Dragon King clad in icy armor. All knelt on one knee in unison, elder brother. Yet, upon raising their heads, they gasped in shock at the sight of the once mighty East Sea Dragon King. His left eye was swollen to a mere slit, his horn broken in half, and his robe still dripping with blood. Elder brother, who has plotted against you? The West Sea Dragon King sprang to his feet, his icy blade humming ominously at his waist. Ao Guang waved his hand dismissively, seizing the luminescent wine jar from the table and tilting his head back to gulp down its contents, the mixture of wine and blood trickling down his chin. This matter is lengthy, he declared, slamming the jar heavily upon the jade table, causing the entire room adorned with pearl lamps to tremble. I have summoned you here to deliberate on a profound blood feud. The 3 Dragon Kings exchanged glances, simultaneously clasping their fists in respect. We are at your service. Elder brother, we shall not shy away from peril. Ao Guang's dragon eyes suddenly filled with blood, recalling the tragic demise of Ao Bing, his claws digging deeply into the armrest of the dragon throne. Neza, the son of Li Jing from Chintang Pass, has slain my child, dishonored my dragon clan, and pilfered our treasured dragon pearl. With gritted teeth, he recounted how Neza had stolen the dragon pearl and confronted them at the southern heavenly gate. As he spoke of Ao Bing being flayed, the sea within the palace surged violently, pinning the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to the ground. How outrageous! The South Sea Dragon King's crimson whiskers bristled, flames igniting around him. A mere child dares to act so brazenly. Fear not, elder brother, proclaimed the West Sea Dragon King, his icy blade already unsheathed. My Western Sea Navy shall surely lay waste to Chintang Pass. The North Sea Dragon King added, I too shall do the same. Observing the resolute expressions of his brothers, Tears glimmered in Ao Guang's murky eyes. He rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! If I do not avenge this wrong, I, Ao Guang, vow never to be human again. Send word forth, in 3 days at the hour of the dragon. The 4 sea dragon kings shall gather at Chintang Pass." Chapter 58. Neza's Self-Sacrifice. A dramatic conclusion. The sky over Chintang Pass appeared to be drenched in dark ink. Torrential raindrops pounding against the bluestone pavement, splashing forth a pungent spray. The ominous clouds surged like tidal waves towards the city walls, and the glimmer of scales flickered in the gaps of the clouds, accompanied by the rumbling thunder that intertwined with fearsome dragon roars. Within the Li residence, General Li Jing's hand trembled slightly as he grasped his sword, when suddenly a fierce roar reverberated from the heavens. "Li Jing, come forth." Looking up, he beheld 4 colossal figures breaking through the cloud cover, the 4 sea dragon kings enveloped in swirling water, with their shrimp soldiers and crab generals forming a dark, oppressive mass behind them, their weapons reflecting a chilling light amidst the rain. "Esteemed dragon kings, please quell your fury." Li Jing stumbled out of the residence, his official robes thoroughly drenched. "That wretched Neza, I have severed all ties with him as father and son. Should the 4 dragon kings seek retribution, I shall fully cooperate." His words had scarcely left his lips when a figure clad in white burst through the curtain of rain. Neza, running on foot. "What business do you have with me, old dragon king?" Neza's voice, laced with anger, was clear amidst the tempest. "You damned beast." Li Jing erupted suddenly, his aged visage contorted in fear. "You have brought ruin upon the citizens of Chintang Pass." In response, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Neza's eyes shimmered with golden light, his magical silk fluttering without wind. "Begone, since you have admitted to severing our father-son bond. What right do you have to judge the strength of my slap that has cast you to the ground?" Ao Guang's dragon whiskers bristled with fury, his scales rattling in indignation. "Neza, you have slain my son. I demand your life in return." "You have come at the right time," Neza retorted. "Have the 4 sea dragon kings gathered? It saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. How dare you, a man-eating fiend, call yourself a dragon king?" His voice penetrated the curtain of rain, startling the townsfolk atop the city tower, who instinctively covered their mouths and noses as the rain in the air transformed into a dark crimson hue. Neza threw his head back in laughter, droplets cascading from his tilted chin, crystallizing at the corners of his mouth. "You are nothing but an ancient demon dragon." His voice, intertwined with the rumble of thunder, reverberated through the trembling clouds. Ao Guang's dragon scales bristled, and the blood surging beneath his dragon robe turned the surrounding sea of vivid scarlet. "What did you say?" Neza stepped forward boldly, the Qianquan circle on his wrist erupting with blinding golden light. "Dragon King? What kind of dragon king are you? A man-eating dragon king? It is you I intend to confront, and I swear that once I have the time, I shall dismantle your decrepit temple, saving the innocent children you demand." Ao Guang bellowed furiously, his tail sweeping across the waves, instantly transforming the sea into piercing shards of ice. At that moment, the sea dragon king Ao Run spoke ominously, his ice-blue scales gleaming coldly. "Elder brother, hold on. First, force him to surrender the dragon pearl. After we flay this wretched creature and strip him of his flesh, let the citizens of Chintang Pass serve as sacrifices for our son." "Well said." A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Ao Guang's eyes. "Neza, surrender the dragon pearl, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise." He opened his cavernous jaws, and a water dragon, as thick as a barrel, erupted from the depths. "I shall demand the lives of all in this city as a sacrifice for my son." "What dragon pearl? I have never seen it." Neza scoffed, the Mengtian Ling entwining the approaching water dragon like a red serpent. In an instant, the seawater spewed from Ao Guang's mouth transformed into a torrential flood, pouring down in sheets, swiftly overwhelming the walls of Chintang Pass. Li Jing staggered to his feet from the muddy waters, casting a fierce glare towards Neza. "Beast, your parents raised you, yet you have brought ruin upon them. I should have slain you the moment you were born." He roared, lunging with his sword at Neza, who deftly sidestepped the attack. Neza retaliated, kicking the sword away and delivering a heavy punch that sent Li Jing sprawling to the ground. He then approached the fallen sword, the rain washing over its blade, reflecting his icy countenance. As he grasped the hilt, his white robe billowed in the wind. "Enough with the chatter. Old demon dragon, do not hesitate to descend and engage in a battle of 300 rounds with your Grandmaster Neza." He pointed his sword towards the heavens, his voice echoing with rage. Yet, what responded was an even more tumultuous deluge. In the streets, citizens clutched at beams, wailing, as the cries of infants mingled with the thunderous collapse of buildings. The murky waves had already surged beyond the eaves, and distant cries for help echoed amidst the chaos, as Tang Pass teetered on the brink of destruction. The torrential rain pummeled the city walls like steel needles, mingling with the briny sea that washed through the shattered alleys. Neza knelt on one knee, propping himself against a broken beam, his head pounding as if struck violently, his temples throbbing. The roars of Ao Guang and the cries of the people reverberated in his ears, each sound clawing at his nerves. In the distance, a woman clutching her child was swept away by the waves, and an elder helplessly reached out amidst the flood. These images collided with the icy gaze of Li Jing as he swung his sword, piercing his heart with agony. "You little beast, let us set aside the matter of the dragon pearl for now." Ao Guang stood atop the towering wall of water, the blood surging beneath his dragon form staining the clouds a deep crimson. "Now, I desire your demise. Only through your death can all come to an end. Otherwise, let the people of Tang Pass accompany you to the grave. You may engage in battle with us, but should you triumph, the water warriors will not only bring forth this destruction. In my final moments, I shall unleash all my magical power to obliterate Tang Pass entirely." The sea behind him coalesced into a fearsome python, its gaping maw poised ominously over the densely populated dwellings of the city. "You wretched old dragon, how despicably shameless you are." Neza staggered to prop himself up, the Mengtian silk hanging limply in the torrential rain, devoid of its former brilliance. Suddenly, a sharp, childlike wail pierced through the curtain of rain. He turned to behold 3 young children clinging desperately to a piece of driftwood, the murky waves already lapping at their necks. The joyful faces of those children he had rescued in the past now overlapped with the grim scene before him, and his fingers dug deeply into his palm, nails breaking the skin without him noticing. "Is there truly no other way?" Neza murmured, his voice shredded by the wind and rain. He raised his gaze to Ao Guang, the golden light in his eyes dimming. "Old Dragon King, if I perish, will you indeed cease this tempest and spare the citizens of Tang Pass?" Ao Guang erupted into a harsh laugh, bolts of azure lightning crackling between his horns. "By the name of the dragon god, I swear, as long as you take your own life to atone, I shall immediately withdraw the waters." Neza replied, "Very well, one must bear the consequences of their own actions." Slowly, he bent down to retrieve the sword that Li Jing had dropped. The blade reflected his pale visage. In that moment, he finally comprehended the feelings of the third prince. It was not the fear of death that gripped him, but rather a profound indifference, an indifference towards familial bonds and the absence of justice. As if nothing in this world held any allure. This is what you felt at that time, is it not? Pain, not merely of the flesh, but an anguish of the heart. Ha ha ha. It seems I have failed to achieve a favorable conclusion. The flash of the sword passed, and blood blossomed like red plums amidst the rain. Neza's body slowly succumbed, the Mengtian silk and the universe ring dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, drifting away into the distance. In an instant, the world descended into an eerie silence, with only the divine deer lamenting as it plunged from the clouds, futilely licking his growing cold visage with its warm tongue. With a resolve towards life and death, he took his own life, as tragically as the Neza of lore. The heavens and earth seemed to mourn, the divine deer wept, and all returned to silence. The rain over Tang Pass abruptly ceased, the scent of blood permeating the damp air. As the dragon maiden broke through the clouds, she beheld Neza's body gently toppling, the Mengtian silk cascading like a shattered red serpent. She let out a heart-wrenching cry, the dragon pearl she cradled slipping from her grasp, striking the bluestone slabs with a crisp resonance, yet it could no longer summon the youth back. Just hours before, when the dragon maiden returned to the dragon palace and gazed upon the scattered scales in her brother Ao Bing's chamber, she resolved that she could not abandon Neza to his fate and sought the dragon pearl in Ao Bing's quarters. She rummaged through the hidden compartments beneath the coral bed, and upon her fingertips grazing the cold dragon pearl, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Neza, once more I shall save your life. Henceforth, let us not meet again." However, she did not anticipate that this would be their final encounter. True to Neza's words, she ultimately discovered the dragon pearl. She concealed it close to her heart and hurried to seek Ao Guang, only to find that the Dragon King was absent from his palace. He must have ventured to Tang Pass for revenge, she thought, and thus hastened her way there, only to realize, regrettably, that she had arrived too late. At that moment, she collapsed amidst a pool of blood, trembling fingers brushing against Neza's gradually transparent visage. Ao Guang's figure loomed above her, transforming into human form, his dragon robe still stained with undried seawater. "Enough, daughter, he has paid with his life. We must return to the dragon palace." "No, The dragon maiden abruptly turned, lifting the softly glowing dragon pearl, tears mingling with the rain as they cascaded down her cheeks. Look, it was my brother who took the dragon pearl and hid it. I found it in his chamber. Her voice was choked with emotion, for he had suffered defeat at Nez's hands. Feeling humiliation and wishing to eradicate him entirely through her father's power, Ao Guang's dragon eyes widened in shock, his dragon whiskers trembling violently. Yet, he soon turned his gaze away. The die is cast, my daughter. Everything is already decided. Nezo is dead, thus balancing the scales for Ao Bing's life. This matter ends here. Come, let us return to the Dragon Palace. He waved his sleeve, conjuring a tempest, attempting to forcibly take the dragon maiden away. But the dragon maiden clung desperately to Nez's fading form, allowing the golden light to slip through her fingers. Neza, do not leave, I beseech you. Her voice shattered like leaves caught in the wind. Nez's silhouette gradually transformed into twinkling starlight, and as the last warmth faded from her palm, her desperate cries reverberated across the vast sea, shaking it to its core. In that mournful sound, the dragon pearl quietly sank into the mire. Ao Guang stepped forward and declared, Li Jing, let this matter rest. In a few days, send me the young boys and girls. Chapter 59. Am I alive again? Life is rife with regrets. When Neza, Huo Yuhao, believed this to be the conclusion, the truth was that the story was far from over. After Neza dissipated into golden light, many erected temples in his honor, allowing him to receive incense offerings. Among them, Tai Zhenren also covertly orchestrated events. Although the temples were primarily established by the families of the children he had previously saved, they informed the people of Chintang Pass of Neza's plight, and the villagers were profoundly moved, each exerting their efforts voluntarily. Thus, the temple was swiftly completed, and Neza's spirit resided within it. It turned out that the tale was far from concluded. Am I to live again? Suddenly, he recalled the temple built by the mother of the third prince from the investiture of the gods, which had now become a spontaneous sanctuary for the people. The changes were indeed profound. Over the years, his memories of this mother were scant, almost non-existent. This reference is to Neza's adventures in the ocean, where he never encountered his mother, Lady Een. Thus, I have no intention of writing about her character. Continually dwelling on this trial is unwise, and I wish to conclude it swiftly, perhaps due to the limited audience interested in Neza's tribulations. Neza's exploits were celebrated in Chintang Pass. Yet one individual held a contrary view, Li Jing. He regarded Neza as nothing more than a monster, believing the populace had been bewitched by him. Consequently, he brought his household servants to Neza's temple. The waning spring sun cast a slanted glow upon the vermilion plaque of Neza's temple, illuminating the glazed tiles in a kaleidoscope of colors. As Li Jing stepped through the temple gates, the villagers, who were burning incense, set aside their cushions and bowed in greeting. He nodded slightly, the rustle of his robes mingling with the fragrant sandalwood smoke wafting from the incense burner. You may return. All of you. I wish to speak with my son in solitude. As his words faded, the crowd instinctively retreated outside. The moment the doors closed, the clamor of the outside world was silenced, leaving only the delicate sound of the copper bells swaying in the draft. Li Jing, hands clasped behind him, approached the statue, fixing his gaze upon it, and suddenly emitted a cold laugh, reminiscent of an owl's call. Neza, you are merely a wretched spawn sprung from a fleshly orb. What right have you to be revered by the masses? With a swift motion, he drew his sword, pointing its blade menacingly at the statue. I know that the celestial master Tai wishes to resurrect you through the offerings of the people, but you, beast, are a calamity. How can I permit your revival? Today, I shall eradicate this menace for the sake of the people and shatter your temple, ensuring you shall never rise again. Neza, Huo Yuhao, began to comprehend why the third prince was so determined to eliminate Li Jing, recognizing the depths of his hatred. Some individuals, with hearts more venomous than the monsters themselves, proved far more despicable. Indeed, it would have been prudent to have eliminated Li Jing long ago. Huo Yuhao, residing within the spirit of the statue, felt a tremor coursing through him, his ethereal form flickering between the beams. He observed Li Jing's twisted and grotesque visage, and his voice thundered from the statue. After my death, I should have had no further ties with the Li family. Now, as offerings are made in my name, you seek to destroy my temple and sever my path to rebirth. What is your intent? Li Jing suddenly burst into uproarious laughter, his mirth causing the candles on the offering table to flicker violently. Neza, you deserve to perish. You should never have entered this world. I shall grant you no opportunity for resurrection, nor will I allow these foolish villagers to commit acts of ignorance by erecting a temple in your honor. Do you believe you are worthy? His sword struck heavily against the statue's shoulder, shards of stone flying in all directions. Today, I shall enact divine justice. With each frenzied scream, the sword fell like a torrential downpour. Beast, monster, abomination, cursed. Li Jing's robes were soaked with sweat, his eyes filled with a fanatical obsession. Each swing of his blade was imbued with years of accumulated resentment. The glazed eyes of the statue shattered under the onslaught of the sword light. In a violent tumult, Huo Yuhao's ethereal form gradually became transparent, and the last vestige of his consciousness coalesced into a chilling utterance. Li Jing, I shall remember this enmity. From this moment forth, we are bound to an unending conflict. No sooner had the words left his lips than his spirit transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the heavens, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and the heavy panting of Li Jing echoing in the desolate temple. At dawn the following day, the streets of Qintang Pass were rent asunder by deafening cries of alarm. The townsfolk flocked to the heights on the outskirts of the city, only to find the once solemn and dignified Neza temple reduced to a chaos of shattered white jade fragments. Broken glazed tiles lay submerged in rainwater mixed with incense ash. The carved wheels of fire severed in twain, and the glassy eyes of the deity glimmered coldly in the mud. General Li has gone mad. An old stone mason trembled, clutching a fragment of a stele inscribed with the design of the Mengtian's silken thread. The young hero saved our lives. But before he could finish, a chorus of anguished cries rose around him. A woman selling pancakes hurled her bamboo basket to the ground. He is a savior. Li Jing is merely envious of Neza's adoration. A thunderous cacophony of curses erupted from the crowd, nearly toppling the banners atop the city walls. News spread like wildfire, and the storyteller in the tea house struck the wooden block with fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, that Li Jing, who presents himself as the protector of the realm, possesses a heart as venomous as a serpent. Under the cover of night, he callously shattered the young hero's statue with a 30-pound iron axe. On the shores of the East Sea, the acrid sea breeze whisked fragments of leaves past the vermilion gates of the general's mansion. Inside, Li Jing stood with his hands clasped behind him in the training grounds, listening to the distant shouts and curses from beyond the walls. A cold smirk playing on his lips, a servant, trembling, presented a newly delivered document. My lord, there are those in the west of the city who have pinned blood letters declaring you to be. Li Jing abruptly swept his sleeve, sending military texts tumbling to the ground. If that abomination dares to return, I shall take it upon myself to slay him anew. Deep within the dragon palace of the East Sea, the luminous night pearl illuminated the coral dome as though it were day. A jade table was laden with exquisite brews crafted by the mere folk, and mountains of sea delicacies were piled high. The laughter of the 4 sea dragon kings reverberating within the hall, causing the pearl curtains to chime. Ao Guang, the East Sea Dragon King, adorned with a golden crown of 9 tassels, glimmered with a sanguine sheen as he slammed his palm upon the table, splattering the exquisite wine. Were it not for the assistance of my 3 esteemed brothers, how could I have slain the wretch who harmed my son? Ao Run, the West Sea Dragon King, swirled the jade cup in his hand, his azure dragon eyes flashing with icy light. That little wretch overestimated his abilities by daring to pluck Ao Bing's dragon tendons. Today, we shall repay blood with blood. Ao Guang cackled with glee. Once Qintang Pass delivers its tribute of boys and girls, we shall indulge in 300 cups. He tilted back an entire jug of spirits, the amber liquid cascading down his dragon whiskers, leaving dark stains upon the jade tiles. His crimson, slit-like eyes surveyed the dancing sea maidens within the hall, and finally, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, splendid." Yet within the depths of the Dragon Palace, in the Xian Pearl Hall, a stark contrast of silence and revelry prevailed. The dragon maiden curled upon a coral couch, clutching a seashell that had been left behind when Neza took his own life. The mermaid's veil was lifted by the draft, revealing her reddened eyes. Outside, the sounds of the celebratory feast echoed, piercing her heart like 1,000 silver needles. Why must it be this way? Neza pressed the conch shell against her heart, her voice choked with emotion. At the peak of Qianyuan Mountain, the clouds surged, and in the white lotus pool before the golden light cave, the golden lotus was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Tai Zhenren stood by the pool, holding a whisk, gazing at the soul enveloped by the 7-colored lotus petals, his long brows furrowed. Look at this Li Jing. How ruthless he is towards Neza. Neza, my disciple, I shall resurrect you with the golden lotus. Before his words could fade, a gourd from his sleeve suddenly soared into the air, its mouth tilting, and jade dew cascaded down like the Milky Way. Neza's consciousness gradually awakened amidst the warm celestial dew, feeling as if a gentle force was cradling him. As the lotus flower bloomed layer by layer, he was astonished to find himself floating in the void, lotus roots emerging from the pool, intertwining in the celestial dew to form a crystalline body, each lotus leaf shimmering with starlight. The seven-colored radiance surged across his form like tides, and in a daze, he perceived himself transforming into a divine being capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth, each gesture imbued with the might to obliterate worlds. As the lotus nurtured the soul and blossomed anew, the light shifted continuously, with the incoming lotus roots serving as his body, an indescribable sense of the sacred enveloping him. The seven-colored brilliance morphing and shifting in divine splendor. Resurrected, Neza transcended the mortal coil, existing like a detached deity. Disciple, do you still adapt? Tai Zhenren's voice was laced with mirth. Neza bowed his head, kneeling on one knee, his voice no longer bearing the innocence of youth. Thank you, Master, for granting me this second chance. Tai Zhenren replied. Rise, rise, Neza. Neza then declared, Master, the Dragon King has committed many evils. I shall eradicate him completely and seek revenge. Tai Zhenren acknowledged with a sound, lifting his whisk, and the treasures within the cave surged forth as if summoned. The misty rainbow transformed into a crimson arc encircling him. The universe circle automatically clasped around his neck, and the fire spear quivered, eager for blood, while the wind-fire wheel emitted an excited hum. Once Neza grasped the fire spear, he wielded it with the ferocity of a tiger, as if it were custom-made for him. Old Dragon King, await my wrath. Neza's entire being ignited with fierce, true fire, staining the clouds crimson. Today, you shall witness my might. With that, he mounted the wind-fire wheel and soared into the sky, thunder cracking around him. As he passed the Dragon King Temple at Shintang Pass, he raised his spear, and the entire temple collapsed in a thunderous roar. Debris scattering as the misty rainbow conjured towering waves, surging towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. The wind-fire wheel traced two crimson arcs across the sky, resembling flames tearing through the firmament. Surrounding Huo Yuhao was an aura of destruction. Wherever he passed, the clouds erupted, and thunder rumbled. Approaching the East Sea, he formed a seal with one hand, causing the seawater to part, creating a direct path to the Dragon Palace beneath his feet. The briny sea breeze, laden with crashing waves, lashed against him but was instantly evaporated by the protective divine light. The plaque of the Crystal Palace shimmered with a cold luminescence under the glow of the luminous pearl. A flicker of cold light flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and the fire-point spear slipped from his grasp, transforming into a golden streak of light. Boom! The plaque shattered in response. Countless crystal shards plummeting like meteors into the abyss, causing the entire Dragon Palace to tremble. In Chapter 60, as the illusion dissipated and thoughts became clear, the fire and wind wheels traced two crimson arcs across the sky, reminiscent of flames tearing through the firmament. Huo Yuhao exuded an aura of destruction wherever he passed. The clouds erupted and thunder roared. Approaching the East Sea, he formed a seal with one hand, and the sea parted of its own accord, creating a passage leading directly to the Dragon Palace beneath his feet. The briny sea breeze, laden with spray, crashed against him, yet was instantly vaporized by the protective divine light. Once more, the plaque of the Crystal Palace glimmered coldly under the luminous pearl. Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with a chilling brilliance as he released the fire-point spear, which transformed into a golden streak. Boom! The plaque shattered, and countless crystal fragments cascaded like shooting stars into the deep sea, disturbing the entire Dragon Palace. Inside the palace, the four sea dragon kings were joyously toasting when they were suddenly jolted into sobriety by the resounding explosion. Before they could react, the palace doors were torn asunder by the chaotic fabric, and Huo Yuhao, riding the fire and wind wheels, stepped in slowly, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of radiant light that transformed the entire palace into a battlefield. The gatekeepers, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals brandished their weapons and charged forward, only to be effortlessly torn apart like paper under the brilliance of the fire-point spear, their severed limbs floating in the water, staining it a deep crimson. Report. Neza has returned, cried a shrimp soldier, scrambling into the inner hall, his voice laden with terror. Absurd. A.O. Guang slammed his cup onto the ground, exclaiming, that wretch has already taken his own life. How could he possibly? Before he could finish, the hall doors burst open. Huo Yuhao stood before them, the fire-point spear dripping with blood, a terrifying light emanating from the Qianquan circle around his neck, while the chaotic fabric writhed behind him like a blood-red serpent. The faces of the Dragon Kings turned ashen, as if they had encountered the grim specter of death. All of you charge, A.O. Guang bellowed, his voice a facade of bravado. However, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were no match for Huo Yuhao. With each flicker of the spear, a chorus of wails erupted. Chaos engulfed the Dragon Palace as blood mingled with seawater, forming a grotesque whirlpool. The dragon maiden, disturbed by the cacophony, hurried to the scene. Upon witnessing the carnage and the demonic figure of Neza, Huo Yuhao, her heart clenched. Her gaze met that of Neza, Huo Yuhao, and from his icy stare, she perceived an unprecedented intent to kill. Seeing his daughter arrive, Ao Guang, in a fluster, hid behind her, his voice trembling. "Daughter, quickly stop him. Neza, spare my father." The dragon maiden pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes. Huo Yuhao's spear halted at Ao Guang's throat, the chilling aura causing the Dragon King to quake. The Dragon King had committed numerous atrocities against the people, and today he must pay the price. The dragon maiden took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. "Spare their lives, but strip them of their powers. This is the greatest concession I can offer for you and the people. I understand your hatred and your pain." Huo Yuhao stared at the dragon maiden for a long while, before finally retracting the fire-point spear. "Very well. Today, in consideration of your face, I shall spare their lives. However, should they commit further transgressions, next time, it will not merely be a matter of relinquishing their powers." The dragon maiden gazed upon the blood-soaked figure, her eyes brimming with tears. She stumbled forward, her skirt sweeping across the ground strewn with shattered coral, the pearls in her hair swaying with her hurried breaths. "Neza, you are still alive. How wonderful." Her voice trembled like moonlight torn asunder by the sea breeze, her delicate fingers hovering above his body, remade from lotus roots, both fearful of disturbing this hard-won rebirth and yearning to confirm the reality of the person before her. The Hunyuan silk grazed her fingertips, sending a warm surge of spiritual energy, compelling her to finally shed tears as the briny sea mingled with her sorrow, creating delicate ripples in the deep blue depths. The Hunyuan silk, entwined with crimson rays of light, brushed past the dragon maiden's ear, while Neza's lotus-root arm gently yet resolutely pushed her away. The reborn form radiated a chilling divine brilliance, and the droplets of blood from the fire-tipped spear fell into the sea, instantly evaporating into white mist. "Ao Guang, you have harmed countless beings and demanded the lives of innocent boys and girls. Today, this must be settled." Ao Guang gazed into his daughter's tear-filled eyes, as fragments of the shattered dragon palace ceiling cascaded down around them. He suddenly recalled his initial ascent to the dragon god position when he dutifully brought rain to the mortal realm. Now, his dragon-scaled hand trembled slightly, unspoken repentance rolling in his throat, but upon meeting Neza's resolute gaze filled with murderous intent, it transformed into a heavy sigh. The Qianquan circle tore through the sea, roaring forth as Ao Guang closed his eyes to endure the thunderous impact. Golden runes erupted around him, and his surging powers poured forth like a dam burst, carving a 100-foot deep chasm in the seabed. As he collapsed into the dragon maiden's embrace, he had already reached a profound realization. "What a fine elder brother!" exclaimed the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run. "It was clearly you who brought us here. Now you regret it, and having lost your powers, we are left to battle this child." The three Sea Dragon Kings were enveloped in a tempestuous black aura, but under Neza's casually wielded Hunyuan silk, they flickered like candles in the wind. They were forced out of the sea, crashing against the coral at Shintang Pass, leaving a long trail of blood on the beach. Just as Neza raised his fire-tipped spear to deliver the final blow, the heavens suddenly showered down myriad golden rays. Tai Zhenren descended upon clouds, and wherever his dust brush swept, the waves calmed. Higher above, a woman clad in a rainbow-hued gown moved gracefully, and where she passed, the stars dimmed and mountains resonated. The voice of Nuwa, imbued with the weight of creation, commanded the three Sea Dragon Kings to tremble and prostrate themselves upon the sand. "Neza, hold on." The dragon maiden knelt beside Ao Guang, her skirt stained with shattered coral and blood. She trembled as she supported her father, the king, whose frail form was stooped and weary, her golden eyes reflecting the crimson clouds above. "Father, cease this consumption of human lives. As the dragon god, we bear our responsibilities. We are deities, not the demons of the mortal realm. To commit malevolence is to reap malevolence. Is it not you who imparted this wisdom to me? Have I allowed hatred to cloud my judgment?" Ao Guang raised his cracked dragon head, gazing at Neza, who departed upon his fiery wheels, his eyes mirroring the pitiful state of his three younger brothers, barely clinging to life. "Daughter, take my place and fulfill the true role of the Lord of the East Sea," he implored. Tai Zhenren interjected, "Neza, do not forget to pay your respects to the goddess Nuwa." Neza bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the goddess Nuwa. You have grown so much." Nuwa's voice resonated like the morning bell and evening drum, gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. She lowered her gaze upon Neza's newly reformed body, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. Indeed, The child from the Nuwa Palace has manifested such remarkable transformation. Tai Zhenren hastened to present his apologies. My young disciple has acted rashly. I beseech the goddess for forgiveness. Though Neza was unaware of the full context, he knelt on one knee. The Rui Jingu bang and the Xiantian Ling emitting harmonious sounds in the radiant light. Nuwa raised her hand in a gentle gesture, her divine power lifting him to his feet. There is no need for excessive formality among kin. The troubles in the East Sea are of their own making. Supporting her father, the dragon maiden approached, alongside the 3 dragon kings, who prostrated themselves at Nuwa's feet. Their shattered scales oozed blood, leaving a winding trail upon the rocks. Nuwa's eyes turned icy as she summoned a divine artifact from her sleeve, which transformed into a map of mountains and rivers, suspended in the air. As the deity of rain, you have indulged your desires at the expense of living beings. Do you truly believe the heavenly law is blind? Forgive us, goddess. The dragon kings trembled, their foreheads striking the scorching ground. Nuwa gazed towards the distant smoke rising from Chintang Pass, letting out a soft sigh. From the map, torrents of rain descended to nourish the parched earth. Today, Neza acts on behalf of the heavens, and the stripping away of your powers serves as punishment. Henceforth, you must establish rain altars in the mortal realm, ensuring the clouds and rain bring harmony and abundance. With a pointed gesture, golden chains materialized around the dragon kings, threatening them with eternal obliteration should they dare to cause further turmoil. As the evening drum of Chintang Pass resonated heavily, the setting sun painted the eaves of the Li residence a deep crimson. Neza descended upon his fiery wheels, the Xiantian Ling slicing through the thick clouds like a serpent. As he landed in the courtyard, the bluestone slabs cracked under the weight of his divine presence, leaving the gate guards in shock upon the ground. Inside, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the halls. Li Jing, gripping his treasured sword, rushed out. Upon seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, his pupils dilated, and his sword trembled uncontrollably. How can this be? You beast, you are still alive. The paternal inquiry, though charged, bore an air of familiarity. Neza approached slowly, his fiery spear dragging sparks along the ground. Resurrected, he radiated a chilling divine luminosity, each step accompanied by subtle bursts in the air. Did you ever consider today when you shattered my temple and severed my path? Li Jing suddenly bellowed, swinging his sword in fury. However, the mortal form is utterly feeble in the presence of the divine. Neza, without even resorting to his magical artifacts, merely lifted his arm, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent his opponent hurtling several paces away. The fire-tipped spear pierced through robes like a streak of light, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering against the crimson-lacquered pillars, blooming into grotesque crimson plum blossoms. I had no intention of entangling with you. Neza looked down upon the convulsing Li Jing, his voice devoid of warmth. Yet your prejudices run deeper than the waves of the East Sea. The fire-tipped spear suddenly twisted, shattering the last vestige of life. Now, in this Chintang Pass, no one shall ever again call me a cursed child. Blood seeped into the azure bricks, forming dark red patterns in the twilight. Neza flicked away the droplets of blood from the spear's tip, and, as he turned to leave, the wind and cloud silk swirled up a tempest of sand, completely burying Li Jing's lifeless body. Thus, Li Jing met his demise. Neza remarked, indeed, this is how clarity of thought manifests. The setting sun bathed the East Sea in amber hues, while the tide lapped at Neza's ankles, creating delicate silver ripples around his lotus-reformed feet. He stood upon the rocks, the wind and cloud silk moving of its own accord, entwined with a kaleidoscopic halo that melded seamlessly with the evening glow at the horizon. In the distance, the waves suddenly parted, and the dragon maiden approached, treading upon a moonlit carpet woven by the merfolk. Pearls in her hair swayed gently with her steps, refracting starlight amidst the dusk. I knew you would come. The dragon maiden's voice, wrapped in the sea breeze, carried a barely perceptible tremor. She gazed at the divine radiance emanating from Neza, recalling how just days prior he had obliterated the dragon palace with a thunderous force, stirring complex ripples within her eyes. Neza tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear, his fingers gliding over the cool shaft. Had you not been interrupted by the dragon maiden's raised hand that day, your words would have flowed uninterrupted. She glided gracefully, her skirt brushing against the damp sand, leaving behind fleeting imprints of lotus flowers. You are my first friend. Suddenly, the sea breeze tousled her dark tresses, and a flicker of panic crossed the dragon maiden's golden eyes. She reached out to touch Neza's sleeve, but halted upon encountering the protective divine light surrounding him. Your aura seems to be dissipating. Before her words could fully escape, strange ripples emerged where the sea met the sky, twisting the entire firmament into a vortex. Neza, gazing at his gradually translucent palm, revealed a serene smile. He accepted the conch shell offered by the dragon maiden, his fingertips tracing the patterns on its surface. This time, I shall not lose it. The conch resonated melodiously in his palm, intertwining with the distant sound of the waves, forming a farewell elegy. The edges of the illusion began to crumble, transforming into countless golden specks that scattered. The dragon maiden's figure gradually blurred within the halo. Yet she persisted in calling out. Should there come a day when you return to the East Sea, her voice was torn apart by the howling winds. And in the moment Neza ascended upon the wind and fire wheels, the wind and cloud silk unfurled in the air, casting a brilliant crimson streak, forever freezing the final scene in eternity. Chapter 61. The Demon-Slaying Sword. Enlightenment. As the illusion shattered like fragile glass, Huo Yuhao stared blankly at the conch shell in his palm, now becoming increasingly transparent. While the icy sea breeze pierced through his garments, shattering the dragon maiden's final gentle smile into shimmering wavelets, he instinctively pressed his hand against his heart. Where the warmth of the wind and cloud silk still lingered, and in the distance, where the sea met the sky, the dragon maiden's silhouette transformed into twinkling starlight, merging into the vast twilight. He gazed with a complex expression at the spot where the dragon maiden had vanished, whispering her name hoarsely, as if the waves were carrying away his unfulfilled longing. How could true feelings arise within an illusion? A cold voice echoed from the void, as Neza, clad in white robes, stepped forth, the mark on his brow swirling with lotus patterns. He fixed his gaze upon the lingering melancholy in Huo Yuhao's eyes. As the misty silk, stirred by an unseen wind, traced a crimson galaxy behind him, Huo Yuhao shook his head and smiled. If heaven holds feelings, it too shall age. If humanity is devoid of sentiment, then it is no longer human. What lies within seems but an ephemeral mirage. He paused, looking towards the fading remnants of the illusion. Yet perhaps it once existed at some moment. Neza's lips curled into a faint, relieved smile. Congratulations. You have not only passed the trial, but have also glimpsed the essence of me. Your performance was commendable. Huo Yuhao stood amidst the shimmering waves of the sea of lotus souls, the ethereal mist surrounding him trembling gently with each breath. He gazed into the void, his eyes swirling with intricate emotions, his voice drifting from a distant place. It is through this illusion that I have come to understand what truly defines you. I have come to deeply comprehend the nature of hatred and love. He raised his hand to touch his neck, where the chill of self-inflicted wounds still lingered, a bitter smile mingling with acceptance. Moreover, what constitutes true death? Death, at that moment, seemed no longer daunting. Tranquility alone could encapsulate the emotions of that time. Extreme indifference, despair towards everything, numbness, and the unchangeable. Perhaps, in that instant, you were more astonishing than this trial. Yet, what I have endured is merely a test. While your voice from years past halted abruptly, your throat trembling heavily. Neza observed him calmly. Since you have come to such clarity, allow me to show you. A screen emerged within the sea of lotus souls. Before them, a figure was seen meticulously carving away his own flesh, until only a skeletal frame remained. He cast aside his sword, continuing to remove ribs, each bone falling into the sea. Ultimately, he could stand no longer, laughing heartily as his form shattered and plummeted into the depths. When the waters receded, the earth bore no trace of him, and Neza was no more. Naturally, Huo Yuhao was profoundly shaken by this vision, murmuring, "Petals of the lotus transform into blades, extinguishing my myriad grievances. This is the true essence of you, is it not?" His emotions were now a tapestry of complexity, leading him to a deeper understanding of Neza, and indeed, of himself, between life and death, or perhaps beyond. Huo Yuhao continued, "Affection is devoid of sentiment, the heavens are indifferent, and there is no lingering attachment in this world. Even through reincarnation, even as smoke dissipates, I remain myself. No one can hinder me from pursuing my desires. Rather, it is a form of rebellion, a resistance ingrained in my very bones." At that moment, his blue pupils shifted to gold, not due to the Golden Dragon King's influence, but as if the power within him began to coalesce. Rain began to fall in the skies of the Sea of Lotus Souls, and clarity dawned within his heart. The lotus flames enveloping Neza suddenly surged, casting a cold, golden radiance upon his sharply defined features. He gazed at the tumultuous waves of the Sea of Souls, his fists unconsciously tightening, his voice laced with a chill that had lingered for millennia. "Those matters have long since been carried away by the winds, yet within my heart, resentment remains, resentment towards Li Jing. Were it not for the Buddha granting him the exquisite Linglong Tower, adorned with layers of Buddhas, compelling me to regard the Buddha as my father, I would have long severed his head and displayed it at the southern gate for all to admire." The words hung abruptly in the air as a distant rumble of thunder echoed from the depths of the sky, stirred by his wrath, conjuring a celestial phenomenon within the sea of souls. He arched an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with a defiance reminiscent of Neza, if the day ever comes. Allow me to assist you, young one. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Huo Yuhao surged, causing lotus petals to float gracefully in the air. With your current cultivation? Neza flicked his finger, and Huo Yuhao's sword array instantly disintegrated, dissipating into specks of starlight. You must strive relentlessly to grow stronger if you wish to aid me. Your power falls woefully short. From his sleeve, a beam of crimson light burst forth, coalescing before Huo Yuhao into the fire of Samadhi. Resting upon his brow, this is the cultivation method for the true fire of Samadhi. Remember, the tone turned suddenly chilling, as the temperature of the entire sea of souls plummeted. The teachings are not to be shared lightly. Should you dare to divulge even a fragment, Huo Yuhao continued. Should you reveal even a whisper, I shall be cast into the 18 layers of hell, subjected to the tortures of the 9 underworlds, never to be reborn. Neza nodded, and from his sleeve emerged a divine sword. The moment the demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, the roar of dragons reverberated, stirring the waves of the sea of souls. Indeed, there are other treasures, such as the Qian Kuan Circle and the Windfire Wheel, but you are not yet worthy to wield them. Only when you attain sufficient strength will those artifacts be at your disposal. The only gift I can offer you now is the demon-slaying sword. As for the fire-tipped spear, a sly smile crossed his face. I do not possess the fire-tipped spear within this illusion, so should you desire it, you must procure it yourself, endowing it to you as the destined one. No, Neza shook his head, no longer as the destined one, but simply as you, Huo Yuhao. I believe you can defy fate, manifest your desires, and achieve your aspirations. Huo Yuhao raised his hand to grasp the newly materialized scabbard at his waist, the unique ancient patterns of the demon-slaying sword warming against his palm. The melodious sound of the sword returning to its sheath echoed throughout the lotus-filled sea of souls. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao knelt on one knee, his palm touching the warm lotus platform, and when he looked up, his eyes held a solemnity. Thank you, Master. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the lotus flames surrounding Neza surged skyward, illuminating the vermilion mark between his brows, as if it might fall. How many times must I say it? Neza kicked away a restless lotus flower at his feet, the misting sky silk swirling around Huo Yuhao's neck without tightening in the least. Who would want to be your master? Yet Huo Yuhao remained unmoved, allowing the red radiance of the misting sky silk to flow around his neck. The third prince draws upon memories of his own existence to bestow upon me secret techniques of treasures. He has shared his own experiences to teach me how to break the shackles of destiny. Now, providing me with such a precious gift, his voice was deep and resolute, sending ripples across the sea of souls. Though we lack the formal title of master and disciple, the essence of our bond is undeniable. In my heart, the third prince is no different from my master. Neza paused, the mystical silk of the universe subtly slipping from his grasp. Turning his back, the golden crown atop his head trembled gently in the lotus flames. Rise. After a moment, he added with a hint of grumbling, I detest taking disciples. The accompanying formalities are exceedingly bothersome. Before his words could fade, he abruptly spun around, his fingertip lifting Huo Yuhao's chin, intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Yet, you are the first to withstand the illusionary trials I conjured and dare to speak boldly before me. The sea breeze danced around them, intertwining the robes of Neza adorned with lotus flames and Huo Yuhao's ethereal mist garments. You have now undergone all that I have experienced and comprehend the torment I endured. Rather than a mere master and disciple, it is more fitting to consider us as madmen standing side by side. Neza suddenly broke into a broad grin, revealing his sharp canines as 2 jars of divine nectar materialized in his palm, their openings still glistening with beads of seawater. There is no one else in this world who can fathom the depths of my anguish and resentment. Huo Yuhao accepted the jar, and as the cork popped free, the fragrance of the liquor burst forth. Excellent. Today, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated with the third prince. Return? Nonsense. Neza tilted back his head, draining nearly half the jar, the liquor cascading down his chin, igniting blossoms of flames upon the lotus platform. Your corporeal form remains tethered to reality. Indulging in this sea of souls will leave you with a headache upon awakening. He suddenly clasped Huo Yuhao's shoulder, the surrounding lotus flames transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Come, today, let the heavens remember 2 reckless souls who shall consume all the divine nectar of the East Sea. With a swift kick, Neza sent an empty jar flying, its body striking the lotus pillar with a melodious chime. He wiped the remnants of liquor from his lips, his white robe flickering with each movement. Drinking alone lacks flavor. Young one, go and roast some fresh fish. The silver-scaled cod in the Sea of Souls is most succulent. Use the universe silk, no? Use your demon-slaying sword to skewer and roast them. The aroma will be irresistible. With that, he delivered a hearty slap to Huo Yuhao's back, causing the youth to stumble slightly. Yet, Neza had already seized a newly opened jar of wine, tilting it back as his Adam's apple bobbed, droplets of divine nectar forming tiny flames in the air. Huo Yuhao sprang into action, the sound of his demon-slaying sword unsheathing resonating like a dragon's call, its light slicing through the shimmering waves of the Sea of Souls. He leaped onto the lotus platform and surged towards the depths of the ocean. As the sword passed, schools of silver-scaled cod leaped from the water, suspended in midair by an invisible force of soul power, fingers weaving the true fire of three virtues. Flames coiled delicately around the fish's bodies, sizzling as the aroma of charm mingled with the scent of wine, wafting through the sea of lotus. Neza reclined against the undulating lotus petals, and upon seeing Huo Yuhao return with golden, crispy fish skewers, he immediately rolled over to snatch one. The scalding fish meat made him gasp, yet he laughed indistinctly. Good, good, more flavorful than the celestial kitchen. Liquor and bits of roasted fish flew through the air as the two engaged in a playful exchange, occasionally challenging each other's drinking prowess or debating the perfect roast of the fish, reveling in their camaraderie. The sun and moon of the lotus Sea of Souls revolved in the intoxicating aroma, sometimes transforming into a blazing sun, sometimes solidifying into a radiant moon. As the third sunrise painted the horizon crimson, the empty jars had accumulated into a small mountain. Huo Yuhao and Neza leaned against the tilted lotus platform, their demon-slaying sword and Qiankuan circle entwined in a circle, enveloping the two in a haze of drunkenness. The aromas of wine, fish, and lotus blended together, painting a picture of unrestrained freedom in this transcendent space. Chapter 62. Who else? Morning light slanted through Shrek Academy as Huo Yuhao stumbled into the classroom just as the bell rang, his uniform collar askew, and the tips of his hair adorned with petals from an unknown source. Rubbing his aching temples, he collapsed into his seat. The laughter mingled with the scent of wine from the lotus spirit sea echoing in his mind, the image of the third prince drinking heartily before the moon lingering. Indeed, in drunkenness, the universe is vast. Upon waking, what had happened to Yuhao? He walked as if treading on cotton. The voice of the dream ice silkworm resonated in his spiritual sea, causing Huo Yuhao's temples to throb. Yilek's knowing smile emerged. You were still asleep at that time. Yuhao went nearby to buy quite a bit of wine, and, holding a jar, drank it while foolishly laughing at the moon. It's quite strange. After he fell into a stupor, his soul power inexplicably surged, now reaching the 35th level. Drinking to the 35th level? What a cheat. This cultivation method is absurd. The dream ice silkworm's exclamation sent a jolt through Huo Yuhao's mind. The desk was piled high with sheepskin parchment, creaking under the weight. The sense of love letters and challenge notes mingling with the lingering aroma of alcohol. Huo Yuhao casually tore open the gold-embossed envelope on top, revealing Dai Huabin's provocative words in bold script. He ran his fingers over the letter, a cold smile playing at his lips, just in time. I hadn't sought you out yet you come knocking at my door. Suddenly, two graceful figures cast a shadow over his desk. Huo Yuhao looked up to meet a pair of amber eyes. Ning Tian, clad in a blue and white academy uniform, failed to conceal her allure. The girl cleared her throat, feigning composure as she tossed her hair. Huo Yuhao, do you not remember me? I once issued a challenge to you. Yet I received no word in return, so I've come to find you. She bit her lip discreetly, noting his slightly intoxicated state and his striking appearance. Beside her, Wu Feng tilted his head, observing Huo Yuhao's flushed ears and tipsy visage, before bursting into laughter. Young master, in this state. He is likely to engage us in drunken boxing. Before his words could settle, whispers erupted from the back of the classroom, countless gazes piercing through him. Yet none could compare to the subtle sound of the challenge letter being crumpled in Huo Yuhao's fingers. He scanned the overlapping figures of the two girls, his brow furrowing as the effects of the alcohol lingered, not interested. He casually shoved the love letter into his drawer, the breeze from his motion tousling Ning Tian's hair. Are you afraid? You wouldn't dare, would you? Wu Feng suddenly chuckled, her silver bell earrings swaying with her movements. The top newcomer of Shrek Academy, hiding away like a turtle? Do you think this will provoke me? You underestimate me. Huo Yuhao rested his chin on his hand and replied nonchalantly, 10,000 gold soul coins. Before Ning Tian could finish speaking, Wu Feng had already produced her purse and slammed it onto the table, the sound of coins clinking startling the sparrows outside. "Regardless of win or lose, it's all yours," she declared. Huo Yuhao's motion to stand froze for a brief moment, fingers drumming a rhythmic pattern on the wooden table. When he lifted his gaze again, the intoxication had faded, leaving only the cold intensity of a hunter locking onto its prey. Deal. The door to the soul fighting platform swung open with a thunderous crash, cheers washing over them. The stands were already filled to capacity, yet 3 figures stood out conspicuously. Yan Xiaozhi stood with hands clasped behind his back, his hair tousled by the fierce wind. Beside him, an elderly man with a bleary gaze had wine spilling from his flask, suspended in midair without a single drop falling. "Is that the Huo Yuhao you mentioned?" Xuanzi chuckled softly, his murky pupils suddenly sparkling with light. Yan Xiaozhi replied, "Indeed. Didn't Elder Mu inform you?" Xuanzi nonchalantly responded, "Until I witness it myself. Even Elder Mu's words require verification. After all, he is nearly regarded as a legend within the academy." Yan Xiaozhi gazed at the youth who was slowly ascending the stage. The wine stains on Huo Yuhao's uniform harmonized oddly with the aura emanating from him. "Soon, you will learn that he is far more formidable than the rumors suggest." The spotlight on the soul fighting platform suddenly illuminated the 3 figures. Ning Tian lightly raised her pale wrist, the jade bracelet shimmering with a pearly glow. The phantom of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda slowly rose from her palm, each layer radiating an extraordinary light. Wu Feng spun in place, her crimson scales engulfing her like flames, the sweeping motion of her dragon tail creating a sharp sound through the air. Ning Tian's soul rings burst forth in succession, the yellow, and purple halos intertwining with Wu Feng's red dragon scales, eliciting gasps from the audience. Ning Tian, a 31st level auxiliary system soul master. Wu Feng, a 25th level assault type battle soul master. Huo Yuhao's face flushed slightly, his mind clearing just enough to say, "Come at me. I will not use my martial soul, only my fists and feet." "It's the red dragon martial soul, a top-tier beast martial soul," a keen-eyed spectator suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the 2. "Top tier? Who dares to call it top tier in front of Huo Yuhao? Have you forgotten the enormous dragon phantom that appeared around him?" This remark ignited a flurry of discussions, like droplets splashing into boiling oil. As the referee announced the start, Ning Tian softly chanted, "First, speed. Second, resolution. Third, strength." The layers of light from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda cascaded down, and Wu Feng's aura surged dramatically. In an instant, she lunged forward, her claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Huo Yuhao's throat, the force of her attack whipping the flags at the edge of the soul fighting platform into a fluttering frenzy. "Too slow. Let's play a bit." Huo Yuhao smirked slightly, his form shifting like a specter. Wu Feng's assault grazed past his ear, the resulting gust of wind missing its target entirely. He pivoted on one foot, his battle instincts, honed from countless skirmishes in his past life, awakening at this moment. He had not activated his spiritual eye, rather, he possessed the wisdom of his former existence. After enduring rigorous trials, even if 10 fifth-year seniors from Shrek were to confront him, he would remain undaunted. Each evasive maneuver was executed with precision, exploiting the weaknesses of his adversaries. As Wu Feng swung his claws once more, he boldly advanced, seizing the opponent's wrist with a grip as firm as iron, propelling him forcefully towards the ground. The impact resonated with a muffled thud, Wu Feng's scales sparking against the adamantine floor. Yet, Huo Yuhao soared towards Ning Tian like an arrow released from its bow, the fierce gust from his punch tearing through the fabric of her dress before it even landed. Startled, Ning Tian recoiled, hastily summoning the 7 treasures glazed tower, only to witness Huo Yuhao abruptly retracting his force, his punch grazing her nose, sending shockwaves through the air that tousled her hair wildly. "You have lost," Huo Yuhao declared, standing tall with his fists withdrawn, the hem of his uniform fluttering in the wind. The renowned 7 treasures glazed tower, hailed as the greatest support spirit, was, after all, merely this. He surveyed the stands, his gaze piercing. "Now, I offer you an opportunity. If anyone desires to challenge me, the cost is 500 gold soul coins for the privilege." Before he could finish, dozens of figures leapt into action, their shouts mingling with the clinking of coins and the resounding echoes of spirit manifestations. In this boiling chaos, the true monster of Shrek embraced challenges from all sides. For sending out battle invitations daily was rather mundane. A prominent name invites both admiration and disdain. Naturally, many harbored ill feelings towards Huo Yuhao. The battle here had transcended fairness. Several had entered the arena to challenge a monster, eager to experience the prowess of Shrek's true beast. From the shadows came a piercing sneer, merely a lucky wretch. 3 or 4 figures sprang forth from various directions, their spirit lights weaving a net in the air. Some hurled spiked iron chains, Others condensed ice spears at their fingertips, while yet others unfurled blood-red bat wings, their sharp fangs glistening with a toxic blue venom. Huo Yuhao, I challenge you. You must be desperate for money. Let me teach you a lesson. Even if one cannot defeat you, with so many against you, I wonder how long you can endure. 500 gold soul coins for a lesson. Huo Yuhao did not retreat but pressed forward, an invisible aura enveloping him. The moment the iron chain coiled around his neck, he twisted sharply, using the momentum to hurl the assailant into the air, his right fist crashing down with the force to shatter mountains. A scream erupted as the individual plummeted like a broken kite to the ground, blood streaming from their mouth and nose. In quick succession, an ice spear whizzed past his ear. Huo Yuhao lightly tapped his toes, gliding along the ground like a specter. A sweeping kick sent two opponents tumbling, and before the remaining challengers could react, he lunged forward, delivering a precise palm strike to the back of one's neck, rendering them as limp as a ragdoll. Amidst the rising chorus of wails, more figures ascended the battle platform. Some bore red-rimmed eyes. Others smirked coldly as they formed their ranks, the brilliance of their spirit manifestations illuminating the venue as brightly as day. Huo Yuhao seemed to meld into the tempest of the battlefield, his fists dancing like shadows, generating shockwaves that shattered every attack. His steps appeared casual, yet he consistently landed precisely upon his opponent's vulnerabilities, each punch resonating with the crisp sound of dislocated bones. The audience in the stands, who had initially mocked, gradually transformed their jeers into awe. Some clung to their seats, murmuring, "This is madness. This is beyond human combat." Others shouted hoarsely, "Stand down. You are courting death." To challenge Huo Yuhao? How shameless. At present, among the new students, if he dares to claim the second position, none would dare to assert they are first. Indeed, it is truly a futile endeavor. From a distance, Yan Shaozhe observed the scene and inquired, "Old Xian, should we intervene?" The old dringer's gaze sharpened as he held the wine jug at his lips. The sight of Huo Yuhao effortlessly dismantling his opponent's defenses caused the Sea God Pavilion token at his waist to grow warm. To repel others without using a martial soul, relying solely on his fists and feet, is indeed a force that could withstand the onslaught of thousands. He slammed his hand against the railing, causing the entire soul battle platform to tremble. Yan Shaozhe, if we call it off now, that would be the true waste of talent. I wish to see just how much potential Huo Yuhao possesses. Yan Shaozhe gazed at the tireless figure in the arena, his silver eyes gleaming with complex emotions. Each of Huo Yuhao's punches exuded a ruthlessness that transcended his age, yet he meticulously controlled the measure of his strength. This was not merely combat. It was a proclamation to all: the most fearsome monster of Shrek has only just revealed its fangs. Chapter 63. There is nothing I cannot do wave after wave. Having knocked down so many opponents, even Huo Yuhao appeared somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, the air ripped apart as two figures, imbued with a chilling aura, burst forth. Dai Huabin, his silver hair billowing, bore the white tiger insignia between his brows, glowing ominously, while Zhu Lu, clad in form-fitting attire, was enveloped by her dark spirit cat martial soul, her pupils transforming into eerie vertical slits, and her claws gleaming with a ghostly blue light under the spotlight. These two could indeed be considered unexpected guests. Huo Yuhao, after such a long battle, you must be utterly exhausted by now, Dai Huabin remarked, stroking the crackling electricity at his fingertips. The pressure from the white tiger martial soul crushed the tiles beneath his feet. Your feeble martial arts are mere child's play in the presence of true martial souls. I am well aware of your rising fame lately. Today, I shall shatter your reputation as the strongest and show them that I, Dai Huabin, am the true tiger among the new students. What responded to him was a fleeting shadow slicing through the air. Huo Yuhao surged towards Zhu Lu like an arrow released from its bow, the fierce winds from his punches generating explosive sounds. Zhu Lu barely had time to react before being hurled away by the sudden assault, crashing out of the ring's edge with a cry of unwillingness. Enough with the incessant chatter. Are you fighting or performing? Dai Huabin's silver-white hair stood on end like steel needles, the king's mark on his forehead flickering with a disquieting light. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. From afar, Yan Shaozhe furrowed his brow slightly. The evil eye white tiger, the direct descendant martial soul of the white tiger Duke's manor, truly lives up to its reputation. The venerable Xian showed no movement, his gaze fixated on Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, what a marvel you are, possessing not only extraordinary talent, but also formidable combat prowess. Just to what extent can you attain? It truly invites anticipation. Huo Yuhao's voice was as cold as ice, a faint mist of frost rising around him. Dai Huabin's pupils constricted sharply. He bent low, condensing a sphere of intense white light in the palm of his hand. White tiger's radiant wave. As the sphere tore through the air, Huo Yuhao's figure vanished in an uncanny manner. By the time Dai Huabin registered what had occurred, a heavy punch struck his face, causing a blinding pain that exploded into countless golden stars before his eyes. Before he could regain his footing, a flurry of punches rained down upon him like a tempest, landing with precision on the vulnerable spots of his martial spirit's defense. His abdomen, chest, and chin took successive blows. The relentless assault forced Dai Huabin into a retreat, utterly bewildered, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face marred with bruises. He realized he could no longer afford to remain passive. It was time to unleash that technique. As his third spirit ring illuminated, a dazzling golden light enveloped him. Third spirit skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Dai Huabin's roar split the air as the brilliance of his spirit ring surged, bolstering his form once more. His muscles, now as formidable as rock, bulged powerfully. And as he swung his tiger claws, the air was torn apart, leaving 5 crimson rifts in its wake. White Tiger's Protective Barrier. A heavy light shield surged towards Huo Yuhao, accompanied by a foul wind, shattering the tiles beneath. However, this seemingly lethal strike found only emptiness. Huo Yuhao's figure dissipated like smoke, and in the next moment, he appeared spectrally behind Dai Huabin. A fist struck heavily against the back of Dai Huabin's neck, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a deep impression in the arena. Is this all you can muster? Huo Yuhao stepped onto Dai Huabin's back, his boot grinding against the trembling spine. Foolish creature, do you truly believe that invoking your third spirit skill would enable you to defeat me? You are but a mere kitten. This taunt cut like a steel blade, igniting Dai Huabin's fury. His eyes bulged with blood, and his soul power erupted like a volcano. Huo Yuhao, how dare you humiliate me so? I shall have your life. Dai Huabin forced himself upright, his remaining right arm frantically gathering energy, all his soul power coalescing. Amidst the blinding white light, the air screamed as it tore apart. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai. The sphere plummeted like a falling star, distorting the space it traversed. Yet, in that moment, Huo Yuhao revealed a cold smile, slowly raising his palm, from which golden light surged forth. 100-meter-long golden dragon apparition burst forth, its scales shimmering with the brilliance of the sun, the roar resonating so powerfully that the entire arena trembled violently. The sheer terror of this unleashed power astonished the onlookers, although they had witnessed this technique before. The magnitude of such a battle and such a powerful move was always breathtaking. Naturally, the one directly involved felt the overwhelming force and quickly said, "Stop. I am of the White Tiger Duke's estate. Are you not afraid of the Duke's wrath?" However, Dai Huabin's threat was utterly drowned out by the dragon's roar. Huo Yuhao's gaze was as frigid as frost, his fist, imbued with the power to obliterate worlds, descended with thunderous force. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. No one I cannot vanquish. Do you presume that your affiliation with the Duke's residence grants you the audacity to act with impunity here? Since you have dared to ascend the soul-fighting platform, be prepared to engage in battle with me. In my presence, the Duke's residence holds no significance. With a resounding explosion, the platform was engulfed in a blinding golden light. The shockwave overturned the seating, and as the dust settled, Dai Huabin lay on the ground, his arms severed, unconscious. Huo Yuhao stood resolutely at the center of the tempest, surrounded by the ethereal visage of a golden dragon, its head raised in a mighty roar. Heavens! What is that soul spirit? Look, look, that dragon is magnificent. The audience erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps. Many surged towards the railing, their fingers nearly piercing the protective barrier. Young girls clutched their chests in shock, while boys gaped in awe at the 100-meter-long golden dragon that hovered behind Huo Yuhao, its cavernous maw exhaling dragon fire, each swish of its tail resonating through the air. Dai Huabin is truly unfortunate. Surviving such a blow would leave him irreparably damaged, some murmured, gazing at the figure on the stage who struggled to prop himself up, his eyes vacant. The White Tiger Duke's inherited soul spirit appeared diminutive beneath the oppressive presence of the golden dragon's illusion. Xuanzi's wine jug clattered to the ground, and for the first time, astonishment flickered in his murky old eyes. He staggered against the railing, watching as the golden patterns coursed around Huo Yuhao, resonating with the dragon's silhouette. And he uttered a low gasp of disbelief. This power, the bloodline within, surpasses even my own. Is that his soul spirit? Yan Shaoji's silver eyes shimmered, his hands clasped behind his back trembling slightly. He beheld the lean yet upright figure on the stage, and though uncertain, he was convinced that Huo Yuhao possessed a dual soul spirit, perhaps even more than that. Suddenly, Xuanzi erupted in hearty laughter, causing the nearby crystal chandelier to vibrate. He bent down to retrieve the wine jug and raised it to his lips, tears glistening in his eyes. Excellent. Excellent. This young lad is truly astonishing. Master Mu is indeed astute, his vision sharp. His voice cut through the clamor, laden with undeniable certainty. Such extraordinary talent will undoubtedly herald the emergence of a formidable powerhouse. The next legend of Shrek is upon us. After a while, the long-awaited holiday finally arrived. Huo Yuhao resolved to seek out his companions, perhaps to find support for himself. Thus, he journeyed to the extreme northern lands. Days later, amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, Yuhao's figure gradually blended into the vast expanse of white, leaving behind a trail of deep and shallow footprints. The biting cold swept through the air, rendering the world a desolate sea of white. A youthful silhouette traversed the snow-laden landscape of the far north. Huo Yuhao, who no longer required thick garments to retain warmth. The circulation of his profound internal energy, coupled with the cultivation of the samadhi true fire, rendered the chill inconsequential. In the sea of his mind, Tianmeng was exceedingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Yuhao, Yuhao, I am quite familiar with this place. Do you require my guidance as a tour guide?" Huo Yuhao replied, "No, I won't. I used to come here often." Tianmeng remarked, "I can finally see Bing Bing, yay?" Huo Yuhao shook his head helplessly. Although in his previous life, Tianmeng indeed pursued the Ice Emperor, his methods were somewhat questionable. He decided not to dwell on that matter any longer. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, and he wondered, "I wonder how she's doing. How will I meet her again?" The phantom of the Snow Emperor surfaced in his memories. That icy blue silhouette had appeared countless times in his dreams. He rehearsed the scene of their reunion in his mind, sometimes imagining himself calmly saying, "Long time no see," and at other times, worrying about being perceived as an unwelcome guest. He contemplated various approaches, such as, "Snow Emperor, it's been a while, we were friends," or "Snow Emperor, I harbor no ill intentions, I merely wish to discuss some matters with you." The question remained, in what manner should he present himself to her, and how should he explain his arrival? This was indeed a dilemma. Chapter 64. What resolution can be found in the word emotion? The biting cold wind whisked away fine ice crystals across the vast snowfield. Deep within the immovable glaciers of the extreme north, two figures radiating a chilling presence stood poised. The Ice and Snow Emperors, with their ice blue and emerald green eyes, rippled with awareness, their keen perceptions capturing the familiar yet strange aura as soon as Huo Yuhao stepped into this realm, akin to a flickering star in the cold night, exuding a heart-stirring warmth. As he treaded upon the crunching snow, Huo Yuhao gazed up at the towering ice peaks. Memories surged like a tidal wave. This land, blanketed in ice and snow, bore the imprints of his previous life in every inch. Upon crossing the periphery and finally reaching the core area, two elongated figures emerged from the swirling snow, as if awaiting him for some time. "Schwer, is that the human you are so enamored with? They don't seem particularly special." The Ice Emperor leaned against an ice pillar, her voice frigid as frost, her fingertips lightly tapping the profound ice, sending delicate ice flowers scattering. The Snow Emperor, draped in a flowing silver gown that danced without wind, was surrounded by a gentle mist that softened the icy fog. She shook her head slightly. Her eyes filled with tenderness. "All right, Binger, Yuhao is a truly wonderful person." She gently brushed away the snowflakes from her temple, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Let us go." Huo Yuhao's steps abruptly halted as the two figures, one white and one green, approached slowly. The Snow Emperor radiated a sacred glow. Resembling a fairy formed of ice and snow, the Ice Emperor exuded a cold and captivating brilliance, akin to a blade forged in the chill of the moon. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the characters of Bai and Qing from the tale of the White Snake. At this moment, standing at the crossroads of fate, he felt as if he had become Su Xian within this icy realm. There were no dramatic reunions, no tokens of lost and found. Only the pure emotions circulating in the air, akin to the most ancient of ballads, quietly resonating across the silent snowfield. The Snow Emperor glided gracefully, her skirt sweeping over the ground, causing the once rigid ice to seem as soft as clouds. Huo Yuhao stood transfixed, his breath quickening. The Snow Empress is breathtakingly beautiful. Her visage, akin to a crystal sculpture, is further accentuated by the swirling snow, rendering her even more ethereal than he remembered. Her beauty is unparalleled, as if she encapsulates the very essence of the ice and snow of the far north. He had meticulously rehearsed the words he wished to utter upon their meeting. Yet at this moment, all his prepared excuses dissipated into thin air, leaving only a heart brimming with astonishment and fluttering emotions. As they drew near, their gazes locking for the briefest instant, the Snow Empress softly spoke. "Yuhua, you have come." Her voice, akin to celestial music, carried an uncanny familiarity that transcended time itself. Huo Yuhao stood utterly bewildered. He had never encountered this incarnation of the Snow Empress. Yet her tone was so natural, as if they had known each other for ages. Yuhua, I still remember you. The Snow Empress raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing against Huo Yuhao's cheek, her eyes filled with a deep affection that spanned lifetimes. No matter how time flows, I shall always remember you. The howling cold wind swept past Huo Yuhao's ears, and her parting whisper lingered in his heart. Yuhua, until we meet again in the next life, may the ice goddess bless you. This promise burned in the depths of his memory like a deep blue flame blossoming upon a millennium-old ice. What is love in this world that compels one to pledge their life for another? The ancient lament penned by Yuan Haowen now resonated as the most fitting reflection of his inner turmoil. When he and the Snow Empress's gazes intertwined once more, it felt as though the entirety of the far north held its breath. The suspended ice crystals ceased their descent, and time seemed to be gently slowed by an unseen hand. No words were exchanged. The universe was filled only with the silhouettes of two souls gazing at one another. Huo Yuhao's heart raced. Nothing had truly changed. The queries that had plagued his mind regarding why the Snow Empress remembered him became inconsequential. Did the fabled ice goddess truly exist, returning with her memories and longing? In this moment, such ponderings lost their significance. The laughter-filled eyes before him. This familiarity that transcended time eclipsed all answers. A rare, gentle smile blossomed on the Snow Empress's exquisitely beautiful face. Over the long passage of time, she had borne the anguish of waiting and longing alone, wandering through the solitary river of time. Yet, the instant Huo Yuhao appeared within her sight, all her suffering vanished, and every moment of waiting attained meaning. She had long forgotten the pain of millennia spent in longing. At this moment, everything felt worthwhile. Some emotions lie buried like embers beneath the surface. No matter how time may pass, a gentle breeze of reunion can ignite a blazing inferno. A rare smile graced her stunning visage. She understood he would come. Some memories are painful, yet others echo in her mind, filling her with happiness. Certain feelings do not wane with the passage of time, no matter the realm. As long as you stand before me, my heart will recognize you instantly. Your presence makes it leap, transforming this cold domain into a warm embrace. Even the hardest ice shall melt into the spring waters, radiating warmth. She distinctly perceived that her heart awakened in the instant she laid eyes upon him, the once frozen tremors transforming into the warmth of spring's thaw, enveloping the entirety of this northernmost realm. As Machado eloquently expressed in Dreams of Childhood, all roses release their fragrance, and any infatuation will bloom with emotion. Love possesses a mysterious enchantment, quietly arriving to alter everything unexpectedly. It allows one to soar upon the clouds of happiness, yet can also lead one astray in blindness. The seeds it plants in the heart grow wildly under the nourishment of time, and by the time one realizes their presence, the heart is already in disarray. Love undoubtedly brings bliss, yet it renders one blind, obscuring the path ahead and driving one to madness in the dark. It plants seeds within the heart, which, unbeknownst to the individual, flourish until the moment of realization leaves the heart in turmoil. The memories of the Snow Empress unfurled like a snow-laden tapestry before her. Fragments from millennia past, the thrill of their first encounter, the warmth of companionship, and the final farewell accompanied by promises, played repeatedly in her mind. Those cherished recollections transformed into the sweetest of burdens, solidifying her belief that this transcendent love would never be diminished by the passage of time. Beneath the heavy, leaden sky, delicate snowflakes fell like stardust from the Milky Way, enhancing the poetic allure of this already silver-clad northern expanse. The Snow Empress tilted her face upward, allowing the crystalline snow to settle upon her lashes, her lips curving into a gentle smile. If we were to share this snowfall, it would be akin to growing old together. Though we may never truly walk hand in hand through this vast world until our hair turns white with age. As long as I can stand beside you. Her voice gradually softened, imbued with a youthful shyness and hopeful anticipation. Would this not signify a different kind of growing old together? Huo Yuhao's heart trembled violently. The affection flowing through the Snow Empress's words washed over his parched soul like melted snow. The unrequited love of past lives and the regrets obstructed by fate transformed into a surging wave within his chest. He suddenly recalled the tearful admonition of the Snow Empress at their parting, remembering the poignant gaze she cast upon him in her final moments, filled with reluctance and hope. A memory that had pierced his soul countless times. In this lifetime, he silently vowed never to let this profound affection go to waste again. Love should be boldly proclaimed. Hesitation only allows precious individuals to slip away unnoticed. This heart-wrenching realization resonated deeply within him. Beside them, the Ice Emperor furrowed her brow, disbelief rippling in her eyes. She had never witnessed such fervor in the Snow Empress, the typically aloof spirit of ice and snow. The three great monarchs of the far north now stood before her, unreservedly revealing their deep affection for humanity. The gaze of the Snow Empress directed at Huo Yuhao seemed to encapsulate the entire world within her loving eyes. Longing surged like a tidal wave, and love blazed like a fierce fire, completely overturning the Ice Emperor's perception of her. Huo Yuhao's breath quickened. The Snow Empress's words acted as a fuse, igniting the long-suppressed emotions within him, leading to an explosive release. He involuntarily took a step forward, his eyes entwined with affection, guilt, and resolve. The shackles within his heart shattered with a thunderous crack, all concerns cast aside. With a long arm, he embraced the Snow Empress's soft form tightly in his arms. The coolness from her hair met his palm, and the familiar scent of ice and snow lingered at the tip of his nose. In that moment, reason was utterly drowned by emotion. He gently cradled the back of the Snow Empress's head, and as she gasped in surprise, he leaned down to kiss those lips that had haunted his dreams. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The howling northern wind fell silent, and the swirling snowflakes hung suspended in the air, silent witnesses to this passionate kiss. The Snow Empress was first taken aback, but then she closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Huo Yuhao's neck. All her longing and waiting transformed into a tender response between their lips. It was unclear how long they remained entwined, but eventually, they slowly parted, their foreheads touching. The love reflected in their gazes nearly overflowing. The Ice Empress's nails dug deep into her palm as she looked at the embracing couple, a low call escaping her throat. Schwer, her voice tinged with a bittersweetness and melancholy she herself had not noticed. Her emerald eyes swirling with complex emotions, seeming to convey both blessings and an ineffable sense of loss. Huo Yuhao's mental sea rippled like the shimmering surface of a lake caressed by spring winds. The illusory ice silkworm floated in the azure whirlpool of spiritual energy, its silver robe swaying gently to an invisible rhythm, a smile curling at its lips like ripples spreading outwards, despite all efforts to contain it. The delight and joy in its eyes could not be hidden. The dreaming ice silkworm widened its amethyst-like eyes, its plump body suddenly springing into the air, scattering a flurry of delicate spiritual sparks. My heavens! When did Yuhao become so bold? That is the Snow Empress, the supreme of the three kings of the far north. It waved its tentacles, incredulously gazing at the scene outside. Could it be that the Snow Empress was truly blushing? This eternal ice mountain has genuinely been warmed by Yuhao. The voice of the dreaming ice was filled with astonishment, mingled with a hint of nostalgia for their blossoming youth. The essence of love is as mysterious as flowers in the fog or the moon reflected in water, an enigma that has eluded understanding for centuries. Huo Yuhao and the Snow Empress exchanged smiles, their fingers interlocking as if they had grasped eternity. Their entwined figures in the wind and snow resembled two celestial bodies traversing through time and space, finally meeting, even as the tides of time shift and change. This moment of tenderness was enough to crystallize into eternity. Of course, this enduring affection would continue to unfold in the years to come. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to speak, the Snow Empress's fair, jade-like fingertip gently covered his lips. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting butterfly-wing shadows on her cheeks, a faint blush blooming on her ice crystal-like face. Yuhao, call me Schwer. Her voice was as soft as the first melting snow, carrying the unique sweetness and anticipation of a young girl, resonating with the deepest corners of Huo Yuhao's heart. A tremor ran through Huo Yuhao's heart, a warm smile gracing his lips, his gaze soft enough to draw tears. Yes, Schwer, a mere word. Yet it bore the weight of 1,000 sentiments. In the depths of his mental sea, the dreaming ice silkworm suddenly wriggled its body, grumbling in discontent. Hey, Rainhow, I trust you have not forgotten the purpose of our arduous journey to this frigid northern expanse. Your restless tendrils flail about. Do you wish to forsake the acquisition of the third martial soul? Cease your incessant clamor, you loquacious creature. Ilex waved his hand with a smile, an intangible force of mental energy materializing as a gentle barrier to quiet the incessant chatter of Tianmeng. Rainhow and the Snow Maiden have traversed the cycles of reincarnation to reunite. Let us not tarnish this moment with discord. Some connections are far more precious than anything else. He gazed upon the two souls entwined in the outside world, his eyes brimming with the warmth and blessings of a venerable elder. Let them savor this moment in its entirety. Chapter 65. An unexpected fate. The Snow Empress's alabaster fingers delicately entwined with Huo Yuhao's arm, her silver eyes shimmering with emotions so profound they seemed almost tangible. She leaned gently against him, the crisp fragrance of snow pines mingling with the warmth radiating from his being, together crafting a gentle sanctuary amidst the biting cold winds of the far north. Huo Yuhao lowered his gaze to the person beside him, His heart, once tumultuous at their reunion, now beat steadily. Yet the tenderness blooming in his eyes was purer and deeper than a millennium of frozen ice. No matter how exquisite the blizzards of the extreme north may be, nothing compares to your significance in my heart. Huo Yuhao whispered softly, his palm covering the Snow Empress's hand resting in the crook of his arm. He had once believed this place to be nothing but endless chill, but now, with you beside me, even the falling snowflakes have become mere embellishments. Before he could finish his thought, the Snow Empress's earlobe flushed with a delicate hue, as if the very dawn of the snow-covered plains had infused her skin with its glow. This desolate northern land held little beauty until you graced it with your presence. This vast expanse of snow is eclipsed by the mere sight of you. The unfulfilled promises of past lives, the regrets of enforced separation, now quietly melted away with the warmth of their embrace. Huo Yuhao clenched his fist, his nails nearly piercing his palm. In this lifetime, he vowed not to allow the machinery of fate to shatter this hard-won bond. As the conversation gradually shifted to serious matters, Huo Yuhao's expression turned grave. Schwerer, regarding the second martial soul and the divine creation plan, before he could complete his thought, the Snow Empress gently pressed her hand upon his. Her voice soothing. Do not worry, Binger and I have already reached a consensus. Her gaze, laden with determination and strategic insight, filled Huo Yuhao with warmth, making him feel that Schwerer was not only an excellent partner, but also a reliable ally in battle. Turning to the silent Ice Empress, Huo Yuhao spoke earnestly. Ice Empress, you are my friend as well. If you do not wish to merge, if you do not desire to become my spirit, I shall not impose. I will find a way to help you evade your great calamity. A sudden tempest of frost enveloped the Ice Empress, her emerald eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Humph, you possess a degree of discernment. Schwerer, your choice is more agreeable than I had anticipated. That is splendid. Since you have expressed your sentiments thus, Schwerer, I trust you will not decline? The Snow Empress called softly to Binger, her voice imbued with a unique understanding that only they shared. The visage of the Snow Empress, trapped in her prolonged wait a millennium ago, remains vividly etched in memory. At that time, she would invariably gaze into a singular direction, undeterred by the tempestuous cold and howling winds, her eyes alight with unwavering hope. He will come, albeit not at this moment. Until his arrival, I must not seek him out. That way, he shall remain unharmed. At long last, this transcendent wait has found its echo. Huo Yuhao turned to the Ice Empress, his tone resolute. Fear not, Snow Empress. I have now acquired a second soul. I cannot compel the Ice Empress to undertake actions against her will. The Ice Empress's gaze flickered, and she abruptly turned to the Ice Emperor, a sly smile gracing her lips. Very well. Binger, since you are reluctant to merge with Yuhao as his spirit, would you kindly assist me in safeguarding him? The Ice Emperor made an exasperated sound, yet the chill emanating from her subsided. Fine, fine. Since you insist, I shall observe whether this young man truly deserves your affection. Her words carried an air of impatience, but her fingers absent-mindedly caressed the icy spikes at her waist, perhaps unbeknownst to her. A flicker of curiosity towards the individual before her stirred beneath her cold demeanor. Huo Yuhao raised his hand to form a seal, his ethereal mental energy coalescing into arcane runes at his fingertips, which swiftly vanished into the Ice Emperor's brow. In the days to come, I shall rely on you to protect my path, Ice Emperor. His gaze was piercing, his tone steady. I have cast a spell upon you, ensuring that even a titled Douluo shall not discern your true identity. With that, a gentle golden radiance emanated from his palm. A stream of divine power infused with the essence of wrath slowly entering the Ice Emperor's being. The pact we forge will not only allow you to summon the source of anger from the emotional divine realm at will, but it will also establish a unique psychic connection. Should you find yourself in peril, I shall sense it at once and arrive post-haste. Turning to the Snow Empress, his expression softened with added gravity. Snower, the same applies to you. I have linked the essence of sorrow to your soul, thus ensuring that I will also perceive any events concerning you at the earliest opportunity. This serves as a safeguard for both of you. Whether facing great calamities or other challenges, I am aware that few on the continent may pose a threat to you. However, we must remain vigilant against adversaries lurking across the land. In essence, this involves reinstating the original 7 emotions for the spirits to govern. Additionally, I am contemplating the introduction of a mechanism whereby, following the pact, Huo Yuhao could harness their abilities. In the future, the Ice Emperor might encounter fortuitous opportunities, such as the Ice Blast technique, with the Snow Empress, as a principal heroine, likely receiving greater chances, given her status as one of the main consorts. During these past few days, he did not hasten his departure but chose to remain in the far north. accompanying the Snow Empress. They engaged in countless conversations and shared tender moments, spending a full week together. Throughout these 7 days, the icy expanse of the far north seemed to be imbued with a gentle hue. Huo Yuhao and the Snow Empress wandered side by side among the glaciers, sometimes leaning against each other to admire the resplendent auroras of the Arctic, and at other times pausing to behold the rare verdancy upon the ice plains. The Snow Empress leaned gently against Huo Yuhao's shoulder, whispering softly, "Yuhao, how wonderful it would be if time could forever linger in this moment." Her fingertips delicately combed through Huo Yuhao's hair, her voice brimming with affection. Huo Yuhao lowered his head to kiss her forehead, his eyes filled with resolve. "It will be so. Once I have avenged the deep grievances of blood and mastered sufficient power, I shall take you to traverse every inch of the Douluo continent, witnessing the splendor of the world in all its glory." The two exchanged smiles, and a sweet atmosphere flowed through the air. In the distance, the Ice Emperor clenched the hem of her garment, a bitter mist welling up in her eyes. She gazed at the unprecedented happiness gracing the Snow Empress's face, and a tumult of emotions stirred within her. "Why, Hershweth, I have accompanied you for so much longer." Crystal tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling to the cold ground and instantly crystallizing into ice. At that moment, the dream ice silkworm emerged from Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, its rotund body wriggling as it approached the Ice Emperor, its tendrils wiggling playfully. "Don't be sad, Bing Bing, you still have me. Get lost." The Ice Emperor, enraged and embarrassed, raised her hand to launch an ice spear, sending the dream ice silkworm retreating hastily back into the sea of consciousness. Elrex floated above the clouds of the sea of consciousness, observing the scene below with a contented smile. Silvery lights swirled around him, reminiscent of a benevolent father watching his child embark on a new life. From his perspective as a mentor, he looked upon Huo Yuhao with pride. "Yuhao, seeing you find such a devoted companion fills my heart with joy. I earnestly wish for your continued happiness, and all I can do is strive with all my might to protect this happiness." The aurora danced across the horizon 7 times, and the rhythm of the snowstorm in the far north silently shifted. Standing on the jagged cliffs of ice, Huo Yuhao gazed upon the surging waves of snow below, finally realizing that his return was imminent. This journey to the northern lands not only completed the crucial spirit ring of his fragmented spirit martial soul, but also unexpectedly brought him a remarkable fate, a 50,000-year-old ice silkworm. Huo Yuhao pondered that transforming the ice silkworm into a spirit would be a blessing, and thus he forged a contract with the spirit. Interestingly, this ice silkworm turned out to be female, and upon entering the sea of consciousness, it unexpectedly developed a fondness for the dream ice silkworm, who, in turn, had feelings for the Ice Emperor, creating a peculiar triangular dynamic. Nevertheless, the Ice Emperor remained infatuated with the Snow Empress. The ice silkworm's soft tendrils playfully entwined around the dream ice silkworm, its voice as charming as the sound of melting snow. "So, you are the legendary million-year soul beast." The dream ice silkworm's crystalline core blushed and quivered in the sea of consciousness, stammering a response, utterly devoid of its usual poise. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor observed coldly, an involuntary chill radiating from her, crystallizing the surrounding air into delicate ice flowers. This delicate triangular relationship added a whimsical and humorous atmosphere to the already vibrant sea of consciousness. "It is time to give you a name," Huo Yuhao mused, lightly tapping his fingertip to his brow as he contemplated the lively figure of the ice silkworm. In a moment of reverie, the earnest visage of the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, flashed through his mind, and a smile graced his lips. "How about we call you Xiaobing? It reflects your essence beautifully." Indeed, the matter of naming posed quite a conundrum for Huo Yuhao. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. Bing Xiong Wang Xiaobai. Thus, using Xiaobai as a template, he decided to name her Xiaobing. Xiaobing's crystalline body shimmered like a lively blue light, joyfully spiraling around Tianmeng, as wisps of icy mist enveloped her in a jubilant aura. "Tianmeng Gu, I have a name now. I have a name." Her voice chimed like a delicate ice bell, each word brimming with uncontainable delight, as her tendrils playfully nudged Tianmeng's round, glistening core. Flustered, Tianmeng hastily retreated, his core reflecting a state of alarm. "Please, don't come any closer. My preference lies with the Ice Emperor." He declared his feelings loudly while dodging her approach, attempting to draw a line between them. Yet, Xiaobing, akin to an affectionate vine, drew nearer, her silver blue eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Is Xiaobing not good enough?" Her tone bore a hint of grievance, reminiscent of a forsaken young creature. In a state of panic, Tianmeng flailed within the sea of consciousness, stammering his defense. "I don't know. Just, don't come too close, keep your distance. However, his clumsy rejection seemed feeble against Xiao Bing's unwavering insistence. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Ilex, erupted into laughter, his silver hair fluttering. Ha ha ha, great bug, you have met your match today. Aren't you usually so imposing? Tianmeng drooped his tendrils, the luster of his core dimming slightly as he wore a despondent expression. Ilex, please refrain from mocking me. His mournful tone elicited another wave of laughter from the sea of consciousness. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, Xiao Bing mischievously circled back, while Tianmeng clumsily attempted to evade her. The joyful laughter of Ilex intertwined with the scene, crafting a lively symphony that infused this mental realm with vibrant energy. As the moment of parting approached, Huo Yuhao retrieved a frost-emitting celestial herb from the soul guide. The herb, with its jade-like smoothness, emanated a soft blue glow amidst the swirling snow, its veins shimmering like starlight. Shui air, this herb was fortuitously found at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Though your prowess may not require such external aid, it is nonetheless a token of my heartfelt intentions. He gently placed the herb in the palm of the Snow Emperor, its temperature melting the surrounding snow into tiny droplets. Once I have resolved the matters at hand, I shall return to seek you. The Snow Emperor's fingertips brushed against the celestial herb, her eyes misting over. Be cautious on your journey. Do not act recklessly in the face of danger. She rose on her toes, tying a strand of her silver hair adorned with ice crystals around Huo Yuhao's wrist, adding, should you call, I will surely sense it. The biting cold wind swept through the space where their fingers met, transforming her gentle admonition into the most poignant vow amidst the heavens and earth. The frigid gust stirred snowflakes, crystallizing upon Huo Yuhao's cloak. He turned back repeatedly until the silhouette of the Snow Emperor faded into the white expanse. Finally clenching his fist and stepping into the swirling snowstorm, the Snow Emperor stood barefoot upon the icy crystal, enduring the piercing chill that stung her feet. She gazed at the gradually vanishing figure, murmuring softly, her breath forming delicate ice crystals in the frigid air. Huo Yuhao. Her voice was so faint it seemed it could be swept away by the wind and snow. Yet it bore the weight of 1,000 years of unfulfilled affection and the deep emotions of the present moment. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the celestial herb left behind by Huo Yuhao, as if she could still feel the warmth of his palm. Unbeknownst to her, tears had gathered on her eyelashes, falling and instantly freezing into glistening beads of ice. The fierce blizzards of the far north raged on, yet they could not diminish the fiery gaze of the Snow Empress. She stared longingly into the distance, as if she wished to engrave every step of Huo Yuhao's departure into the depths of her soul. That upright silhouette, that cloak billowing in the cold wind, gradually overlapped with the figure etched in her memory. The resolute decision he made to turn away and face death eons ago, now intertwined with the bittersweet affection of his departure, weaving an enchanting tableau that transcended time. All farewells in the world may be but a prelude to a more grand and beautiful reunion. The Snow Empress tilted her head towards the leaden sky, allowing the snowflakes to kiss her face. 2 lifetimes of love, several cycles of reincarnation, and those memories, both sweet and bitter, surged forth like a tide. From the fleeting glance of their first encounter to the heart-wrenching separation of life and death, and now to this brief yet precious reunion, it all felt like a grand dream. Throughout the long years, she had awakened countless times from dreams, reaching out only to grasp at emptiness. Yet today, witnessing his safety was the greatest blessing of fate. 2 lifetimes of affection, how many times have they returned? Everything feels like a vast dream. Awakening from the dream, finding him absent, a mere blink has passed a millennium. To see him safe is the utmost joy. May you be well and prosperous, and may all be well. The Snow Empress clasped her hands together, infusing the most sincere blessings into the wind and snow. She understood that this farewell was not an ending, but rather a new beginning. At some unknown moment, the wheels of destiny would turn once more, allowing them to reunite in an even more splendid manner. With this thought, a gentle smile graced her lips as she turned and stepped into the vast snowy expanse, leaving behind a trail of footprints gradually buried by the snowstorm, narrating this timeless tale of profound love. Chapter 66, The Potential Shura Field. Perfectly resolved in order to conceal the origin of the celestial herb, Huo Yuhao indeed ventured into the sunset forest once more, fortuitously bringing the Ice Empress along to engage in a heist, acquiring numerous treasures. When Huo Yuhao and the mysterious girl with emerald hair and eyes stepped into Shrek Academy, it immediately stirred a whirlwind of excitement among the students. They gathered in the corridors, whispering and exchanging glances. I heard Huo Yuhao returned with a girl. She is truly beautiful. Upon hearing this news, the dean, Yin Xiaozhe, almost sprinted to them. He looked at the faintly shimmering green halo surrounding the Ice Empress. His face flushed with excitement, and he hugged Huo Yuhao's leg, shaking it vigorously. Yuhao, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, unceasing, and like the overflowing Yellow River, uncontrollable. His exaggerated actions elicited stifled laughter from the surrounding students, though their eyes were filled with envy. He clung to Huo Yuhao's leg, nearly conveying an intention to kiss him, though that too was an exaggeration. However, he was indeed beaming with joy. This Huo Yuhao was truly a remarkable individual, effortlessly possessing a top-tier beast martial spirit coupled with the purest ice. The Ice Emperor cast a frigid glance over the crowd, her tone devoid of warmth. I am merely a temporary guardian, do not misunderstand. An aura of chill radiated from her, crystallizing into delicate ice flowers upon the ground. Yin Xiaozhe, however, grinned more cunningly, rubbing his hands together. Since you are the guardian, this young lady should temporarily reside in Huo Yuhao's dormitory. He feigned a long sigh, presenting a troubled expression. To be frank, we find ourselves somewhat helpless. After all, our academy is quite renowned in the Soul Master community, and recently, the number of enrollees has surged tremendously, to the extent that even the storage room has been converted into dormitories. Yin Xiaozhe cast a sidelong glance at Huo Yuhao, who subtly signaled him. Huo Yuhao's dormitory was indeed quite spacious. Originally a shared room, it had been transformed into a private suite, perfectly suited for your guardianship. The Ice Emperor furrowed her brow, an abrupt surge of coldness enveloping her, a faint flush appearing on her face. How can a prestigious institution like Shrek Academy be unable to spare a single room? This is quite an unusual circumstance. Yin Xiaozhe, undeterred, chuckled. Moreover, given your harmonious relationship, sharing meals and living together would facilitate your responsibilities as guardians. His mischievous gaze darted between the two. Huo Yuhao stood there, stunned, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Yin Xiaozhe's eager demeanor, as if he wished to directly shove the Ice Emperor into his dormitory, left Huo Yuhao's mind in disarray. This once dignified dean now resembled a sly old fox delighted by a hunt. What on earth, old deng, what are you scheming? Your eyes are not right. He mentally berated, yet his survival instinct compelled him to swallow his words, leaving him to awkwardly gaze at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor, surrounded by a mist of cold, her ethereal azure eyes sweeping over Huo Yuhao's tense profile. For the sake of the Snow Empress's instructions, and to ensure this human lad posed no hidden dangers, she lightly huffed. In that case, I shall temporarily reside here for a while. Before her words could fully settle, Huo Yuhao nearly leaped from his spot, his astonished gaze seemingly questioning. Wait, you actually agreed? He belatedly recognized the more pressing issue, not to mention the Ice Emperor. If the Snow Empress and Shoer were to come seeking him, they could hardly all fit in a cramped dormitory. Cold sweat trickled down his spine as he silently vowed. He must quickly devise a plan to save money for a house. Living in the dormitory indefinitely would be quite troublesome. Meanwhile, within Class 5, Ning Tian gripped her pen tightly, her knuckles turning pale, her eyes gleaming with fervor. That earth-shattering strike, the soul power emanating from him, could easily overshadow 10 soul sovereigns. She abruptly rose, slamming the book she held onto the table, resolute in her determination to recruit Huo Yuhao into the 7-treasure glazed tile school, regardless of the cost. Wu Feng sat languidly in his chair, still ensnared by the shadows of that fateful battle. It became evident that he had held back during our confrontation. She wiped her face, recalling the once arrogant scion of the White Tiger Duke's estate, now reduced to a pitiful state with just one arm remaining. Her voice trembled as she spoke. That young lord of the White Tiger Duke's family had been bested to the point of losing an arm. Ning Tian gazed out the window at the fluttering ginkgo leaves, her tone heavy with gravity. He is now formidable enough to instill fear in an entire sect. Should we allow him to grow unchecked? Once he spreads his wings, the entirety of the 7-treasure glazed tile school may find itself inadequate. It is no longer a matter of whether he qualifies to join our sect, but rather whether our sect is worthy of aspiring to his level. The urgency of this talent competition loomed unprecedentedly in her eyes. In the classroom, the morning light streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows upon Huo Yuhao's desk. The Ice Emperor resembled a statue carved from ice and snow, her emerald hair styled into twin ponytails, her striking green eyes unwaveringly fixed in his direction. The chilling aura surrounding her caused the air to shimmer with delicate frost patterns. Ice Emperor, is it truly necessary for you to gaze at me so? Ha ha. Huo Yuhao chuckled awkwardly, his peripheral vision catching the envious glances from his classmates. The boys clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. The classroom resonating with a chorus of sighs. Why does the goddess always orbit around Huo Yuhao? At that moment, the classroom door was gently pushed open. Ma Xiaotao and Jiang Nannan entered, cradling exquisite lunchboxes, the sweet aroma of food wafting through the air. However, when their eyes fell upon the cold figure beside Huo Yuhao, their steps abruptly halted. The Ice Emperor slowly raised her gaze. Her crystalline features devoid of makeup, yet strikingly beautiful. The frost between her brows and the chill at the corners of her lips vividly embodied the essence of extreme ice. She casually brushed aside her cascading emerald locks, the motion dimming the sunlight that poured into the room. Jiang Nannan unconsciously tightened her grip on the edge of the lunchbox, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. "A girl so beautiful has appeared beside Yuhao," she murmured, biting her lower lip as complex emotions swirled in her eyes. Ma Xiaotao narrowed her eyes, keenly sensing the icy aura enveloping the Ice Emperor. Does this girl exude the essence of extreme ice as well? What is the nature of their relationship? Cowering behind them, Xiao Xiao timidly peeked out, only to be startled back by the Ice Emperor's piercing gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. That girl's presence is so powerful. The three girls hastily set down their lunchboxes, their previously buoyant steps now heavy with dejection as they turned to leave. "Seniors, wait a moment." Huo Yuhao quickly rose, calling Ma Xiaotao to the corner of the corridor. The gentle spring breeze ruffled the youthful girl's rosy hair, and Ma Xiaotao forced a calm smile. "Thanks to your suppression of the malevolent fire, I have not been consumed by it." She fiddled with the hem of her skirt, a blush creeping to her earlobes. "Is that girl your girlfriend?" Huo Yuhao was taken aback, hastily shaking his head, his ears burning with urgency. "Of course not. She is a friend I have known for quite some time, who has been of immense help to me." His gaze is sincere and earnest. How could the senior sister think otherwise? The sunlight falls upon his earnest brows and eyes, infusing this moment of clarity with a touch of fervent warmth. The gentle rays of spring sunlight filter through the mottled leaves of the phoenix tree, casting a mosaic of fragmented shadows on the corridor floor. Ma Xiaotao lowered her eyes and gently placed the lunchbox into Huo Yuhao's palm, the lingering warmth of her fingertips seemingly more intense than the food contained within. Biting her lip, she lifted her gaze, her ears flushed to the point of near bleeding. "Yes, I believe you." Her voice was as delicate as a feather carried by the breeze, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Huo Yuhao's heart. He looked up at Ma Xiaotao, his mind a whirlpool of complex emotions. Reflecting on their past, he spoke earnestly. "I promised the senior sister that I would ensure your complete transformation, freeing you from suffering." As he spoke, he cautiously retrieved a plant radiating an extraordinary glow. "Senior Ma, this is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which I stumbled upon during my quest for a soul ring. By absorbing and refining it, you will be able to thoroughly purify the malevolent energy within you and become a true fire phoenix. I assure you, I will fulfill my promise." Ma Xiaotao's gaze was instantly captivated by the ethereal herb, her eyes brimming with disbelief and delight. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "This is the celestial herb used by our ancestor, Ma Hongjun. Not only can it completely purify the vile fire, but it can also enhance soul power." Before she could finish, her overwhelming excitement could no longer be contained. She suddenly lunged forward and embraced Huo Yuhao tightly. Huo Yuhao, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, stammered, Senior Ma, there's no need to be so excited." He gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her emotions. Ma Xiaotao released him, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice choked. "Yuhao, I truly do not know how to thank you." Huo Yuhao smiled tenderly, his tone gentle. All right, senior sister, there's no need for such excitement. Hurry and refine it. You must have been waiting for this day." His smile, akin to the warm sun of spring, dispelled the last remnants of gloom in Ma Xiaotao's heart. Not far away, Jiang Nannan clutched her lunchbox, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. Typically aloof, she was particularly attentive to Huo Yuhao. At that moment, witnessing the hushed exchange between Ma Xiaotao and Huo Yuhao in the corner, her heart tightened and her steps instinctively quickened, eager to uncover the truth. As she approached slowly, she could only see the hurried departure of Ma Xiaotao. Huo Yuhao's voice rang out at just the right moment. "Nannan, could you come here for a moment, please?" Jiang Nannan stepped forward, softly replying, "Yuhao, I came to bring you lunch," but recalling the hostile gaze of the Ice Emperor from earlier. She glanced at the lunchbox left by Ma Xiaotao in Huo Yuhao's hand, and her unease intensified. "What is your relationship with that girl?" Huo Yuhao took out a translucent celestial herb from his soul guide, smiling as he explained. "You mean Bingyu? She is an old friend of mine. By the way, Senior Nannan, this is a gift I found while hunting soul beasts. I hope you like it." He extended his hand, offering the 8-petal celestial orchid. This will swiftly enhance your soul power. In a moment of clarity, Jiang Nanin's lips quivered slightly as she gazed at the ethereal herb radiating a gentle glow. Her inner doubts dissipated instantaneously, and the unspoken words transformed into a soft murmur. She realized, so it was that she had been captivated by Huo Yuhao's tender smile. A warm current surging within her, washing away all her anxieties and concerns in that fleeting instant. Before her words could fully escape, Huo Yuhao seized the moment. His smile as gentle as crushed moonlight. Just like you, as friends, I wish to present you with some gifts, hoping you will become even more outstanding. He paused, his gaze drifting over Jiang Nanin's glimmering eyelashes, adding, though senior sister is already quite remarkable. Moreover, he mused, I cannot let your kindness go unreciprocated after enjoying your hospitality for so long. His light smile resembled a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples of warmth. This sincere goodwill seemed to touch the softest corners of their hearts, and both girls felt tears welling in their eyes, moved by the gesture. Shimmering droplets lingered on their lashes before cascading down their flushed cheeks. Thank you, they managed to choke out, leaving Huo Yuhao momentarily at a loss. Flustered, he fumbled for a handkerchief, awkward yet tenderly wiping away Jiang Nanin's tears, his ears flushing with a soft hue. Long after Huo Yuhao had departed, Jiang Nanin clutched the warm handkerchief, her gaze following the silhouette of the boy as he walked away. Gently, she cradled the lunchbox, her fingers tracing the patterns on its surface. The aroma of the meal mingled with the lingering warmth of her fluttering heart, enveloping her in a gentle haze as twilight descended. Ultimately, Jiang Nanin stealthily delivered the lunchbox to Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, upon entering the classroom, Xiao Xiao, clutching her books, unexpectedly encountered Huo Yuhao approaching with a smile. When the herb, imbued with a faint medicinal fragrance, was presented to her, her almond-shaped eyes widened, and her earlobes blushed crimson. Is this for me? She stammered, covering her burning cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Huo Yuhao affirmed. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Xiao's eyes glimmered with tears of excitement, and she stuttered, I will cherish it. Huo Yuhao casually accepted the lunchbox she had prepared, playfully tapping her head with his fingertip. Consider it a gift exchange. I hear your cooking is delectable. It must have taken great effort. At the touch of his warm hand brushing through her hair, Xiao Xiao froze, as if struck by lightning. A flush spread from her neck to her ears, enveloping her like a teapot wrapped in steam, and she spoke with a trembling voice. Thank you, Huo classmate. As she watched Huo Yuhao turn to leave, she remained rooted in place, her heart racing like a startled deer, completely unaware that the books in her hands had slipped to the ground. As for the Ice Emperor, Huo Yuhao had already delivered her gift long before stepping into Shrek Academy. Chapter 67. The Shrek 7 Monsters by the shores of Sea God Island. Waves crashed against the jagged rocks, and the splashes glimmered like shards of silver in the sunlight. The sea breeze, laden with a salty and humid essence, swept past the buildings of Shrek Academy. Within the council chamber, Elder Xian leaned against an intricately carved sandalwood chair, his wrinkled face revealing signs of fatigue. Yet his gaze remained sharp. Yin Xiaozhe, clad in a dark robe, exuded an elegant demeanor laced with a hidden intensity. Their conversation resonated clearly within the tranquil space. Yin Xiaozhe interlaced his fingers, his voice betraying an unmistakable joy. Old Xian, Xiao Tao's has undergone complete evolution. She now possesses the ultimate fire of the Fire Phoenix martial soul. As he conveyed this news, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Xian, with hands calloused from age, gently rubbed the armrest of his chair, a smile blossoming on his weathered face, even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. Excellent, excellent. His two affirmations were laden with gratification and anticipation for the growth of talent within the academy. Leaning forward earnestly, Yin Xiaozhe continued, It is truly thanks to that child. Huo Yuhao. He is indeed a blessing for our Shrek Academy. Recalling Huo Yuhao's past performances, whether in practical combat or his selfless assistance to companions, filled him with admiration. Old Xian nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. Thus, Huo Yuhao must be included among the Shrek 7. We shall spare no cost. Furthermore, with Huo Yuhao on the list for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, there will be no issues. He was acutely aware of Huo Yuhao's talent and potential, firmly believing that this young man would bring unparalleled glory to the academy. Yin Xiaozhe straightened his back, responding with solemnity, Indeed. Before long, within a spacious and brightly lit classroom at Shrek Academy, second-year students had gathered in droves. The room buzzed with discussion, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Surprisingly, the usually elusive Wang Yan, along with Mu Jin and many esteemed teachers from the academy, were all present, standing or seated with serious expressions, lending an air of solemnity to the classroom. Typically, such matters would hardly warrant such a gathering for second-year students. However, this occasion was different due to the presence of two prominent figures, Huo Yuhao and his companions, whose displayed talents and strength had already captured the entire academy's attention. Wang Yan ascended the podium, clearing his throat twice, and the previously raucous classroom fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Students," he announced, surveying the room with a steady and powerful voice, "I have an important announcement. The Academy will hold a selection competition for core disciples. Traditionally, this event is reserved for third-year students and above, but this time, the Academy has made an exception. Second-year students will also be allowed to participate. This is a rare opportunity, and I hope everyone will seize it to showcase their abilities." As his words settled, a murmur of hushed excitement rippled through the classroom, the students' eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wang Yan descended from the podium and approached Huo Yuhao with measured steps, lowering his voice to convey concern and hope. "Yuhao, you and classmate Bing need not participate. You will be directly accepted. The Academy holds your abilities in high regard, and you are already qualified to become core disciples." Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely replied, "I refuse." Although his voice was soft, it resonated with unwavering determination, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples throughout the classroom. Huo Yuhao was acutely aware of the machinations of Yan Xiaozhe and the others. Was it not the desire to see him become the new member of the Shrek 7 Monsters, to brave the challenges of the Continental Soul Contest and bring glory to the Academy? Yet, in his eyes, such aspirations were merely a drain on his energy, devoid of any tangible benefits. The so-called glory and fame held no allure for him. Wang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped forward. Urgency etched on his face. "Yuhua, that is a core disciple. Once you attain that status, your standing within the Academy will be transformed. You might even achieve everlasting fame in Shrek Academy. This is an opportunity that countless people yearn for. How can you so easily relinquish it?" Huo Yuhao's expression remained calm, his gaze clear and resolute. "And so what? In truth, I harbor no interest in such ephemeral renown. I cultivate my abilities solely to pursue greater strength and to protect those I wish to safeguard, not for the sake of hollow accolades." His words, though simple, resonated profoundly, articulating the innermost thoughts of his heart. Surrounded by an aura of cool detachment, he stood tall like a resilient pine, his voice ringing with conviction. "Whether core disciple or eternal fame, these titles hold no significance for me. Such accolades are akin to mirages, ungraspable and untranslatable." His voice, though not raised, struck each listener like a heavy hammer, rendering the classroom silent, save for the whisper of the wind caressing the treetops outside. With that, he turned decisively, his garments fluttering with a sense of finality. "Teacher Wang Yan, I believe I have discerned the dean's intentions. Kindly inform him that my classmate Bing and I shall not participate." As his words lingered in the air, he stepped out of the classroom, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a long shadow behind him, as if severing all ties to this selection process. In the soul fighting area, the cacophony of clashes and surging soul power gradually subsided. With the last bout concluded, other core disciples emerged from the fierce competition, while Huo Yuhao's absence felt like a thorn embedded in the hearts of the Academy's leaders. In the council chamber, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, and Elder Xian's brows furrowed into a deep frown. His murky yet piercing gaze fixated on Yan Xiaozhe. "What did you say? Huo Yuhao is unwilling to participate in the selection for core disciples?" His aged voice was laced with disbelief and indignation. Yan Xiaozhe nodded slightly, a look of resignation on his face. "Indeed. That clever young man likely anticipated our intention to leverage him for the Continental Soul Contest. His insight is profound, and ordinary persuasion will hardly sway him." Elder Xian slammed the table with force, causing ripples in the tea within the cup. "Did I not declare that we must spare no effort? His participation is crucial for Shrek's honor in the competition. How can we so easily forsake it?" Yan Xiaozhe pondered for a moment before replying. "I will discuss it further with Huo Yuhao and attempt to persuade him. However, his reluctance is evident, and I cannot assure the outcome of such persuasion." Despite Huo Yuhao's absence being a disappointment, the candidate list for the Shrek 7 Monsters was ultimately finalized. As Elder Xian strode confidently before the assembly, the 7 young soul masters held their breath, awaiting the decree of destiny. "Listen closely, you little ones." Elder Xian's gaze was piercing as it swept across Beibei's resolute face, Su Sanchi's untamed brow, and Wang Dong's frigid countenance. "From this day forth, the 7 of you shall be candidates for the next generation of the Shrek 7 Monsters." He called out each name: Beibei, Su Sanchi, Kai Tu, Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, Jiang Nanan, and Ning Tian. When he mentioned Ning Tian, Elder Xian's tone unconsciously softened, his eyes brimming with expectation. Ning Tian, as the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you possess extraordinary talent. Your ancestor was once a member of the Shrek Seven Monsters, and the legacy has been passed down to you. It is only fitting that you bear this significant responsibility. After a brief pause, Elder Xian's voice resonated like a great bell as he announced the final decision. Now, as the current reserve team of Shrek, you shall embark immediately to participate in the imminent Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. The glory of Shrek shall be continued by you. As his words faded, a fervent spirit permeated the air, igniting the flames of determination in the candidate's eyes. Chapter 68. Do not hesitate in the twilight following the selection. The council chamber was illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting shadows across Elder Xian's weathered visage. Yan Shaozhe stood with his head bowed, his back slightly hunched, as if bearing an invisible weight under Elder Xian's intense gaze. Huo Yuhao is a born commander of soul masters, no? Elder Xian suddenly rose, his aged hand striking the rosewood table with a heavy thud, causing the teacups to clink. The term commander does him a disservice. That child's ability to adapt in battle, his precise grasp of situations, and his keen intuition beyond his years. He paced back and forth, his bony fingers gesturing emphatically in the air, his murky eyes ablaze with fervor. In all my years, I have never encountered such a prodigious talent. If I had to describe it, his endowment is akin to a divine being descended to earth. Even the former sea god could never have matched him at that age. Do you grasp the weight of this? Yan Shaozhe raised his gaze to meet Elder Xian's impassioned eyes, his brow furrowed in concern, his expression steeped in melancholy. Elder Xian, your praises are elevating Huo Yuhao to the heavens. He paused, a bitter smile crossing his lips, yet his tone inadvertently carried a hint of agreement. However, given his displayed strength and talent, he indeed deserves such accolades. Yet, this child possesses a steadfast nature, and ordinary words may not sway him. Elder Xian abruptly halted, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Let me tell you, from this moment on, any request made by Huo Yuhao, as long as it is within Shrek's capability, we must fulfill unconditionally. He is the hope of our academy for the coming decades, even centuries. He will undoubtedly become an extraordinary powerhouse, perhaps even more exceptional than the sea god. The elder's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority, as if he wished to etch this determination into Yan Shaozhe's very soul. Yan Shaozhe nodded repeatedly, responding earnestly, yes, yes. I shall do my utmost to ensure Huo Yuhao understands the academy's sincerity. He contemplated what leverage might persuade the youth to change his mind and bravely forge ahead for Shrek in the Continental Soul Fighting Tournament. The twilight gently enveloped the spires of Shrek Academy, sprinkling delicate golden dust upon the intricately carved glass of the red tea house. The warm yellow light cascaded from within the room, melding with the twilight and casting a hazy glow upon the cobblestone floor. This red tea house, nestled in a corner of the academy, was currently suffused with the rich aroma of tea and the sweet scent of baked goods, as if it were embracing the arrival of the new generation of the Shrek Seven Monsters. Inside, gathered around an exquisite walnut round table, the new Shrek Seven Monsters engaged in lively conversation, having successfully completed a significant adjustment in their team rankings. Their camaraderie and collaboration were vividly on display, reminiscent of the legendary charm of the original Shrek Seven Monsters. As the cornerstone of the team, Bei exuded a calm and dignified presence, his every gesture reflecting the poise of a leader. He was accompanied by Hikaitu, whose smiling eyes and humorous remarks often elicited laughter from the group, proudly assuming the role of the second-in-command. Seated by the window, Jiang Nanan delicately cradled her bone china teacup, the swirling steam obscuring her refined features. Beside her, Xiao Xiao rested her chin on her hand, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy, both feeling a sense of unease. The empty seat of Huo Yuhao loomed large in their minds, an unsettling reminder of his absence. Why had Yuhao not come? This question echoed in their hearts, filled with confusion and concern, manifesting as a subtle furrow on their brows. In stark contrast to their somber mood, Su Sanchi's lips curled into an uncontainable smile, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. With Huo Yuhao absent and Jiang Nanan seated beside him, this rare moment of solitude enveloped him in joy, infusing the very air around him with sweetness. From the direction of the kitchen, the sound of soft footsteps could be heard. Dressed in an apron, Tanya had her hair casually tied up, deftly polishing the silver tea set. Having worked here for some time, she moved with a grace that reflected her familiarity and passion for her job. Before long, Bei appeared in his serving attire, standing tall like a pine tree as he approached with a beautifully adorned tray. On the tray, An array of uniquely shaped desserts was artfully arranged, vibrant macarons, tiramisu dusted with cocoa powder, and cream cakes adorned with fresh fruit, each morsel tantalizingly tempting. The group gathered around to savor the delicacies while sharing their experiences. Suddenly, Hikaitu set down his fork, his expression turning serious and resolute. "Master, I wish to join the Tang sect." As soon as the words left his lips, Tangya's teacup trembled slightly in her grasp, her eyes lighting up with surprise. The Tang sect had struggled to maintain itself after undergoing turmoil, and Hikaitu's addition was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. Speechless with excitement, she tightly clasped Hikaitu's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. However, beneath the joyous atmosphere, a subtle shadow lingered in Tangya's gaze. Bei observed this closely, aware of the heavy mission concerning the revival of the Tang sect that weighed on her heart, as well as the untold past and pain she carried. Yet, he chose to silently protect her, never prying, merely offering the warmest support from the sidelines. "Why the solemn expression, Senior Tangya?" A clear voice suddenly pierced the ambience of the room. The group turned towards the sound, watching as the intricately carved wooden door of the tea house slowly swung open, revealing the new arrival, Huo Yuhao. The air within the tea house suddenly solidified as Huo Yuhao pushed open the door, ushering in a cold wind that carried the chill from outside, making the delicate candle flames flicker slightly. He gazed at Tangya, who was huddled in the shadows, a complex ripple stirring in his depths. This master of the Tang sect, who always presented a bright smile, bore shackles that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Her mutated blue-silver grass martial soul no longer relied on natural growth. Instead, it greedily absorbed vitality, a power akin to that of a malevolent soul master. In the future, this would serve as both her support and the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. It was precisely for this reason that the malevolent soul master organization hailed her as the blue-silver saintess, coveting this strange yet formidable power. Huo Yuhao arrived early, hoping to prevent her from straying onto the wrong path before crisis struck. "Yuhao, what brings you here?" Zhang Nanan's voice rang with surprise, her delicate steps causing ripples in the red tea within her cup. Yet, Huo Yuhao remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed sharply upon Tangya, to grow stronger and seek revenge. "That must surely be what Senior Sister Tangya is thinking, right?" His voice was as chilling as ice, each word striking deep into the hearts of those present. Why had everyone grown so rapidly? Why could this newcomer rise swiftly while she struggled in place? Tangya's fingertips dug deeply into her palm, her nails nearly piercing the skin. Huo Yuhao's words acted like a keen scalpel, ruthlessly exposing the scars she had tried to conceal from our very first meeting. "I saw the hatred lurking in your eyes, Senior Sister. No smile could mask it. That burning sense of resentment is all too familiar to me." A scream shattered the air as Tangya, overwhelmed, covered her ears and collapsed to the ground, the purple flowers in her hair falling and gathering dust. Xiao Xiao could not help but step forward, but was gently restrained by Hikaitu. The gazes of the others formed invisible ropes, binding Tangya in place. Huo Yuhao knelt on one knee, meeting Tangya's curled form at eye level, his voice growing more piercing. "I unveil all of this not to harm you. Must you wait until you drag yourself into the abyss before confronting your own weakness?" "Yuhao, is that you?" A trembling voice, belonging to Bei, broke through. Huo Yuhao suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as swords. "Brother Bei, can you truly not see? In Senior Sister Tangya's gaze lies a confusion that threatens to consume her reason. If she continues to sink into hatred, who will be there to intervene when she commits an extreme act?" He reached out to grasp Tangya's trembling shoulders, the warmth of his palm seeping through the fabric. "Senior Sister, temporary confusion is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is lingering too long in the fog, losing all sense of direction. Only by making a choice can you sever your shackles and truly grasp the future that belongs to you." Beneath the warm yellow glow of the tea house, Huo Yuhao locked eyes with Tangya's reddened orbs, each word striking like a hammer. "You wish to seek revenge alone, to bear everything by yourself, yet you forget that behind you stand those you love and who love you." He suddenly turned to gaze at the solemn-faced Bei, a ripple of curiosity shimmering in his eyes. "Brother Bei, do you have feelings for Senior Tangya?" "Indeed," Bei replied almost without hesitation, the word laced with fervent emotion, resonating in the air like a thunderclap. Huo Yuhao's gaze intensified as he pressed on. "Does Senior Tangya harbor feelings for you as well?" The atmosphere in the room thickened with palpable tension. Even the ginkgo leaves drifting outside seemed to suspend in midair, holding their breath in anticipation of the answer. Tangya softly murmured an affirmative. "But what if you perish in your quest for vengeance? Then you would never see the one you cherish again." Huo Yuhao edged closer, his voice imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. Perhaps you believe that seeking revenge is justified, yet Brother Bei might forever regret not intervening. Or he could even follow you into the abyss. Is such a price truly worth paying?